Burnt Offerings and Bloodstained Sands. Psychopolitics and the Sacrifice of the Phoenix. By PJ23 Series Hayton. Dharma. A Phoenix Journal. Dedication. Rec number 1 Aten. Friday, February 1st, 1991, 7:45 a.m. Year 4 Day 169. This journal is dedicated to SFC Theodore Bruton, who resides in the desert of Saudi Arabia, lonely, frightened and expecting to die for that which he understands not. There are others, nameless for many reasons, whom we honor equally, but we herein acknowledge this young man and his mates, and so shall it come to pass as this transition of a blessed planet comes to fruition. I honor my children who have gone forth to bear the banner of truth even unto the places of hell, and so shall they come into the security and safety of mine army, against which none can prevail. Patriotic. Beyond your ability to measure. He is sent forth in service to his country and will serve to the best of his ability for as long as he can do so. He wants to come home so that he can bring truth to a blind populace. I have news for this young man. He has come to earth for purpose and, albeit a strange place to find truth, where better? How could you be sent from higher cause into a nightmare to serve? Where better than where truth is even more hidden from thine eyes? Contribution to God is wondrous experience indeed. I am Aten, and that which I decree shall be that which will come to pass in the ultimate play and experience. Mine shall be sheltered within my wings as the trumpet sounds. Fear not, for I be with you even into the darkest shadows. Walk with me in the safety of infinite service, and ye shall fear no evil against you. I speak to you, and you will be tempted to disbelieve, for you have been given into the life for so long. I am that being named as the Father, and again the Master Son shall present upon your planet that balance can again prevail. I send forth the hosts of my armies to bear truth and understanding in preparation for that coming again. Do not struggle with the perplexity of this message. Simply know that measured against that which is perceived real and physical about you, it is not nearly as incredible. PJ23 Series Hayton, Commander, is sent in my service most recently from the placement known to you as Pleiades. He is responsible for the reclamation and preparations for the return of the Phoenix, Christos now fulfilled as God. He is one of your cosmic space brothers and serves in the United Federation Fleet as Commander, under the authorization and auspices of the Intergalactic Federation Command and the United Federation Council. Sounds like Star Trek? So be it, for if you will but go within into your place of knowledge, you will recognize of the truth of that which I bring for your consideration. Dharma. Put to print a letter received yesterday from a young man in Saudi Arabia, that others might find solace in the petitions coming back into my attention, for I wish to then give instructions for passage through the veil of hell in which the youth find themselves in that place of madness. Why do I choose one name from the many to honor? Because I desire that he, and all be protected in security, and yet, I must have one to which a physical message can be directed. I protect the sender of this forthcoming letter. Let it be known to all who censor and discredit truth hereof. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dear sir, or ma'am. First of all, I would like to thank you for the information I got from you. It is always good for me to hear the truth. The world we live in is not at all fair to the little people. It is for the people that have the big money, that can play with the lives of we little men. I read the paper I got from you, and I tried to find a lie in it, but it all came together. I wish I could have gotten your papers a long time ago. The truth is all I want to know, and with that, my life could have been better. I would pay for the information you gave me, it was that good. I am over here, about to go to war, and at this time, I can do nothing about it. It looks like I was not told the full story, until I got your paper. You have opened my mind to the truth about the world we live in. It is sad that most people don't, and won't, ever know the real story about the war games and all the other games the big boys play with our lives. If I make it out of here with my life, I would like very much to be a member of your paper. The truth is all I want to read about. It won't be too long, as you already know, before the very big boy says let the dying begin. All I can do now is hope for the best. I'm a part of the little people. I don't know how you got my name, but I'm glad you did. I want to thank you again for telling me all about Saddam, and what we really face. I cannot tell others of what I am reading in your paper because it will upset them, as it did me. I hope I will get the chance to read more of the truth in today's lifetime. You are the best in what you do, and that is a fact. Your information is the best I have ever read. Please send me the cost of the paper so I can get more while I have life in my body. Thank you for the truth. XXXXXX. U.S. Army. Operation Desert Shield / Storm, January 6, 1991. P.S. You have opened my eyes, and my mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now, I shall respond to this particular inquiry, for it is inclusive to all my sons and daughters upon your placement. Do not ponder too heavily upon how you might be found to receive of the information. The ones who scribe and send the word in my service, know not why I choose to send to specific ones. It is the call, and it is the very purpose of the writings themselves. The word shall fall upon the eyes and ears of the populace of the world, but some must have their call up front so that the miracles of the truth of the presentation can begin to unfold. It matters not that any about you know or do not know, for as it unfolds all will come into the truth of my beingness. It has been written that if you follow in my truth and hear my instructions you will prevail, and you, my workers, are placed all about within and upon this wondrous creation of that planet called Earth. It is said that you may be in the fields, and to the left one will fall, and to the right, another will fall, and you shall be untouched. Keep my lighted shield about you and you shall not be harmed. Do you hear me? You shall not be harmed if ye stay within my truth and shield. It is a time of instructions for you who serve, most of you knowing it not. You would say to me, I curse, I sin, I forget, I blunder, I cannot be of God. Really? Ah, but those who set themselves up as my speakers in the churches and synagogues of men are blasphemous and teachers of the lies. I want no pious, bilious fools aboard my ships of silver radiance. 'Tis not those who work in the service of evil who will come aboard my craft of tomorrow, much less in the physical format. Ye stay in my contact and ye shall be gathered up into the clouds, the silver clouds, so that you can later finish thine work in the service of your brother in truth in growth as you fulfill your mission committed to upon that wondrous creation. You are not given to know all, for you would not understand the need for the type of service that only I can present, and it is the child in darkness that needs your guidance. There are no atheists in foxholes. Your flag is a heavenly banner and your nation a chosen and blessed place which will again come into balance in service unto God and man. Do not lessen truth by pious presentation. Tell your men to hold to God and truth and they will be given into passage. No matter how it may appear unto your physical eyes, I shall guide my children into wondrous passage, for a remnant of my people will be that which will prevail. As you go into the fray, no matter what might be thrown against you, as you may be attacked, put your face into the scooped out sand, wrap mine light shield about you and the Holocaust shall pass you by, for I speak, and as I speak, so shall it come to be. Ye ones of mine own shall represent the miracles of the final days of change back unto the laws of truth and balance upon a rebirthed planet brought into higher status in her rightful glory. We want no heroes. I need your lives in full measure to bring my people home. You who hear my call, hear it because you are sent of me and are intended to hear of it. Know beyond all doubt. It is not over until I win. For I am. Introduction. And Chapter 1. Rec number 1 Haton. Wednesday, January 30th, 1991, 7:46 a.m. Year 4 Day 167. And it came to pass upon the lands in the days of chaos, that there could be found no peace, and the rivers and seas were red with the blood of the sacrificed, both good and evil, for the time was at hand for the coming of the Lord. So be it and amen. I am Aten. Haton present in the light of his holy radiance to show the way unto those of his children who will find truth and seek justice in his holy presence. Dharma, as time for the explanations and vision solutions come to fruition, I shall share with you the presence and the meaning of the time of revelation that we might pen the holy word. Let us draw to a close, however, in these immediate days the book above named, for each explanation must come in its proper sequence. You must know and see that which has pulled you from the path of God and how it came to be. The world, and God's chosen place of the Americas, are the more specific example of how evil through psychopolitics has been brainwashed into believing that which is not is. How can this be? Easily. I shall have you quote from a beloved friend and warrior for truth, and this journal shall be dedicated to ones whom I honor for their pursuit unto their own demise, the truth of the pulling down of a wondrous nation. Who will hear and see that which is? This shall be the introduction and first chapter of this journal, for I am going to give you example of how and from whom you have been blinded and misled. How many of you believe the story regarding the tank attack into Ras al-Khafi of last night? The story goes like this: a large group of Iraqi tanks crossed the border and approached the U.S. Marines with cannons pointing backward toward Iraq. The Marines thought they were surrendering and welcomed them. When they approached within range, they turned the cannon about and fired upon the Marines. But, the story continues, after hours of heavy fighting the Iraqis sustained extremely heavy casualties and loss of equipment, while the U.S. Marines had only very light casualties and hardly any loss of equipment. Now, dear ones, how can you abide such an insult to your very intelligence? Firing upon unsuspecting soldiers dead aim and dead ahead indicates equally heavy dead soldiers. How can you abide these lies? A standing ovation is sufficient honor for these dead who are not even recognized. Where have you gone, America? So be it, for truth will out, and when you are forced to see and hear it will be too late. It will be too late, for the Euphrates is already dry and the blue-turbaned Mongol is at your doorstep, having taken your nation with the red Gog and Magog of the bear to the north. And you sleep on. I shall repeat herein that which I gave yesterday but was not made public regarding the plains of Iraq moving into Iran. How foolish can you be? Iran hates you, little brothers. All is fair in war, what silly games you play. The whole of the world except you know that the initial bombing of Iraq was led by Israeli warplanes who actually dropped the first bombs. The nations are only awaiting proof and recognition and arousing of the people to fever pitch, and then the nations will rise up against you by the swarms of people willing to perish to defeat you. You are coming upon Islamic/Muslim holy days and a great jihad, for your leaders have lied to the world. Saddam has massive weapons stored. He is moving his planes out and into safety, for when the winds change you will be surrounded. Further, when Saddam tells you he has bacteriological, chemical, and atomic capability on his missiles, he means it. He has them on the ends of the most elite and modern rockets in your world today, the Russian SS-12s. Further, he has some 10 to 11,000 Russian advisors in Iraq to operate them. Mr. Besismertnik, who is that, the new Soviet foreign minister, just reminded Mr. Baker that things are not as they appear to be. Mr. Baker said that Besismertnik reaffirmed that which had been given you prior to this. Indeed he did. The so-called pulling out of Soviet troops from the Baltic states is total facade, for the news is totally controlled and you won't know whether or not the fact is accomplished. Don't be fools. You experienced your 29th replica of George Bush give you a perfect speech. It said all the properly emotional and idealistic substance. It represented the exact opposite of the actions being experienced, and the nation could see it not. The words perfection, the lies covering the actions which strip you of your freedom and nation along with the whole of the people of the world. Please note that this perfect speaker was not even in great resemblance to the George Bush of the past. He spoke with perfect elocution without reading and without error. Your old George Bush could not do so. Note that less than 2 weeks passed when Bush smiled and spoke. He spoke from the right side, lopsided presentation of vocalization, of his face. Last evening his smile and words came more predominantly from his left face. Further, note that in past pictures the man had almost double lobes on his ears. Last night his ears were quite different. How can they get by with this? Because you the people do not suspect that such a thing as genetic doubles can be truth, because they told you as much. Why, then, did the Congress and visitors applaud so enthusiastically? Because they voted to send your children to the desert and they are covering their assets. And, further, note that the visitors who were featured were the very ones who gain royally from this battle in Armageddon. There should have been honor given to your soldiers in Saudi Arabia. I, too, stand in honor of them, and I shall do all I can to cause you to hear and see so that you demand they be brought home into safety to grow old with family and friends. You once confused patriotism with warmongering. You have lost your nation to your enemy and you do not even realize it has happened to you. How do you know exactly when you became communistic and socialistic state-controlled? Let me give you some thoughtful information presented by one I greatly honor. Quote, Americans, who have been watching the degeneration of our society, the increase in violence, drugs, pornography, and the national debt, often write us for advice about what to do once the nation falls into socialism, insolvency, and surrender. Some use the forbidden C word, by asking what they should do when the communists take over. My friends, when the thought theology, psychopolitics, of what we understand is communism finally takes over in America, it will not be called by that name. The hammer and sickle will probably never adorn any flag. Communism will be called democracy and accepted by most Americans with dancing in the streets. Does this sound preposterous? Think about it. How would you know when communism, sold as democracy, is the ultimate law of the land? If those who are now employing more powerful levers and more subtle webs succeed in their plans, most of those living in this country may not notice much of a difference from what they think of as the American way these days. Karl Marx, the Jewish hippie who invented what is known today as scientific socialism, was not himself a communist and never claimed to be one. Mr. Marx, it is now known, collaborated with some wealthy totalitarian socialists, and they let him put his name on their joint effort, and it was titled, The Communist Manifesto. It was a scheme of powerful levers and subtle webs. There is so little difference between socialism and communism that 70 years after the Communist Manifesto was published, Lenin, the socialist founder of modern communism, called himself a communist but named Russia and other conquered territories the Union of Socialist Republics. Regardless of what communism is called, it would be identified by at least 10 basic planks as set forth in the manifesto. These political planks need to be listed here, not only as a review but as a template by which to gauge the American government and policies today. Hayton, I have given you all of these, but perhaps you will see and hear more clearly if they are again laid forth from Earthman. 1. Abolition of property in land and application of all rents to public use. Did you know that the federal government of Washington, D.C. now owns over 40% of the land mass of the United States? That is more land than the entire country east of the Mississippi River. It does so in direct violation of the United States Constitution. The federal government now owns more than 10% of all industrial properties, and owns railroads, barge lines, etc. As the government buys more and more land, this property is taken off the tax rolls, and this increases the taxes all of us must pay on the land we suppose that we own. Most Americans think that they own their land. They think that a certain parcel upon which they live actually belongs to them. Have your lawyer explain to you why your deeds have been drawn as they have, or why you and your wife are called tenants in common, and other strange language and phrases. Here is the rule of law: if you must pay the state or county a property tax, and the state or county can sell your property to someone else if you fail to pay the tax, you are not the actual and lawful owner of that land or property. Marx called the use tax on land, rent. Today it is called property tax, and while universally accepted by most Americans, the property tax is 100% Marxist, communist, in nature. How then will you know when communism takes over? The land that is still informally held in private hands, is now subject to state and municipal controls called land use, and you can only do certain things on land that you suppose you own. If you actually owned it, instead of being merely a tenant with a vested interest in it, no city, state or federal controls could be imposed upon it. Yet, you accept zoning restrictions as normal and allow the city to impose rent controls. You sit tight when the federal government tells you, via an unconstitutional statute, that you must rent your property to anyone who comes to your door, regardless of race, color, national origin, and sexual preference. From where did they get the lawful jurisdiction to tell you what you can do on your property? If indeed it is your property, there is no such authority except that which you voluntarily submit to. However, since you are merely a tenant paying property use tax rent on the land, they have every right to tell you how you will use that property and how far from the property line you must build any house, etc. Can you imagine Patrick Henry putting up with such nonsense? Of course not. But then, Patrick Henry was a freeman, not a communist. He did not hold communist ideas about the use of land, as most Americans today do. How about you? Are you a communist when it comes to land use? As to the use of land, every senator and every congressman is a communist today. Nothing much will change when communism takes over, except that you will know that you are a mere tenant and not a landowner as you had supposed for years. Some of you tenants will be pushed off the state's land so that another tenant can use your nice home and farm, and if you illegally resist, you may be legally shot. When the communist agent, Woody Guthrie, wrote the now famous song, "This land is my land, this land is your land," he was writing with the communist understanding about land and land ownership. Yet patriotic groups, ignorant of communist objectives, often sing that song with the same attitude and reverence as they do with America, the beautiful. Good grief. 2. A heavy progressive or graduated income tax. This is probably the best known of the Marxist-communist political concepts in use today in America. If there is any communist statute or regulation that has been imposed unlawfully on most Americans, and one which affects their very lives and fortunes the most, the communist income tax has to be it. If there was any statute that employed more powerful levers or subtle webs, you would be hard-pressed to find it. As with the progressive tax on property, it is a communist idea of from each according to his ability and to each according to his need that finds exact expression in the federal and state graduated income tax laws. Yet 90% of all Americans accept that system of federal revenue taxation as if it were both scriptural and American. It is neither. It comes from the Babylonian Talmud, and is the main cornerstone of communist thought theology. Marxism-Leninism is not only a political thought, but is also the religion of the communist socialist. I was sitting at a restaurant meal with 2 Baptist ministers and their wives recently. These men had come to see me regarding several theological opinions that I hold and set forth in Star Wars 4. During the discussion, the subject of the Marxist federal income tax came up, and I stated that I had not filed a return in over 20 years. One of the minister's wives blurted right out, "I think I should turn you in." Here was a woman claiming to be a Christian who was perfectly at ease turning in another Christian to the federal authorities over the matter of a communist taxing system. What did the 2 ministers say concerning the outburst from this wife? Nothing. Now, how could they understand the deeper meanings of Star Wars 4 when they were functional communists in thought theology, psychopolitics? Here is a plank of the Communist Manifesto so ingrained in their subconscious minds that they were silent when this woman suggested that I be turned over to the authorities. It is a well-known hallmark of communism when you see people turning in their neighbors to the authorities. It is now beginning on a large scale in America with such carefully prepared TV shows as Unsolved Mysteries, where the TV uses brutal murders, drug, and child abuse crimes to get the public accustomed to thinking about turning people in so as to solve these crimes. You will become a state hero and even paid $1,000 for your help. Next, you will be paid for turning in people who own firearms or teach the citizenry about unlawful government activities. Will you really recognize the point when communism takes over? 3. Abolition of all right to inheritance. In spite of the federal estate tax of 1916, your Marxist government has yet to accomplish this objective. They have imposed a heavy inheritance tax, illegally confiscating a large part of that property a man leaves to his children. After a couple of generations, the property is gone. How many people do you know who still live on their grandfather's farm or ranch? Naturally, the lower classes, who have chosen not to save enough to purchase property, have no inheritances to leave. The super rich have been provided the use of tax-exempt foundations so that their wealth is passed on to their posterity. It is the great middle class that the Marxist objectives are directed toward, and which succeed very well in America. Where does the federal government get the authority and jurisdiction to tax the property of the deceased? 4. Confiscation of the property of immigrants and rebels. Immigrants are people who leave a country, and that does not apply to Americans. However, look at what is done to Americans your government calls rebels. All your government needs to do is allege that a person is a tax resistor or a drug pusher and his property and real estate can be confiscated without due process. Some of you saw the story on Inside Edition where a citizen's property was taken by the federal authorities without due process merely because she had rented the house to people later determined to have been using the house for drug traffic. All your government needs to do is allege that property, real estate, cars, boats, etc., are owned by those involved in drugs, and this property can be taken and sold under Public Law 99-570 set in place in 1986. You have read the horror stories. Some minimum wage seaman can sneak drugs aboard $1 million ship, unknown to the owners or the captain, and the ship is confiscated by the government without due process of law. How will you know when communism takes over? 5. Centralization of credit in the hands of the state, by means of a national bank with state capital and an exclusive monopoly. It was through the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 that the private banking cartel known as the Federal Reserve Bank came into being. It is through this scheme, with the government controlling the banks and credit for the benefit of the secret shareholders, that the effect of this objective of the communists came into being in the United States. The super-rich bankers, while they liked the controls envisioned by Karl Marx, decided that all the usury and profits should go into their pockets instead of the federal coffers. It is this small bank of international bankers who decide how much interest you are going to pay on your home mortgage, and they have the monopoly power to force other banks to charge the same rates. Individual credit can be given or withheld at the whim of these bankers. The private Federal Reserve banking system is neither federal nor does it have any reserves as commonly thought. The local Federal Reserve Bank is not listed under agencies of the federal government in your phone book, but listed in the white pages as any other private business. The Federal Reserve notes, which you carry in your pocket, though printed by the federal government for those private bankers' use, and identified as legal tender, are in fact privately circulated bank notes. As notes, they do not certify that the U.S. Treasury has gold or silver to back them, but state on their face that the U.S. government is in debt to that amount. You are not paying your bills with certificates of wealth, but with evidences of federal debt. You are passing the U.S. debt to the bankers around among yourselves as if it was lawful money. The private Federal Reserve makes huge profits for its member banks, and yet it pays no federal or state income taxes, and they have never been audited by any government agency. A couple of years ago, Senator Metcalf of Washington State launched a campaign against the Federal Reserve and had it put on the ballot to restore the right to create money to the Congress as specified in the Constitution. The people in Washington State were so ignorant or communist-minded that they actually voted it down. How will you know? In 1933, when so many banks lost their shirts and had to repay their depositors or close their doors, the Federal Reserve Act was changed to incorporate the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, Hayton, Note Corporation, which designates private. Here is how that works, and we can see it with the current savings and loan scandals. In good times, the bankers make huge profits. However, in bad times, the American taxpayers are called upon to bail out the bankers, letting them retain their personal assets. How will you know when communism takes over? Most people are so accustomed to the yoke of communism, thrust upon them in the name of democracy and social security, that they believe that these things must be the form of government our forefathers gave us. They think it is normal to have total taxes in amounts to 50% of income. Where is their great republic based upon the common law and the Constitution? For all practical purposes, it no longer exists. 6. Centralization of the means of communication and transportation in the hands of the state. All radio and television networks are licensed and permitted to operate only at the good pleasure of the federal government through the Federal Communications Commission. Because their programming is under strict federal guidelines, anti-communist programs are rarely aired. How many of you can recall one TV program, in the past 30 years, which set forth the communist objectives for the conquest of America and the world? Instead, all programming is designed to promote socialist thinking, and our country is never referred to as a republic but always as a democracy. All news is designed to promote the communists and their leading individuals as reasonable people, and anti-communist nations, such as South Africa, are always cast in an unfavorable light. Communist objectives for America, such as degeneration of moral values, interracial marriage, promiscuous sex, and homosexual lifestyles, are treated in both the news and the situation comedies as totally normal and healthy behavior, and are given to us and our children on a daily basis. All transportation by air is under either the Federal Aviation Agency or the Civil Aeronautics Administration, and the government controls how these private businesses operate and the fares and rates that they can charge. The federal government controls every form of interstate commerce, and sets the rates that these private businesses can charge and even how long a truck driver can drive his own truck in a given day. 7. Extension of factories and instruments of production owned by the state, the bringing into cultivation of wastelands, the improvement of the soil according to a common plan. The federal government now owns and operates more than 25,000 corporate units in direct competition with private enterprise. Most of these corporations are operated at staggering losses, even though they pay no property taxes and no interest on invested capital. All of these, along with their losses, are being operated without the slightest shred of constitutional authority. Furthermore, according to figures taken from the federal budget, the aggregate losses of these federally owned businesses and property, including the lost state and local taxes thereon, exceed the total amount collected each year on the personal income taxes. According to the Liberty Amendment Committee, from whom these statistics were taken, the state of these unlawfully owned businesses would retire about 1/3 of the national debt, and make the personal individual income taxes a thing of the past. This author is 100% in favor of bringing wastelands into cultivation and improving the soil. However, this must be done on a private enterprise basis, and not as the result of federal bureaucratic intervention. However, in accordance to the Marxist orientation of our government, swarms of new officers, to use the language of the Declaration of Independence, have been descending upon our farmers. There is the Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Reclamation, Bureau of Mines, Environmental Protection Agency, and many others. I do not need to comment on the crisis now being faced by America's independent farmers. It is not the result of incompetent farmers but because of federal meddling in both their agricultural and financial affairs. 8. Equal liability of all to labor, establishment of industrial armies, especially in agriculture. In the first sentence, the emphasis should be on the word, liability. This is to be a worker's paradise and therefore all have an equality liability, a pecuniary obligation, to labor. Every citizen, according to Marx, is required to labor, and every person is to be assigned a job. There is to be no non-laboring middle class working as salesmen and shopkeepers. In spite of massive government boondoggles in agriculture, the American farmer has found a way to produce food that feeds not only our country, but those countries as the USSR and China which still suppose that the Marxist way for agriculture may someday work. Once the farmers finally fail in large numbers, not because of agricultural flaws so much as corporate debt, the Marxist agriculture armies, gathered from those huddled masses yearning to be free, that now clog up the welfare rolls, will be sent forth to plant, till and harvest in the vain hope that they can feed the people. 9. Combination of agriculture with manufacturing, gradual abolition of the distinction between town and country by a more equitable distribution of the population over the country. The destruction of the cities has been going on since the Roosevelt Depression. Socialist confiscatory property and business taxes on producers, and welfare handouts to non-producers, have driven commerce and industry out of the cities and provides the excuse for federal control of land use, environmental impact studies, and regional planning. Federal regional planning done between states and over state lines, is the way this Marxist plank is being carried out today. 10. Free education of all children in public schools, abolition of children's factory labor in its present form. Combination of education with industrial production. When Karl Marx wrote free, he meant compulsory education of the children under the control of the state. Because of the contract with the state known as the marriage license, your children are legally wards of the state. They must have shots and a social security number required to protect the state's wards. State-run and tax-financed government schools began soon after the publishing of the Communist Manifesto, with the key leader at that time being Horace Mann. Next came socialized or often called progressive education under the guidance of John Dewey. How many of you remember having to read about the wonders of socialism in books by Lincoln Stevens in high school? The most socialist class in any high school is not history or social science but English, where the teacher can direct the children to read certain books and make reports on them. English is the only required class for all students, and it is there that the communists have directed their most attention. Under biblical law, early American instruction, where students were studying Greek and Latin by 9 years of age, has always been the responsibility of the parents and their church assembly. Children were taught the moral values of the parents and of their church. Today, it is the state that determines what the standards will be for the children's education. Federal aid to education determines how the states will set up the basic teachings and philosophy, and this is exactly what Marx had in mind. This form of education teaches the child to look to the state for help, and the state becomes the child's God. Christian instruction, in contrast, teaches the child to look to God, and that if he needs a hand he finds one at the end of his arm. As you look at our youth educated in government schools, observe their appearance and their attitudes, and remember that crime and drug use is increasing 7x as fast as the population, you will see the evil genius of Karl Marx in full bloom. As you reread this section, notice that I have drawn a clear distinction between instruction and education. It is humanistic, New Age, and Eastern philosophy that man is intrinsically good. Hence the use of the word education by the modern socialist, which means from the Latin, draw the good out. In contrast, the Bible teaches that all men are sinners, and that they are basically of a sinful, wicked nature. Thus, there is no way to draw good out of them. Christian philosophy, based upon the truth of the Bible, teaches that children are to be instructed, that is to have the good of God's laws put into them so that they can be pleasing in God's sight. Today, those church groups that teach that God's laws are still in full force and effect, always refer to their schools as Christian instruction. Those churches who have gone the way of humanism, teaching that God's laws, statutes, and judgments were abandoned at the cross, rightly call their schools Christian education. The term Christian education is an oxymoron, an absurd contradiction in meaning to those of us with even a smattering of classical study. As to the second part of Marx's 10th plank, children under 16 are not permitted to work for wages. All private apprenticeships have been abolished for children seeking to learn a trade before the age of 16. Roosevelt's socialist friends had the Fair Labor Standards Act passed in 1937, where apprenticeships are now under control of the state. I have taken 6 pages to teach you what communism really is from the works of their founders, Karl Marx. Now, fellow American, how many of the Marxist 10 planks have you accepted as normal, necessary, and indeed the American way? Hayton, please pay close attention to that which I will now quote from the same document but bearing more attention. After that I shall again ask Dharma to outline the executive orders which are now signed and in place in your government. J. Edgar Hoover, in his classic book on the Communist Threat to America, Masters of Deceit, wrote that his greatest fear was that Americans would become state-of-mind communists while adamantly denying any interest or adherence to communism. My friends, that is exactly what has happened. Most Americans go along with every single plank of the Communist Manifesto and even suppose that it is the American way. Now, my friends, the more powerful levers and more subtle webs have been set in place. Several months ago I wrote about the Marxist income tax and the reasons why I was opposed to it. I further stated in public print that I had not filed any returns for 20 years nor paid any tax in all that time. These on-target North Point team reports are widely photocopied and circulated with my permission and encouragement. However, they go from friend to friend and then to the Christian ignorant among the silent majority, and ultimately to the socialist enemy. You cannot believe the letters we get from professing Christians. I have read their letter admonishing me to read Romans 13, supposing that I had not managed to read that far into the New Testament. They call my attention to Christ's words to render unto Caesar, and think that whatever is demanded by government under a pretext of law must be dutifully turned over to socialist schemes, heathen peoples around the world and social dropouts around the country as part of our Christian witness, testimony, and responsibility. According to these Christians, educated into the communist thought theology psychopolitics of the government schools, apparently the American colonists should have paid the tax on tea demanded of King George instead of damaging their Christian testimony in an act of violence by dumping it all into Boston Harbor. The tax was, after all, the law and imposed lawfully by those in authority. Worse than that, when the king wanted to confiscate assault rifles being stored in Concord, Christian patriots should have turned them over to the Redcoats instead of killing people at Concord Bridge. Those early Americans are identified as patriots, but those of us who object to the very same things today are thought of as un-American at best and un-Christian at worst. Do you see the problem we have today? Christians are now state-of-mind communists as feared and predicted years and years ago. How do I reason with a state-of-mind communist, who supposes that his political, moral, and economic understanding comes right out of the Bible? The federal income tax statutes, and the Supreme Court decision supporting them, clearly state that wages and salaries are not income. Yet Christian communists in America, in what profess to be patriotic assemblies, have been conned into waiving that statutory provision and to voluntarily agreeing to pay the first part of their increase not to God's law but to Caesar, in direct violation of God's law set forth in Scripture. And they wonder why God stopped blessing America right after the Marxist income tax statutes went into effect. Looking deeper still, we find that even the Marxist income tax statutes made constitutional by the 16th Amendment, applies only to those non-white citizens by privilege of the 14th Amendment. It also includes corporate officers, folks who live in Washington, D.C. and other federal enclaves, military people, and those who work in government jobs. But, people who exchange their time for wages, salaries, commissions, etc., are not required to file returns or pay federal taxes. Oh, your minister never told you these things. And your dad never knew them. Why are you giving the first portion of the wonderful blessings God gives you through increase of your land and labor of your hands and mind, to promote communism, totalitarian socialism, and other wicked things at home and abroad? Shame on you. Repent of your ways. I will tell you why you pay without a whimper. It is because you are scared to death of the wicked agents of the Internal Revenue and their well-publicized cruel activities and brutal enforcement procedures. Most of you lack the guts for such basic Christian service to your country, if the truth was really known. Some of my best friends and most generous supporters have confessed this fear to me privately and I have wept for their souls. You must understand, Scripture teaches that the fearful, right along with the unbelievers, murderers, whoremongers, sorcerers, idolaters, and liars shall have their part in the lake which burns with fire and brimstone. Read Revelation 21:8 about those listed among the non-overcomers. Those who are afraid, are just as wicked in God's eyes, as some of the most terrible of Antichrist people. Take your Strong's Concordance and do a word study on all the variations of the word fear and it will open your eyes of understanding. Oh, how I pray that some of my wonderful team members and other financial supporters will turn from their fearful ways and not be included among that wretched lot at the end of time. Did you know that if you file income tax returns, you place your legal status under Admiralty law, and waive your common law rights under the first 10 amendments to the Constitution? The fearful, under an ironic twist to God's law, find themselves unprotected by the First Amendment and cannot lawfully claim the right to religious freedom or the right of free speech, etc. They cannot claim the right to keep and bear arms as set forth in the Second Amendment. Since so few Americans remain who have these rights, the laws on the gradual confiscation of any semi-automatic weapon are now being enacted, beginning with the so-called assault rifles, and handguns that have an ammunition magazine or clip. Are you surprised? These laws have been on the books for 20 years awaiting this day and hour. I know that some do not believe me on this, but see for yourself. Go to your local library and ask the librarian to show you where the United States Code books are shelved. There are 25 of these in the set, reddish-brown in color. They are printed by the United States government. Select Volume 9 and turn to page 554. Read Public Law 87-297 signed into law by John F. Kennedy in 1961. Every president since then has worked to gradually enact its provisions, knowing that most Americans would not approve. Read along through that public law to page 559, and you will see that it calls for our armed forces to be eliminated from national control, which in turn wipes out our sovereignty as a nation. In the third state we shall see a zero military and before stage 1 closes, all citizen-owned guns will be banned. This issue of national disarmament is now being discussed with world leaders, and the ban on certain defensive weapons here at home is not new at all, but part of a treasonous scheme to render America as a nation, and our citizens as individuals, helpless against the socialist communist conquest of the world. Here is another problem: are you sitting under a minister who is a state-of-mind communist, one of the fearful who still files income tax returns? Sure, he may be a nice guy. Sure, he may seem to be a kindly, loving man. But he is one of the fearful, classified by godly John and Jesus Christ as being among the whoremongers and liars. Are you sending God's tithe and your offerings to any religious group that is claiming tax exemption and thus under the jurisdiction of our communist democracy of the District of Columbia? If you read our materials long enough, you will see a thread of theme about the ministers and preaching in America that is causing most of our problems. I remember back in the Old Testament, God's nation of Israel had some major problems under King Jeroboam. You might need to see how God dealt with his people in those days, as sort of a forecast of what is soon to pass in America. I Kings 12, etc. The bottom line then was that Jeroboam made priests of the lowest of the people, v.31. Christ, through St. John in Revelation 21:8, says that the lowest of people are the fearful. You cannot be godly and fearful at the same time, and the Bible World Study suggested previously should have established that fact firmly in your mind. Therefore, all fearful are also ungodly, if you can follow that logic. The very first psalm, a fantastic collection of distilled wisdom, begins with this most important truth: blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly fearful. How many of my wonderful friends and readers are still taking counsel of the fearful, men whom the Bible calls priests of the lowest of people, who it so often also appears, are state-of-mind communists? End of quoting, and so be it. Now, Dharma, allow us to again present the executive orders which have now been brought into play, obviating even the need of congressional agreement in order to become law against you the people. Before we do so, however, I am going to ask you a few questions and let us see if you really see and understand that which I give you and that which I ask. 1. What is the name of the new Soviet foreign minister? 2. What is the first plank in the Communist Manifesto? 3. Whose picture is on the $20 federal banknote? 4. What is an SS-12? Who developed it? Where is it now? 5. What did you have for breakfast on Saturday last? 6. If you attend church, give me the doctrines according to denomination. Where did your minister get his education, and did he get a Christian education or Christian instructions? 7. What do you really know about this Christian community within your own town? Funny thing about the one in Tehachapi, California, they offer to drive these satanic speakers from out of the city or worse, death. What do you really know about anything? Tell me the top 10 stats from Sunday's Super Bowl. Welcome home, America. God have mercy on your children in the Middle East. U.S. executive orders now in effect, check them one by one against the Communist Manifesto. 1. Executive Order 10,995 takes over all communications media. 2. Executive Order 10,997 takes over all electric power, petroleum, gas, fuel, and minerals. 3. Executive Order 10,998 takes over all food resources and farms. 4. Executive Order 10,999 takes over all means of transportation, controls highways and seaports. 5. Executive Order 11,000 drafts all citizens into workforces under the governmental supervision. 6. Executive Order 11,001 takes over all health, welfare, and educational functions. 7. Executive Order 11,002 empowers the Postmaster General to register all citizens nationwide. 8. Executive Order 11,003 takes over all airports and aircraft. 9. Executive Order 11,004 takes over housing and finance authorities and housing designated as unsafe. Establishes new locations for populations, relocates communities, builds new housing with public funds. 10. Executive Order 11,005 takes over all railroads, inland waterways, and public storage facilities. 11. Executive Order 11,051 designates responsibilities of the Office of Emergency Planning, giving authorization to put the above orders into effect in times of increased international tension or economic or financial crisis. Then comes the big one. Under Executive Order 11,490 all of the above orders are immediately activated. John F. Kennedy, at Columbia University in 1963, said it perfectly: the high office of the president has been used to foment a plot to destroy America's freedom, and before I leave office, I must inform the citizens of their plight. 10 days later, John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Think about it, America. Let us leave this segment, please. It is beyond time that I and/or my brothers who come forth as hosts in preparation of the wondrous return of God, do any proving whatsoever. I do, however, suggest that you ones of earth start a little change and proof routine pretty quickly. You had best look at that which abounds about you, and perhaps your own perspective may not be so absolute against God's scribes. Salut. Jai Orgo Series Haton, Commander United Federation Fleet. Intergalactic Federation Command. Who might you be? Chapter 2. Rec number 1 Haton. Friday, January 4, 1991, 7:58 a.m. Year 4 Day 141 Today's Watch. Dharma, Haton present in the light of radiance. As we communed in the small hours of your morning, there was intent, and not simply to keep you awake from 4 a.m. As your nation moves ever closer to a conflict which can cause damage beyond your wildest imaginings, I must speak out again about that which is hidden and yet boils in final conclusion of an epic adventure. You who have already forgotten past journals might well go back and review them, especially those which regard Russia's intent. Russia now tosses the term peace about as if there was never a disagreement between you and them. Not so, precious world citizens, not so. In communistic language, peace means the absence of any resistance against communism. With the seemingly absence now, of the so-called Cold War, you are under the impression there is no war between you and Russia. Not so. They have you exactly where they want you, like dutiful lambs in the holding pen. Where is Russian argument these days while you dig in deeper and deeper in the Middle East? Do you actually believe that if Russia and you were still in that Cold War that you would be taking the same stance you blindly take this day? Would you not be facing the big guns of the Soviet Union in open nose-to-nose, weapon for weapon, to bring this conflict to an instant stop? No, they are silently supplying your enemy so that they don't have to finish the plan that they are working to perfection. How can you know that this is true? Because of the training foisted off on the communists and the plan to completely control the minds and actions without necessity of active involvement in actual war of the free world nations, most especially the Americans. By the way, Chelis, your government again lies to you this morning in counting of unemployed citizens. They tell you the unemployed picture is not as grim as expected and all will be well, but the 8,000 layoffs from Citicorp and 21,000 employees from Sears and goes into effect now. Do you realize that this is more people out of work in just these two instances, in the smaller towns across America? Worse, as the disasters come upon you one after another, there is no backup disaster funding remaining in the federal budget nor in the state budgets of most states. Insurance companies are in deep yogurt already and, listen to the non-news, are not paying off the waiting insured along your Ohio River, etc. These ones sit without jobs, destroyed homes, and no money. And still, the government continues the distraction of a war in the Middle East with no help available for you back home. The continued game of cock of the walk is totally obscene. Dharma, we shall simply have to begin writing on an additional journal and pick up volume 2 of Pleiades Connections as we can do so. Quirks and quarks will still be around long after humanity is gone, so we must take action where action is mandatory in priority. Why now? Because the Russians have gone quiet, and that is deadly. You ones do not understand the workings of the communistic direct path to world domination, and you must. Where in reference of other commentators on this subject have utilized the word Christianity, I shall instead use the term God or godly. This is because your nation was not founded on one nation under Christianity, it was founded on one nation under God. Of course I realize that you ones aloofly shout at me that the terms are synonymous, but they are not. The very superior tone of the statement detracts from the point in question. Russian textbook on mind control, Psychopolitics. There is a small booklet making its feeble way into the trash heaps and stolen by the communists to maintain secrecy. It is all but impossible to come upon the document, but, interestingly enough, Oberle and Dharma have had a copy of the document since 1985, having received it from Gilboyne, who also has a publishing company, which shall remain unnamed in this particular writing. There is another copy now on its way into the desktop entropy of my scribe from one of the most daring authors of your day, Lt. Colonel Gordon Jack Moore. I prefer to utilize the material immediately, for every day's delay is now costly indeed. If you cannot see the facts of your conflicts, then you have no notion as to where and how to rebut. I would hope that we now have enough readers to listen up. What you are about to read is simply an English language paraphrase of a red communist textbook used both in Russia and extensively in America to train communist agents in the art of deceiving non-communists with words and false precepts. I would say that it most certainly has worked very well indeed. This spells out methods which secret communists use to alter the loyalties of citizens and then use those citizens, especially those in government positions, to take control of the nation. It describes these ingenious and effective methods of mind control, called psychiatry and psychology, which are promoted as forms of mental healing. Needless to say, the Red Bears to the north do not want godly Americans to know these are false sciences by which they gain control of the minds of the people. You are going to find that it is even worse than presented unto you, for as we go along I shall be speaking of robotoids of DNA/RNA/genetic duplication. To shock you a bit, what I am about to present to you was first brought forth by a very disenchanted communist, and the man was taken out and the books taken up. This was in 1950 and the man was dead by the early 70s. Attempts have been made, since, to give warning to the American people, for the thrust is directed, firstly, at the Americans, but you have denied it and turned away from the truth as you would from any and all truth that would require appropriate actions. You have watched as your country has been consumed by the elite and your constitution granting freedom is totally rewritten and destroyed. You have heard of the art of mind control, I believe you call it mental adjustment or brainwashing, etc. You perceive it to only take place, however, with soldiers in the midst of war, and especially as they are imprisoned by their enemies. Not so, nothing can compare to the slow intentional usurpation of the minds of the citizenry of the world. Whole nations have been captured by these so-called communists who are not even truly communistic by definition. They care not what you call them, all the better if you do not call them communists. The point is that you can subvert the minds of entire masses of people and basically put them to sleep while programming the mind. The objective is to gain control of the media and thereby directly control the visions and thought patterns, desires, and morals of the entire populace. I would say that has occurred, and funny thing about that approach, it has been accomplished through the utilization of the Zionists. You see, it is all the better if you can cause your enemy to destroy himself while you take control. Well, America and world, you have not listened to the decades of warnings, and here you are today at Armageddon and denying that, also. The same method of mind control used on you, the Americans and Europeans, is the identical process used by those red Chinese to capture that nation of 400 million people. Just as with any other confrontation which must have confrontation, if it is to be reversed, the truth must be laid forth. You must come into truth of how it is done. If you understand the technique of brainwashing, you cannot be brainwashed unless changes by surgical or chemical means have altered the actual brain. Even in those cases, the truth can reverse the thought processes. Knowledge of brainwashing gives vaccination against it. The word of truth is your weapon and books are your tools, or any other way you can get the information into self. Psychiatry and psychology, in this instance of tampering with your minds, are the two weapons we will speak of herein. Basically, I do not wish to limit this concept to a communistic approach. It actually is simply the elite approach to world control and domination, but you will find in every instance it is what you label antichrist or atheistic maneuvers easily thrust upon allowing and forgiving indoctrinated Christians. Since, however, the document in point delineates communism, then I shall not make issue, for you must learn to recognize intent in generalization and not picket nits. It is your very survival at stake, and you must come to recognize your enemy, for they indeed camouflage themselves most effectively, usually behind the facade of being Christ-like, democratic and under God. The mark of the beast himself. I suggest you readers get this information spread about as rapidly as you can, because only truth shall give you freedom, and only that allowance will bring your beloved families and friends home. The master teacher told his followers, the servant is not greater than his Lord. If they have persecuted me, which they did, they will also persecute you, they have, and they are. He also said, in the world ye believers in God shall have tribulation, but be of good cheer, I have overcome the world. By truth and knowledge of immortality, and by recognition of mine enemies. Important, so listen up, beloved lambs. The age is drawing to a close. The red bear to the north Gog and Magog, is spewing forth its last desperate attempt to destroy the concept of godliness through pronouncing themselves Christian, changed, etc., etc. And they work hand in hand with the leaders of the nations in turmoil and take over just as in America. The smiles, dear ones, are not of friendship, they are the smiles of completion and victory. I can only ask that as you read along you look around you at America today and at the world today and see what is before you. First I will print a speech made by one, Lavrentiy Beria, the Jewish head of the Soviet secret police, as he confidently predicted the communists would eventually have dominion over the minds and bodies of every important person in America and then would bring about the quiet conquest. This speech was made in 1936. May God have mercy upon you and your lands. You who project your Bible in effort to thwart this truth and discount and destroy these writers of truth, pay close attention to this. The wicked plotteth against the just and gnasheth upon him with his words through his teeth. Yea, and all that will live godly in Christ shall suffer persecution from the wicked. Through covetousness, desire for gain, shall they, the wicked, with feigned and deceitful words make merchandise of you and sell or betray you of God for money. For man deceivers, non-godly, are entered into the world, who confess not that Christ is come in the flesh. This is a deceiver of believers and an antichrist. So be it, you who continue to deny and cast stones upon our people, for we are come as the hosts with God to be in the reclaiming of his kingdom and bear witness of truth. I suggest that you pay close attention to this material as it is outlaid. Keep in mind that it was presented well over half a century ago, and I believe my point will be made. Address by Lavrentiy Beria. This was presented in lecture to hand-picked American students who were sent to Moscow for indoctrination. Quote, Dharma, to conserve space, do not indent quotes. American students at the Lenin University, I welcome your attendance at these classes on psychopolitics. Psychopolitics is an important if less known division of geopolitics. It is less known because it must necessarily deal with highly educated personnel, the very top strata of mental healing. By psychopolitics our chief goals are effectively carried forward. To produce a maximum of chaos in the culture of the enemy is our first most important step. Our fruits are grown in chaos, distrust, economic depression, and scientific turmoil. At last a weary populace can seek peace only in our offered communist state, at last only communism can resolve the problems of the masses. A psychopolitician must work hard to produce the maximum chaos in the fields of mental healing. He must recruit and use all the agencies and facilities of mental healing. He must labor to increase the personnel and facilities of mental healing until at last the entire field of mental science is entirely dominated by communist principles and desires. To achieve these goals, the psychopolitician must crush every homegrown variety of mental healing in America. Actual teachings of James, Eddie, and Pentecostal Bible faith healers amongst your misguided people must be swept aside. They must be discredited, defamed, arrested, stamped upon even by their own government until there is no credit in them and only communist-oriented healing remains. You must work until every teacher of psychology unknowingly or knowingly teaches only communist doctrine under the guise of psychology. You must labor until every doctor and psychiatrist is either a psychopolitician or an unwitting assistant to our aims. You must labor until we have dominion over the minds and bodies of every important person in your nation. You must achieve such disrepute for the state of insanity and such authority over its pronouncement that not one statesman so labeled could again be given credence by his people. You must work until suicide arising from mental imbalance is common and calls forth no general investigation or remark. With the institutions for the insane you have in your country prisons which can hold 1 million persons and can hold them without civil rights or any hope of freedom. And upon these people can be practiced shock and surgery so that never again will they draw a sane breath. You must make these treatments common and accepted. And you must sweep aside any treatment or any group of persons seeking to treat by effective means. You must dominate as respected men the fields of psychiatry and psychology. You must dominate the hospitals and universities. You must carry forward the myth that only a European doctor is competent in the field of insanity and thus excuse amongst you the high incidence of foreign birth and training. If and when we seize Vienna you shall have then a common ground of meeting and can come and take your instructions as worshippers of Freud along with other psychiatrists. Psychopolitics is a solemn charge. With it you can erase our enemies as insects. You can cripple the efficiency of leaders by striking insanity into their families through the use of drugs. You can wipe them away with testimony as to their insanity. By our technologies you can even bring about insanity itself when they seem too resistive. You can change their loyalties by psychopolitics. Given a short time with a psychopolitician you can alter forever the loyalty of a soldier in our hands or a statesman or a leader in his own country, or you can destroy his mind. However, you labor under certain dangers. It may happen that remedies for our treatments may be discovered. It may occur that public hue and cry may arise against mental healing. It may thus occur that all mental healing might be placed in the hands of ministers and be taken out of the hands of our psychologists and psychiatrists. But the capitalistic thirst for control, capitalistic inhumanity, and a general public terror of insanity can be brought to guard against these things. But should they occur, should independent researchers actually discover means to undo psychopolitical procedures, you must not rest, you must not eat or sleep, you must not stint one tiniest bit of available money to campaign against it, discredit it, strike it down and render it void. For by an effective means all our actions and researches could be undone. Our thrust must be utilized in conjunction with those of the mandates put forth by the Zionist men of wisdom. In a capitalistic state you are aided on all sides by the corruption of the philosophy of man and the times. You will discover that everything will aid you in your campaign to seize, Control and use all mental healing to spread our doctrine and rid us of our enemies within their own borders. Send out your sons and daughters to fill the roles of physicians and lawyers, business leaders, and put them into the top positions of the government so that control will be total but without early recognition by the citizens. Use the courts, use the judges, use the constitution of the country, use its medical societies and its laws to further our ends. Do not stint in your labor in this direction. And when you have succeeded you will discover that you can now effect your own legislation at will, and you can, by careful organization of healing societies, by constant campaign about the terrors of society, by pretense as to your effectiveness, make your capitalist himself, by his own appropriations, finance a large portion of the quiet communist conquest of the nation. By psychopolitics create chaos. Leave a nation virtually leaderless or mentally impaired. Kill our enemies, replace them with our programmed stand-ins and bring to earth, through this method, through communism, the greatest peace man has ever known. Thank you. End quote. Note, again I remind you that, in the Aesopian language of communism, peace means all cessation of hostility against communism. Dharma, allow us a break now, but I ask that you only take a very short respite, for I want this out last week unto our beloved awakening brothers. Chapter 3. Rec number 2 Haton. Friday, January 4, 1991, 10:45 a.m. Year 4 Day 140 Psychopolitics, History and Definition. General 2:7 The Lord God formed man of the dust, elements, of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Keep this in mind as we move along here, for one of the major thrusts of psychopolitics is to cause you to believe you are but animals and cause you to act as same. Quote. Although punishment for its own sake may not be entirely without recompense, it is, nevertheless, true that the end and goal of all punishment is the indoctrination of the person being punished with an idea, whether that idea be one of restraint or obedience. In that any ruler has, from time beyond memory, needed the obedience of his subjects in order to accomplish his ends, he has thus resorted to punishment. This is true of every tribe and state in the history of man. Today, Russian culture has evolved more certain and definite methods of aligning and securing the loyalties of persons and populaces, and of enforcing obedience upon them. This modern outgrowth of old practice is called psychopolitics. The stupidity and narrowness of nations not blessed with Russian reasoning has caused them to rely upon practices which are, today, too ancient and outmoded for the rapid and heroic pace of our time. And in view of the tremendous advance of Russian culture in the field of mental technologies, begun with the glorious work of Pavlov and carried forward so ably by later Russians, it would be strange that an art and science would not evolve totally devoted to the aligning of loyalties and extracting the obedience of individuals and multitudes. Thus we see that the psychopolitical procedures are a natural outgrowth of practices as old as man, practices which are current in every group of men throughout the world. Thus, in psychopolitical procedures there is no ethical problem, since it is obvious and evident that man is always coerced against his will to the greater good of the state, whether by economic gains or indoctrination into the wishes and desires of the state. Haton, and here it comes. Basically, man is an animal. He is an animal which has been given a civilized veneer. Man is a collective animal, grouped together for his own protection before the threat of the environment. Those who so group and control him must then have in their possession specialized techniques to direct the vagaries and energies of the animal man toward greater efficiency in the accomplishment of the goals of the state. Psychopolitics, in one form or another, have long been used in Russia, but the subject is all but unknown outside the borders of our nation, save only where we have carefully transplanted our information and where it is used for the greater good of the nation. The definition of psychopolitics follows. Psychopolitics is the art and science of asserting and maintaining dominion over the thoughts and loyalties of individuals, officers, bureaus, and masses, and the effecting of the conquest of enemy nations through mental healing. The subject of psychopolitics breaks down into several categories, each a natural and logical proceeding from the last. Its first subject is the constitution and anatomy of man, himself, as a political organism. The next is an examination of man as an economic organism, as this might be controlled by his desires. The next is classification of state goals for the individual and masses. The next is an examination of loyalties. The next is the general subject of obedience. The next is the anatomy of the stimulus response mechanisms of man. The next is the subjects of shock and endurance. The next is categories of experience. The next is the catalyzing and aligning of experience. The next is the use of drugs. The next is the use of implantation. The next is the general application of psychopolitics within Russia. The next is the organization and use of counter-psychopolitics. The next is the use of psychopolitics in the conquest of foreign nations. The next is psychopolitical organizations outside Russia, their composition and activity. The next is the creation of slave philosophy in an hostile nation. The next is countering anti-psychopolitical activities abroad, and the final one, the destiny of psychopolitical rule in a scientific age. To this might be added many subcategories, such as the nullification of modern weapons by psychopolitical activity. The strength and power of psychopolitics cannot be overestimated, particularly when used in a nation decayed by pseudo-intellectualism, where exploitation of the masses combines readily with psychopolitical actions, and particularly where the greed of capitalistic or monarchical regimes has already brought about an overwhelming incidence of neurosis which can be employed as the groundwork for psychopolitical action and a psychopolitical core. It is part of your mission, student, to prevent psychopolitical activity to the detriment of the Russian state, just as it is your mission to carry forward in our nation and outside it, if you are so assigned, the missions and goals of psychopolitics. No agent of Russia could be even remotely effective without a thorough grounding in psychopolitics, and so you carry forward with your Russian trust to use well what you are learning here. Hayton, one of the most astute students of this method of world control, migrated to your country right out of the KGB. Henry Kissinger. This same man is responsible for the base foundation planning for all of your foreign involvements throughout the globe. The constitution of man as a political organism. Man is already a colonial aggregation of cells, and to consider him an individual would be an error. Colonies of cells have gathered together as one organ or another of the body, and then these organs have, themselves, gathered together to form the whole. Thus we see that man, himself, is already a political organism, even if we do not consider a mass of men. Like the individual man, the state is a collection of aggregations. The political entities within the state must, all of them, cooperate for the greater good of the state, lest the state itself fall asunder and die, for with the disaffection of any single distrust we discover an example set for other districts, and we discover, at length, the entire state falling. This is the danger of revolution. Look at Earth. We see here one entire organism. The organism of Earth is an individual organism. Earth has as its organs the various races and nations of men. Where one of these is permitted to remain disaffected, Earth itself is threatened with death. The threatened rebellion of one country, no matter how small, against the total organism of Earth, would find Earth sick, and the cultural state of men to suffer in consequence. Thus, the putrescent illness of capitalist states, spreading their pus and bacteria into the healthy countries of the world, would not do otherwise than bring about the death of Earth, unless these ill organisms are brought into loyalty and obedience and made to function for the greater good of the worldwide state. As the average individual is incapable, in an unformed and uncultured state, as witness the barbarians of the jungle, so must he be trained into a coordination of his organic functions by exercise, education, and work toward specific goals. We particularly and specifically note that the individual must be directed from without to accomplish his exercise, education, and work. He must be made to realize this, for only then can he be made to function efficiently in the role assigned to him. The tenets of rugged individualism, personal determinism, self-will, imagination, and personal creativeness are alike in the masses antipathetic to the good of the greater state. These willful and unaligned forces are no more than illnesses which will bring about disaffection, disunity, and at length the collapse of the group to which the individual is attached. The constitution of man lends itself easily and thoroughly to certain and positive regulation from without of all of its function, including those of thinkingness, obedience, and loyalty, and these things must be controlled if a greater state is to ensue. While it may seem desirable to the surgeon to amputate one or another limb or organ in order to save the remainder, it must be pointed out that this expediency is not entirely possible of accomplishment where one considers entire nations. A body deprived of organs can be observed to be lessened in its effectiveness. The world deprived of the workers now enslaved by the insane and nonsensical idiocies of the capitalists and monarchs of Earth, would, if removed, create a certain disability in the worldwide state. Just as we see the victor forced to rehabilitate the population of a conquered country at the end of war, thus any effort to depopulate a disaffected portion of the world might have some consequence. However, let us consider the inroad of virus and bacteria hostile to the organism, and we see that unless we can conquer the germ, the organ, or organism which it is attacking will, itself, suffer. In any state we have certain individuals who operate in the role of the virus and germ, and these, attacking the population or any group within the population, produce, by their self-willed greed, a sickness in the organ, which then generally spreads to the whole. The constitution of man as an individual body, or the constitution of a state or a portion of the state as a political organism are analogous. It is the mission of psychopolitics first to align the obedience and goals of the group, and then maintain their alignment by the eradication of the effectiveness of the persons and personalities which might swerve the group toward disaffection. In our own nation, where things are better managed and where reason reigns above all else, it is not difficult to eradicate the self-willed bacteria which might attack one of our political entities. But in the field of conquest, in nations less enlightened, where the Russian state does not yet have power, it is not as feasible to remove the entire self-willed individual. Psychopolitics makes it possible to remove that part of his personality which, in itself, is making havoc with the person's own constitution as well as the group with which the person is connected. If the animal man were permitted to continue undisturbed by counter-revolutionary propaganda, if he were left to work under the well-planned management of the state, we would discover little sickness amongst man, and we would discover no sickness in the state. But where the individual is troubled by conflicting propaganda, where he is made the effect of revolutionary activities, where he is permitted to think thoughts critical of the state itself, where he is permitted to question of those in whose natural charge he falls, we would discover his constitution to suffer. So certain is this principle that when one finds a sick individual, could one search deeply enough, he would discover a misaligned loyalty and an interrupted obedience to the person's group unit. Hayton, if you readers aren't yet in a state of shock, I am grossly disappointed. And remember, this has been taught, retaught and practiced in your country as well as in Russia for well over a century when the protocols of the Zionist men of wisdom was set as guidelines, and that, brothers, is almost from the beginning of your civilization. If you can't see that in every category, the enemy has been totally successful thus far. There are those who foolishly have embarked upon some spiritual Alice in Wonderland voyage into what they call the subconscious or the unconscious mind, and who, under the guise of psychotherapy, would seek to make well the disaffection of body organs, but it is to be noted that their results are singularly lacking in success. There is no strength in such an approach. When hypnotism was first invented in Russia, it was observed that all that was necessary was to command the unresisting individual to be well in order, many times, to accomplish that fact. The limitation of hypnotism was that many subjects were not susceptible to its uses, and thus hypnotism has had to be improved upon in order to increase the suggestibility of individuals who would not otherwise be reached. Thus, any nation has had the experience of growing well again, as a whole organism, when placing sufficient force in play against a disaffected group. Just as in hypnotism any organ can be commanded into greater loyalty and obedience, so can any political group be commanded in loyalty and obedience should sufficient force be employed. However, force often brings about destruction, and it is occasionally not feasible to use broad mass force to accomplish the ends in view. Thus, it is necessary to align the individual against his desire not to conform. Just as it is a recognized truth that man must conform to his environment, so it is a recognized truth, and will become more so as the years proceed, that even the body of man can be commanded into health. The constitution of man renders itself peculiarly adapted to realignment of loyalties. Where these loyalties are indigestible to the constitution of the individual itself, such as loyalties to the petty bourgeoisie, the capitalist, to anti-Russian ideas, we find the individual body peculiarly susceptible to sickness, and thus we can clearly understand the epidemics, illnesses, mass neuroses, tumults, and confusions of the United States and other capitalist countries. Here we find the worker improperly and incorrectly loyal, and thus we find the worker ill. To save him and establish him correctly and properly upon his goal toward a greater state, it is an overpowering necessity to make it possible for him to grant his loyalties in a correct direction. In that his loyalties are served and his obedience cravenly demanded by persons antipathetic to his general good, and in that these persons are few, even in a capitalist nation, the goal and direction of psychopolitics is clearly understood. To benefit the worker in such a plight, it is necessary to eradicate, by general propaganda, by other means, and by his own cooperation, and self-willedness of perverted leaders. It is necessary, as well, to indoctrinate the educated strata into the tenets and principles of cooperation with the environment, and thus to ensure to the worker less warped leadership, less craven doctrine, and more cooperation with the ideas and ideals of the communist state. The technologies of psychopolitics are directed to this end. I'll might have to break it here, take the last para from Hayton and change it what follows to fit what will follow, i.e., economic organism rather than state goals. Man as an economic organism. Hayton, please note that it is and has always been perfectly all right for the communist leaders to live in luxurious villas, with hordes of servants and the most sumptuous food. It is only bad for the proletariat. This has become a matter of fact existence in your free country also. You set up your rulers in the finest limousines and homes and choose them from the already wealthy elite. Please note that only ones from the trilateralists ever get peace prizes, etc. Funny thing, M.R. Gorbachev was best dressed man of the year, in addition. Does this strike any of you as possibly strange in a time of total economic chaos in Russia? Do you have even the slightest idea how and where this man lives? I thought not. Man is subject to certain desires and needs which are as natural to his beingness as they are to that of any other animal. Man, however, has the peculiarity of exaggerating some of these beyond the bounds of reason. This is obvious through the growth of leisure classes, pseudo-intellectual groups, the petty bourgeoisie, capitalism, and other ills. It has been said, with truth, that 1/10 of a man's life is concerned with politics and 9/10 with economics. Without food, the individual dies. Without clothing, he freezes. Without houses and weapons, he is prey to the starving wolves. The acquisition of sufficient items to answer these necessities of food, clothing, and shelter, in reason, is the natural right of a member of an enlightened state. An excess of such items brings about unrest and disquiet. The presence of luxury items and materials, and the artificial creation and whetting of appetites, as in capitalist advertising, are certain to accentuate the less desirable characteristics of man. The individual is an economic organism, in that he requires a certain amount of food, a certain amount of water, and must hold within himself a certain amount of heat in order to live. When he has more food than he can eat, more clothing than he needs to protect him, he then enters upon a certain idleness which dulls his wits and awareness, and makes him prey to difficulties which, in a less toxic state, he would have foreseen and avoided. Thus, we have a glut being a menace to the individual. It is no less different in a group. Where the group acquires too much, its awareness of its own fellows and of the environment is accordingly reduced, and the effectiveness of the group in general is lost. The maintaining of balance between gluttony and need is the province of economics proper, and is the fit subject and concern of the communist state. Desire and want are a state of mind. Individuals can be educated into desiring and wanting more than they can ever possibly obtain, and such individuals are unhappy. Most of the self-willed characteristics of the capitalists come entirely from greed. He exploits the worker far beyond any necessity on his own part, as a capitalist, to need. In a nation where economic balances are not controlled, the appetite of the individual is unduly whetted by enchanting and fanciful persuasions to desire, and a type of insanity ensues, where each individual is persuaded to possess more than he can use, and to possess it even at the expense of his fellows. There is, in economic balances, the other side. Too great and too long privation can bring about unhealthy desires, which, in themselves, accumulate if left action, more than the individual can use. Poverty, itself, as carefully cultivated in capitalist states, can bring about an imbalance of acquisition. Just as a vacuum will pull into it masses, in a country where enforced privation upon the masses is permitted, and where desire is artificially wedded, need turns to greed, and one easily discovers in such states exploitation of the many for the benefit of the few. If one, by the technologies of psychopolitics, were to dull this excessive greed in the few who possess it, the worker would be free to seek a more natural balance. Here we have two extremes. Either one of them are an insanity. If we wish to create an insanity, we need only glut or deprive an individual at long length beyond the ability to withstand, and we have a mental imbalance. A simple example of this is the alternation of too low with too high pressures in a chamber, an excellent psychopolitical procedure. The rapidly varied pressure brings about a chaos wherein the individual will cannot act and where other wills then, perforce, assume control. Essentially, in an entire country, one must remove the greedy by whatever means and must then create and continue a semi-privation in the masses in order to command and utterly control the nation. A continuous hope for prosperity must be indoctrinated into the masses with many dreams and visions of glut of commodity, and this hope must be counterplayed against the actuality of privation and the continuous threat of loss of all economic factors in case of disloyalty to the state in order to suppress the individual wills of the masses. Hayton, go back and read that please and see if it doesn't fit with today's terror tactics and factual fall of the economy, job losses, property losses, etc. In a nation under conquest such as America, our slow and stealthy approach need take advantage only of the cycles of booms and depressions inherent in capitalistic nations in order to assert of more and more strong control over individual wills. A boom is as advantageous as a depression for our ends, for during prosperity our propaganda lines must only continue to point up the wealth the period is delivering to the selected few to divorce their control of the state. During a depression one must only point out that it ensued as a result of the avarice of a few and the general political incompetence of the national leaders. The handling of economic propaganda is not properly the sphere of psychopolitics, but the psychopolitician must understand economic measures and communist goals connected with them. The masses must at last come to believe that only excessive taxation of the rich can relieve them of the burdensome leisure class, and can thus be brought to accept such a thing as income tax, a Marxist principle smoothly slid into capitalistic framework in 1909 in the United States. This even though the basic law of the United States forbade it, and even though communism at that time had been active only a few years in America. Such success as the income tax law, had it been followed thoroughly, could have brought the United States and not Russia into the world scene as the first communist nation. But the virility and good sense of the Russian peoples won. It may not be that the United States will become entirely communist until past the middle of the century, but when it does it will be because of our superior understanding of economics and of psychopolitics. The communist agent skilled in economics has as his task the subverting of tax agencies and their personnel to create the maximum disturbance and chaos and the passing of laws adapted to our purposes, and to him we must leave this task. Hayton, I believe I need make no further comment regarding this. Even the Russians knew your income tax law was illegal and constitutionally unlawful. They further knew that you would pull your own noose upon you with a welfare state which would run out of both tax money and welfare funds, and collapse is all that remains to occur. The psychopolitical operator plays a distinctly different role in this drama. The rich, the skilled in finance, the well-informed in government are particular and individual targets for the psychopolitician. His is the role of taking off the board those individuals who would halt or corrupt communist economic programs. Thus every rich man, every statesman, every person well informed and capable in government must have brought to his side as a trusted confidant a psychopolitical operator. The families of these persons are often deranged from idleness and glut, and this fact must be played upon, even created. The normal health and wildness of a rich man's son must be twisted and perverted and explained into neurosis, and then, assisted by a timely administration of drugs or violence, turned into criminality or insanity. This brings at once someone in mental healing into confidential contact with the family, and from this point on the very most must then be made of that contact. Communism could best succeed if at the side of every rich or influential man there could be placed a psychopolitical operator, an undoubted authority in the field of mental healing, who could then by his advice or through the medium of a wife or daughter by his guided opinions direct the optimum policy to embroil or upset the economic policies of the country, and when the time comes to do away forever with the rich or influential man, to administer the proper drug or treatment to bring about his complete demise in an institution as a patient or dead as a suicide. Planted beside a country's powerful persons, the psychopolitical operator can also guide other policies to the betterment of our battle. The capitalist does not know the definition of war. He thinks of war as attack with force performed by soldiers and machines. He does not know that a more effective if somewhat longer war can be fought with bread or, in our case, with drugs and the wisdom of our art. The capitalist has never won a war in truth. The psychopolitician is having little trouble winning this one. Dharma, close here, Keela. I ask that this segment go forth in conjunction with number 1 writing of this morning. I do not want more than the equivalent of 1 express shipped at a given time, for I ask that each portion be studied prior to moving on to the next segment. We will next take up the subject of goals, state goals for the individual and masses. I move to stand by. Hayton to clear, please. Jai Orgo C. Hayton, Commander of IGFC. Chapter 4. Rec number 3 Hayton. Friday, January 4, 1991, 3:02 p.m. Year 4 Day 141. This document is a continuation of the transcription of a document, textbook, utilized in Russia for mind control, specifically directed at the United States of America. This is done through a scientific method of brainwashing called psychopolitics. If you believe the entire world has gone mad, you are very close to correct, for that, indeed, is the goal of communism. The methods have been incredibly effective, and you stand at the brink of annihilation as a free people, under Antichrist, with liberty and justice for none. The plan is synchronous with the Global Plan 2000 for total takeover of the planet. Quote. State goals for the individual and masses. Just as we would discover an individual to be ill, whose organs, each one, had a different goal from the rest, so we discover the individuals and the state to be ill where goals are not rigorously codified and enforced. There are those who, in less enlightened times, gave men to believe that goals should be personally sought and held, and that, indeed, man's entire impulse toward higher things stemmed from freedom. We must remember that the same peoples who embraced this philosophy also continued in man the myth of spiritual existence. Haton, this was their first attack against immortality and God/Christ teachings. All goals proceed from duress. Life is a continuous escape. Without force and threat there can be no striving. Without pain there can be no desire to escape from pain. Without the threat of punishment there can be no gain. Without duress and command there can be no alignment of bodily functions. Without rigorous and forthright control, there can be no accomplished goals for the state. Goals of the state should be formulated by the state for the obedience and concurrence of the individuals within that state. A state without goals so formulated is a sick state. A state without the power and forthright wish to enforce its goals is a sick state. When an order is issued by the communist state, and is not obeyed, a sickness will be discovered to ensue. Where obedience fails, the masses suffer. State goals depend upon loyalty and obedience for their accomplishment. When one discovers a state goal to be interpreted, one discovers inevitably that there has been an interposition of self-willedness, of greed, of idleness, or of rugged individualism and self-centered initiative. The interruption of a state goal will be discovered as having been interrupted by a person whose disloyalty and disobedience is the direct result of his own misalignment with life. It is not always necessary to remove the individual. It is possible to remove his self-willed tendencies to the improvement of the goals and gains of the whole. The technologies of psychopolitics are graduated upon the scale which starts somewhat above the removal of the individual himself, upward toward the removal only of those tendencies which bring about his lack of cooperation. It is not enough for the state to have goals. These goals, once put forward, depend for their completion upon the loyalty and obedience of the workers. These, engaged for the most part, in hard labors, have little time for idle speculation, which is good. But, above them, unfortunately, there must be foremen of one or another position, any one of whom might have sufficient idleness and lack of physical occupation to cause some disaffecting independency in his conduct and behavior. Psychopolitics remedies this tendency toward disaffection when it exceeds the common persuasions of the immediate superiors of the person in question. Examination of loyalties. If loyalty is so important in the economic and social structure, it is necessary to examine it further as itself. In the field of psychopolitics, loyalty means simply alignment. It means, more fully, alignment with the goals of the communist state. Disloyalty means entirely misalignment, and more broadly, misalignment with the goals of the communist state. When we consider that goals of the communist state are to the best possible benefit of the masses, we can see that disloyalty, as a term, can embrace democratic alignment. Loyalty to persons not communistically indoctrinated would be quite plainly a misalignment. The cure of disloyalty is entirely contained in the principles of alignment. All that it is necessary to do, where disloyalty is encountered, is to align the purposes of the individual toward the goals of communism, and it will be discovered that a great many circumstances hitherto distasteful in his existence will cease to exist. The technologies of psychopolitics adequately demonstrate the workability of this. While it is not borne out that electric shock has any therapeutic value, so far as making the individual more sane, it is adequately brought out that its punishment value will create in the patient a greater cooperative attitude. Brain surgery has no statistical data to recommend it beyond its removal of the individual personality from amongst the paths of organs which were not permitted to cooperate. These two Russian developments have never pretended to alter the state of sanity. They are only effective and workable in introducing an adequate punishment mechanism to the personality to make it cease and desist from its courses and egotistical direction of the anatomy itself. It is the violence of the electric shock and the surgery which is useful in subduing the recalcitrant personality, which is all that stands in the road of the masses or the state. It is occasionally to be discovered that the removal of the preventing personality by shock and surgery then permits the regrowth and re-establishment of organs which have been rebelled against by that personality. In that a well-regulated state is composed of organisms, not personalities, the use of electric shock and brain surgery in psychopolitics is clearly demonstrated. The changing of loyalty consists, in its primary step, of the eradication of existing loyalties. This can be done in one of two ways. First, by demonstrating that previously existing loyalties have brought about perilous physical circumstances, such as imprisonment, lack of recognition, duress, or privation, and second, by eradicating the personality itself. The first is accomplished by a steady and continuous indoctrination of the individual in the belief that his previous loyalties have been granted to an unworthy source. One of the primary instances in this is creating circumstances which apparently derive from the target of his loyalties, so as to rebuff the individual. As part of this there is the creation of a state of mind in the individual, by actually placing him under duress, and then furnishing him with false evidence to demonstrate that the target of his previous loyalties is, itself, the cause of his duress. Another portion of this same method consists of defaming or degrading the individual whose loyalties or government, to such a degree that this target, at length, actually does hold the individual in disrepute, and so does rebuff him and serve to convince him that his loyalties have been misplaced. These are the milder methods, but have proven extremely effective. The greatest drawback in their practice is that they require time and concentration, the manufacture of false evidence, and a psychopolitical operator's time. In moments of expediency, of which there are many, the personality itself can be rearranged by shock, surgery, duress, privation, and in particular, that best of psychopolitical techniques, implantation, with the technologies of neo-hypnotism. Such duress must have in its first part a defamation of the loyalties, and in its second, the implantation of new loyalties. A good and experienced psychopolitical operator, working under the most favorable circumstances, can, by the use of psychopolitical technologies, alter the loyalties of an individual so deftly that his own companions will not suspect that they have changed. This, however, requires considerably more finesse than is usually necessary to the situation. Mass neo-hypnotism can accomplish more or less the same results when guided by an experienced psychopolitical operator. An end goal in such a procedure would be the alteration of the loyalties of an entire nation in a short period of time by mass neo-hypnotism, a thing which has been effectively accomplished among the less usable states of Russia. It is adequately demonstrated that loyalty is entirely lacking in that mythical commodity known as spiritual quality. Haton, many would like to take exception to this statement in believing it to be a demonstrable lie. Fundamental Christians have always been known for their loyalty and patriotism, not so as can be seen in the total lack of truly godly behavior and or state Christian doctrines according to the laws, commandments, of God. Further, in this very day you act in America as non-patriots in your efforts to be patriotic. You have massive military invasion of a land across the world from your country and citizenry, to gain back land and property for a royal monarch who, in fact, holds black slaves totally against the very fiber of your constitution and projections of freedom and liberty for all. Loyalty is entirely a thing of dependence, economic or mental, and can be changed by the crudest implementations. Observation of workers in their factories or fields demonstrates that they easily grant loyalty to a foreman or a woman, and then as easily abandon it and substitute another individual, revulsing, at the same time, toward the person to whom loyalty was primarily granted. The quasi-insecurity of the masses in capitalistic nations finds this more common than in an enlightened state such as Russia. In capitalistic states, dependencies are so craven, wants and privations are so exaggerated, that loyalty is entirely without ethical foundation and exists only in the realm of dependency, duress, or demand. It is fortunate that communism so truly approaches an ideal state of mind, for this brings a certain easiness into any changing of loyalties, since all other philosophies extant and practiced on earth today are degraded and debased, compared to communism. It is then with a certain security that a psychopolitical operator functions, for he knows that he can change the loyalty of an individual to a more ideal level by reason alone, and only expediency makes it necessary to employ the various shifts of psychopolitical technology. Any man who cannot be persuaded into communist rationale is, of course, to be regarded as somewhat less than sane, and it is, therefore, completely justified to use the techniques of insanity upon the non-communist. In order to change loyalty, it is necessary to establish first the existing loyalties of the individual. The task is made very simple in view of the fact that capitalistic and fascistic nations have no great security in the loyalty of their subjects. And it may be found that the loyalties of the subjects, as we call any person against whom psychopolitical technology is to be exerted, are already too faint to require eradication. It is generally only necessary to persuade with the rationale and overwhelming reasonability of communism to have the person grant his loyalty to the Russian state. However, regulated only by the importance of the subject, no great amount of time should be expended upon the individual, but emotional duress, or electric shock, or brain surgery should be resorted to, should communist propaganda persuasion fail. In a case of a very important person, it may be necessary to utilize the more delicate technologies of psychopolitics so as to place the person himself, and his associates, in ignorance of the operation. In this case a simple implantation is used, with a maximum duress and command value. Only the most skilled psychopolitical operator should be employed on such a project, as in this case of a very important person, for a bungling might disclose the tampering with his mental processes. It is much more highly recommended, if there is any doubt whatever about the success of an operation against an important person, to select out as a psychopolitical target persons in his vicinity in whom he is emotionally involved. His wife or children normally furnish the best targets, and these can be operated against without restraint. In securing the loyalty of a very important person, one must place at his side a constant pleader who enters a sexual or familial cord into the situation on the side of communism. It may not be necessary to make a communist out of the wife, or the children, or one of the children, but it might prove efficacious to do so. In most instances, however, this is not possible. By the use of various drugs, it is, in this modern age, and well within the realm of psychopolitical reality, entirely too easy to bring about a state of severe neurosis or insanity in the wife or children, and thus pass them, with full consent of the important person, and the government in which he exists, or the bureau in which he is operating, into the hands of a psychopolitical operator, who then in his own laboratory, without restraint or fear of investigation or censor, can, with electric shock, surgery, sexual attack, drugs, or other useful means, degrade or entirely alter the personality of a family member, and create in that person a psychopolitical slave subject who, when, on command or signal, will perform outrageous actions, thus discrediting the important person, or will demand, on a more delicate level, that certain measures be taken by the important person, which measures are, of course, dictated by the psychopolitical operator. Hayton, have you not constantly wondered how it is that often children of important people are totally discrediting to their parents? It is one way that Bush is kept in total control. It is a very common occurrence. Usually when the party has no real interest in the activities or decisions of the important person, but merely wishes to remove him from effective action, the attention of the psychopolitical operator need not be so intense, and the person need only be passed into the hands of some unwitting mental practitioner, who taught as he is by psychopolitical operators, will bring about sufficient embarrassment. When the loyalty of an individual cannot be swerved, and where the opinion, weight, or effectiveness of the individual stands firmly in the road of communist goals, it is usually best to occasion a mild neurosis in the person by any available means, and then, having carefully given him a history of mental imbalance, to see to it that he disposes of himself by suicide, or by bringing about his demise in such a way as to resemble suicide. Psychopolitical operators have handled such situations skillfully tens of thousands of times within and without Russia. Hayton, I am sure that any astute reader can name a dozen right off without hardly thinking about it. Please take a short break, Dharma. Hayton to stand by. Chapter 5. Rec number 4 Hayton. Friday, January 4, 1991, 4:25 p.m. Year 4 Day 141 Continuation of Russian textbook on psychopolitics. It is a firm principle of psychopolitics that the person to be destroyed must be involved at first or second hand in the stigma of insanity, Hayton, i.e. BG proclaiming that these journals, etc., come from the mad ravings of an insane mind, and must have been placed in contact with psychopolitical operators or persons trained by them, with a maximum amount of tumult and publicity. The stigma of insanity is properly placed at the door of such persons' reputations and is held there firmly by bringing about irrational acts, either on his own part or in his vicinity. Such an activity can be classified as a partial destruction of alignment, and if this destruction is carried forward to its furthest extent, the misalignment on the subject of all loyalties can be considered to be complete, and alignment on new loyalties can be embarked upon safely. Hayton, or this can be accomplished by irrational acts by the persons wishing to discredit truth and the truth bringers, i.e. Bill Cooper announcing to the world through the Billy Goodman talk show in Las Vegas that the Phoenix Journals are the biggest hoax ever perpetrated against mankind. In further efforting to make his case, he insisted that some 50 pages of his own work had been directly plagiarized, from a 26-page document, by the scribe and commander Hayton. He did not, fortunately for himself and his friends who joined in the show and tell episode, denounce Commander Hayton as being non-existent. The point was to discredit the writer and publisher so that their work would go unread. Didn't happen, did it? Truth will always find its out, and I believe that it is not the journals which are now in disrespect as being untruth. By bringing about insanity or suicide, Hayton, this has not been an effective approach to Dharma and / or Oberly, but in direct anticipation of involvement, their son was conditioned and did commit suicide, on the part of the wife of an important political personage, a sufficient misalignment has been instigated to change his attitude. And this, carried forward firmly, or assisted by psychopolitical implantation, can begin the rebuilding of his loyalties, but now slanted in a more proper and fitting direction. Another reason for the alignment of psychopolitical activities with the misalignment of insanity is that insanity, itself, is a despised and disgraced state, and anything connected with it is lightly viewed. Thus, a psychopolitical operator, working in the vicinity of an insane person, can refute and disprove any accusations made against him by demonstrating that the family itself is tainted with mental imbalance. This is surprisingly effective in capitalistic countries where insanity is so thoroughly feared that no one would dream of investigating any circumstances in its vicinity. Psychopolitical propaganda works constantly and must work constantly to increase and build up this aura of mystery surrounding insanity, and must emphasize the horribleness and hopelessness of insanity in order to excuse non-therapeutic actions taken against the insane. Particularly in capitalistic countries, an insane person has no rights under the law. No person who is insane may hold property. No person who is insane may testify. Thus, we have an excellent road along which we can travel toward our certain goal and destiny. Entirely by bringing about public conviction that the sanity of a person is in question, it is possible to discount and eradicate all of the goals and activities of that person. By demonstrating the insanity of a group, or even a government, it is possible, then, to cause its people to disavow it. By magnifying the general human reaction to insanity, through keeping the subject of insanity, itself, forever before the public eye, and then, by utilizing this reaction by causing a revulsion on the part of a populace against its leader or leaders, it is possible to stop any government or movement. It is important to know that the entire subject of loyalty is thus as easily handled as it is. One of the first and foremost missions of the psychopolitician is to make an attack upon communism and insanity synonymous. It should become the definition of insanity, of the paranoid variety, that a paranoid believes he is being attacked by communists. Thus, at once the support of the individual so attacking communism will fall away and wither. Hayton, note that anti-communists are labeled as right-wing extremists, paranoid, etc. Instead of executing national leaders, suicide for them should be arranged under circumstances which question their demise. In this way we can select out all opposition to the communist extension into the social orders of the world, and render populaces who would oppose us leaderless, and bring about a state of chaos or misalignment into which we can thrust, with great simplicity, the clear and forceful doctrines of communism. The cleverness of our attack in this field of psychopolitics is adequate to avoid the understanding of the layman and the usual stupid official, and by operating entirely under the banner of authority, with the oft-repeated statement that the principles of psychotherapy are too devious for common understanding, an entire revolution can be effected without the suspicion of a populace until it is an accomplished fact. As insanity is the maximum misalignment, it can be grasped to be the maximum weapon in severance of loyalties to leaders and old social orders. Thus, it is of the utmost importance that psychopolitical operatives infiltrate the healing arts of a nation marked for conquest, and bring from that quarter continuous pressure against the population and the government until at last the conquest is effected. This is the subject and goal of psychopolitics itself. In rearranging loyalties we must have a command of their values. In the animal the first loyalty is to himself. This is destroyed by demonstrating errors to him, showing him that he does not remember, cannot act, or does not trust himself. The second loyalty is to his family unit, his parents and brothers and sisters. This is destroyed by making a family unit economically non-dependent, by lessening the value of marriage, by making an easiness of divorce and by raising the children wherever possible by the state. The next loyalty is to his friends and local environment. This is destroyed by lowering his trust and bringing about reportings upon him allegedly by his fellows or the town or village authorities. Haton, this has also been publicly foisted off upon my scribe with the municipal court judge misruling and continued insulting words and behaviors by Santa Barbara Savings and Loan Association. This is fully intended to turn the entire of the village against the old couple involved. The next is to the state, and this, for the purposes of communism, is the only loyalty which should exist once the state is founded as a communist state. To destroy loyalty to the state, all manner of forbiddings for youth must be put into effect so as to disenfranchise them as members of the capitalist state and, by promises of a better lot under communism, to gain their loyalty to a communist movement. Denying a capitalist country easy access to courts, bringing about and supporting propaganda to destroy the home, creating and continuous juvenile delinquency, forcing upon the state all manner of practices to divorce the child from it will in the end create the chaos necessary to communism. Under the saccharine guise of assistance to them, rigorous child labor laws are the best means to deny the child any right in the society. By refusing to let him earn, by forcing him into unwanted dependence upon a grudging parent, by making certain in other channels that the parent is never in other than economic stress, the child can be driven in his teens into revolt. Delinquency will ensue. Haton, you may as well quit holding your breath as you read, for yes, it gets worse as the nail is struck upon its head over and over and over right before your eyes. By making readily available drugs of various kinds, by giving the teenager alcohol, by praising his wildness, by stimulating him with sex literature and advertising to him or her practices as taught at the sex ball, the psychopolitical operator can create the necessary attitude of chaos, idleness, and worthlessness into which can then be cast the solution which will give the teenager complete freedom everywhere: communism. Should it be possible to continue conscription beyond any reasonable time by promoting unpopular wars and other means, the draft can always stand as a further barrier to the progress of youth in life, destroying any immediate hope to participate in his nation's civil life. By these means the patriotism of youth for their capitalistic flag can be dulled to a point where they are no longer dangerous as soldiers. While this might require many decades to effect, capitalism's short-term view will never envision the lengths across which we can plan. If we could effectively kill the national pride and patriotism of just one generation, we will have won that country. Therefore, there must be continual propaganda abroad to undermine the loyalty of the citizens in general and the teenager in particular. Haton, this was effectively perfected by the Vietnam War, and since the citizens of the United States, for instance, have been unable to find true purpose in any actions of the U.S. administration, there is not the slightest notion by the military as to why they are really in Saudi Arabia, but it certainly is not patriotic need for protection of freedom of the United States. The role of the psychopolitical operator in this is very strong. He can, from his position as an authority on the mind, advise all manner of destructive measures. He can teach the lack of control of his child at home. He can instruct, in an optimum situation, the entire nation in how to handle children and instruct them so that the children, given no control, given no real home, can run wildly about with no responsibility for their nation or for themselves. The misalignment of the loyalty of youth to a capitalistic nation sets the proper stage for a realignment of their loyalties with communism. Creating a greed for drugs, sexual misbehavior, and uncontrolled freedom, and presenting this to them as a benefit of communism will with ease bring about our alignment. In the case of strong leaders amongst youthful groups, a psychopolitical operator can work in many ways to use or discard that leadership. If it is to be used, the character of the girl or boy must be altered carefully into criminal channels, and a control by blackmail or other means must be maintained. But where the leadership is not susceptible, where it resists all persuasions and might become dangerous to our cause, no pains must be spared to direct the attention of the authorities to that person and to harass him in one way or another until he can come into the hands of juvenile authorities. When this has been effected, it can be hoped that a psychopolitical operator, by reason of child advisor status, can, in the security of the jail and cloaked by processes of law, destroy the sanity of that person. Particularly brilliant scholars, athletes, and youth group leaders must be handled in either one of these two ways. In the matter of guiding the activities of juvenile courts, the psychopolitical operator entertains here one of his easier tasks. A capitalistic nation is so filled with injustice in general that a little more passes without comment. In juvenile courts there are always persons with strange appetites, whether these be judges or policemen or women. If such do not exist, they can be created. By making available to them young girls or boys in the security of the jail or the detention home, and by appearing with flash cameras or witnesses, one becomes equipped with a whip adequate to direct all the future decisions of that person when these are needed. The handling of youth cases by courts should be led further and further away from law and further into mental problems until the entire nation thinks of mental problems instead of criminals. Hayton, note that the heavy thrust in the courts is to convince you that criminals are not responsible for their crimes, i.e., he had a bad, abusive childhood, he was deprived as a child, he is mentally unbalanced and on ad nauseum. This places vacancies everywhere in the courts, in the offices of district attorneys, on police staffs, which could then be filled with psychopolitical operators, and these become then the judges of the land by their influence, and into their hands comes the total control of the criminal, without whose help a revolution cannot ever be accomplished. By stressing this authority over the problems of youth and adults in courts, one day the demand for psychopolitical operators could become such that even the armed services will use authorities on the mind to work their various justices, and when this occurs, the armed forces of the nation then enter into our hands as solidly as if we commanded them ourselves. With the slight bonus of having thus a skilled interrogator near every technician or handler of secret war apparatus, the country, in event of revolution, as did Germany in 1918 and 1919, will find itself immobilized by its own army and navy fully and entirely in communist hands. Thus the subject of loyalties and their realignment is, in fact, the subject of non-armed conquest of an enemy. Dharma, allow us closure at this point, please. I want to take up the subject of obedience in this textbook presentation, and it is a mouthful to chew because you will see it unfolding before your eyes how you have been suckered into allowing one who takes charge through power to require obedience and receive of it. To this very extent, you have given up your rights to constitutional freedom into the hands of would-be dictators and world controllers. Is this information a bit provoking to your minds? Is it perhaps shocking? I certainly do hope so, for you are all but had as you smile and salute all the way to the chop block. Good evening. Hayton to clear. Chapter 6. Rec number 1. Hayton. Saturday, January 5, 1991, 7:57 a.m. Year 4, Day 142. Today's watch. Hayton. Good morning. We will only write for a short while this morning, for there is need for you to be away from this location. There are also other things which need attention. Please take note of the flap regarding news reporters in the Middle East, physical fitness, censorship by the military, etc. This goes along with that which we are writing. This is to ensure total control of all news. You will be told that the news will be censored and controlled to keep the enemy off guard. No, it is to disallow your parents and loved ones and objective governmental officials to know truth. By the way, botulism and anthrax are deadly diseases, and there are no effective vaccines for either. At best, there are some very dangerous partial vaccines still in research, and which I would not utilize on any animal which would be mine enemy. Again, you are lied to. The same one, from your great halls of wisdom and national research, has announced the Sandy, as CNN's Larry King fondly calls his regular visitor on this enlightening show and tell, that which is intended for you to swallow whole. When confronted, he also admitted that innocent microbes were introduced into the subway system of New York as an experiment. It was estimated that 500,000 people were directly introduced to the microbes, and almost 400,000 came down with the infection. He added with a smile, but it was totally harmless microbes. How could it be harmless if, in fact, you could determine that almost 400,000, actually, the count was generalized at 367,000, came down with symptoms which could be identified? I warn you people, if you do not stop this sort of thing, your selective populations will be wiped out before your eyes, along with you. What of the meeting of Iraq and the US in Geneva? You are told a great deal about facts, if you pay attention. Bush continues to say no deal of any kind. But, the meeting is arranged for on the brink of deadline and, further, in neutral territory. You are making headway, people of the world, especially the Russian world of controlling power. Be grateful for whatever we can gain in time without blowing your world away. Watch the sleight of hand, the administration with Kissinger now on TV with his monotone, emotionless, robotic voice of a computer, projecting the next move, that of economic disaster in the face of stalled out war. The need is to pull down America very soon so that the other controlling factors can come into play and be totally operational by year 2000. I believe you can see from that which we are presenting here regarding psychopolitical sweeping of the world America in specifics, the plan has alternative measures and all are functional. They only needed one generation to pull you down, America, and they got it. The plan is to sacrifice all of your current youthful generation. It is up to you of the prior generation to get this thing of freedom back on track for your children, nation, and God. The youth are caught in the jaws of control and chaos and have nothing to which to relate. You will do it, or it will not be done. Please, Dharma, back to the laying forth of the Russian plan and textbook mandates for world dominion through the mind, psychopolitics, mind control. We will begin this portion speaking about obedience, total obedience through force. You have many examples throughout history, and, now, even beauteous America is ruled by police force established unlawfully, unconstitutionally, and through the elite by the acts of violence and fear. Harken back to history. Alexander the Great, Napoleon, Hitler, Stalin, and Mao Zedong all ruled in this manner. Dear Desiree, I dare say you would not have enjoyed a relationship, of any type at all, with Alexander, for your distractor and deceiver projectors. He was simply not a nice person. The general subject of obedience. Again, note that I will quote from the document as written. My comments will be in parens, in italics. Quote. Obedience is the result of force. Everywhere we look in the history of Earth we discover that obedience to new rulers has come about entirely through the demonstration on the part of those rulers of greater force than was to be discovered in the old ruler. A population overridden, conquered by war, is obedient to its conqueror. It is obedient to its conqueror because its conqueror has exhibited more force. Concurrent with force is brutality, for there are human considerations involved which also represent force. The most barbaric, unrestrained, brutal use of force, if carried far enough, invokes obedience. Savage force, sufficiently long displayed toward any individual, will bring about his concurrence with any principle or order. Force is the antithesis of humanizing actions. It is so synonymous in the human mind with savageness, lawlessness, brutality, and barbarism, that it is only necessary to display an inhuman attitude toward people, to be granted by those people the possession of force. Any organization which has the spirit and courage to display inhumanity, savageness, brutality, and an uncompromising lack of humanity, will be obeyed. Such a use of force is, itself, the essential ingredient of greatness. We have to hand no less an example than our great communist leaders, who, in moments of duress and trial, when faced by czarist rule, continued over the heads of an enslaved populace, yet displayed sufficient courage never to stay their hands in the execution of the conversion of the Russian state to communist rule. If you would have obedience you must have no compromise with humanity. If you would have obedience you must make it clearly understood that you have no mercy. Man is an animal. He understands, in the final analysis, only those things which a brute understands. As an example of this, we find an individual refusing to obey and being struck. His refusal to obey is now less vociferous. He is struck again, and his resistance is lessened once more. He is hammered and pounded again and again, until, at length, his only thought is direct and implicit obedience to that person from whom the force has emanated. This is a proven principle. It is proven because it is the main principle man, the animal, has used since his earliest beginnings. It is the only principle which has been effective, the only principle which has brought about a wide and continued belief. For it is to our benefit that an individual who is struck again and again and again from a certain source, will, at length, hypnotically believe anything he is told by the source of the blows. The stupidity of Western civilizations is best demonstrated by the fact that they believe hypnotism is a thing of the mind, of attention, and a desire for unconsciousness. This is not true. Only when a person has been beaten, punished, and mercilessly hammered, can hypnotism upon him be guaranteed in its effectiveness. Hayton, note that torture of P.O.W.S. is not for the purpose of gaining information but, rather, for total indoctrination. It is stated by Western authorities on hypnosis that only some 20% of the people are susceptible to hypnotism. This statement is very untrue. Given enough repetition and or punishment, all of the people in any time and place are susceptible to hypnotism. In other words, by adding force, hypnotism is made uniformly effective. Where unconsciousness could not be induced by simple concentration upon the hypnotist, unconsciousness can be induced by drugs, by blows, by electric shock, and by other means. And where unconsciousness cannot be induced so as to make an implantation or an hypnotic command effective, it is only necessary to amputate the functioning portions of the animal man's brain to render him null and void and no longer a menace. Thus we find that hypnotism is entirely effective. The mechanisms of hypnotism demonstrate clearly that people can be made to believe in certain conditions, and even in their environment or in politics, by the administration of force. Thus, it is necessary for a psychopolitician to be an expert in the administration of forces. Thus, he can bring about implicit obedience, not only on the part of individual members of the populace, but on the entire populace itself and its government. He need only take unto himself a sufficiently savage role, a sufficiently uncompromising and human attitude, and he will be obeyed and believed. Hayton, for this reason, a good hypnotherapist in working with a client must have discipline and often require the subconscious mind respond with truth. If the practitioner simply gets more emotional and sympathetic, strokes the hand in agreement, etc., the mind continues to be reinforced with the negative input already in command. In other words, truth must be confronted in order to change of the behavior structure. It matters not to the subconscious mind what the instructions are, it will function and cause function of the individual to continue with the dominant and structured input available until such time as new instructions are given and accepted which override the prior commands. The subject of hypnotism is a subject of belief. What can people be made to believe? They can be made to believe anything which is administered to them with sufficient repetition, brutality, and force. The obedience of a populace is as good as they will believe. Despicable religions, such as Christianity, knew this. They knew that if enough faith could be brought into being, a populace could be enslaved by the Christian mockeries of humanity and mercy, and thus could be disarmed. But one need not count upon this act of faith to bring about a broad belief. One must only exhibit enough force, enough inhumanity, enough brutality and savageness to create implicit belief and thereby implicit obedience. As communism is a matter of belief, its study is a study of force. Hayton, note that as ones are brought into the shelter of the church, gradually the laws of God have been broken in total by a voting in and modernization and allowance of all the negative and moral values. You can see that the actions are both destructive and incorrect, and yet the belief is engendered through the pressure and force of the teachers, preachers, and councils who change the laws by human control factors. The earliest Russian psychiatrists, pioneering the science of psychiatry, understood thoroughly that hypnosis is induced by acute fear. They discovered it could also be induced by shock of an emotional nature, and also by extreme privation, as well as by blows and drugs. In order to induce a high state of hypnagogy, hypnosis, in an individual, a group, or a population, an element of terror must always be present on the part of those who would govern. The psychiatrist is aptly suited to this role, for his brutalities are committed in the name of science and are inexplicably complex, and entirely out of view of the human understanding. A sufficient popular terror of the psychiatrist will, in itself, bring about insanity on the part of many individuals. A psychopolitical operative, then, can, entirely cloaked with authority, commence and continue a campaign of propaganda, describing various treatments which are administered to the insane. A psychopolitical operative must at all times insist that these treatments are therapeutic and necessary. He can, in all of his literature and his books, list large number of pretended cures by these means. But these cures need not actually produce any recovery from state of disturbance. As long as the psychopolitical operative or his dupes are the only authorities as to the difference between sanity and insanity, their word as to the therapeutic value of such treatment will be the final word. No layman would dare adventure to place judgment upon the state of sanity of an individual whom the psychiatrist has already declared insane. The individual, himself, is unable to complain, and his family, as will be covered later, is already discredited by the occurrence of insanity in their midst. There must be no other adjudicators of insanity, otherwise it could be disclosed that the brutalities practiced in the name of treatment are not therapeutic. A psychopolitical operative has no interest in therapeutic means or cures. The greater number of insane in the country where he is operating, the larger number of the populace will come under his view, and the greater will become his facilities. Because the problem is apparently mounting into uncontrollable heights, he can more and more operate in an atmosphere of emergency, which again excuses his use of such treatments as electric shock, the prefrontal lobotomy, transorbital leucotomy, and other operations long since practiced in Russia on political prisoners. Hayton, do you believe the tremendous increase in insanity just happened? I suggest you go back and very carefully reread the journals dealing with the conspiracy, Global Plan 2000 and all Eustace Mullins material. In J. E. Hoover's Iron Law FBI days, forceful incarceration and mental adaptation or lifelong incarceration in the institution was the modus operandi. It is to the interest of the psychopolitical operative that the possibility of curing the insane be outlawed and ruled out at all times. For the sake of obedience on the part of the population and their general reaction, a level of brutality must, at all costs, be maintained. Only in this way can the absolute judgment of the psychopolitical operative as to the sanity or insanity of public figures be maintained in complete belief. Using sufficient brutality upon their patients, the public at large will come to believe utterly anything they say about their patients. Furthermore, and much more important, the field of the mind must be sufficiently dominated by the psychopolitical operative, so that wherever tenets of the mind are taught they will be hypnotically believed. The psychopolitical operative, having under his control all psychology classes in an area, can thus bring about a complete reformation of the future leaders of a country in their educational processes, and so prepare them for communism, Hayton, and / or New Age in action, thought beingness and allowing. To be obeyed, one must be believed. If one is sufficiently believed, one will unquestioningly be obeyed. Hayton, if you once do not see this in action right out of the lips, then I fear for our ever-reaching stability again upon this earth. You the people are being pushed to the limits of that which you will accept. And, brothers, you go beyond the controller's wildest hopes. When he is fortunate enough to obtain into his hands anyone near to a political or important figure, this factor of obedience becomes very important. A certain amount of fear or terror must be engendered in the person under treatment so that this person will then take immediate orders, completely and unquestioningly, from the psychopolitical operative, and so be able to influence the actions of that person who is to be reached. Bringing about this state of mind on the part of a populace and its leaders that a psychopolitical operative must, at all times, be believed could eventually be attended by very good fortune. It is not too much to hope that psychopolitical operatives would then, in a country such as the United States, become the most intimate advisors to political figures, even to the point of advising the entirety of a political party as to its actions in an election. The long view is the important view. Belief is engendered by a certain amount of fear and terror from an authoritative level, and this will be followed by obedience. The general propaganda which would best serve psychopolitics would be continual insistence that certain authoritative levels of healing deem this or that the correct treatment of insanity. These treatments must always include a certain amount of brutality. Propaganda should continue and stress the rising incidence of insanity in a country. The entire field of human behavior, for the benefit of the country, can, at length, be broadened into abnormal behavior. Thus, anyone indulging in any eccentricity, particularly the eccentricity of combating psychopolitics, could be silenced by the authoritative opinion on the part of a psychopolitical operative that he was acting in an abnormal fashion. This, with some good fortune, could bring the person into the hands of the psychopolitical operative so as to forevermore disable him, or to swerve his loyalties by pain drug hypnotism. On the subject of obedience itself, the most optimum obedience is unthinking obedience. The command given must be obeyed without any rationalizing on the part of the subject. The command must, therefore, be implanted below the thinking processes of the subject to be influenced, and must react upon him in such a way as to bring no mental alertness on his part. It is in the interest of psychopolitics that a population be told that an hypnotized person will not do anything against his actual will not commit immoral acts, and will not act so as to endanger himself. While this may be true of light, parlor hypnotism and general welfare therapy, it certainly is not true of commands implanted with the use of electric shock, drugs, or heavy punishment wherein the entire structure of thought processes are altered permanently. Hayton, an excellent example of this point is G. Gordon Liddy of Watergate fame and now a recognized speaker, writer, and talk show participant. This man is totally indoctrinated into extremes and mindless actions without compassion or ability to recognize immorality. It is counted upon completely that this will be discredited to the general public by psychopolitical operatives, for if it were to generally be known that individuals would obey commands harmful to themselves, and would commit immoral acts while under the influence of deep hypnotic commands, the actions of many people, working unknowingly in favor of communism, would be too well understood. People acting under deep hypnotic commands should be acting apparently of their own volition and out of their own convictions. The entire subject of psychopolitical hypnosis, psychopolitics in general, depends for its defense upon continuous protest from authoritative sources that such things are not possible. And, should anyone unmask a psychopolitical operative, he should at once declare the whole thing a physical impossibility, and use his authoritative position to discount any accusation. Should any writings of psychopolitics come to view, it is only necessary to brand them a hoax and laugh them out of countenance. Thus, psychopolitical activities are easy to defend. When psychopolitical activities have reached a certain peak, from there on it is almost impossible to undo them, for the population is already under the duress of obedience to the psychopolitical operatives and their dupes. The ingredient of obedience is important, for the complete belief in the psychopolitical operative renders his statement cancelling any challenge about psychopolitical operations irrefutable. The optimum circumstances would be to occupy every position which would be consulted by officials on any question or suspicion arising on the subject of psychopolitics. Thus, a psychiatric advisor should be placed near to hand in every government operation. As all suspicions would then be referred to him, no action would ever be taken, and the goal of communism could be realized in that nation. Psychopolitics depends, from the viewpoint of the layman, upon its fantastic aspects. These are its best defense, but above all these defenses is implicit obedience on the part of officials and the general public, because of the character of the psychopolitical operative in the field of healing. End quoting. I request that this portion be closed at this point. I would like, further, to respond to the queries regarding the term communism. That term was chosen for it connotes that which a moral man would like to achieve: balance, charity, all for all, etc. It is only a label given to this particular movement for global control to further fool the masses of humanity. There is nothing of true communistic intent in any manner, and perhaps this is where the public awakening must begin. The Prince of Darkness and Deceit has pulled it off again and again right before your eyes. You, the citizens of the world, have become mesmerized into dullness and stupefaction and know not that which has come upon you. Wake up. I certainly care not whether you believe me real or figment. The truth lies in physical/mental display before you. It should not require one of God's hosts to point it out unto you, but so be it. Whatever is required will be given forth in love and allowance of choices. I would hope that the lighted choices shall be turned unto truth and God. Salut. Hayton to clear, please. Jai Orgo Series Hayton, Commander of IGFC. Chapter 7. Rec Number 2 Hayton. Sunday, January 6, 1991, 3:27 p.m. Year 4 Day 149 Psychopolitics Mind Control, Russian Textbook. Continued. Let us immediately move on to the Russian textbook, Psychopolitics, Mind Control. I realize that the flood of objections is flowing back. How could this be true? No, you must have just written this material, etc., etc., etc. No, dear friends, it was written first as a portion of the protocols of the Zionist men of wisdom. Remember, that the Zionists as they are represented today came out of Russia. They were the Russian Hazars. As the protocols became taught and active within the more modern setting, the mandates became taught under the guise of communism. This textbook is still utilized daily and is the operating manual of the Soviet government and KGB. It has been structured appropriately and is the guiding handbook for the Mossad of Israeli origin. It has now been rewritten into the handbook of the collective intelligence agencies which appear to be separate but are actually working in coalition, the KGB, CIA, Mossad, and your FBI. There are others, i.e., Chinese, etc., but we have not the time nor the inclination to cover it all, for we would be all month on the subject. Suffice it to say the material is currently utilized every day. This is the plan of mind control of the masses. Anatomy of stimulus response mechanisms of man. Quote. Man is a stimulus response animal. His entire reasoning capabilities, even his ethics and morals, depend upon stimulus response machinery. This has long been demonstrated by such Russians as Pavlov, and the principles have long been used in handling the recalcitrant, in training children, and in bringing about a state of optimum behavior on the part of a population. Having no independent will of his own, man is easily handled by stimulus response mechanisms. It is only necessary to install a stimulus into the mental anatomy of man to have that stimulus reactivate and respond any time an exterior command source calls it into being. The mechanisms of stimulus response are easily understood. The body takes pictures of every action in the environment around an individual. When the environment includes brutality, terror, shock, and other such activities, the mental image picture gained contains in itself all the ingredients of the environment. If the individual, himself, was injured during that moment, the injury, itself, will remanifest when called upon to respond by an exterior command source. As an example of this, if an individual is beaten, and is told during the entirety of the beating that he must obey certain officials, he will, in the future, feel the beginnings of the pain the moment he begins to disobey. The installed pain, itself, reacts as a policeman, for the experience of the individual demonstrates to him that he cannot combat, and will receive pain from, certain officials. The mind can become very complex in its stimulus responses. As easily demonstrated in hypnotism, an entire chain of commands, having to do with a great many complex actions, can be beaten, shocked, or terrorized into a mind, and will lie there dormant until called into view by some similarity of the circumstances of the environment to the incident of punishment. The stimulus we call the incident of punishment, where the response mechanism need only contain some small part of the stimulus to call into view the mental image picture, and cause it to exert against the body, the pain sequence. So long as the individual obeys the picture, or follows the commands of the stimulus implantation, he is free from pain. The behavior of children is regulated in this fashion in every civilized country. The father, finding himself unable to bring about immediate obedience and training on the part of his child, resorts to physical violence, and after administering punishment of a physical nature to the child on several occasions, is gratified to experience complete obedience on the part of the child each time the father speaks. In that parents are wont to be lenient with their children, they seldom administer sufficient punishment to bring about entirely optimum obedience. The ability of the organism to withstand punishment is very great. Complete and implicit response can be gained only by stimuli sufficiently brutal to actually injure the organism. The Cossack method of breaking wild horses is a useful example. The horse will not restrain itself or take any of its rider's commands. The rider, wishing to break it, mounts, and takes a flask of strong vodka, and smashes it between the horse's ears. The horse, struck to its knees, its eyes filled with alcohol, mistaking the dampness for blood, instantly and thereafter gives its attention to the rider and never needs further breaking. Difficulty in breaking horses is only occasioned when light punishments are administered. There is some mawkish sentimentality about breaking the spirit, but what is desired here is an obedient horse, and sufficient brutality brings about an obedient horse. The stimulus response mechanisms of the body are such that the pain and the command subdivide so as to counter each other. The mental image picture of the punishment will not become effective upon the individual unless the command content is disobeyed. It is pointed out in many early Russian writings that this is a survival mechanism. It has already been well and thoroughly used in the survival of communism. It is only necessary to deliver into the organism a sufficient stimulus to gain an adequate response. So long as the organism obeys the stimulus whenever it is restimulated in the future, it does not suffer from the pain of the stimulus. But should it disobey the command content of the stimulus reacts to punish the individual. Thus, we have an optimum circumstance, and one of the basic principles of psychopolitics. A sufficiently installed stimulus will thereafter remain as a police mechanism within the individual to cause him to follow the commands and directions given to him. Should he fail to follow these commands and directions, the stimulus mechanism will go into action. As the commands are there with the moment of duress, the commands themselves need never be repeated, and if the individual were to depart thousands of miles away from the psychopolitical operative, he will still obey the psychopolitical operative, or, himself, become extremely ill and in agony. These principles, built from the earliest days of Pavlov, by constant and continuous Russian development, have, at last, become of enormous use to us in our conquest. For less modern and well-informed countries of Earth, lacking this mechanism, failing to understand it, and coaxed into somnolence by our own psychopolitical operatives, who discount and disclaim it, cannot avoid succumbing to it. The body is less able to resist a stimulus if it has insufficient food and is weary. Therefore, it is necessary to administer all such stimuli to individuals when their ability to resist has been reduced by privation and exhaustion. Refusal to let them sleep over many days, denying them adequate food, then brings about an optimum state for the receipt of a stimulus. If the person is then given an electrical shock and is told while the shock is in action that he must obey and do certain things, he has no choice but to do them, or to re-experience, because of his mental image picture of it, the electric shock. This highly scientific and intensely workable mechanism cannot be overestimated in the practice of psychopolitics. Drugging the individual produces an artificial exhaustion, and if he is drugged, or shocked, and beaten and given a string of commands, his loyalties, themselves, can be definitely rearranged. This is PDH, or pain drug hypnosis. Hayton, please note that in 1969, it was stated in an issue of Today's Education, the National Education Association predicted complete control of Americans, by educators, by 1980. It should also be noted that the entire educational system is based on the premise of destruction of any true education. This has been the focus for many decades and has finally been accomplished and was, surely, an accomplished fact even if not recognized by 1980. There is actual chaos in your schools and a wash of misinformation or, actually, false information in every field of study. You might think, well, in the grades, etc. No, it began its influential destruction in the universities beginning in the US with Yale. This is because of the fact that the order had its most potent thrust at Yale with the Skull and Bones Society, etc. The price of the destruction was made available in funding from the foundations, such as Ford, Rockefeller, etc. Hard to believe? Of course. I shall, however, give you a blow-by-blow of how the order controls education after we finish the reproducing of this document so that there is a basis of communication regarding the issue. Exercises in bringing about insanity seizures at will, simply by demonstrating a signal to persons upon whom pain drug hypnosis has been used, and exercises in making the seizures come about through talking to certain persons in certain places and times should also be used. Brain surgery, as developed in Russia, should also be practiced by the psychopolitical operative in training, to give him full confidence in 1. The crudeness with which it can be done, 2. The certainty of erasure of the stimulus response mechanism itself, 3. The production of imbecility, idiocy, and discoordination on the part of the patient, and 4. The small amount of comment which casualties in brain surgery occasion. Haton, this is called prefrontal lobotomy. Exercises in sexual attack on patients should be practiced by the psychopolitical operative to demonstrate the inability of the patient under pain drug hypnosis to recall the attack, while indoctrinating a lust for further sexual activity on the part of the patient. Sex, in all animals, is a powerful motivator, and is no less so in the animal man, and the occasioning of sexual liaison between females of a target family and indicated males, under the control of the psychopolitical operative, must be demonstrated to be possible with complete security for the psychopolitical operative, thus giving into his hands an excellent weapon for the breaking down of familial relations and consequent public disgraces for the psychopolitical target. Haton, this occurs randomly and constantly in your mental institutions and hospitals for the mentally retarded. The staff actually passes out condoms in these facilities and the occasions of pregnancy are rampant. This actually occurs in the majority of cases of psychiatric encounters. Do you now begin to see the programming which is starting to impact your children even at preschool? Safe sex in grade school is taught and condoms are provided more and more widespread, free, in your junior and senior high schools. Can you not see the results of all of the programmings exactly as laid forth in this how-to book utilized by the master destroyers? Just as a dog can be trained, so can a man be trained. Just as a horse can be trained, so can a man be trained. Sexual lust, masochism, and any other desirable perversion can be induced by pain drug hypnosis and the benefit of psychopolitics. The changes of loyalties, allegiances, and sources of command can be occasioned easily by psychopolitical technologies, and these should be practiced and understood by the psychopolitical operative before he begins to tamper with psychopolitical targets of magnitude. The actual simplicity of the subject of pain drug hypnosis, the use of electric shock, drugs, insanity-producing injections, and other materials, should be masked entirely by technical nomenclature, the protest of benefit to the patient, by an authoritarian pose and position, and by carefully cultivating governmental positions in the country to be conquered. Although the psychopolitical operative working in universities where he can direct the curricula of psychology classes is often tempted to teach some of the principles of psychopolitics to the susceptible students in the psychology classes, he must be thoroughly enjoined to limit his information in psychology classes to the transmittal of the tenets of communism under the guise of psychology, and must limit his activities in bringing about a state of mind on the part of the students where they will accept communism tenets as those of their own action and as modern scientific principles. The psychological operative must not, at any time, educate students fully in stimulus response mechanisms, and must not impart to them, save those who will become his fellow workers, the exact principles of psychopolitics. It is not necessary to do so, and is dangerous. Haton, reread that last sentence several times. Knowledge is the weapon against this thrust. Stay balanced within the laws and truth of God and creation and know that this is the mode of attack. This is the only way to withstand this process of altering the minds of the populace. Degradation, shock, and endurance. Degradation and conquest are companions. In order to be conquered, a nation must be degraded, either by acts of war, by being overrun, by being forced into humiliating treaties of peace, or by the treatment of her populace under the armies of the conqueror. However, degradation can be accomplished much more insidiously and much more effectively by consistent and continual defamation. Defamation is the best and foremost weapon of psychopolitics on the broad field. Continual and constant degradation of national leaders, national institutions, national practices, and national heroes must be systematically carried out, but this is the chief function of Communist Party members, in general, not the psychopolitician. The realm of defamation and degradation, of the psychopolitician, is man himself. By attacking the character and morals of man himself, and by bringing about, through contamination of youth, a general degraded feeling, command of the populace is facilitated to a very marked degree. There is a curve of degradation which leads downward to a point where the endurance of an individual is almost at end and any sudden action toward him will place him in a state of shock. Similarly, a soldier held prisoner can be abused, denied, defamed, and degraded until the slightest motion on the part of his captors will cause him to flinch. Similarly, the slightest word on the part of his captors will cause him to obey, or vary his loyalties and beliefs. Haton, this is what you referred to as simply brainwashing during the Korean War, etc. We are now accused of brainwashing you the people with these journals. Oh, how I would wish so. However, I think you might rather call us the Clorox 2 clan or the Diddy 7, you not only have been washing your brains in the incorrect water but you have now ruined them with the wrong soap and softener and the stains are all but set to the destruction of the minds you wear. Given sufficient degradation, a prisoner can be caused to murder his fellow countrymen in the same stockade. Experiments on German prisoners demonstrated that only after 70 days of filthy food, little sleep, and nearly untenable quarters, that the least motion toward the prisoner would bring about a state of shock beyond his endurance threshold, and would cause him to hypnotically receive anything said to him. Thus, it is possible, in an entire stockade of prisoners, to the number of thousands, to bring about a state of complete servile obedience, and without the labor of personally addressing each one, to pervert their loyalties and implant in them adequate commands to ensure their future conduct, even when released to their own people. By lowering the endurance of a person, a group, or a nation, and by constant degradation and defamation, it is possible to induce, thus, a state of shock which will receive adequately any command given. The first thing to be degraded in any nation is the state of man, himself. Nations which have high ethical tone are difficult to conquer. Their loyalties are hard to shake, their allegiance to their leaders is fanatical, and what they usually call their spiritual integrity cannot be violated by duress. It is not efficient to attack a nation in such a frame of mind. It is the basic purpose of psychopolitics to reduce that state of mind to a point where it can be ordered and enslaved. Thus, the first target is man, himself. He must be degraded from a spiritual being to an animalistic reaction pattern. He must think of himself as an animal, capable only of animalistic reactions. He must no longer think of himself, or of his fellows, as capable of spiritual endurance, or nobility. The best approach toward degradation in its first stages is the propaganda of scientific approach to man. Man must be consistently demonstrated to be a mechanism without individuality, and it must be brought into the belief that every individual within it who rebels in any way, shape, or form against efforts and activities to enslave the whole, must be considered to be a deranged person whose eccentricities are neurotic or insane, and who must have at once the treatment of a psychopolitician. An optimum condition in such a program of degradation would address itself to the military forces of the nation, and bring them rapidly away from any other belief than that the disobedient one must be subjected to mental treatment. An enslavement of a population can fail only if these rebellious individuals are left to exert their individual influences upon their fellow citizens, sparking them into rebellion, calling into account their nobilities and freedoms. Unless these restless individuals are stamped out and given into the hands of psychopolitical operatives early in the conquest, there will be nothing but trouble as the conquest continues. The officials of the government, students, readers, partakers of entertainment, must all be indoctrinated, by whatever means, into the complete belief that the restless, the ambitious, the natural leaders, are suffering from environmental maladjustments, which can only be healed by recourse to psychopolitical operatives in the guise of mental healers. By thus degrading the general belief in the status of man, it is relatively simple, with cooperation from the economic salients being driven into the country, to drive citizens apart, one from another, to bring about a question of the wisdom of their own government, and to cause them to actively beg for enslavement. The educational programs of psychopolitics must, at every hand, seek out the levels of youth who will become the leaders in the country's future, and educate them into the belief of the animalistic nature of man. This must be made fashionable. They must be taught to frown upon ideas, upon individual endeavor. They must be taught, above all things, that the salvation of man is to be found only by his adjusting thoroughly to this environment. This educational program in the field of psychopolitics can best be followed by bringing about a compulsory training in some subjects such as psychology or other mental practice, and ascertaining that each broad program of psychopolitical training be supervised by a psychiatrist who is a trained psychopolitical operative. As it seems in foreign nations that the church is the most ennobling influence, each and every branch and activity of each and every church must, one way or another, be discredited. Religion must become unfashionable by demonstrating broadly, through psychopolitical indoctrination, that the soul is non-existent, and that man is an animal. The lying mechanisms of Christianity lead men to foolishly brave deeds. By teaching them that there is a life hereafter, the liability of courageous acts, while living, is thus lessened. The liability of any act must be markedly increased if a populace is to be obedient. Thus, there must be no standing belief in the church, and the power of the church must be denied at every hand. The psychopolitical operative, in his program of degradation, should at all times bring into question any family which is deeply religious. Haton, I believe that surely you can see this being demonstrated in all of the schools now, and further, a deliberate lessening of any allowance of religious practice in the public schools. You are told it is separation of church and state. No, it is separation of mind from balanced direction by removing all higher resources of esteem and recognition of higher source, and, should any neurosis or insanity be occasioned in that family, to blame and hold responsible their religious connections for the neurotic or psychotic condition. Religion must be made synonymous with neurosis and psychosis. People who are deeply religious would be less and less held responsible for their own sanity, and should more and more be relegated to the ministrations of psychopolitical operatives. By perverting the institutions of a nation and bringing about a general degradation, by interfering with the economics of a nation to the degree that privation and depression come about, only minor shocks will be necessary to produce, on the populace as a whole, an obedient reaction or an hysteria. Thus, the mere threat of war, the mere threat of aviation bombings, could cause the population to sue instantly for peace. It is a long and arduous road for the psychopolitical operative to achieve the state of mind on the part of a whole nation, but no more than 20 or 30 years should be necessary in the entire program, having at hand, as we do, weapons with which to accomplish the goal. Haton, go right back and reread this last sentence. Conduct under fire. Dharma, stop. Computer is tampered and will now eat your document. Start a new program. Chapter 8. Rec number 3. Haton. Sunday, January 6, 1991, 5:36 p.m. Year 4, Day 143. Psychopolitics, Mind Control, Russian textbook, continued. Conduct under fire. The psychopolitician may well find himself under attack as an individual or a member of a group. He may be attacked as a communist, through some leak in the organization. He may be attacked for malpractice. He may be attacked by the families of people whom he has injured. In all cases, his conduct of the situation should be calm and aloof. He should have behind him the authority of many years of training, and he should have participated fully in the building of defenses in the field of insanity which give him the only statement as to the conditions of the mind. If he has not done his work well, hostile feeling groups may expose an individual psychopolitician. These may call into question the efficacy of psychiatric treatment such as shock, drugs, and brain surgery. Therefore, the psychopolitical operative must have to hand innumerable documents which assert enormously encouraging figures on the subject of recovery by reason of shock, brain surgery, drugs, and general treatment. Not one of these cases cited need be real, but they should be documented and printed in such a fashion as to form excellent court evidence. More importantly, he should rule into scorn, by reason of his authority, the sanity of the person attacking him, and if the psychopolitical archives of the country are adequate, many defamatory data can be unearthed and presented as rebuttal. Should anyone attempt to expose psychotherapy as a psychopolitical activity, the best defense is calling into question the sanity of the attacker. The next best defense is authority. The next best defense is validation of psychiatric practices in terms of long and impressive figures. The next best defense is the actual removal of the attacker by giving him, or them, treatment sufficient to bring about a period of insanity for the duration of the trial. This, more than anything else, would discredit them, but it is dangerous to practice this, in the extreme. Psychopolitics should avoid murder and violence, unless it is done in the safety of the institution, on persons who have been proven to be insane. Where institution deaths appear to be unnecessary, or to rise in unreasonable number, political capital might be made of this by city officials or legislatures. If the psychopolitical operative has, himself, or if his group has done a thorough job, defamatory data concerning the person, or connections, of the would-be attacker should be on file, should be documented, and should be used in such a way as to discourage the inquiry. After a period of indoctrination, a country will expect insanity to be met by psychopolitical violence. Psychopolitical activities should become the only recognized treatment for insanity. Indeed, this can be extended to such a length that it could be made illegal for electric shock and brain surgery to be omitted in the treatment of a patient. In order to defend psychopolitical activities, a great complexity should be made of psychiatric, psychoanalytical, and psychological technology. Any hearing should be burdened by terminology too difficult to be transcribed easily. A great deal should be made out of such terms as schizophrenia, paranoia, and other relatively undefinable states. Psychopolitical tests need not necessarily be in agreement, one to another, where they are available to the public. Various types of insanity should be characterized by difficult terms. The actual state should be made obscure, but by this verbiage it can be built into the court or investigating mind that a scientific approach exists and that it is too complex for him to understand. It is not to be imagined that a judge or a committee of investigation should inquire too deeply into the subject of insanity, since they, themselves, part of the indoctrinated masses, are already intimidated if the psychopolitical activity has caused itself to be well documented in terms of horror in magazines. In ease of a hearing or trial, the terribleness of insanity itself, its threat to society, should be exaggerated until the court of committee believes that the psychopolitical operative is vitally necessary in his post and should not be harassed for the activities of persons who are irrational. An immediate attack upon the sanity of the attacker before any possible hearing can take place is the very best defense. It should become well known that only the insane attack psychiatrists. The byword should be built into the society that paranoia is a condition in which the individual believes he is being attacked by communists. It will be found that this defense is effective. Part of the effective defenses should include the entire lack in the society of any real psychotherapy. This must be systematically stamped out, since a real psychotherapy might possibly uncover the results of psychopolitical activities. Jurisprudence, in a capitalistic nation, is of such clumsiness that cases are invariably tried in their newspapers. We have handled these things much better in Russia, and have uniformly brought people to trial with full confessions already arrived at, being implanted, before the trial took place. Should any whisper, or pamphlet, against psychopolitical activities be published, it should be laughed into scorn, branded an immediate hoax, and its perpetrator or publisher should be, at the first opportunity, branded as insane, and by the use of drugs the insanity should be confirmed. The use of psychopolitics in spreading communism. Reactionary nations are of such a composition that they attack a word without understanding of it. As the conquest of a nation by communism depends upon imbuing its population with communistic tenets, it is not necessary that the term communism be applied at first to the educative measures employed. As an example, in the United States we have been able to alter the works of William James, and others, into a more acceptable pattern, and to place the tenets of Karl Marx, Pavlov, Lamarck, and the data of dialectic materialism into the textbooks of psychology, to such a degree that anyone thoroughly studying psychology becomes at once a candidate to accept the reasonableness of communism. As every chair of psychology in the United States is occupied by persons in our connection, or who can be influenced by persons in our connection, the consistent employment of such texts is guaranteed. They are given the authoritative ring, and they are carefully taught. Constant pressure in the legislatures of the United States can bring about legislation to the effect that every student attending a high school or university must have classes in psychology. Educating broadly the educated strata of the populace into the tenets of communism is thus rendered relatively easy, and when the choice is given them whether to continue in a capitalistic or a communistic condition, they will see, suddenly, in communism, much more reasonability than in capitalism, which will now be of our own definition. The recruiting of psychopolitical dupes. The psychopolitical dupe is a well-trained individual who serves in complete obedience the psychopolitical operative. In that nearly all persons in training are expected to undergo a certain amount of treatment in any field of the mind, it is not too difficult to persuade persons in the field of mental healing to subject themselves to mild or minor drugs or shock. If this can be done, a psychological dupe on the basis of pain drug hypnosis can immediately result. Recruitment into the ranks of mental healing can best be done by carefully bringing to it only those healing students who are, to some slight degree, already depraved, or who have been treated by psychopolitical operatives. Recruitment is effected by making the field of mental healing very attractive, financially, and sexually. The amount of promiscuity which can be induced in mental patients can work definitely to the advantage of the psychopolitical recruiting agent. The dupe can thus be induced into many lurid sexual contacts, and these, properly witnessed, can thereafter be used as blackmail material to assist any failure of pain drug hypnosis in causing him to execute orders. The promise of unlimited sexual opportunities, the promise of complete dominion over the bodies and minds of helpless patients, the promise of complete lawlessness without detection, can thus attract to mental healing many desirable recruits who will willingly fall in line with psychopolitical activities. In that the psychopolitician has under his control the insane of the nation, most of them have criminal tendencies, and as he can, as his movement goes forward, recruit for his ranks the criminals themselves, he has unlimited number of human beings to employ on whatever project he may see fit. In that the insane will execute destructive projects without question, if given the proper amount of punishment and implantation, the degradation of the country's youth, the defamation of its leaders, the subverting of its courts becomes childishly easy. The psychopolitician has the advantage of naming as a delusory symptom any attempt on the part of a patient to expose commands. The psychopolitician should carefully adhere to institutions and should eschew private practice whenever possible, since this gives him the greatest number of human beings to control to the use of communism. When he does act in private practice, it should be only in contact with the families of the wealthy and the officials of the country. The smashing of religious groups. You must know that until recent times the complete subject of mental derangement, whether so light as simple worry or so heavy as insanity, was the sphere of activity of the church and only the church. Traditionally in civilized nations and barbaric ones the priesthood alone had in complete charge the mental condition of the citizen. As a matter of great concern to the psychopolitician this tendency still exists in every public in the Western world and scientific inroads into this sphere have occurred only in official and never in public quarters. The magnificent tool welded for us by Wundt would be a nothing if it were not for official insistence in civilized countries that scientific practices be applied to the problem of the mind. Without this official insistence or even if it relapsed for a moment, the masses would grasp stupidity for the priest, the minister, the clergy when mental condition came in question. Today in Europe and America scientific practices in the field of the mind would not last moments if not enforced entirely by officialdom. It must be carefully hidden that the incidence of insanity has increased only since these scientific practices were applied. Great remarks must be made of the pace of modern living. Hayton, please keep in mind that in this textbook modern times is referring to some 50 years past. Can you picture that which has been accomplished from the compounding of these projections as if and in accepted teachings for another 4.5 decades? You are in it up to your eyes and the head is already underwater where it counts the most, i.e., the ability to stay alive. I suspect there should be swimming lessons given along here somewhere and we have already done so and, therefore, perhaps you can utilize the life rings already given to you in the journals, etc., and other myths as the cause of the increased neurosis in the world. It is nothing to us what causes it if anything does. It is everything to us that no evidence of any kind shall be tolerated afoot to permit the public tendency toward the church its way. If given their heads, if left to themselves to decide, independent of officialdom, where they would place their deranged loved ones the public would choose religious sanitariums and would avoid as if plagued places where scientific practices prevail. Given any slightest encouragement, public support would swing on an instant all mental healing into the hands of the churches. And there are churches waiting to receive it, clever churches. That terrible monster the Roman Catholic Church still dominates mental healing heavily throughout the Christian world and their well-schooled priests are always at work to turn the public their way. Among fundamentalist and Pentecostal groups healing campaigns are conducted, which, because of their results, win many to the cult of Christianity. In the field of pure healing the Church of Christ Science of Boston, Massachusetts excels in commanding the public favor and operates many sanitariums. All these must be swept aside. They must be ridiculed and defamed and every cure they advertise must be asserted as a hoax. A full fifth of a psychopolitician's time should be devoted to smashing these threats. Just as in Russia we had to destroy, after many, many years of the most arduous work, the church, so we must destroy all faiths in nations marked for conquest. Insanity must be made to hound the footsteps of every priest and practitioner. His best results must be turned to giving insanities no matter what means we have to use. You need not care what effect you have upon the public. The effect you care about is the one upon officials. You must recruit every agency of the nation marked for slaughter into a foaming hatred of religion. You must suborn district attorneys and judges into an intense belief as fervent as an ancient faith in God that Christian practice which might devote itself to mental healing is vicious, bad, insanity-causing, publicly hated and intolerable. You must suborn and recruit any medical healing organization into collusion in this campaign. You must appeal to their avarice and even their humanity to invite their cooperation in smashing all religious healing and thus, to our end, care of the insane. You must see that such societies have only qualified communist indoctrinees as their advisors in this matter. For you can use such societies. They are stupid and stampede easily. Their cloak and degrees can be used quite well to mask any operation we care to have masked. We must make them partners in our endeavor so that they will never be able to crawl from beneath our thumb and discredit us. We have battled in America since the century's turn to bring to nothing any and all Christian influences, and we are succeeding. While we today seem to be kind to the Christian, remember we have yet to influence the Christian world to our ends. When that is done, we shall have an end of them everywhere. You may see them here in Russia as trained apes. They do not know their tether is long only until the apes in other lands have become unwary. You must work until religion is synonymous with insanity. You must work until the officials of city, county, and state governments will not think twice before they pounce upon religious groups as public enemies. Remember, all lands are governed by the few and only pretend to consult with the many. It is no different in America. The petty official, the maker of laws alike, can be made to believe the worst. It is not necessary to convince the masses. It is only necessary to work incessantly upon the official, using personal defamations, wild lies, false evidence, and constant propaganda to make him fight for you against the church or against any practitioner. Like the official, the bona fide medical healer also believes the worst if it can be shown to him as dangerous competition. And like the Christian, should he seek to take from us any right we have gained, we shall finish him as well. We must be like the vine upon the tree. We use the tree to climb and then, strangling it, grow into power on the nourishment of the flesh. We must strike from our path any opposition. We must use for our tools any authority that comes to hand. And then at last, the decades sped, we can dispense with all authority save our own and triumph in the greater glory of the party. Proposals which must be avoided. If the communistic connections of an psychopolitician should become disclosed, it should be attributed to his own carelessness, and he should, himself, be immediately branded as eccentric within his own profession. Authors of literature which seek to demonstrate the picture of a society under complete mental control and duress should be helped toward infamy or suicide to discredit their works. Any legislation liberalizing any healing practice should be immediately fought and defeated. All healing practices should gravitate entirely to authoritative levels, and no other opinions should be admitted, as these might lead to exposure. Movements to improve youth should be invaded and corrupted, as this might interrupt campaigns to produce in youth delinquency, addiction, drunkenness, and sexual promiscuity. Communist workers in the field of newspapers and radio should be protected wherever possible by striking out of action, through psychopolitics, any persons consistently attacking them. These, in their turn, should be persuaded to give every possible publicity to the benefits of psychopolitical activities under the heading of science. No healing group devoted to the mind must be allowed to exist within the borders of Russia or its satellites. Only well-vouched for psychopolitical operatives can be continued in their practice, and this only for the benefit of the government or against enemy prisoners. Any effort to exclude psychiatrists or psychologists from the armed services must be fought. Any inquest into the suicide or sudden mental derangement of any political leader in a nation must be conducted only by psychopolitical operatives or their dupes, whether psychopolitics is responsible or not. Death and violence against persons attacking communism in a nation should be eschewed as forbidden. Violent activity against such persons might bring about their martyrdom. Defamation, and the accusation of insanity, alone should be employed if at all possible, and they should be brought at last under the ministrations of psychopolitical operatives, such as psychiatrists and controlled psychologists. Summary. Editorial note from Gordon Jack Moore, Lieutenant Colonel U.S. Army, RET dated January 1976, the only revision is in the summary, which was added after the atom bomb had been dropped in Japan at the end of World War II. In this time of unlimited weapons, and in national antagonisms where atomic war with capitalistic powers is possible, psychopolitics must act efficiently as never before. Any and all programs of psychopolitics must be increased to aid and abet the activities of other communist agents throughout the nation in question. The failure of psychopolitics might well bring about the atomic bombing of the motherland, Russia. If psychopolitics succeeds in its mission throughout the capitalistic nations of the world, there will never be an atomic war, for Russia will have subjugated all of her enemies. Go back and read the last sentence again and again and again. Communism has already spread across 1/6 of the inhabited world. Marxist doctrines have already penetrated the remainder. An extension of the communist social order is everywhere victorious. The spread of communism has never been by force of battle, but by conquest of the mind. In psychopolitics we have refined this conquest to its last degree. The psychopolitical operative must succeed, for his success means a world of peace. His failure might well mean the destruction of the civilized portions of Earth by atomic power in the hands of capitalistic madmen. The end thoroughly justifies the means. The degradation of populaces is less inhuman than their destruction by atomic fission, for to an animal who lives only once, any life is sweeter than death. The end of war is the control of a conquered people. If a people can be conquered in the absence of war, the end of war will have been achieved without the destruction of war. A worthy goal. The psychopolitician has his reward in the nearly unlimited control of populaces, in the uninhibited exercise of passion, and the glory of communist conquest over the stupidity of the enemies of the people. The end. End of quoting. Let us close this document. Please, I plead with you to very carefully study the contents several times. The approach has been incredibly successful, for you have become people of the lie and fight unto your death for the right to continue in your own demise. I simply ask that you look at your plight with an open mind, for blindness is swept away in the wash of truth. In service, I come as a brother, that I and my companions might help you find the way back into light and truth. May God have mercy and gift ye ones with light. Salom. Jai Orgo Series Hayton, Commander of IGFC. To clear, please. Good evening. Chapter 9. Rec number 1 Hayton. Monday, January 7, 1991, 2:57 p.m. Year 4 Day 144 Today's watch. Yes, our ships are most difficult to miss seeing this day, and yet, most will not see them. Times are extremely serious in your world. It is simply the time of madness, jealous, a time through which we must pass. Almost any subject I choose upon which to write seems indeed mundane. Saddam says that if this conflict continues it will be the worst war, throughout the world, that the world will have ever known. I suggest you hear him, world. That is exactly that which is meant by his words. You have been led by the foolish into the jaws of hell. Cancellation of the Soviet/U.S. summit. This news should tell it all. The summit is off. Why do you think that might be, jealous? Your government administration is pushing you into doom. If you do not stop this terrible thing come upon you, you cannot win and the world might well be devastated. Mr. Bush says the cancellation is because of the Middle East conflict and your, U.S., objection to the way Mr. Gorbachev is handling the East Bloc republics of the Soviet Union. No, no, and no. You have been warned. To the children of God, I can only give one bit of hope and peace. In Isaiah 54:17, no weapon that is formed against you, Israel, shall prosper. Now remember very clearly and succinctly the definition of Israel. Israel means, the chosen of God. It is not a place on a geographical map. That is what the Zionists who took the portion of land for their own chose to call it as they harkened back into the historical memories. In other words, it was a term the world would blindly purchase. But, you had better listen up to this quotation, for it is indeed most important. Revelation 6:4, and there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another, and there was given unto him a great sword. Is there help for your so-called Christian countries? Well, if you believe there is truth in that which you wave about in proclaiming of truth the Bible, you will find that it says therein that there is help. God tells you, in 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my, God's, people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray, and seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways. Then will I hear from heaven, and will forgive their sins, and will heal their land. However, listen up, try Isaiah again, 59:1 and 2, for God will not even listen to your prayers until you get into a right relationship with him. In verse 1, you are told that he is still the God of old, that same God who did miracles for your forefathers. He has not lost his power, my friends, nor his ability to hear your prayers. But verse 2 tells you why he will not even listen to you most of the time, but your iniquities have separated between you and your God, and your sins have hid his face from you that he will not hear. There is one hope for you, especially in the western northern continent of America, including that which you call Canada. And that is for her godly people to repent of their waywardness, stubbornness, and selfishness and seek the face of God and plead for forgiveness. If you are willing to do this, then he has said he will forgive, and heal. Are you going to quit your headlong drive and striving to do your own thing at the cost of everything in the world, and turn again unto God and the law, or do you prefer the prospect of slavery and death at the hands of the Antichrists? The outcome remains up to you. Sick of the subject? So be it, to you who are too weary and bored with the subject of truth to go on. There are your brethren who are pleading for every tid bit of information which gives them the power to know the enemy, for only in knowing your enemy can you prevail against that enemy. I want to remind you of one of the most important statements made by any man on your earth. In 1973, Soviet President Brezhnev boasted, our aim is to gain control of the two great treasure houses on which the West depends, the energy of the Persian Gulf and the minerals of Central and Southern Africa. And so shall it come to pass. I further remind you that, as you take on Saddam Hussein, you are biting the foot of the big bear to the north. Spitzness. You are not going to like that which we write this day, but it is past time that you focus on that which is really out to get you. When you cause the bear to leave his cave in the midst of his winter sleep, you have one angry bear. Spitzness is an action, an infiltration of special groups. The point is to have them in place in America and Western Europe, ready to strike on instant command. I suggest you all go back and read carefully, every word, over and over again regarding enemies infiltrating through Mexico and Canada, etc. I cannot continue to repeat and repeat for you ones who haven't done your homework. While the nations of your free world, the so-called godly Israel nations, have been lulled into a false sense of security by the glasnost of Soviet Premier Gorbachev and his lovely wife, one of the most deadly organizations of super warriors and terrorists of a state is being trained and deployed throughout the free West for the purpose of smashing you with clenched fist, when you have succumbed to their peace overtures. I do not intend to isolate every act of violence in these current weeks and comment, for it is the overall picture from which you ones must recognize the overall danger. This group, these specially trained warriors, have a mission to spread this terror everywhere, causing chaos and total confusion. They operate during the time of Cold War or low-intensity conflicts through the world, during the time most of you consider the world to be basically at peace. There are some 200 of these teams already in place in your country of the USA, armed with, among other things, nuclear backpack weapons. These are low-intensity nuclear bombs of about 2 kT strength. They could not destroy a large city such as New York or Los Angeles, but might cause 5,000 casualties. In addition, the FBI acknowledged, in 1983, that they knew of the presence of more than 100,000 enemy agents in the U.S. But, as one FBI official stated, we cannot touch them under American law, until they make an overt move against our government or people. This, of course, is another of the lies of lies. You have witnessed that the American government, right in recent months, has taken militant action against patriots whom they proclaim, without justice or trial, are dangerous to their totalitarian plans. There are many different labels for these special groups. The official name of the specialized Soviet task force is Spetsalnaya Nazначения, or Special Purpose Forces. The nickname is Spetsnaz. All over the map. Spetsnaz was extremely active in 1968, for instance, and were the ones who seized the Prague airport and other key facilities in the capital city, paving the way for the communist invasion of that country, Czechoslovakia, in 1968. This is the force which is so hated and feared and which will be first utilized to bring the rebellions into control in the USSR. Do not be fooled by what appears to be freedom sweeping those nations. This is a presentation of power beyond which you cannot fathom. It appears all well and good. No, the economies and resources of these nations are in chaos and there isn't enough money in the free world to shore them up, and if you could, what then? There are no jobs, and to supply jobs you are robbing your own nation of industry to move to the cheap labor areas and calling it freedom and free trade. You in the previously free and wealthy world are at the door of total collapse. Dear ones, this very day the news is filled with the takeover of the Bank of New England, and you are told it will constitute the biggest bailout to date. The house of cards is falling apart. At any rate, back to the subject of labels. It is good to hear the titles of the groups, for you will then be more informed when you are told of them. At this time you have no inkling about that which is projected. In Czechoslovakia, they were called Radoviki, remember? In Afghanistan these terrorists were a joint operation of KGB/Spetsnaz units, which stormed the National Palace in Kabul and gunned down President Amin and his family, prior to the Soviet takeover in 1979. Are you under the erroneous understanding that the hostilities are over in Afghanistan? Sick. Now, how about a little James Bonding? In Sweden, this group of mysterious, underwater combat swimmers prowled all around the Swedish naval bases and strategic harbors, and even entered the main channel of Stockholm with their little mini-subs, equipped with tractor treads, and moved up to within a mile of the royal palace. These mini-subs were launched from Soviet subs well inside the international water boundaries. A similar operation took place near Norway's major naval base at Bergen, far up the Hardanger fjord. In Britain, these Soviet terrorists are well known to the anti-terrorist investigators of Scotland Yard, who know them as a secret detachment of potential saboteurs and assassins who are located somewhere near the Royal Air Force base called Greenham Common. This is the base where U.S. military personnel man the silos containing ground-launched cruise missiles. Now the painful part for you Westerners. This sinister Soviet force has remained virtually unknown to you until the defection of a very high-ranking Soviet officer, and he spilled a bit of information in a book called Inside Soviet Military Intelligence. I would, however, warn you that much disinformation has come forth from these sources in a very intentional and intense manner. You must read with discernment. Suffice it to say that there is enough truth to cause you to immediately be at attention. I have told you that there are more KGB agents in the CIA than there are Western agents. Well, there is another group through the Soviet military intelligence, called GRU, which has a terrorist strike force made up of approximately 30,000 men and women. The purpose of these forces? To burrow into an unsuspecting nation during peacetime and prepare to launch attacks in sudden surprise, just as was done at Pearl Harbor just prior to a Soviet all-out blitzkrieg. Their ultimate objective is to neutralize the nuclear potential of an enemy by striking at personnel who control a country's nuclear force. Since only a few nations have this massive capability, this means that their major objective outside Europe is, of course, the United States. In your country, they would strike at command, control, and communication networks, starting with the President, Vice President, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, as well as major military leaders and key congressional leaders. The idea is to neutralize the leadership of the target nation, especially those who could authorize a retaliatory nuclear attack. You can see now why it is so perfectly drawn and acted out for the Soviets at this present time, for all your major trained forces have been removed from NATO bases as well as any defensive troop capability in the United States itself. Their secondary objective would be against your country's military and civilian communication networks. Your technology has become so centralized that the assault on and the destruction of a few computer centers would effectively neutralize much of your radio, TV, and microwave communications. As any military person knows, when your communications are knocked out, you are in very serious trouble. This would reduce the ability of your air, naval, and ground forces to meet a Soviet attack, if indeed there were any of those forces and/or equipment left to do so. Listen to your own top mouths who speak also through their lips. U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense Noel Cook said, their job is to destroy a nation's infrastructure and kill key people. They are an important part of the Soviet Union's peacetime operations and, during war, would pose a grave danger to strategic disruption of NATO and the United States itself. And this was long before all your defense was shipped off to the Middle East. Do you think they all know something more than you the people? I would guess a whole bunch, but, as I lay it out for you, my own scribe comes under attack from you very ones who say, why didn't you tell us before now? The Soviet authorities who control Spetsnaz have the cream of the crop from among the young Soviet men and women who make up the Soviet military. In addition, the Soviet athletes who compete for the Soviet Union in the Olympic Games are considered as a pool for Spetsnaz recruits. Suvorov stated that some of the best Soviet Olympic athletes are Spetsnaz commandos. While participating in international sporting events, they have the opportunity to hone their deadly skills in marksmanship, martial arts, boxing, and other lethal sports, while they become acquainted with a variety of cultures and nations in which they compete, and in which they may later operate. The recruit is given a strict test of loyalty and must sign an oath swearing him to absolute secrecy about his unit and the very existence of Spetsnaz. If this oath is broken, it means the death penalty, no ifs, ands, or buts. The new recruit has usually had at least 2 years of military training. Initial training is carried out at the Special Forces faculty of the Ryazan Airborne School and the Reconnaissance faculty of the Higher Combined Arms School in Kiev. Officers receive special training from the Military Diplomatic Academy of the Soviet Army in Moscow. Spetsnaz training is brutal and effective. It must be, in order to produce brutal terrorists who will not hesitate to carry out any order given by their superiors. One of their training bases is at Zheltyi Vady, in the Ukraine. This is adjacent to a concentration camp for political prisoners. The camp inmates provide living training aids for the martial arts. The Spetsnaz commandos can punch, gouge, and maim to their heart's content. It gives the trainees a taste for blood, and is much more realistic than punching a sandbag which cannot bleed. And just who are the mentors of this lovely group of jolly killers? The World Zionist Network. These special force troops enjoy better food, better housing, better pay, quicker promotions, longer leaves, foreign travel and earlier retirement than regular troops, so there is always a steady stream of eager volunteers. Typical training may involve being dropped in a wilderness area for days or weeks, without any survival gear, including a bedroll. When assigned to a mission, they are issued the best equipment available, usually a Kalashnikov light automatic rifle, AK-74, with 300 rounds of 5.45 caliber ammunition, a bayonet which doubles as a saw and wire cutter, a P6 silenced pistol, 6 grenades with grenade launcher, and a bizarre knife which can propel its lethal blade a full 30 to 35 feet. The things which distinguish the Spetsnaz from other special purpose forces in the free world, is that to them peacetime is wartime. As she infiltrates the West, they become a sleeper agent. One of their missions is to contact and maintain liaison with domestic terrorists in the nation where they operate. These domestic terrorists are supplied, trained, and even included in the Spetsnaz operations. They are an internal and strategic link in the internationalist terrorist network. Any observant, intelligent person should see the danger posed by the vast number of illegal aliens who are now flooding America's borders. In 1987, just along the Texas border, over 34 different nationalities were apprehended, most of them white, most of them coming from Eastern European Warsaw Pact nations. Many of these young men spoke excellent English, carried U.S. Social Security cards, and many had documents showing that they had served in the U.S. Armed Forces. Many were armed and carried large sums of money. Well, you can bet your last large or small bit of money that these were connected to this natty group called Spetsnaz. Connections. These Spetsnaz force units are linked to domestic terrorists and have been evident in such terrorist organizations as the Communist Combat Cells of Belgium, the Red Army faction of West Germany, Direct Action of France, the Red Brigades of Italy, the Revolutionary Cells of West Germany, and the Spanish Basque ETA. Before the current conflict and stripping of your NATO bases, the NATO facilities were the prime targets such as petroleum and gas pipelines, oil storage tanks, computer centers, and key military and civilian personnel. These, by the way, are the same targets Spetsnaz would attack prior to a Soviet attack in Europe. If domestic terrorists whittle down the assets of the free world prior to a Soviet attack, so much the better. International Terrorist Network. The Soviets and their mentors, the World Zionist Network, use their terrorist networks to intimidate and destabilize the West, as well as to soften up a target country. The KGB, the GRU, the Israeli Mossad, all orchestrate this network, with 6 nations as major participants: Libya, Syria, Iran, North Korea, Cuba, and Nicaragua. In these nations there are 110 known terrorist groups from which many splinter groups emerge. There are some 66 terrorist training bases in the Middle East, i.e. 18 in Libya, 20 in Iran, 12 in Syria and 8 to 10 in Lebanon. These are ones which are known and recognized. There are others which remain undetected. 12 terrorists training camps have recently been pinpointed in Mexico, funded by the Colombian drug money. If a terrorist shows real promise, he or she is sent to a finishing school in the USSR. From there, they are sent on bombing, hijacking, kidnapping, or assassinations, all over the free world. Thousands of these terrorists have infiltrated the free world, probably nowhere as much so as in the United States, where it is known that thousands have crossed that good old Mexican border. Many of those terrorists are given sanctuary by the Sanctuary Church movement. Well, it is called cutting your own throat, but you are surely caught between a rock and a hard place as you effort to serve compassionately. Yes, your government does know about this. This is why we are bringing this truth unto you. There are several countries which are top-of-the-line surrogate countries utilized by the Soviets: Cuba, Libya, North Korea, Vietnam, and so on. You might be indeed alert, for if there is a rash of Spetsnaz activities in the US, or in Europe, it will likely signal a Soviet offensive. It will begin with assassinations, of which you have already had quite a few. Targets. In prior writings I have already laid forth the targets which will be immediately sabotaged. Nuclear facilities would be assaulted and neutralized by demolitions teams, probably in conjunction with domestic terrorists. Could it be possible, do you think, that Spetsnaz units in the US will provide the equipment and know how to blow the bridges across the Mississippi River? We have already told you that the saboteurs are already infiltrated and in place. Your government, further, knows that this is a part of the attack plan and that hundreds of thousands of aliens have been put in those positions along the river from New Orleans to Chicago. They would also attack waterworks, sewage systems, introduce biologic organisms, hit power sources, pipelines, transformers, key transportation facilities and key communication centers, the vital nerve centers of your nation. Spetsnaz units are trained to operate with a high degree of independence and creative innovation. How many are there? Lots. Each Soviet military district has its own Spetsnaz brigade. These are usually composed of 100 teams of between 5 to 12 members each. A typical unit member would be from 18 to 20 years old, led by slightly older officers in command. They are considered so highly reliable that they are the only Soviet military units who do not have a political officer. Each Spetsnaz soldier is his own commissar. Because the soldiers are young, the training is extremely strenuous, and includes underwater combat swimming, high-altitude low-opening parachute jumps and high-altitude high-opening jumps, as well as infiltrations, sabotage, clandestine communications, and martial arts. He is trained to be a killer in every way imaginable. The most important part of his training is in the language, culture, and folkways of the country where he will be assigned. This is something that even American diplomats do not receive and can be seen in the low standard of your foreign policy statesmanship. If you think the prior writings have been a bit gruesome regarding brainwashing of Americans by psychopolitics, you ain't seen nothing yet compared to the total mind control of the youngsters in these special forces. They are the tools to take the world, and it is a deadly serious job which these children accept now as a challenging game. They are the true Rambos of the world and thoroughly indoctrinated by the Mossad. There is nothing too evil to be avoided. Training. Spetsnaz training is capped by live exercises with a very realistic tour of duty in one of the world's combat areas with live games such as shooting down helicopters and assassinating the people, such as Americans, abroad. Now, something that will, and should, absolutely turn you livid. Britain and the United States have taken this threat so seriously as to include anti-Spetsnaz training in their war plans. Now, shudder again as you revel in this newfound chummy. No more Cold War. Watch what is going on under your noses and you will see the subtle clues. Watch for an increase in the number of Soviet embassy personnel and freeing up of visiting regulations. Check out the more youthful, athletic personnel replacing the older, paunchy diplomats. There will be a marked increase in the number of trade delegates, athletes, and cultural exchanges with the Soviet Union. A big opening of travel and tourism exchanges with the Soviet Union with apparent openness never before experienced in the Soviet Union. You won't notice, but there already is an increased number of Soviet fishing boats off your shores and an increase in the time they stay near sensitive areas. Note strangers buying or renting real estate, homes, and apartments near strategic locations. Look at outside agitators infiltrating local peace groups and anti-nuclear protest movements. Spetsnaz female agents have greatly infiltrated women's protest groups near the U.S. Air Force bases in Britain. Well, as with all bad lawnweeds, the big crabgrass king has spread out his little brother organizations which duplicate the mission during the time of war. They are in Poland, Bulgaria, Germany, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Vietnam, North Korea, and you will always find top Mossad trainers at work. Bad news. One of your most worrisome and officially neglected, overlooked intentionally, areas of potential terrorism concerns what is referred to as Southcom, the Southern Military Command, which encompasses the vast area south of your borders with Mexico. Here Cuba's version of the Spetsnaz, the Tropas Especiales, special troops, are extremely active. These were kept under the watchful eye of FT Hood as a special assignment, but, what now? You have emptied FT Hood and sent most of your tanks to Israel, and the rest are now on their way to the Saudi desert. These Tropas Especiales operated under the direct command of the Cuban DGI, the General Intelligence Directorate, which is, in turn, controlled by the Soviet KGB. The Tropas have had extensive and impressive combat experience in wars on the African continent where they have been used as mercenaries by the Soviets. Mission of the Tropas. Their mission is similar to their Soviet counterpart, to train and equip terrorist groups all over the Western Hemisphere, including the United States. To date, these terrorists in the U.S. have remained mostly underground. While the U.S. government has concentrated their attacks against Christian patriots who are anxious to see your country return to constitutional standards, including the re-establishment of the Monroe Doctrine, they have been negligent of the much larger danger from the South. Instead of stopping, or at least slowing down this enemy activity, a liberal Congress has added to this danger by unbelievably stupid immigration policies which have allowed foreign agents almost complete freedom to operate within your shores. These have teamed up with drug operators from Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, and Cambodia. There is much evidence available that involvement in this drug business is protected by high government officials who are becoming rich in the process. Again, I recommend Colonel Bogrid's taped message on the Cambodian situation. I believe it is labeled Treason Prospers. Mexico is the big prize as far as the Tropas Especiales is concerned, and you must know that they have been eminently successful in their infiltration of that troubled country and, thusly, into yours. Look for a moment at that which was called the Monumbo Plan, which is a joint Cuban-Sandinista plot known to American intelligence agents. It is for the purpose of takeover of Mexico by native terrorists and left-wing forces. Panic would result in some 20 million Mexicans pushing across the U.S. border, and with them. What better way to infiltrate a few thousand Tropas agents into the beloved U.S.? This action was in full planning and upstart in late '88, and it has been moved into higher and higher action constantly ever since. The FBI knows that Cuba-trained DGI agents infiltrated the U.S. during the Mariel boat lift in 1979. They also know that thousands of enemy agents have crossed the U.S. border since that time. But in spite of this, there has been very little public or official discussion of this most serious problem, and it is seldom even mentioned by the media. How could this be? Oh yes, it could. Intentional indeed. It has been known by your government that there are thousands of Soviet and North Korean advisors in Mexico and have been for years. Your State Department deliberately refuses to acknowledge this for political reasons, and further, all documentation is kept hidden under national security lockup. If you write your congressman, especially if he serves on any special commissions, he will answer you with goo so thick it could mire a tank. He will acknowledge the ridiculous rumors, claim investigation, and announce that, to date, we have no evidence to substantiate any such activities. Brothers, this is a biggie lie if ever there were any. The State Department has been given ample evidence, including photographs, substantiating a huge Soviet and North Korean presence in Mexico and the locations of at least 12 terrorist camps. Dear ones, it is just this kind of treasonous activity on the part of your State Department which has brought America to defeat in at least 2 wars, and which is deliberately undermining the safety of your country. The U.S. government has refused to disclose any of that which is taking place along the border with Mexico and continues to simply push for free trade. You know your border is not being defended, for there are no bases active with which defense could take place. It is known that while this threat to your safety continues, your armed forces are interfering in an area where you have no business whatsoever, the Persian Gulf. Is this the top-level plan to involve America in a war in which the enemy knows he will be successful? America? Is it already over? There is no way in which it could be much more serious, America. God be with you for that which is come upon you. In total love and compassion for you, my brethren, I move to stand by. I am Orgo Series Hayton, Commander of IGFC. To clear please, good evening. Chapter 10. Rec number 1 Hayton. Tuesday, January 8, 1991, 9 o'clock a.m. Year 4 Day 145 Today's watch. Love and peace be with you of that troubled place. Hayton present, and I shall do a bit of shocking myself. I have received a batch of mail from Saudi Arabia, each letter more insulting and obscene than the one before. I have, further, been challenged by this fine, upstanding, and literate group of your country's best to publish this in your letter. This challenge, of course, being placed on the envelope. Noting that the mail is censored going in, and certain one's mail being censored coming out, I assume the government literary overseers have passed the contents as to federal, state, and local laws. I assume that the expression is some sort of art form, or perhaps a simple demonstration of the high educational standards of graduate students in your educational system. I must assume this to be fact, for the same language is demonstrated in various forms of spelling throughout each piece of correspondence. I would suggest, however, that there is a very limited vocabulary. I do not wish to offend any of the fine young men who wrote, however. I tend to believe that the subscribers to this express would object if I printed them all thus, showing favoritism. I ask that you publish a copy, exactly as is, right at the start of this document. For you with tender ears and eyes, perhaps you may need to get someone else, stronger and more versed in the language of America's finest, to read it to you. I appreciate the relevant information regarding my being a comedian and entertaining all your fine and lonely troops with my humor, which throws them into fits of laughter. I shall endeavor to keep up the good work while hoping that they can continue to keep up their lives long enough to continue to be able to do anything, much the less, laugh. These young men, of course, do not sign their names, a total identification as to the level of their bravery. Next, will you bear with me while I copy another letter from another soldier in Saudi Arabia, as well as comments from a columnist of the Chicago Tribune who has found that in the hundreds of contacts he has with the public, he finds that well over 90% of these are against what is happening in the Middle East and inquire what to do to stop this madness. Let me quote from an interview with a very high-ranking Saudi official when asked why haven't your young men been rushing to enlist and defend their land. Well, he talked about the practice of using incredible oil wealth to hire foreigners to do the jobs that wealthy Arabs find distasteful. So he continued with a laugh, we just let our white slaves do our fighting for us. Oh, you think I made this up? Try the Wall Street Journal for source. Slaves is a bit much, try hired guns. Now, from a 22-year-old soldier in Saudi Arabia, at this moment, my unit is stationed about 120 miles from the border of Kuwait. Before I get into this message, I need to establish a couple of things for the benefit of the thought police. I am not a commie or any other sort of radical, anti-establishment revolutionary. I love my country and believe in the ideals of the Constitution. I'm not a conscientious objector. Being in a combat unit, I will go to war when it comes time and do my job to the best of my ability. One of those reasons I'm writing is to thank those members of Congress who are saying, hold on, Mr. President. And to thank you for raising questions about this situation in your column. From the newspapers we receive, compiled by the military, the views and morale of the troops are given the rosy treatment. But any visit we've had from the press has been preceded by an order from our superiors. They tell us, if asked a question by the civilian visitors, refer them to the public affairs officer who accompanies any press group. I can think of only 2 reasons why they don't want us to speak for ourselves. 1, to prevent disclosure of classified information. Is that something us peons are privy to? Or 2, fear that somebody might express a damaging public opinion that basically Mr. Bush is out of line and out of control. The truth is, Our morale is not as high as they would have you think. We don't know why we're here. We're left in limbo by the absence of rotation and the freezing of all discharges and retirements. And the general consensus in this unit is that the professional army is going to lose many soldiers due to disenchantment after this is all over. Make no mistake, this is not from one disgruntled soldier. This is gathered from the daily grumblings of many soldiers. Why are we here? Obviously, for his protection his name shall not be printed in this public print. This letter was also received by Mike Royko of the Chicago Tribune. I suggest that this information is true, having been given confirmation by the list of restrictions handed down to the press corps itself. The intent is to keep you victims of the lies and the war plan to kill off some 20-50,000 of your youngsters, acceptable losses as it is classified. 3M has already shipped 50,000 body bags and is making more. Guess what? 250,000 coffins are being readied. That is 250,000. By the way, we were asked by the large group writing the wondrous fan letters -- where did you get my address and name? From you families and friends who care enough to send the very best. Our publisher has deliberately refrained from sending unsolicited, and subscribed to, information to Saudi Arabia. The troops in the field have little they can do about their situation, and we have not wanted to bring further distress, although truth is the only tool they can have. We bless and thank every single one who has cared enough to allow these citizens to know truth of their situation. It is, however, up to you at home to stop this nightmare. Today's watch in specifics. Take note of that which is put forth from Congress leaks. It is doubtful that Congress will buck the president, but any support will be marginal at best. However, it has been made clear, the president will ignore and disregard any actions by Congress in opposition to his plan. If you, as citizens, can simply sit and listen to this, I must ask, where is your head? Angry at the distasteful letters from the young men who have written? Oh no, we weep for them. They are but babes, terrified out of their minds if they give proper thought to their plight. They gather together and share the truth, and what have they left to do? They conjure up jokes and give each other courage in an attempt to outvulgar each other, and then, we'll show that S.O.B. Angry. No, it is truly here trending, and I want to reach out and fix it for them, and I can't. But you can. We are constantly given love and queried about, how can your people dare to risk everything and just continue on in the face of such dangers to their lives? Dharma says, 2,000 years ago I think I might have just stood there and let them crucify my friend. I know that I denied his truth at least 3 times, but I know within, I denied it more than that. This time I shall take my stand by his side, and if possible, I shall spare his. As for the publisher, and the others who continue in the front of the army, they simply say, it's for me also, and it is the job I came to do. And, we will do it. Further, it is most comforting as the word goes forth to find that there are wondrous ones already out there, having been almost ready to quit the pursuit save the message arrived and confirmed their task. Ones of God shall rise up as on the wings of eagles, and no evil shall prevail against them. Ponder it. The phoenix has returned. So be it, and Selah. News headlines more confirmation of this truth. As we move along and I tell you things, it may appear you are getting them late, however, please allow for mailing time. Look what came through on the fax yesterday from January 7th at a Prudential-backed daily update ticker machine. 852, AP Israeli troops shell Shiite Muslim villages in Lebanon, and further, admit to at least 21 such recent missions. 847, Iran reportedly has modern Soviet anti-AIRC missiles. 837, Israel denies pledge to warn US before launching a retaliatory strike against Iraq. 1123, AP Israeli plan would remove 60,000 Palestinians from jobs. And the notation from the man who sent us this documentation, there is no doubt that Israel's plan is moving ahead. A meeting tomorrow? Why? Your president has already told the world that there is nothing going to make any difference. How can this one man speak for a world of citizens about to perish? How can you call this quest for freedom? Now for spacemen and UFOs. Want a little proof? In Southern California recently, in about November, there was public inquiry about the strange craft over Southern California spheres, triangle shapes, etc. This was so evident and so intense in the sightings that there was mandatory response. Here is what you were publicly told: it is only newly designed aircraft being tested. The A-12 stealth attack craft. Funny thing about that plane, not even one has been completed, much less flown. The program is now being dropped due to overruns and flaws and lack of finished production, the item still being on the drawing board. This, from your own Secretary of Defense, who urged abandonment of the project, which has now been approved. Not only does that mean there are no such craft, but also you shall have another several thousand unemployed engineers, etc., immediately. Who was up there? Well, we were up there, and there were some Russian cosmospheres up there, and thus, and so. It is a critical time for your nation and your world. You are just about to self-destruct. Marie, in Colorado. This is also for all of you precious ones who write with support and trust in the truth which we are commissioned to bring. To all of you who find pain in the response of your loved ones and friends, they did not listen to the master either. So be it. As truth is borne out in living, breathing color, ones will begin to see and hear. Do not be distressed at those which will not hear or see, for when the time is proper the teacher not only appears but moreover is heard and seen. First, the student must be ready for the receiving, and so shall it come. Dharma, There are other things for you this day, so let us close this and perhaps fit it with the prior writing to finish and express. It is necessary that the readers get all sides of this issue, for a picture is worth 1,000 words. Ponder it. Hayton to stand by. Go in safety and peace, for preparations must continue. We simply cannot know how it will go in the next few hours and days, but this day it looks bleak indeed. We must simply move on, for we shall pass through this veil of shadows lest we miss the radiance at the other side. Salut. Chapter 11. Rec number 1. Hayton. Thursday, January 10, 1991, 3:30 p.m. Year 4, Day 147. Today's watch. Hayton present. May we commune, please? I know it is difficult to continue this pace, but we shall, for it is important that ones now be given the reassurance that they are actually seeing the things come to pass as projected. You perceive something happened or did not happen according to expectations. Whose expectations? There could have been no other outcome of the meeting in Geneva yesterday. It was the coup, dear ones. If you missed the point, allow me to refresh your minds. There is much talk of a resolution to back the president. Well, you allowed him to arrange things right under your noses so that it matters not in the least what Congress does or does not do. When Bush called up the last 4,500 day before yesterday, he sealed the ticket. This is why he and Dick Cheney could laugh at one another in that knowing way at the end of Bush's press conference yesterday, when there were questions of allowance of 1 million more reserves to be called up. Of course you got the mushmouth which said, "Oh, there is no intention of calling them, but we need to be able to keep some of these necessary reserves in longer than the 180 days allowed. Therefore, the president must take executive powers and declare a state of emergency which allows us to do these minor little things we need and take over your entire country through those nice tidy executive orders we have displayed for you." So, what are they saying behind the congressional scenes? We may as well give him backing so the world doesn't see how little power we actually have, for he has the power and there is nothing we can do about it. He holds that sword above their necks like the pendulum you have just given away, America. Oh, you don't see it? Just wait, my friends, one executive order after another will now fall on you until war will look pretty good to you before it is over. And further, who is your enemy? The USSR, just as it always has been. The Russians and the Zionists. The dandy confrontation is the one yet to come, however. Between the Soviets and the Zionists they can't both have top billing. But the Soviets think they have that all under control, also. But, will there be a war? How else are you going to get rid of the youth of a nation who are blind enough to fight and die without question? Now, you ask of me, but I thought. Yes, didn't you? And, further, you assumed that the glory and the winning of God would mean all the dandy things of earth? Like, we all go to the clouds and take our bodies and take our treasures and. No, it isn't that way at all. P.S. And what about that short war unlike Vietnam? You must not read the same papers that I peruse. You remember that company called General Dynamics who just lost a biggie contract, A-12 attack craft, because of poor management, overruns, and all the other things that make a company supposedly ineligible for bidding on government contracts? How is it then that on January 7, 1991, General Dynamics Corp got a $27 million Air Force contract for operations and maintenance of electronic warfare evaluation simulator tests? Further, Fairchild Aircraft Corp was given a $28.7 million Air Force contract for 9 C-26 turboprop aircraft. Do you think these are for vacation pleasure? Clamshell Building Incorporated won a $13.6 million Army contract for vehicle maintenance and aircraft maintenance shelters, etc. Hughes Santa Barbara Research Center, a unit of General Motors Corp., got a $10.5 million Air Force contract for air-to-air missile target detectors, etc., etc., etc. Do these military contracts indicate that you will have a long peace or a long war? So be it. Equal opportunity? How about this big Bank of New England and the bailout? How many of you are aware that shortly prior to this bank going under and picking up bailout by you lovely taxpayers, that the Bank of Harlem, wherein thousands of the lower to middle class and businessmen in Harlem do their banking, just folded and was allowed to fold? The FDIC backed the small depositors up to $100,000, but all the businesses with accounts exceeding that amount had to take 50 cents on the dollar. The businesses will now also fold. Do you not think you are extremely near the ability of Mr. Bush to bring in emergency banking regulations? For those of you who have said Hayton is crazy about the income tax filings. Quote, AP Supreme Court rules Americans who refuse to pay their federal income tax because they sincerely believe tax law is unconstitutional cannot be convicted of willful tax evasion, sets aside tax protesters' conviction. Well, how could you miss such a tremendous Supreme Court ruling? Because the next case before the court had to do with nude dancers in nightclubs, as an art form, and all of the press and media were over the debate like the clothes that should have been on the young ladies in question. The income tax ruling was killed, deader and deadest. Do you actually think the government wants you the people to know of such a truth? The Supreme Court just killed the income tax, dear citizens. Oh, you can still file and pay if you wish to give the taxes as gifts or voluntary gratuities, but the Supreme Court of the United States of America just killed the income tax and ruled that it is unconstitutional, and almost everyone missed it. For you who still can't believe Hayton, go look it up, for it was announced on January 8, 1991, you know, while all you can think of is Aziz Baker, Geneva and war. As I let you in on some IRS information, perhaps you will see why there was no public address made regarding the above. Most of you lovely people assume that the IRS does nothing with most of the information returns it collects and doesn't seek out much information from elsewhere. No. The IRS has finally gotten its act together, along with its computer system, and taxpayers need to really watch out now. IRS offices buy lists of buyers of expensive cars from the states, usually looking for cars worth more than $30,000 and how the tax is handled. The tax returns of buyers are reviewed to see if their reported income was sufficient to afford the cars. Local real estate records are used to ensure that home sales were reported, buyers of expensive homes report enough income, and tax-deferred exchanges are properly reported and valued. Real estate records also are used to ensure that landlords report income. IRS district offices also obtain lists of licensed professionals from states and ensure all the professionals file tax returns. Different districts are examining different professions. For example, Buffalo is examining lists of attorneys and CPAs. Milwaukee is looking at CPAs and checking for members who deducted their large initiation fees and annual dues. The IRS is also after sportsmen and athletes. Tennis and golf pros are examined for not reporting income for lessons. Corporations that buy or lease skyboxes at sports arenas are checked to see if they deducted the fees. Sports stars who appear at autograph and endorsement shows are checked to see if they reported cash received. Umpires and referees of local sports leagues are targeted in trial cities of Birmingham, Greensboro, Omaha, and St. Paul to ensure that they report all income and use as a base for estimation of the numbers not reporting. Tax changes. Let me offer you a listing as given forth in one of your better tax letters, Tax Hotline. The top tax rate increases to 31% from 28%. The 31% rate will apply to single persons whose taxable income exceeds $49,300, and to married people filing a joint return whose taxable income exceeds $82,150. There will be three tax rates, 15%, 28%, and 31%. Phases out personal exemptions for joint filers whose taxable income exceeds $150,000 and singles whose taxable income exceeds $100,000. Disallows a portion of itemized deductions $300 for every $10,000 by which a taxpayer's adjusted gross income exceeds $100,000. Extends the 1.45% Medicare payroll tax to wages up to $125,000 from the current cutoff point of $51,300. Imposes a 10% luxury tax on goods costing more than $30,000 for cars, $100,000 for boats, $10,000 for furs and jewelry, and $250,000 for personal airplanes. Increases the individual alternative minimum tax, AMT, rate to 24% from 21%. The new law also makes a positive change to the AMT. For 1991 only, it removes the appreciation on donations of tangible personal property, example artworks, from the AMT. Under the current law, the appreciation is a tax preference subject to the AMT. Sets the top tax rate on capital gains at 28%, even if other income is taxed at a higher rate. Increases gasoline taxes by 5 cents a gallon effective December 1st. Increases cigarette taxes by 4 cents a pack on January 1st and another 4 cents in 1993. Increases tax on alcohol, 16 cents more for a 6-pack of beer, about $1 a bottle on table wine, and $1 gallon on liquor. Increases airline ticket tax to 10%, from 8%. Increases tax credits for the working poor. The earned income credit is increased and adjusted for family size. In view of the Supreme Court ruling of this week, I believe you can see why the government will place a war tax on past income reporting, and yes, IT will be lawful by executive order. Truth. Any of you still think your government wouldn't lie to you to get sympathy on your side and keep you thinking Iraq is a dastardly horror mill? Okay, how about being told that Iraqi pilots flew helicopters into Saudi Arabia and defected? Funny thing, the Saudi minister denied any such thing after Iraq laughed and pronounced it more of your dirty tricks to mislead the citizens of the world, and wishful thinking. Now, with a red face, your government has had to retract the statements. By the way, these statements are never retracted from your troops. Your troops are only shown exactly that which is desired for them to see. The only news is CNN, and CNN has been bought and paid for in blood, dear friends. CNN gave the best coverage long enough to gain your trust and now is a fully operational propaganda show for Iraq, and Aziz gave recognition to that fact yesterday. Of course, later after the fact you will be told it was necessary to allow Saddam to believe the nation was behind the war effort. How do they manage to have one-sided, for war, call-ins, at random, on Larry King Live? Easy, the arrangements are set up in advance. There are ones on the call-in list, pre-arranged, and the questions already selected prior to the program, and only those calls are accepted if the topic is political. Middle East conflict not attached to Israel? How many of you noted that on Monday, January 7, 1991, Israeli planes destroyed a base of a Syrian-backed Palestinian group in southern Lebanon? Where is your United Nations Army? Blind leading blind. You will be happy to rejoice to find that now banks will be managing failed thrifts' troubled assets. The first two allowed to do so are in Texas, where, of course, you have had the most failed failures failing in the U.S. And what about Somalia? Where are the United Nations Army troops ensuring peace, freedom, and protection of human rights and the American way? Experts. I am going to give you a bit of unasked for advice, dear ones, which may serve you well as one expert after another gets up and is quoted and expounds on everything from why the banks failed to why there are minerals in the water and oxygen in the air. I suggest you go back to common sense. If the experts know so much about failure, then you might well guess who and which experts got you into the mess in the first place. An earth joke goes something like this: an expert is a has-been drip under pressure. They, further, are almost always educated right out of any knowledge or intelligence, and certainly out of all common sense. Common sense. You can see the incredible disadvantage in which most of you can find yourselves this day. I hope that you have taken advantage of the information provided for your use. How many of you have come into the sheltering protection of corporations and lost yourselves? How many have converted your assets into contributions/investments with gold as collateral? So be it. All choices are yours. How prepared are you for this passage ahead? I hope so. Dharma, you are weary and it is too late this day to continue on with the journal, so allow us to close, for it has been a most stressful 2 days. The confirmations are coming in a flood about you, and I would ask that those who have discounted this work as either evil or false take a more careful look. Salut. Haton to stand by. Good evening. Chapter 12. Rec number 1. Haton. Saturday, January 12, 1991, 2:16 p.m. Year 4, Day 149. Today's watch. Haton present. I make apologies for my own distractions, but it was necessary that I attend many things in these past 3 days, in your government and elsewhere. I trust all of you were attentive to all the presentations so that you can now analyze that which has occurred, or in the least, understand that which I give forth for your consideration. Let us not tarry, for you are indeed short of time. Things are not as they obviously appear to the majority of you earth children. It is far more serious than you perceive, and I am not pleased to be the one to point the hidden ramifications into your notice. I will herein acknowledge correspondence from Dr. Arthur Robinson, Fighting Chance. Perhaps, since it is a short letter, I shall ask that you retype it herein and then we can discuss the matter. Dear Sirs, January 8, 1991. This note is to thank you for sending me the copies of your Phoenix Journal Express, especially the informative November 1990 issue, and for your favorable comments about our work on behalf of American civil defense. I am sorry to say that America's security is now deteriorating at an increasing rate. With most of our military forces being withdrawn from their defensive positions and shipped to the Middle East, we are increasingly without protection. A catastrophe in the Arabian desert would leave us very vulnerable. Without civil defense, without strategic defense, and without sensible strategic caution in the deployment of our conventional forces, America is now at a very great risk of destruction. Sincerely yours, Arthur B. Robinson. There is good news and there is bad news. Well, actually there is bad news and there is worse news, and I know not which to give you first. Let us begin with the congressional resolution to allow the president to go to war. It is as well that the resolution passed, for if it had not, Bush and Cheney would have invoked executive order and national emergency, and there would not even have been a semblance of constitutional facade. If you ones of the citizenry could listen to the debate, I find it incredible that you could still stand with the administration. However, keeping in mind, dear ones, that there was never a real question as to whether or not there would be a supporting vote, there had to be, for 3/4 of your Congress is controlled by the Zionist factor. At least as it stands this afternoon after the resolution, it will require more attention to that which they pull off under your noses without notice, and it did call attention to the fact that you had a constitution. It is truly not utilized anymore and will be less so in the ensuing weeks. There will be an executive order and the establishment of a national emergency on the grounds of the reserve troops, who will be retained longer than the 180 days allowed at present. That maneuver will allow the calling up of 1 million additional reserves and keep the ones already called up for 2 years. In the process, remember the executive orders as we laid them out for you. There is only need to declare one state of emergency and all executive orders are activated. Points to ponder. Will you have a war? How else can you so quickly get rid of 500,000 prime Americans? It is now public knowledge, look it up, that one factory in the fabricating business has had all domestic manufacturing stopped while they make 75,000 additional body bags to be shipped immediately to Saudi Arabia, and that is only one of the several companies doing the same. Next, by executive mandate through the Pentagon, or vice versa, all transportation, food allotments and medical attention is, henceforth, immediately on priority notice of distribution and use in favor of military priority. By the way, these things have been in place for well over 10 days. Also, there is a mandate that there will be a ceasing of all military funerals, bodies will be warehoused and mass services will be handled appropriately. This, dear ones, is so that you will never know just how many perish in this little dispute. Nuclear capability. Number 1, Iraq doesn't need nuclear capability, for you have given them the air/fuel weapons, the bacteriological capability and the chemical capabilities. Yes, I said you. Next point, they do have nuclear capability poised and ready right from Russia with love. However, you, the United States of America, also gave them that particular capability. In August, after the Iraq invasion of Kuwait and your troops were in the Saudi desert, a Cray supercomputer was sent through an Iraqi front organization through Brazil to Iraq, and it had been approved for shipment by your Department of Commerce, known by the Secretary of Commerce. So, you might ask, what goes on here? Exactly what you see. What is factual has nothing to do with that which you think. Please recall that the supercomputer is a necessary item for the perfection of delivery, etc., of nuclear weapons. You have already supplied Israel with capability, also. Something looks strange about this whole thing? It is. And herein I shall give you a few more thoughts to consider. I don't ask that you make a decision as to whether or not I am correct, for I am correct. I just ask that you consider them carefully so that, as you realize the truth of it, you will be prepared for the far-out truth of how it has come down upon you as a free world. Almost nothing is as you think it to be. You think that your nation would surely not send off your prime youth, the ones who volunteered for the military, to go to college and make something of their lives. Oops. Think again. There are almost no elite establishment relatives, or otherwise, in the military. What you have now, and please, don't go crazy when I lay this out for you, is beyond your imagining. We need you to be thinking, clear-headed and viable citizens. Your nation has been deliberately stripped of any viable defense capability. And further, the troops in the Saudi Arabian desert are not considered prime, America's finest. They are the very ones both the elite and the enemy want to get rid of: the citizens seeking education and the minority groups. I'm sorry, precious ones, it is the planned annihilation of over 500,000 of your citizens, mostly males. Who? The Russians/Hazars. Why do you think Gorbachev really called Bush yesterday? To make sure everything is right on track. Does Mr. Bush realize this? He would not be able to think about it one way or another, for who you think is George Bush, is not. The Antichrist is in the final stages of setting up the perfection of the plan to take it all, and all of the puppet masters are taking places, and you of the world's citizens are the puppet/pawns. Do you stop and play dead? Not unless you want to end up that way. You stay on that hotline to your Congress and responsible parties until you can no longer stand. It is the only prayer for survival that you have remaining. How do you check out my truth? Consider, no one in favor of this force by war has any consideration of how to occupy and ensure anything in Kuwait. No one outside the pushers give any consideration of the expense involved in the pushing of this thing. You have one-track robots pushing you over the cliff, and even your fingernails won't hold. You think Hussein was watching CNN to see if he should worry a bit more? Yes, he was, and at the same time you might well watch what he was doing while he was watching. He has collected every head leader of the meanest, dirtiest, and most evil terrorists into Baghdad. They are not bluffing. They have terrorists in every strategic location within Europe and the United States, and it is going to be ugly if they utilize their bombs and terror tactics. One of the first things to go, for instance, are municipal water supplies to your major cities such as Los Angeles, etc. After the 15th it will not be safe to even enter an airport. Will they actually do anything? The probabilities are affirmative. Since the point is not Iraq, Kuwait, nor the oil, I suggest more probability of yes than no. Do you have time now? I honestly cannot predict with clarity. I do ask my ones to get balanced preparations. Then, as we can acquire some property elsewhere in this particular location, shift supplies. If ever this group needed a bit of support for land acquisition, it is now. I cannot have our connection severed, and the first place wherein the enemy will come is to this dwelling and confiscate the food storage when things get tight. The fact that they have had to forego any preparations, of which to speak, will not deter the ones who will believe otherwise. At this point there have been no funds for preparation, so it is a moot issue, but if all of you are waiting now, I ask the time. It is also the time to do something with your assets lest they be worthless soon. To pay for this little desert jaunt is going to be a heavy load, and the government will confiscate everything they can find. I can also guarantee you that this war will not be another Vietnam. New World Order? No one world control. There will be no order in this new world. The picture doesn't look too good from this vantage point if you are in search of world peace and constructive world unity. By the way, you who think you can play all sorts of games with the IRS following the ruling of the Supreme Court of which we spoke day before yesterday, let us clarify a bit. The law doesn't make it illegal to harass you or to take your property. Do not be foolish in your gamesmanship. Further, the one whose case brought attention of the Supreme Court is now going to have to go through additional harassment and trials within the unlawful injustice system to prove he didn't file because he really believed the income tax to be unconstitutional. Be very, very careful as to what you do and how you do it. The one with the gun still sets the rules, and until final decision they can confiscate all of your property. They simply can't incarcerate you until they can prove you didn't really believe the income tax law to be constitutionally unlawful. So what do? What have you gained? Get yourself into a hole. Get everything out of your name and have nothing to confiscate. Utilize those wondrous Nevada corporations and be lawfully and legally creative. Then get your monetary assets into a contribution situation and out of your accounts through purchase of gold, through the organization, which then utilizes the gold for collateral against the note. Is it perfect? As perfect as you will find. There aren't going to be perfect anythings anymore ever. Well, Herr Rumpf, Hayton, how do we know we can trust you? Why should anyone believe you? You are just a fearmonger. So be it, show me where I have been wrong thus far. I care not whether you take action, or wait or never do so. I am obliged to share with you that which is truth, that, and that alone, is my commission, my commitment, and my job. I serve God Almighty, all source. I am come to stand with God's lighted children against that which you call Antichrist. I have no input nor pressure as to that which anyone thinks or does. I am a bringer of truth and a forerunner to the return of God upon your place. What you do is your business, and for that you will answer only to self and God. I bring truth to all who will hear, but specifically, unto those who have awaited my instructions. If you personally find no interest nor believe in that which we present, toss it out. But be very careful, lest ye be incorrect in your assumptions. I ask that you remember some of your own words from that book which you call the Bible. And, While doing so, please note that in 3 days of deliberation about the reasons for blowing up half the world, there was not mention of God's truth or way. You have come a long, long way, beloved ones, a long, long way, and it is away from God. Furthermore, hearken to the sound of truth, for whosoever heareth the sound of the trumpet, and taketh not warning, if the sword come, and take him away, his blood shall be upon his own head. Ezekiel 33:3. Red dawn upon you. Yes, and I suggest that any and all of you go rent a movie, made in 1984, and watch it with new vision, Red Dawn. I am going to remind you of some facts which I have already given you once before, but bear attention right now. To emphasize the importance of the information and how far the elite will go to keep it from you, the one congressman who had the most information about the Soviet buildup to your south was killed when the whole Korean KAL Flight 007 was shot down near the Kuril Islands by Soviet fighter planes. This man was Lawrence MacDonald. Immediately after MacDonald made statements and gave proof of the Mexico/Soviet plans, he was killed along with a whole bunch of innocent travelers. Why? Because he was going to expose some traitors in Congress. Many congressmen have died equally strangely when they have attempted to uncover the cover UPS. There are two who were taken out just as they were revealing information, Senator Henry Jackson and John Ashbrook. Jackson died mysteriously the day following the KAL 007 crash. He had just warned Congress about the danger of a revolution in Mexico. The U.S. State Department refused to comment on his remarks. Jackson went on to say that the North and South American arm of the Soviet KGB was quartered in Mexico City, and said that he could confirm a major communist buildup in Central America. And so he died. There has been a major, serious communist military buildup going on in Mexico for at least the past 14 years. Intelligence reports offer the facts, which are then labeled top secret, national security, and hidden away. It is known that Russia has been preparing a massive military move against the U.S. coming up through your southern border. Could it be that God's chosen ones, Israelis, as spoken of in your Bible, might well mean you? You who claim to be God's chosen nation and people? You might wish to read Ezekiel 38-39 and consider the little red cloud over America. To allow this maneuver to be successful, it must be preceded by prepositioning of Soviet infiltration and placement of military machines and equipment in strategic locations, and placement of proper personnel who would drive for free borders and open trade. It is all in place, America. You have already been told prior to now, some 5 years ago as a fact, what to look for this is not new news. The first thing we told you to watch for was a diversionary tactic in the Middle East, or Persian Gulf. The full intent was, and is, to lure America's military might, including the reserves and National Guard, into a conflict on foreign soil. That would leave your country vulnerable from an attack from within and from an invasion from the north and south without ability for recourse. Retaliation. Oh, you think you would retaliate with a nuclear strike? Against whom? You are under the delusion that Russia is your long-lost brother. You have had the very leaders of your nation in total cahoots with the plan. And as for Congress sending retaliation, they just showed you what they will do for Mr. Bush. Russia has been preparing for a nuclear attack since 1962, while the US has done absolutely nothing. Russia, however, does not want a nuclear war in the Middle East. They prefer to have no nuclear exchange at all, but are certainly prepared if the need arises. Thanks to your leadership, it probably will not be necessary in America. American Bolsheviks, etc., therefore, have scheduled a first strike against Russia over and over and over and haven't been able to pull it off. Now, Russia has done exactly what she always claimed she would do: get you from within. But Russia is our new friend, she wouldn't do such a thing. Wouldn't she? If they have prepared for it, they likely plan to use it, don't they? Some items of interest. As far back as 1972, there was an all-out introduction into Mexico of Russian military materiel. In 1976, a convoy of Russian ships loaded with tanks, armored personnel carriers, fighter planes, and special technicians entered Mexico from the southern tip of Baja California. At that time, armed peasant uprisings had paralyzed farm activity and was used as the proverbial smokescreen for the movement of large amounts of military equipment. While the peasants were taking over 106,000 acres in the valleys north of Culiacan, Sinaloa province, the military equipment was unloaded and delivered to flatbed railway cars of the Chihuahua Pacific Railway Company for dispersion along the Texas border opposite El Paso, Presidio, Del Rio, Eagle Pass and Laredo. Trains from the Pacific Railroad were loaded and moved north to major dispersal points in the Nogales, Arizona, area and Tijuana and Mexicali, with San Diego as a major target. Shortly before this, the Mexican government had announced that its Army engineers were to construct 1,100 earth-packed airplane runways in the northern states of Sonora, Chihuahua, and Coahuila. These strips can be easily disguised so that they cannot be spotted from a satellite. The World Bank approved a loan of $25 million for this project, so you nice American taxpayers footed the bill as usual. I believe you recall Lenin's statement of some 50 years ago, the capitalists will sell us the rope with which we will hang them. About the same time, in June 1976, the Gulf of Baja California was closed to outsiders, or at least most outsiders. This did not include Russians and North Koreans. By 1986, a crackdown came disallowing Americans traveling in Mexico to bring their CB radios across the border. At the same time, the Soviets were given mosaic maps of the Rio Grande River area. This is verified because the newspapers widely published the interesting and friendly gesture. The source of the maps were courtesy of the International Boundary and Water Commission. These maps show complete details concerning the lay of the land and, of course, all river crossing sites. At the same time, a new 7-lane concrete bridge was completed at Laredo, Texas, one of the major crossing points, capable of holding a Russian 60-ton heavy tank. Then a most interesting thing happened. A crisis was created in the area near Laredo, a new form of germ warfare, the instilling of terror of rabid dogs. It was a wonderful diversionary maneuver while peasants seized huge acreages in Sonora and Sinaloa, along with rich farming land along the Pacific Coastal Highway 15. These areas were all close to the mouth of the Bay of Baja California. By the end of November, a fishing pact had been signed between Mexico and the Soviets, allowing the Russians to fish in Mexican waters while American fishermen had to stay at least 200 miles offshore. Some of the northern-bound trains carrying military equipment had to pass near the city of Torreon in Coahuila, so the Mexican police created a distraction by driving 4,000 squatters off land near the railway. By this time word was received that the Mexican railroad system, consisting of 5 major railroads, had been merged. By the end of the year, Soviets tanks had been massed just south of Laredo, Texas. This is proven by pictures, as I have previously told you, as have many other daring authors who have obviously played to deaf ears and blinded eyes. Well, the writing is on the wall in front of you, America, and I know of no easy way to tell you these facts. Dharma, close this so Oberly can have this portion with which to work. Chapter 13. Rec number 2, Hayton. Saturday, January 12, 1991, 6:53 p.m. Year 4, Day 149. Oil and other good things. We must look at the sequence of events for this to have confirmation for your senses to comprehend. Let me just outline, again, the things which were transpiring across your borders. In January 1977, the Houston Chronicle ran a small news item stating that Mexican authorities had joined in a binational campaign against an outbreak of rabies and that the Mexican military were in the process of rounding up some 20,000 dogs. By this time, the ban of travelers with CB radios had been lifted since the military equipment was already in place. Then followed a big thing over drugs, and 1,100 men were sent into the border area to search for drugs, the Mexican government reported. How interesting this, count 1 man for each of the 1,100 runways which had been constructed. Intelligence leaks confirmed that it was known that the Soviets moved in heavy equipment moving transports, capable of handling the Soviet heavy tanks. A transport of this capability can also carry up to 65 metric tons of supplies and ammunition. It was at about this time that Mexican authorities announced the discovery of a huge oil field, which is some 7 to 10 times larger than Prudhoe Bay in Alaska, 100 billion barrels of oil. This was to make Mexico economically healthy, or so it was said. Strange thing, this find was in the same areas where there were known caches of Soviet heavy weapons, like, in 5 regularly spaced intervals just south of the U.S. border from east to west. It is also interesting to note that the Mexican oil boom was centered around Villahermosa, where the states of Tabasco and Cayapac meet. It is at the lower curve of the Gulf of Mexico. This has been Mexico's major oil-producing area since the beginning of the century. But they never had gotten more than 60,000 barrels per day from that area. Now suddenly, they were producing 1,075 million barrels per day, plus 1.5 billion cubic feet of gas. But what happened to all that economy fixing? Mexico never got on her feet economically. Instead, the economic situation became worse and worse, until they are now at national bankruptcy. Well, of course it was politically managed through intentional mismanagement. Another strange thing about these locations, a major highway leads from each of these 4 major oil finds along the U.S. border, which just happen to coincide with the 4 major arms caches. From these 4 points, U.S. highways branch out into the interior of the United States, making it a nice smooth convenience for bringing in military equipment. Most of you who have heard the story before will remember that an informer in the Del Rio, Texas area made his living taking out hunting parties during the deer season. In the fall of 1984, what he called the good Mexicans had moved at least 200 miles north from the border, and he was forced to go into Old Mexico to get camp help. Since he is part Indian and speaks fluent Spanish, plus 6 Indian dialects, they think of him as one of them. Each night after the gringo hunters bedded, the Mexicans would gather around the fire to drink and tell stories. The major subject was the large number of foreigners, not Americans, who had appeared just south of the border. They were contacting young Mexicans, offering large sums of money, $1,000 US, for them to cross the border and join with underground forces along the Mississippi River from New Orleans to St. Louis and then Chicago. Their mission would be to blow the bridges across the Mississippi with supplies which would be furnished by the underground and then spread out along the river, raising hell wherever possible. What would happen to you if truck and rail traffic, say from the west to the east, were halted? Most of the food products bound for the East Coast come through Omaha, Nebraska, then cross the Mississippi via bridges at Cairo, Illinois, and St. Louis, Missouri. If this traffic were to be halted, within 2 weeks you would see food riots in the eastern cities, as the supermarket shelves would be bare. What better way to begin the conflict than with this type of internal trouble? And what of those out-of-work farm laborers? A great majority are migrant workers, and at this particular time have been so badly treated that they will do whatever is necessary to sustain family and home. In California's citrus belt it is immediately devastating, for the crops are frozen. Now consider the truth of the situation. The so-called oil field workers are not, of course. A Russian tank division consists of 9,815 officers and enlisted men, equipped with T-64/72 tanks. This division is divided into 3 tank regiments, with supporting regiments and battalions. I believe you might guess, by now, who all those supposedly workers actually are and why there is no visible increased oil production. Most of you still fail to realize that the politicians and media continually give you disinformation. The world fuel crises have all been enormous deceptions. There has never been an oil shortage and you are faced with a tremendous glut right now. So you have periodically been caught up in a shortage to cover what was actually taking place, such as requiring higher prices for shipping through increased diesel for your trucking industry, and even more important, it was a means of deception by the internationalists to cover up military moves. The big oil discovery in Mexico was a major deception used to cover Soviet activity south of the border. Once something has been pronounced in the news, everyone goes back to sleep, and if the subject comes up again it is just assumed that, etc. Anything could be taking place in the house or apartment next door and you wouldn't know the difference. You have now been trained to trust no one, alienate from your neighbors and community, and actually tattle on your neighbors through hotlines, etc. You, as individuals, have effectively been isolated and divided. Therefore, united you could stand, so you have been divided. Salt mines. Well, you might note that it is not easy to store such equipment, and therefore, Hayton, you are nuts. No, for located throughout Mexico are incredibly huge salt mines, the most massive in the world. These are easily used for storage of massive amounts of military equipment. No way, you say? In your own state of New York there is a salt mine near the town of Rostov. It is 1,068 feet underground and covers over 5,000 acres. Workers, descending to the working level by elevator, must then take a 30-minute jeep ride to reach the working sites 5 miles away. The ceiling is a uniform 11 feet high, supported by rock pillars, and the temperature remains a uniform 63 degrees summer and winter. Where do you think the term, "get back to the salt mine," comes from? In Mexico, near Matamoros, there is a far larger dome. It is just south of the southern point of Texas. Little military activity has been sighted around this area. But only 50 miles further south, near San Fernando, there is intense activity of a military nature. A 48 oil pipeline has been under construction for a long time, leading from the huge Cactus Petroleum plant and ending in San Fernando conveniently. Just to the east of San Fernando is the Laguna Madre Bay, which enters into the Gulf of Mexico. One branch of this pipeline goes to this area. There is reason to believe that work, supposedly being done on this pipeline, is nothing more than the digging of a ship channel for use in future unloading of amphibious ships. These would be able to drop off heavy Soviet armor which would be stored in the huge San Fernando salt dome for future use. This channel would be around 16 feet in depth to accommodate the Soviet Alligator-class landing ships which carry 1,500 tons of cargo. It is rather doubtful that the Soviets would take the chance of one of these ships running aground in the shallow Laguna Madre Bay and being seen by American fishermen who frequent that area. However, the Soviets have 2 other smaller landing craft which would be suitable for that job. One is the MP-4 landing ship with bow doors and ramps and with a draft of less than 9 feet. The other is the Polnikny-class medium landing ship with a draft of about 7 feet. Both are quite capable of carrying Soviet heavy tanks and armored vehicles. In many of those so-called petroleum-producing areas of Mexico, one can see what appears to be oil drilling derricks. They are not always drilling for oil, dear ones. Some are very busily creating the huge underground salt caverns, similar to the Bryan Salt Dome near Freeport, Texas, where the U.S. is storing emergency gasoline supplies. Oh, didn't you know that? Good helpers. It was indeed easy for the Soviets, who appeared to be oil exploration crews, ostensibly to assist the Mexican oil industry, to survey the salt domes for storage of equipment and plan the storage facilities. It is not a secret from your government, dear ones. It is known that the military equipment is there. It is also known where it is stored. One day there were 200 Soviet tanks counted on the ground, the next day nothing. This was in one of those handy areas just 50 miles south of the border. Mexican war against America? Now, you are really off your nut, Hayton. Hold on, little doubters. There were plans well laid for war against the U.S. in the diplomatic mill for many years. As far back as 1980, President Echeverria was accusing the U.S. of plotting to seize parts of Mexico in order to exploit the region's oil and uranium deposits, and you know what? They were right. It is a known fact that the American military has made numerous excursions into Mexico, probably for reconnaissance purposes. The same has been true of Soviet forces who have been seen as far as 20 miles north of the border. Why has the media never covered this news? Want something more outrageous? Your military has moved a good portion of those troops who think they are in the Saudi desert, right down to Mexico. Free trade with Mexico? Not the way it is presented to you, good citizens. How can you conjure up a war? Easy, just like they do everything else behind your backs. One plan had been made by Soviet/Mexican officials in which a great deal of economic pressure would be directed against the northern Mexican states, which would bring these already distressed people to the brink of rebellion. Then elements of the Mexican government would discover a plot in which these states would attempt to secede from Mexico and join the United States. Far-fetched as this may seem, it would be picked up by the Mexican press and the world liberal press, who would begin a vast campaign against American imperialism. This would set the stage for the planned invasion of the U.S. Of course, the U.S. would be in the role of the bad guy with the black hat. Generous Uncle Sam. The Mexican military has been undergoing a modernization program for some time now, and recently, you have been providing them with some of your most sophisticated weapons paid for by a loan which will never be repaid. They have also used their petrodollars to purchase modern equipment from France, West Germany, and of course, your staunch allies, the Israelis. The Soviets have openly had military advisors in Mexico for many years, with a large contingent openly taking residency in midsummer of 1985. Shortly after that, a whole brigade of some 3,500 Shiite Muslims, who are known as the Suicide Boys, arrived, after 6 months in the Afghanistan combat zone. Large numbers of North Korean troops moved into the Baja California area, and they boasted that they would be in San Diego before the end of 1986, and you know what they were. At the same time, in 1985, over 40,000 Mongolian troops moved into the Yucatan area. Peasant land invasions. All the while the build-up was first underway in a massive manner, the peasants of the area didn't know what to do about all the foreigners. Therefore, several large peasant land invasions in Mexico occurred, in which large groups of armed peasants took over thousands of acres of land and set up camps which they said was to keep alien peasants out. In one such invasion, the principal cities in 11 Mexican states were virtually shut down, power was turned off, and stores and factories closed. Tanks and armored personnel carriers, camouflaged to look like tractors, lined the roads and were moved under cover of darkness. The following morning all was somehow vanished. At that time, Americans in the border towns of Nogales, Laredo, etc., knew there were thousands of soldiers in the area. On maneuvers, they were told. Could the Russians invade the U.S.? Let us look at the long-standing capabilities and the neutralizing of the border defense installations which you have, such as FT Hood, which is now a ghost place. What is known? Take a deep breath, for you aren't going to be able to breathe for a while after we look at some facts. They have a tremendous invasion force of some 2 million men. Complete with landing barges and equipment in the coastal areas of Siberia, maintained, rotated, and raring to go. Your entire armed force is less than 1 million. Their strategy calls for an airborne strike against the Alaska pipeline, and for that they have at least 5 specially trained airborne battalions which have been earmarked for this purpose. It is also known by your government that while your administration has been playing hands and toadies with the Chinese Reds, following the same fatal path you took with the Soviets in 1945, at least 8 divisions of Chinese engineers have been supporting the Soviet force. In recent years, the Soviet Union has continued to enlarge its military force, building up a force which is capable of intervention in greatly distant areas. I care not what your administration, State Department, and military tell you. Your leaders know that you, the people of the U.S., are their number one target. After all, it cannot be a surprise they have told you over and over and over again. Now what have your Christian churches been telling you? Could it have been that some misconceptions have been set forth? Herein, I suppose, to get Dharma off the hook, I will just do some quoting, plagiarism I hope they call it, and let her off the hit list. Quote. The ultra-Zionist Baptist evangelist Jack Van Impe, in his book Israel's Final Holocaust, states in chapter 12, Russia will invade Israel at a time when war is not expected. Knowing the situation in the Middle East, this seems to be extremely unlikely, since Israeli actions have brought about a condition where peace is impossible. Van Impe goes on to say on p.134- the weight of prophetic scholarship has gone with the conclusion that Russia is the chief aggressor in their end-time war with Israel. This part is true. The Bible does say that Russia will be the aggressor and that Israel will be their target. The problem comes in defining who Israel is. By no stretch of scriptural definition, can the little nation of the Jews be called Israel, since they are those who say they are Jews and are not. Revelation 2:9. Hayton, please pay attention here, and, in addition, I will again give you the Webster's Dictionary definition of Israel, a people chosen by God. You must remember something important: the Israel as you refer to it, is Palestine. The true Israel nations are the primarily white nations of what you refer to as Christendom, which any intelligent person will recognize as the target of the Zionist communist hordes. By no stretch of the most vivid imagination, does Ezekiel 38-39 describe the Israelis or the Jewish nation. Russia, according to the scriptural account of Ezekiel 38-39, will go up to a land of unwalled villages, where the people dwell in peace, to take a spoil of cattle and goods. This certainly does not describe the Jewish country in Palestine. Any fifth grader knows that if you go up from Moscow, you don't land in Tel Aviv or Jerusalem. You continue over the North Pole into the heartland of North America. The Soviets wouldn't get much of a spoil of cattle from the Israelis, since their cattle herds are less than in most counties in the U.S. Certainly the people of Palestine do not dwell in peace in cities having neither bars or gates. Most of the Israeli cities are armed camps. Of course Van Impe and others of his ilk say that, at this time, the Jews will have a peace treaty with their enemies. Seems very unlikely. End quoting. I do not wish to make further comment, for I do not wish to get into dispute with any evangelist, but I do suggest you take this very seriously into your thoughts. Back to Russian capabilities for such an attack upon the U.S. Dear ones, the Soviets have at least 7 airborne divisions of some 7,500 men each. These units are strong in anti-armor and anti-aircraft capability and have a tremendous amount of firepower. In addition, they have their regular motorized rifle regiments known as MRBs. These units are transported to the battlefield via fixed-wing aircraft. As far back as 1985 the Soviets had 110 of these units, plus at least 50 tank divisions. They have several aircraft which can move these men and their equipment. The An-12, a medium transport plane powered with 4 turboprop engines which can carry up to 20 tons of cargo or 80 armed paratroopers. It has a range of some 2,160 nautical miles. They have one plane, the An-22, which has a payload of 80 tons, a cruising range of 2,650 nautical miles at a speed of 600 kpm. They have a relatively new jet plane, the 11-76/Candid, which can carry 120 paratroopers, a payload of 70 tons, with a range of 3,000 nautical miles and a cruising speed of just under 500 miles per hour. The Soviets have about 1,700 of these craft. Precious ones, the above does not even touch on the cosmospheres and stealth capabilities of the Soviets. These two items alone can take the world. So what, now that you're scared out of your wits? Well, you can stop blaming and taunting and flubbering about. Do you have time to prepare? I don't know. You would have if you had listened now. I can only work on possibilities and probabilities, for it can be on Tuesday or 2 years from Tuesday or. But I tell you this, war is coming to your country in one way or another, and it is past due. I can only urge you, again, to make preparations for times of scarcity and probable deprivations. You should personally prepare as best you can for yourself and your loved one's survival. Noah built a survival barge and stored it with food for a flood he knew was coming. And what about Joseph? He hoarded the excess food from the good years, preparing for the lean ones. He didn't sell Egypt's corn to the communists and give all the wheat away along with the butter and dried milk. Noah's personal effort and that of his family saved them. There will be no government welfare to bail you out, beloved brothers. It is simply intelligent to prepare, for there are always natural disasters, if not war, from which you can suffer greatly in non-preparation. Many of you good Christian people say you lack faith when you make such a preparation and that God will take care of you. Just how does this work? I believe my cosmic education must be lacking some way or another. Most of these good people do work, although a great number do not, and have a job with which to provide for their family. They do not say from day to day that God will provide, so I need do nothing. Most of you place great locks on your doors to keep evil men out. You purchase fire and life insurance policies and keep a first aid kit somewhere around in case of an accident. Does that mean you have no faith in God? Come now, stop the ridiculousness. Seems to me that one most quoted by you once, Paul the Apostle said, "If any provide not for his own and especially for those of his own house, his kindred, he hath denied the faith, and is worse than an infidel." You have been warned and warned. There are some difficult days ahead no matter how you look at the circumstances. Too much is in chaos to get through without some drastic changes in your lives, even if there would be no war from any front. And now, beloved ones, he has sent us of the hosts, to warn you again that the trumpet has sounded. He has again, in his mercy, given warning. I petition you to give heed. Perhaps some in great wisdom have told you that you don't have to worry about these times because Jesus will come back and rapture you out of this mess before it gets that bad. Dear friends, you have been taken in by a false teaching which comes from the pits of hell and which makes cowards out of potential bearers of truth. The Master Weishauer told his disciples about the time in which you are now experiencing. He said it would be so bad that men's hearts would fail them for fear of the things which were happening, Luke 21:26. He told about Christians suffering persecution, words of hope in verses 28, when he says, "When these things, wars, famines, pestilences, earthquakes, persecutions, etc., begin to come to pass, then look up, and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh." This says nothing about a rapture. Your blessed truth is his return on the silver wings, dear ones. Keep watching the heavens, from whence will come your deliverance. You have been given direct instructions and commands as to your actions during this time. Occupy until I come. You do not occupy when you hide in a comfortable, air-conditioned spiritual hole, blindfolded while praying for him to rapture you out of the mess you are responsible for creating. Occupation is an active, front-line, military duty. It means having stamina to stand and put your life on the line, if necessary, as you face the evil which will surely come in its time. You are surrounded by every danger set upon you, and it is a time of terrible confusion and chaos and unfolding tales to be faced as through the nightmare. It need not be without a light for guidance nor despair. Get as prepared as you can and get yourself set on a straight course with God, for with God all is. If nothing evil nor discontent befalls you, what have you lost? At the least, you will have gained those goods at a time which can give you some feeling of security and comfort while abundance is available. And then, if only for a day you are without power and it be cold, your extra blanket will keep you in warmth. So be it. God walks and awaits all who will take up his hand and come with him. We have prepared a place for you and we know the pathway home. God bless and keep you as we move together through these days, for those who come with him shall not be left to walk alone. Salut. Haton to stand aside. Dharma, we shall write again on the morrow, for man must have more input on this subject. It is too large to hold and yet, it must be faced. Good night, Chelis. Know that I appreciate you one so very much and I cherish you as my very self. Salom. Chapter 14. Rec number 1 Haton/Aton. Sunday, January 13, 1991, 8:27 a.m. Year 4 Day 150 Today's Watch. God sits with us this day as we unfold mysteries at which to look and find reason. Reason does not necessarily mean right reason, it simply means reason. Invasion of America? Not if you move quietly and do not resist once the new constitution and new states are being implemented and become operational. I must outlay that which has been, and is, unfolding around you, for it has already been accomplished and tested. The order will now take total control, and perchance you ones will not realize an instant anything, you who sit at home. Troops in Saudi Arabia. They will either be kept there for a very long time or they will be annihilated. The military personnel had to be gotten away and into distant foreign territory so that no coups could take place, no military resistance to the full takeover of your government and your nations. Then why the massive buildup of Russia and her allies in the U.S. adjacent countries? For occupation, dear ones. There will be tanks and armed personnel in every town to ensure consistent non-rebellion, and furthermore, you will supply your own police force to assist and do the dirty work of confiscation and putting down demonstrations. Lithuania today. It is important that you look closely at Lithuania this day, for it is your reflection. The iron fist of Russia has come down on her in her new freedom which never was. There are tanks in the streets and death everywhere along with 10,000 Russian troops. The same is happening to Romania this day. And what does your Free World UN say? Hardly a thing. Mr. Bush says nothing other than sick Hussein and I am ready to take him out for freedom and human rights. NATO is monitoring, whatever that means, for you have stripped all NATO capability and sent the troops and equipment to the Saudi desert. What do your own government people say? We are watching this very closely. By this length of lapsed time, in Iraq you had sanctions against Saddam and troops on the way. Dear ones, you the fish are caught. The prison masters are only going to have to wait for you to stop flopping about. If you flop too hard and try to get off the line, they will simply use force and kill great masses of you. If you go as the sheep as you have thus far, you will probably have some time to adjust to the slavery. The preference is selective killing of the considered undesirable elements of the minorities and maladjusted and diseased. The resistance ability has been removed to foreign soil far greater numbers than you can imagine. You have empty bases in the U.S. Your land has been stripped except for the crews which will help establish the occupying personnel when the time comes for force. The hope and expectation is that there will be no requirement for force. You the people were just put through a major test and you willingly allowed the government the license to kill every man and woman in your military forces. You just voted out your constitution and all rights as citizens. You just voted that your administration can now act solely as a dictatorship and you have no recourse. You did it with warning beforehand and still you allowed it? Why is Dharma still alive? Because it is assumed, and proven, that God's truth is no danger to them yet. You deny and denounce and vote away your freedom. Why should the enemy be concerned? Now, they do not attack because they actually desire that someone tell you how it is so that they don't have the burden of proving it to you and messing up their plan of orderly takeover. You were tested to see how blind you are as a people and they found all but total blindness. You had an opportunity to act in behalf of the saving of your own babies and you voted to kill them. What else does your enemy need to know? And, today, it is all but finished. In the mess going on in your government and elsewhere, who is brought into attention on the news? Not your House leader, not your Senate leader, but rather Kissinger, Eagleburger, and Scowcroft. Each going on their respective missions to implement the new order. What happens next? It requires no fortune teller nor space commander. It will go as has every other nation who has fallen to the Antichrist. All means of freedom will now be either slowly or, possibly, immediately and rapidly removed from you. The banks for private accounts will probably be closed shortly and funds mostly confiscated so that you the people cannot function. Food will be placed on more short supply and you will be without even bare minimum subsistence. There will be more and more terrorism in the cities to cause chaos and great numbers of people will be killed and or incarcerated. Mostly killed, for there is no suitable way to care for dissenters. When things are really chaotic, the police and new military will move on the cities in force to get rid of the gangs and opposition of all sorts. Thousands more of your youth will be slain. The guns will be confiscated. I remind all of you who think you will save yours if you withhold weapons, dear ones, they will simply kill you. In the takeover of a nation the size of the United States, there will be no mercy. The government you perceive to be yours is not. It has been put in place intentionally for this day and this action. Your government, in majority, are joint venturers in the Global 2000 plan of world control. Oh, well, England will come to the aid of us little brothers. No, she is a major part of the play itself. Doom and gloom. I see not how it could get more doomy or gloomy. All of you who have things in abundance and live high on luxuries, I suggest you trade that Mercedes for an old half-ton pickup, for the rich will be sitting ducks for the picking and plucking by your own people. I suggest, further, that if you have available money for investment or if you can get your hands on some, get rid of it. Give it away if necessary, but get it away from yourself, for it will represent your death notice. The plan is to confiscate everything. Well, but what about you, Hayton? What about those plans you have been telling us about? What about them? Even your enemy needs a place to start again. Your own enemy will help you build if he thinks it will benefit his cause. Even to the motion picture complex. Out of the chaos will come the next step, the settling of the masses, and, furthermore, he will be happy to spread only good dreams and promises, for he will be wallowing in his newly found ego power and will wish to feed you off peace and charity and dreams of that which he can now prevent you from fulfilling. He will not wish to longer feed you on violence and resistance, but rather on things which quiet you, for his purpose will change from intentional chaos to orderly control. Well, will he wipe out your people, Hayton? Probably the pressure will begin to be relieved on my people, for your enemy perceives this as no longer any danger to his plan. He further considers that you will better lay down and play dead, awaiting rapture and salvation, for you aren't going to have many other choices given you. Will the writings continue? Of course, for a while, and then, it is hard to predict. The message given is that which we were commissioned to bring, truth. Soon, the battle changes in the prize. The battle will be openly for your souls. Strange things now begin to happen, Dear ones, Dharma, for instance, came to scribe these truths. Our commission is and was to bring the word and prepare for God's return by putting the word to print and dispersing it. The rest is up to you as a people and as individuals. What will you do? If you do no more than you have done with it thus far, it appears to be very little. God did not say there would be great billions of ones to go with him, he said there would be few. And so shall there be. He has shown you that great masses would gather and move in unison, and then all but a few would turn to the left unto the physical promises of darkness, and only a few would turn unto the lighted right. And so shall it be. You once thought you would have to give up your worldly goods to death and passing into wherever you go after death of the physical? Well, you are now going to witness and experience giving them up right before your physical eyes. I would suppose that you who do not heed my words will cling to the false promises and hoard of thine wealth and luxury and lose your lives and your ticket home to God. That, dear ones, is each individual choice to make. Sila. Natural phenomenon. There are many ways your enemy now has to bring you to your knees and lower. He truly does not need fire a shot at you. He can cause great earth upheavals which will take thousands from your cities in death and destruction. He can ensure your crops do not grow nor mature or be infested with insects and your populace devastated with famine and disease. There are far more effective ways to break the backs of nations than to shoot them, for even the elite do not intend to live without the slaves, dear ones. What you have witnessed in the worst of the oppressed nations of your globe will now be visited upon you. You have just signed the death paper and now you await the crucifixion in the coming days. I suggest you all go forth and reread the Bible prophecies, for you have just fulfilled the major requirement to Armageddon and death of a nation. As a nation you were God's chosen, and you have sold it, along with her wondrously beautiful and pure soul, to the evil slave master. My very being is steeped in agony this day at that which my unseeing brethren have brought to fruition, and still, you do not comprehend but only become angry at the writer and deny the truth. Well, beloved ones, it is upon you and you will see. God offers his hand. My suggestion is that you take it. It is a black day in history, black indeed. Dharma, Gokila, for the path is hard and you once have served without reward or ability to tend of your own needs. I request that you go forth and do that which you can, and know ye who have not abandoned God shall not be abandoned by God, but you must trust his way and relentlessly continue as presented in possibilities unto you in wisdom and courage. The pain of the day is upon the masses, not upon the true believers and knowers in true service unto God and the total truth. Our ones will make no loud anything nor effort to force anyone nor anything, for it is not the way of God. The greatest lies of all are the lies put forth through your churches. I suggest you do not cross them now. Our mission was and is to bring truth, and man shall do that which he will, with it. We shall be most quiet lest what happens upon this land becomes blamed in total upon the cosmic brotherhood. We will be ever present and ever watchful, so you of our own must not despair nor feel abandoned. We must give them no quarter in allowing the blaming of God for this plight set forth by man. May the light be given to shine upon you and our beloved ones. May mercy be given unto those who are about to meet their own actions' consequences, for it is the justice and way of the cycles in the planting and the harvest, for that which has been cast forth shall surely return. Salu. Allow the heart to be heavy and weep if it eases the sorrow, but ye ones must not fall into the stupor of inaction to wallow in the self-pity of the moment. It is the time of meeting of your commitments and obligations unto God, lest ye end your days in the sorrow of self-punishment for your lack of standing within your commitment, having failed God and brother. I suggest each and all of you take careful stock of status and stature this day, for these are final decisions, dear ones, and you have come face to face with the sorting. It is up to you which direction you go, but the point of no return has all but been reached. If you have been given into a job which you have abandoned to any measure, move aside, for your place must be vacated for the placement of another. Do not delude yourselves, especially our workers. The path is demanding, the instructions clear and succinct, and the discipline hard. You must make your choices. And, you must make them without coercion. If you are in the position of pulling another from the path and into some ego world of indecision or personal graft, I suggest you think most carefully regarding the consequences of those actions, for you are about to be reaping the reward of that action. I care not which way you go, for I am to allow your choices. I have given you that which is the law, and you will make or break of it. I shall no longer even urge. Go within unto the counsel of God and make your decisions. Do not come to Haton to pick the bones of pros and cons. You have had your lessons at IS. Your choice. Dharma, for instance, has pull only for herself. She can petition and petition on behalf of another, but so be it, 'tis the petition of the self which is attended. I shall hear no more of I can't, for it means I will not, and I can tarry no longer in the tending of the babes who cannot mature in truth. So be it, and Sila. For the truth is the word, and the word is given, and so shall it be. I move to the side that you may ponder these things and that which is about to come upon you. I and my host stand ever at ready and ever at the moment's response. The time is at hand. I am at, and let us see who might you be. Good day. Chapter 15. Rec number 1 Aten. Monday, January 14th, 1991, 8:01 a.m. Year 4 Day 151. Today's watch. Aten would please speak this day, for my people are in great trouble and poised for destruction. It is recognized that in these final days of Kali there would be terrible things which man would do against man, but it is painful, indeed, to watch the wondrous creations of beauty and gifted with wisdom, unused, act as cocks trained to battle. You will note, however, that the cocks in charge do not do of the dying. If some of you would relate yourselves unto the beasts. You were warned, lo, the eons ago, and the words have come unto this day regarding the rulers in politics, religion, and even the people themselves, for when they say, peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them, and they shall not escape. 1 Thess. 5:3, 4. And, How quickly man forgets if he knows at all those events which change the course of nations and planets. Precious children of myself, when this leader calls for terrorism against the West, he means exactly that. The whole of the people of the Arab nations now call for jihad-holy war, the moment the United States makes one aggressive move. They further tell you they will settle the Palestinian situation while they are at it. They also mean exactly that. They have weapons of which you have no idea, at their immediate disposal. Peace, peace they claimed. What of these ones who proclaimed peace and wondrous coexistence? Where did they go? They were never present. They are liars from the beginning. You have listened to the lies and accepted them as truth, for you have not attempted to learn truth or to teach unto your children truth. Have you forgotten the bombing by terrorists of the Marine barracks in Lebanon? This one act killed several hundreds of your Marines and nothing was done. This was well known in the planning by those who call themselves my Israeli and are not even Jews. The Israeli, of Palestine, Mossad knew about this plan half a month, at least, before it took place and never warned any person. Who are your enemies? The intent, which apparently worked very well, was to blame the Arabs. Or, wouldst you speak of the bombing of the bar in Germany a few years back, in your counting, that gave Reagan opportunity to attack Gaddafi's headquarters in Libya? The terrorist act was not done by the Libyans, it was done by the Mossad and the Israeli intelligence. Told you it was Arabs. So you perpetrated an act of war against a sovereign nation, and unto this day you tout it as a wondrous move to quiet a madman. Who might be mad? Men you respected, such as Woodrow Wilson and Winston Churchill, conspired together for the sinking of a passenger ship named the Lusitania, with the loss of hundreds of lives, to get the U.S. involved in World War I. Worse, children, your day of infamy, December 7, 1941, when the Japanese bombed your naval base at Pearl Harbor, was after Roosevelt had deliberately driven them into a state of desperation. The attack was expected, and your leaders, including the president, kept this attack a secret until it was too late for any to take action to defend your fleet or your men. You must confront yourselves as to the facts. The Pacific Fleet was in that vulnerable position on direct orders from the commander-in-chief himself when he knew Japan would attack. Now you have come forth to be witness to the most heinous act of all. George Bush and his advisors at the leadership of one Henry Kissinger and cronies of the Council on Foreign Relations and some of the Trilateral Commission now plan to destroy your entire prime military placed in the Saudi desert. Who will start this conflagration? The Israeli of Palestine Mossad. It will then be blamed on the Iraqis. If this does not happen, it will be simply because within the 24 hours Iraq acts more quickly and or Russia demands cessation of this madness. Russia has other plans for world domination and desires to achieve it without radiation problems to the territories she plans to conquer. You are on the eve of Armageddon, and as in the days of Jerusalem 2,000 years past, man simply places bets upon these events which are forthcoming. The hosts of heaven weep for you, the blinded lambs. The New World Order is a directly birthed conception of evil itself. Will there be this heinous war tomorrow, the 15th of January, 1991? It matters very little, children, for it will be in the coming sooner than later in any event, for the time is at hand for the closing of the noose upon your necks who dwell in the delusion of freedom perception. All troublemakers will begin to be eliminated, for the plan is effective and projected to be fully operational by year 2000. You ask, why don't you do something? We pray and pray that you do something. Why would I do something? What is it that you would have me do? Would you have me undo that which you have been setting forth for over 5 millennia? Remember, from the beginning. Would that indicate that you have been at this game, working toward this day for all time as perceived by yourselves in physical illusion? Moreover, you have just proven that you do not desire it to be changed, only given into your hands of winning. Nay, corruption has destroyed that which was my beauteous creation and a nation set forth to give freedom and prosperity to a world, a lamp unto humanity, and you have destroyed it. You have allowed the thieves and murderers into my blessed sanctuaries, and evil has taken control of the very essence of your beings. Nay, ye shall clean of thine nests, or yet shall go down with the beast, for ye were given choice and freedom to experience, and ye have ill chosen. I know that which abides within the heart of each, for it, in purity, is a reflection of my being. If it be evil, selfish, and greedy, it shows like a blot of blackness, and your world is indeed black this day. Intent. Nay, I shall not be in the telling of you how the scenario will move, for you already are in the knowing. It can be long in the playing if intervention comes at this 12th hour in this place of the Arabian oil fields. If not, it shall come upon the morrow. Either way, it matters not, for the wheels of intent are in motion for the other aggressions planned to be brought upon my wondrous creation, and it shall be played according to truth. The sorting will take of its own course. My people shall not again be martyrs. But it means that you of mine must not turn away from me nor from the truth, lest you be left by the way. Some of my blessed ones of closeness unto you who present these words, have chosen carelessly indeed. He who places any before his God and truth chooses indeed badly, and the consequences shall come as the wave sent forth from that one. If ye have not the faith to remain true, then ye were never true, nor did you believe. Why on earth would Russia do this? First, let us continue to unravel the intent of the Middle East and how this has unfolded, so that there is no misunderstanding of intent nor actions. The ultimate intent is world control, of course, but the event-by-event combings unto this point are worthy of note. Who would benefit most from the U.S. attack which would most surely follow? First, the international oil barons, in the form, specifically, of Exxon and British Petroleum, and, of course, your unstable allies, the Israelis who want to get rid of the Saddam in any manner possible. Even now, You have witnessed the total control of your Congress by these allies who have now gained control of 3/4 of your houses of leadership. You have just voted for the death of more than 1 million of your military troops. Oh, yes, I speak fact. You have over 1 million of your military personnel in that foreign land and some in the deserts of Mexico, thinking they, too, are in the Saudi desert. They have been cleared from your nation so that there can be no resistance to that which the government administration has planned for you. Now, who would be the fall guy in the war that follows? The US, just as they have been in every war started by the internationalists beginning before World War I. It would be your children who perish by the hundreds of thousands in heinous manners beyond the thought of the ordinary human entity. It would be your American children who would come home to suffer the remainder of their lives as cripples. It would be your mothers and fathers, wives, and babies who would grieve for their dead loved ones. Once again, you the people, blinded by the lies, would come out losing, with nothing to show but death, suffering and unpayable debt and further enslavement to international interests. Iraq attacked Kuwait with the willing collusion of your own President Bush, but they were only to take the northern portion with the debated oil field and the little island a bit offshore. They misunderstood the rules and the signals and marched right through to reclaim all of their stolen property. You see, even that was expected as misinterpretation by those soldiers. The sanctions were already printed and approved and actions were instantly taken from your administration. Instantly Bush came to the immediate rescue of the international oil barons, who have been his close friends for decades and are brothers in his same clubs of evil intent. But why would Russia become involved at all in this flare-up, if they intend to gain world control by other means? Because they do not wish a Middle East nuclear war and they are the world's largest supplier of oil and they stand to gain more than anyone else, with the exception of Exxon and British Petroleum. Remember, the Soviets are in terrible financial circumstances. Nothing changes herein, this all just cements the final merger between the evil brotherhoods. George Bush was put into office for the sole purpose of being the puppet to bring into the light, the New World Order. Can you not see? It is as obvious as the words before your eyes that the actions in Lithuania are to give you example of that which will come if you the people act against the chosen actions of your enslavers. They do not even bother to effort at fooling you to any great extent, for you have voted away your power. Is there anything left to shock you? There is nothing of shock value any longer. You have been trained on violence, bloodshed and horror until it permeates your very souls. You want this war. You cannot wait for this war and all its death and horror. Well, months ago, Mr. Bush signed an intelligence finding ordering the CIA to destabilize Iraq and get rid of Saddam, or so the paper read. No, that is not quite accurate. There was no intent to get rid of Saddam. The administration and world coalition need Saddam Hussein to make sure the actions are carried out. But let us consider consequences of such an order. Just suppose the president of Russia put forth such an order on George Bush. What do you suppose you would do? It is a moot point indeed. It is not up to me to bring survival unto America. It is up to the good people of America to bring this to pass. I shall await and witness, and I will choose their delusions and bring their fears upon them, because when I called, none did answer, when I spoke they did not hear, but they did evil before mine eyes, and chose that in which I delighted not then nor now. I bless not evil, and the veil cannot hide that which I can see from any vantage, for ye reflect back unto me in exactness of detail that which ye are, and ye are your thoughts and intent. I hear not thine foolish words flooding from twixt your lips which lie. To my faithful and true, I hear and respond. I am omnipotent and omnipresent. I am incarnate within you and hear and heed your call even unto the smallest feather of the most tiny creature within creation. If my power be revealed, it shall be revealed through you on earth as it is in the heaven. I shall give unto you that which you need to sustain you, but you will gather of it and take it into your places for use with responsibility, each for self and other, and none expecting another to carry of thine load, nor stock for thine larder, nor to dig of safety caves for your placement. You will unify to assist one the other, but none shall wait for another to serve his own needs. In these things you will first need look into your own transgressions and tend of them, and your time grows indeed short, perhaps to the very ending in this day. Heed your own errors and listen up to that which you say and do. Do you betray your brethren by calling attention unto my places and to my workers? Do you respond to queries with information which shall pull crowds and hordes upon my few? Do you suggest that you will move into underground places where you will have food stored, whereupon you leave open the path to the thieving and overrunning of my safety places? Do you give of others false hopes and plans from the basis of that which is not yours to give forth? In this place, for example, we have no group, no cult, none more responsible than another. I have always given you the facts that, in this place, each is responsible, not just the one or two. All is available unto you, but you will do the gleaning each. Ye ask that you not be lead into the temptations of flesh. I lead you only into the halls of wisdom and truth. You choose to continue to look upon the things of flesh with envy and greed, even unto your brethren upon whom you depend for your very daily bread. Oh, I shall recognize truth, be sure, and in knowledge of this point I most certainly shall recognize of the truth abiding within each. You also pray that yours is the kingdom within me, but ye mean it not. But I tell you now it is so, and I come again to reclaim that which is mine. If ye have given it into evil, it shall remain with evil, for no evil shall come again into my holy places, for mine is to know unto infinity of that which shall be. How long will this last? If ye be in balance with truth, wisdom, and that which is given in instructions, if ye have taken that action which is given as instructions unto you, what difference does it make? Would you await the last blast to change of your path? It may well be that only a tiny few shall journey unto my highest places, for the intent of the many is only to make it through the doorway at the last moment. I think not. So be it. You who are my children and remain faithful and true, as you walk through the valley of shadows, I am ever with you. You must not be faint of heart, and you must remain true in thine intent. I care not that which ye speak, deny, nor present. I desire living entities who can take action through the physical passage, for ye have manifested upon a placement which is coalesced into that which is the physical, and therein must the play be brought unto conclusion. I suggest ye tend of your perceptions most carefully, for that which ye perceive will be that which will be achieved. Who will hear these words? Perhaps millions. Who will believe them? Only a tiny handful of faithful ones. The rest who claim to believe do not believe upon me nor upon truth, but still cling to the lies of rapture and absolution by the blood of my most beloved creations, and so shall it be unto the ending, for so it is written, and man will follow that which is given unto his physical consciousness. Dharma, I touch you, child, for I sit with you at this moment in passing and see that you feel failure again. I see that you perceive you have not done enough, that somehow you should have done more. Precious ones, ye cannot do for another, you can only do of that which is yours to do. Ye ones have done well, and I am well pleased. You perceive that ones come and go and are pulled away from that which they believe to move with another away from the path, or seek to find it elsewhere, nay, they never were in the true believing. For truth of believing is that which is and is not of the indecision of perhaps or maybe or a little bit - you either believe or you do not. Consciousness keeps the illusion changing and the doubts flying about, but I see beneath that facade and within the intent most would find the intent to be only wishful thinking and security seeking - not belief. I can give you another example of the other side of the coin. Dharma often thinks she actually believes not. No, within there is only belief in total fullness. How can you tell? Here she sits day after grinding day in my service, while often the heart is faint and the body weary and the being in sorrow, but the soul is at peace. It is the perfection of soul intent which I see, and have compassion for that which is the conscious confusion of the moment. Man in his physical state is given into fear, for all things are given unto his senses to cause this thing. These are the labors of man to overcome, and even until the final passage shall the human aspect be given into bits of terror at the unknown details and expectation of pain upon the physical being. Do you think that I do not understand the weakness of the flesh? But what do ye do? In your fear of that passage you turn away completely, as if you think ye shall not face of it. At any rate all men pass through the veil of physical expression. Would it not show more wisdom to move with the light into the light? It remains your choice. I await. I want no false groveling or beseeching to save thine assets - I await your acknowledgement of truth and the vision of wisdom to come within thine perceptions. How many of your babies and loved ones are you sending into their transition without teaching and sharing truth? How many? These lessons shall be learned, dear ones, here or there. They shall be learned before you return into the oneness of the holy places. To those of mine who have remained faithful and true, let us rejoice in the passage, for the glory of the experience is also at hand, and ye shall rise above and pass through the veil of the sorrows which ye shall perceive, for it is thusly my promise. Ye shall not be given beyond that which ye can carry. Tarry with me that we can come into unity, that you feel not alone as we step upon the path of that which awaits. I give you the blessings and joy of the graduation, ye who will stand with me in the light. Salut. I am Aten, and I come to bring you home and show the way through the path of that which has become darkened. Whether it be moments or days or eons, I walk ever with thee. I am, that ye may be. Chapter 16. Rec number 1, Haton. Tuesday, January 15th, 1991, 10:05 a.m. Year 4, Day 152. Today's watch. Haton present to discuss these confusing events so that clarity is your strength. You do not understand these things going on about you, for the plan has been orchestrated to the tiny most details, the maze ever more difficult to find safe passage. I cannot force you to act, nor in all instances will actions bring positive consequences, but truth is what is mandatory, lest you be tossed only with the tide in ignorance of your plight. The plan is to confuse you on so many varying fronts of actions that you cannot think. The contradictions will be blatant, but since you have capitulated to the most heinous and obvious delusion of all, it follows in the mental pattern already set that you will believe everything they tell you now. It is this way, so that if you contradict that which is being told to you, say regarding Russia, you would have to contradict your own wise decision made regarding all other matters. Most egos cannot bear the confession of being wrong. The consequences of admission will bring such a burden of guilt that you have sentenced millions to death by your foolish conclusions. The plan works very well indeed, and always has. You see, the evil leader does not have to change the story or the actions. The old ones work over and over and over again to perfection. Poised for what? Let us look at that which is. Herein you will simply have to believe me when I tell you that there are replacement ones for your top leaders and hundreds of not so top personages. The 28th George Bush was put into the picture on the 12th of January at Camp David. He was tested and smoothed on the 13th and presented again to you on the 14th. He did not go walk alone this morning, 15th, to reflect and commune with God. He went to be alone, so the messages from his puppet masters right out of Moscow would not be monitored. I ask that, for the moment, that you accept this which I tell you, and then we will discuss how this can be true, for, of course, many men have died because they brought this information. But information, nonetheless, has been given to you, the public, as far back as 20 years past regarding genetic/holographic robotoids which bear identical memory patterns but are subsequently programmed. I have written of it in one of the more recent journals, but will repeat the information as I have time. Suffice it for now, please accept that which I tell you is not only possible but is, in fact, utilized in myriads of instances right now. There are several places of top security where these transferences are made and replica holographic information is garnered for necessary multiples. Camp David has been the prime location for transference of top leaders and associates to be later utilized, for it is used as the presidential retreat and often social gatherings, such as birthday celebrations, top-level meetings with diplomats, etc., are carried out. This technology has been perfected in the Soviet Union, and thus you have the reason that your government seems so indisposed to do anything other than cozy up to Russia. Now, look at events to bring some level of confirmation to self. Your government/cartel elite has emptied your own storage elevators of grain to the communist nations, most especially Russia and China. Next, look at that which Russia is doing regarding their ally, Iraq. They have mildly stated that they believe Saddam should move out of Kuwait, and they voted half-heartedly, after receiving more money and food supplies $2 billion worth recently, and yet at the time declared they would not fight if there should be war. Brothers, they have not even pulled their people out of Iraq. All the supervisors for the utilization of all the weapons, etc., sit right there in security bunkers with the most sophisticated weaponry of any place on your globe. They have beam weapons that penetrate every electronic security shield that you can put about your men, equipment, or aircraft and shoot them to blithereens in the same motion. Next, look at that which is going on now in the nice states which have sought freedom from the bear. They have the tanks in the dooryards with bloodied bodies lying about the streets in great numbers. Some of the people, dear ones, as in China, were run over by the tanks themselves. If you actually think Gorbachev did not know, then you are worse off than even I suspected. When, America? I can only give you the outline of the plans as have been laid forth, for, as one option is ill-advised, they instantly turn to another of many alternative actions. The point, of course, was manyfold. First, to cause some type of uprising in a very distant location to ensure that there would be no resistance troops remaining to defend domestically as the new state/new constitution, by executive order and national emergency, came into control. This will include taking control of the economic, political, police, etc. It will allow for confiscation of all weapons, money, and property. It will allow a call to forced labor services as indicated as needed by the government without pay. It will eventually take all property and allot living facilities, etc. Now, firstly, this will appear to be the work and accomplishment of the bankers' cartel elite. However, then the Zionists find a big hardened steel wall in front of them. You will be nicely secured and totally under control, especially if your multitudes of troops are dead and there is nothing left for resistance. Then the Soviets simply take control because they already have infiltrated with communist troops all over the U.S. from the south and Canada. There will be no one to actually resist, and, therefore, it would not likely be necessary to annihilate the land with nuclear radiation. Occupation of the nation is not a problem because your own police forces will attend the orderly transition. Resistors will simply be shot by your own police and or incarcerated in the already prepared detention centers. It has all been done, America. It is already in place, and you just allowed the signing of the total action to take place when you allowed the passage of the death sentence upon your military personnel. This is insane. You are insane, and the whole idea is insane, you will say? Yes, the idea is total insanity, but I am totally sane, and this is what the plan for your future is. This, and the reduction of 2/3 of the global population. That, dear ones, is still a lot of bodies to get rid of, so you can look for things to be most unpleasant in the months and years which may yet lie ahead. Who brings disinformation to you? Why would the nice people, such as some of the ones of which, I myself, have spoken, not have the picture? They do, some of them, and others cannot believe the extent of the circumstances any better than can you. Moreover, many of them are replacements for the purpose of beginning to allow you to see, bit by bit, that the game is real, the cover UPS real, and when the time comes, you will rebel less. The point, of course, is to discount this truth and that of others who have tried to tell you and warn you, but you listened not just exactly as it was predicted in the prophecies of the ancient times. Man responds to truth by killing the truth bringer. So be it. Take a short break, Dharma, there is much confusion about. Chapter 17. Rec number 1, Hayton. Wednesday, January 16, 1991, 9:16 a.m. Year 4, Day 153. Today's watch. Dharma, Commander Hayton present, please. I have said the truth will set you free. I have never said that it would not make you sick to your very beingness. There is no time for tears or emotional wallowing, and you have done everything you could do to postpone the writing this morning. I am sorry, Keela, we must write. You sit with a letter in your hand from a young youth in Saudi Arabia who had borrowed a Phoenix Journal Express, and he is torn, for he recognizes the truth and yet desires to discredit the source so that there is naught to confront. I wish to tell you a story which may offset, somewhat, the continuing blow to you ones. You may document this information. A military person from the service of Korea, and who, by the way, has a son in Saudi Arabia and expectations of himself being sent to Saudi Arabia, had come into the Express and verifies everything we have said regarding Korea and that which is going on in cover-up of military matters, and is helpless to make impact in any manner at all. Now, we shall speak of freedom and constitutional rights. It is forbidden to even have a copy of the Spotlight in your possession if sent into that area. It is confiscated, as are a couple of other papers which print truth. So will the Express soon be forbidden reading by your servicemen. At this point it is the only way to get any information which allows the ones in the Asian sector to have any bits of truth at all. Please send this letter to the editor of Spotlight. Dharma, when you first asked to write you were confronted most personally and told some things of which I will herein remind you. You were told that you would be given information which would mean nothing to you as far as technical information. You would be given proper credentials, and the credibility of the information would come to pass in truth of action. You were told, in the presence of at least 7 persons of credible reputation, that this would be so. Has not this, and ever so much more, come to pass? I see that you feel that you cannot be the one to bring more news of lies upon your fellow men, but Kila, how else shall they come into this truth? Ours is not to interfere nor even intervene in the workings of your political governments. Our commission is to bring forth truth for those who would hear as the world moves into confusion and chaos beyond that which man has ever experienced in the cycle of experience. This, further, is the test of a scribe, Kila. Will you write that which I bring, or will you deny God along with the other of your species who have strayed so far afield from the circle of light? It matters not how many accept your writing as truth, for our mission is to put it to historical reference that man may look and see when he becomes ready to seek and find truth. The war at hand in the Middle East. I herein block the visions just right, please. It is not a war over Kuwait, nor of Iraq or Saddam Hussein. You are squared off for the most destructive encounter of your imaginings. The wheels have been set into motion, and the agony of the current decisions and counter-decisions are all but stressing out of ability to function. The replicas, for a replica has all memory, all observations with a major exception, no basic soul conscience. So, what do we have here? We have one's in effort to gain the top control in a global standoff having arrived at your today by hook or crook, subterfuge, and manipulation. What has happened? A worse scenario case for you little people of the lie. A counterpoint, near checkmate of the two major forces of the globe. You think Russia is your friend? You think you were witness to freedom and democracy coming to the Soviet Union? No, you watched a manipulation of a world today tells the story, and your government knows it. As of today, Russian media has fallen into total suppression and censorship by the government. This, of course, is to quell the atrocities coming forth to the foreign press. Let me assure you that what will now take place in the blackout will be heinous indeed. Now, what are you faced with? Well, your government knows you are cornered, you are vulnerable from every direction from an enemy who has set you up magnificently. The Soviets can get you from any direction, but they would prefer to do so without a nuclear war which brings too much devastation to the planet itself. They are awaiting your actions and thus the hedging and foiling attempts by your government to disallow the Russians' knowledge of the planned first strike by the US in an attempt to win first victory. This is not over a little dispute with a dictator, evil or godly. The plan of the money cartel was to gain control by ridding you of the Constitution and coming down in a socialistic police force manner. The Soviets desired to wait until that was done and order restored to you in the US and then simply move in, for the government would already be in total control. So, what has happened? The beast has again confronted differences in who will control what, albeit the plan is to have total control over all people, with the least amount of damage to the globe itself, so that the winner will have a playground. Do you not see that a first strike attack against the Soviet Union herself is your only hope of any type of victory? And yet, you do not have the surveillance information necessary, nor do you have the ultimate space command to counter retaliation. You are not fighting a little 3-day war in the Arabian desert. This is the confrontation of confrontations of evil forces for supremacy. You remain the pawns and expendables. Why did I not tell you before this moment? I did. The strike was well planned for December 3, the dark of the moon. Now it is simply rescheduled for now, the dark of the moon, but it is anticipated. Again, the news gets leaked because the ones in the government have no ability to keep the truth away from their own puppet masters. So, Hayton, what will happen? There are a dozen possibilities. Suffice it to say, it is indeed serious. I suggest that you once carefully consider turning in truth and proper lawfulness again unto God, for in this scenario it is the only choice of true survival. When will it happen? There are many possibilities, hence the misinformation being fed forth from every TV and radio broadcast in efforts to cover real intent and action, but I promise you that the Soviet change of attitude in this instant manner was in response to your first strike against Russia intent. Those have not been love notes passed back and forth, nor hotline heavy breathing on the red phones. What you do in these next few days may well be the decision for instant annihilation or a postponement of some sort. The chess games has come to some very crucial final plays, dear ones. Dharma, I suggest you leave this, for it is truly enough to chew this morning and you have other things of equal importance to attend. Do not fear, precious, I stand beside you and we work on the assumption of necessary preparations and no deadlines, lest we not do of our proper work. God holds his people in the hollow of his hand, and it is most adequate indeed. May he also shed mercy upon this suffering land and humanity. By the way, you will find most of the communications cut off from the Middle East when you return to the radio. It, too, will be kept from you, but phone lines were squelched to the major media receivers at approximately the time you came to the computer to write, or shortly prior. At any rate, you ones will not be getting other than propaganda, for the world is in manipulation. You see, acceptable losses have not to do with Iraq or Saddam Hussein, and that may help you ones to better understand the horrendous decisions in the making. The element of surprise needed is not against Iraq. It could be symbolized perhaps by the vision of a tremendous poison spider confronting a tremendous poison scorpion, with each wrong dance step bringing incredible destruction. Bless each moment given unto you and use it wisely. Forgive me, I am most occupied and I need to attend my own duties. Thank you for service, all of you. We are now in the fulfilling of our mission purpose. Do not become faint of heart, for as we stand within God's lighted truth, no harm can come upon us. So be it, and amen. Go in peace within, that we might function according to calm response in properness. You have been trained well for the task at hand, and so shall your performance be blessed. Salut and Salom, I salute you, brothers of my command. Chapter 18. Rec number 1, Hayton. Thursday, January 17, 1991, 11:07 a.m. Year 4, Day 154. Today's watch. Hayton, present in the radiance of God Creator. It is time that I reintroduce myself for once about your place. Call my scribe and publisher, Satan, and servants of Satan. I am Haton of Holy God, serving in the Galactic Fleet in service as a forerunner, host, for the return of the Christ being. I suggest that you read this before forming judgment, for this may well be the most important document you have ever witnessed. Aboard this craft and directly in charge of this mission is one we call Sananda, meaning God/one with God. It is a status recognition of achievement of the totality of perfection. He returns for the reclamation of the planet and God's people. I personally am recognized as Jai Orgo Series Haton, in command of the Phoenix ship previously recognized as the Bethlehem. Identification has been changed to bring recognition and identification of the mission at hand. The fleet in charge of the Master's return is based, and training of personnel has originated most recently, from that star system you recognize as Pleiades. I care not that which you have heard from any Earth-based human being. What you have heard to the contrary is simply not true. In my higher capacity I am recognized as Aten, and I request that you hold that label most carefully in your discernment, for it means, the one light. It is synonymous with God. I choose to serve at this time as a commander more nearly approximate to you of Earth human, for I, too, must have some understanding of that which you perceive you are doing, and to be more clearly attuned to my base opposition in this conflict, who is clever only unto the ways and actions of man. How can you trust me? You very likely cannot in the beginning, with only ignorance as your foundation. You would need be privy to all that we have brought forth in these past months to see that everything, all, that I have projected has come or is in the coming to pass. I told you months ago that Desert Shield would be called Desert Storm. I told you days ago that the invasion would come in a massive manner at this time. I told you yesterday morning that it would be launched on the afternoon, in your time, but within the days of the dark of the moon, when satanic beings can work in the darkness which suits them best, that their work may be hidden from the masses and the receivers helpless. You, the US, believe you have done a wondrous thing? The young men, itching to bomb targets and become heroes, feel wondrously good about blowing people limb from limb and babies into particulate. Is this your godly mission, to produce freedom and the American way? So be it, for that is what the American way has become, and you saw it not. You have met far more than your match for clever in Mr. Hussein, my friends. So far all you have smashed and destroyed is exactly that which was probable forfeiture. You will note that all of General Hussein's people are quite well, alert and amused at your foolishness. Your war hasn't even begun. He allowed you, the world, to be witness to the most devastating bombing of continuing nature to ever strike any portion of your world. In one raid you dumped more bomb power on Iraq than 3 Hiroshimas in just one raid. Does that make you proud? Well, the world saw it all, and you tout your pride and you boast your advantage. If there is no retaliation at all, you will find that ultimately you will have lost the war. No man, woman, or child on the face of the earth will ever again believe your thrust for freedom and human rights. You just fell from your status of that which the world would mimic into the most heinous and deadly destructor and inhumane nation ever to serve on the face of the planet. But the war hasn't even begun. What will be coming forth will be beyond that which you can imagine. Do you actually believe that one, Saddam Hussein, will simply call forth Uncle Sam and it will all be finished? Even if he did so and marched out of Kuwait this hour, you are dead ducks in his line of fire. You have not begun to feel the scorpion sting. You note there is no motion to move from Kuwait. You have rigged the press so that you do not know that which is going on. Most has been staged for your digestion without a shred of truth. Oh yes, the raids were real, for Saddam desired the world to have no delusion that what will come from his sector is retaliation and not first aggression. And you haven't the slightest notion of that which Russia is doing, for they have blackened all news out of all Russia, also. Terrorists are taking up their stations all about the U.S. Those not already within the borders will come from both north and south, and there will be no place safe. So shall it be in Europe. I am pained to tell my beloved friends in New Zealand and Australia that you are not safe, either, for so many of the elite installations for security are located in your islands. Listen to what this man has said to you: the mother of all wars has begun. You have not touched the real facilities, and missiles were not launched so that you could not pinpoint locations of the installations. Iraq has the most sophisticated and well-equipped underground shelter system of anywhere in your world. You inflicted relatively few casualties considering the incredible bombardment you sent forth. They do not need to evacuate to other locations. Baghdad, the people move underground where they have set up supply depots. If the war ended this minute, you will not have won, for, in Arab culture, it will never be ended on the surface, perhaps really, never. Why would they sacrifice any advantage by countering your massive attack and lose aircraft and trained personnel when their important installations are untouched and you bear the black eye of aggressor? It is America who is unprepared to save her nation, not Iraq or Russia. You are the ones with no shelters or defense in your dooryards. There are many ways to bring down a nation, and you just left the way wide open, dear ones. What will it be? That depends. It mostly depends on whether or not Russia is ready to take control, but I can assure you that the world shall never again be able to rest at night for writhing in the fear, for you have no ability to fight such an attack. Terrorism. Now I shall turn my attention to local matters. You shudder as citizens and denounce terrorism. Let me show you right here what real terrorism is, and it comes from your own local Christian community. As you will read the letter we will reprint herein, please read it with an eye to God and the Christ for whom you label your churches, and see if you can believe that the Christ would utter the words and project such evil in any manner whatsoever. You the public be the discernment bearers. This is happening over and over and has been constant for 2 years. I assure you that both the Master, and God himself, are getting a bit on the side of annoyed. This cowardly anonymous person continues to say that America West is some sort of a cult. There is not even so much as a group, so how could this one be so foolish? America West is just another business in your community who publishes a very wide range of literature, the journals and expresses being only a small portion. Would you denounce Bantam books for their publications? It seems to me that recently there was great outcry regarding Salman Rushdie and sentence of the Iranians upon him in death pronouncement. This is the same, only worse. This is against a publisher of many varied materials, and attempts upon the life of the scribe have already been blatant. Is this the kind of community you have, Tejas Shape, Tehachapi? Is this what you have in store for the master upon which to set his feet again upon your earth? You are of the chosen ones. Is this what you ask the master to again return unto? So be it. As you read, keeping in mind that this letter is only one of many, ask yourselves whether or not this represents this new America of Christ. Do you suppose this wondrous Christian who hides truth by destroying the documents to protect you from yourselves, examples that which you offer unto God? Is this the face this beauteous little valley of radiance town wishes to show unto the world as example of freedom and brotherhood? You will see that this one refers to my expression of your this or that and denounces me. I refer to it as yours, for it most certainly is not mine. I come forth from the temples of God, and your planet is most certainly not my idea of a godly place. Furthermore, I make no choice of you above any other, and this writer of obscene letters suggests I should go to Cuba. I have also been accused of being an Iraqi, so be it. I am all, and I have love for the man of Cuba and Iraq as I have for any other creature of God, for God recognizes no colors of skin or language of speech. I suggest this bigoted brother of Christianity might well be marching toward a bit of trouble on Judgment Day. I request that the letter of threats from this local person and / or group from Tehachapi against the publisher and business workers of these writings be published right here next. For I wish to speak to it. For all of you who do not realize it, my scribe and these ones have literally been attempted in assassination and other vile attacks. They have received prior threats from cowardly anonymous threat senders and obscene personalities, but it has become serious, and I wish to comment regarding contents so that there is no misunderstanding of my rebuttal to these ones who believe themselves gallant and powerful. You are naught but cowards and deceivers, and as you say, you are watching every move of these ones who serve God. God is watching you. Do you still feel so all-fired comforted? This information has gone to the local news press and to the police. It is also sent with a cover letter to every major newspaper in the country and shall be put on every radio station. You believe you have done a clever and Christian house cleaning? You have proven to every brother who reads the documents that you are evil in both person and intent. There is nothing Christian about your being. Quote, exactly as written with no corrections, etc. January 10, 91. Your Phoenix Journal Express is nothing more than trash. We cannot believe such a screwed up cult exists in this present day and age. You people are so deceived, it boggles the mind. We have yet to find you listed in Walter Martin's Kingdom of the Cults, but we are sure your sect will make the top 10 list of the most misinformed cult of the 80s. You people seem to be in a time warp. You preach like some ignorant hippies from the late 60s era. You certainly do not know much of those out there in the real world because you sincerely believe we do not know what is going on. You seem to think you have been given all the answers and are the ambassadors of truth, when in truth you are the ones out of touch with reality. We also know for a fact that most of those in charge of your operation are known draft doggers and fags, along with not having normal family lifestyles. We are destroying your propaganda when found on public display and will continue to inform others of your trash publications. Eventually the local Christian community will be contacting you. Your organization is not of Christian origin. That is pretty clear to anyone who reads your work. You speak of our country, not yours, our president, not yours, which tells us that you do not consider yourself to be part of our society and government structure. Not good. You should really take your false teaching somewhere else, like maybe Cuba. Your office is being watched. We will take action against you, if need be. We will not tolerate such false doctrine being circulated with such treacherous ideals against our community and our government. We are not afraid to use force against you. Watch your back, and your property. We are watching your every move. Think about it before you turn that ignition or that light switch on. You have made your organization to be a live target. Leave this area while you still have the time. End quoting. What have you to say, community? Is this the wondrous place for God's return? You believe that which you will, but I promise you I speak truth and the time is at hand, and I doubt there is even one of your Christian leaders and congregations who will dispute the time is at hand. How did you think it would happen? To whom did you think the words would be brought forth? Where did you think God would return? Israel perhaps? Israel is Palestine. Israel simply is a word meaning God's chosen. You had better go and read Ezekiel, chapters 38 and 39 for starters. So, where would you guess God would return? Well, I suggest anywhere he chooses. Prophecies. Dharma, I ask that you obtain specific documents regarding the scripture of Ezekiel in point. I ask that you utilize a translation by one George M. Lamsa from the Holy Bible from the ancient Eastern Aramaic text. Simply write it herein as translated from that text. Ones can take their own version of translation of the Holy Scriptures as they choose and use for comparison. I further suggest that as you read, you simply place United States of America in the space which reads Israel. So be it, and Selah, for the word of God is at hand, and so shall these things come to pass in your generation upon planet Earth. You are indeed blessed of God to be in this moment in this place, and you miss of it, for the Master was not welcome in his own village and was crucified. What will this little blessed village have for him upon his return? There is nothing which says he shall come on some moisture fluff. It is told unto you that he will come as on the clouds he will come, Brothers, within the silver ships as from the clouds, and you had best be taking note of truth instead of silliness. The hourglass is all but empty. Quote, Ezekiel 38, 39, PGS. 868, 869, 870, Holy Bible from the Ancient Eastern Aramaic text. Chapter 38. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, set your face against China, and against the land of Mongolia, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against him and say, Thus says the Lord God, Behold, I am against you, O China, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. I will gather your people together and put a bridle in your jaws, and I will bring you forth out of your country, both you and all your army, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed in armor, a great host with spears and shields, all of them handling swords. Persians, Ethiopians, and Libyans with them, all of them with shields and helmets. Gomer and all her army, the house of Togarmah, and the uttermost parts of the north with all their hosts, and many other people who are with you. Prepare yourself, you, and all the people that are assembled with you, and be a protection to them. You have been commanded in former days, and in the later years you shall come against the mountains of Israel and against the land which is at peace and free from the sword, whose people were gathered from many nations, and now all dwell safely in it. 9 And you shall come up like a storm and like a cloud which covers the land, you and all your army and many people who are with you. Thus says the Lord God, It shall come to pass that in that very day thoughts shall come into your mind, and you shall think an evil thought. And you shall say, I will go up against those who dwell in tranquility, without walls, and having neither bars nor gates. To take captives and to take a spoil, to turn your hand against the desolate places that are now inhabited, and against the people who were gathered together out of the nations who have gotten cattle and goods, who dwell in the beauty of the land. Sheba and Deran and the merchants of Tarshish and all its villages shall say to you, Are you come to carry off captives and to take a spoil? Have you mobilized your host to take silver and gold, to take away cattle and goods, and to take a great spoil? Therefore, son of man, prophesy and say to China, Thus says the Lord God, On that day when my people Israel shall dwell in tranquility you shall know it. And you shall come from your place out of the north parts, you and many people with you, all of them riding on horses, a great host and mighty army. And you shall come up against my people Israel like a cloud to cover the land. It shall be in the later days, and I will bring you again my land, and the nations will know me, when I shall be sanctified through your defeat. Thus says the Lord God, You are he of whom I have spoken in former days by my servants the prophets of Israel, who prophesied in those days and in those years that I would bring you against them. And it shall come to pass at the same time when China shall come against the land of Israel, says the Lord God, that my anger shall be consumed in my fury and zeal. For in the fire of my wrath have I spoken, surely in that day there shall be a great shaking in the land of Israel. So that even the fish of the sea and the fowls of the air and the beasts of the field and all creeping things that creep upon the earth and all the men that are upon the face of the earth shall shake at my presence, and the mountains shall be thrown down and the towers shall fall and every wall shall rumble to the ground. And I will call for a sword against him throughout all my mountains, says the Lord God, every man's sword shall be against his brother. And I will judge him with pestilence and with blood, and I will rain upon him and upon his princes and upon the many people that are with him, an overflowing rain, and great hailstones, fire, and brimstone. Thus will I magnify myself and sanctify myself in the eyes of many nations, and they shall know that I am the Lord. Chapter 39. And you, O son of man, prophesy against China and say, Thus says the Lord God, Behold, I am against you, O China, the ruler and the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. I will subdue you and gather you together, and I will cause you to come up from the north parts, and bring you upon the mountains of Israel. And I will swerve your bow out of your left hand, and will cause your arrows to fall out of your right hand. You shall fall in the open field, for I have spoken it, says the Lord God. And I will send a fire on Mongolia, and on the people who dwell peacefully in the islands, and they shall know that I am the Lord. So I will make my holy name known in the midst of my people Israel, and I will not let them profane my holy name any more, and the Gentiles shall know that I am the Lord, the Holy One of Israel. Behold, the day of which I have spoken is at hand, says the Lord God. Then the inhabitants of the villages of Israel shall go forth, and shall set on fire and burn the weapons, both the shields and the spears, the bows and arrows and the handblades and the lances, and they shall turn them as fuel for 7 years. So that they shall not need wood for fuel out of the field or the forest, for they shall burn the weapons with fire, and they shall take captive those who had taken them captive and plunder those who had plundered them, says the Lord God. And it shall come to pass on that day that I will give to China a place there for the burial in the land of Israel, the great valley which is east of the sea, and they shall close of the valley, and there they shall bury China and all his army, and it shall be called the valley of the annihilation of China. And for 7 months the house of Israel shall be busy burying them, and then the land shall be cleansed. Yea, all the people of the land shall bury them, and it shall be to them a renowned day when I am glorified, says the Lord. Even 7 months after, there shall be men who will travel continually through the land burying those who are left lying on the face of the land, to cleanse it. And every one who passes through the land, and sees a man's bone, then shall he set up a sign by it, till buriers have come and taken it and buried it in the valley of China. And the name of the graveyard shall be, the mighty city. Thus shall they cleanse the land. And you, son of man, Say to all the fowls of the air and to every beast of the field, Thus says the Lord God, Assemble yourselves and come, gather yourselves from every place to the great sacrifice that I perform for you upon the mountains of Israel, and you shall eat flesh and drink blood. You shall eat the flesh of the mighty men and drink the blood of the princes of the earth, of rams, of fatlings, of he-goats, of bullocks, and of all the young bullocks of Bashan. And you shall eat flesh till you are filled and drink blood till you are drunk at the great sacrificial feast which I am preparing for you. Thus you shall be filled at my table with the flesh of horses and their riders, and with that of mighty men, and with that of all the men of war, says the Lord God. And I will set my glory among the nations, and all the Gentiles shall see the judgment that I have executed, and the heavy punishment with which I have punished them. So the house of Israel shall know that I am the Lord their God front that day and forward. And the Gentiles shall know that the house of Israel was carried into captivity for their iniquity, because they transgressed against me, therefore I turned away my face from them and delivered them into the hand of those who hate them, and they all fell by the sword. According to their abominations and according to their iniquity have I regarded them, and I turned away my face from them. Therefore thus says the Lord God, Now I will bring back the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy upon all the house of Israel, and will be zealous for my holy name's sake. After they have borne all their shame and their iniquity whereby they have transgressed against me, when they dwell securely in their own land, with no one to hurt them. When I have gathered them from among the nations and brought them back from the cities of their enemies, and am sanctified by them in the sight of many nations. Then shall they know that I am the Lord their God, who caused them to be carried captive among the nations, and that it is I who gathered them into their own land and have left none of them there any more. Neither will I turn away my face from them, but I will pour out my spirit upon the house of Israel, says the Lord. End quoting. I hearken you to recall my previous instructions regarding the Hazar Zionists. Recall that I told you they are not Jews. They are of the now referred to Chinese Mongol/Russian/Nordic tribes, the 13th tribe. I will not go into the remaining content of Ezekiel's projections, but suffice it to say that there will be some most ugly days ahead in this passage of segment. I force nothing upon any of you. I bring the messages, and you will do that which you will with the outlaying. I remind you that if a thing be of force, it is not of God. You will each come into your own opinion and action, but I further remind you that which is evil and against the laws of God and the creation will not be brought into the holy places of God. It is a time of returning into truth within the laws of God as given forth. That is the price of the ticket on lift-off day. No other spilling of blood shall get your ticket to some fluffy clouds. If you will ascend, it shall most surely be at God's direction and not to a bit of fluffy radioactive clouds. So be it. May God give insight into your understanding. Salut. Master Esu Sananda Jesus, the Pale Prophet. I have no intention of replaying the thousands of pages of messages herein. I ask simply that Isu's last two writings through Thomas be herein appended. Then I ask that you give understanding to my need for call to duty, for if you fail to note, your planet is set to self-destruct and my command is most busy indeed. I shall be asking for more and more input from Sananda for two reasons. Man must begin to ready himself for that which is coming, and, further, to give confirmation that truth is not coming from only one or two sources but from many. Dharma also receives for Sananda, but you of the readers must find your balance and ability to understand that truth is truth and is ever unchanged from one source unto another. It is time that you come up from your cots and open your eyes unto that which is, and cease your pretending, for you cast your stones at the wrong presenters. Why do you not attend properly those ones who have given you false teachings for these many years? May God truly have mercy upon you blind lambs, for you are so deceived that you know not truth when it flows all about thee. You choose to follow the pious pretenders and await some rapture? Think about it and then let us discern who may appear to be mad. Thank you for your attention. I ask that you continue to read as I bow unto my own commander, that his voice can begin to be heard throughout the land. January 16, 91 Sananda. Let us begin. Thomas. I am Issaj Manuel Sananda, present in the radiance of Aten/God. I come in his service within the creation which is above all. There is weeping in heaven this day for your planet. You have gone past the artificial deadline established that the plan may be initiated in its fullness. Soon the killing shall begin in earnest, and the ones on the home shores shall be left guessing, did my son die, was he hit? Those initiating such measures care not whether sons die, for that is the plan, to kill off as many as possible. The plan is so horrendous that those of the Christian and thinking populace cannot comprehend such evil, yet you ones continually forget that it is Satan himself controlling the very ones who yield the scythe of death. The thoughts race among even mine own precious ones, will there be time, will there be time, what do we do, preparations must be made, how much time? Etc., etc., etc. Ever you ones may do that which you able with that with which you have to use at your disposal, nothing more and nothing less. To sit idly by at this time when the foreknowledge has been offered would be the worst kind of foolishness, and one which you yourselves shall experience the consequences of. When the confiscation begins in America, and it shall indeed, the weapons shall be the first. Always it shall be much sooner than you expect, so it is the better part of wisdom to make your preparations while there is still time. What will be the reaction of the American citizenry when the tanks roll in? Will there even be a reaction at all, for is there not a lot of troop movement for Desert Shield? Mostly the sleep will continue, only to find that when the awakening is upon them they are found bound in the detention centers awaiting the execution, or worse. The plans are devious and dark indeed, for with Satan at the helm you may expect the very worst. And yet for some who go along it shall simply be another small adjustment to make, the troops on the corner, the curfews, after all, You get no news now, so the freedom of information won't change much, just more of what they want to show you. The psychopolitics has been far too effective. We come to offer man his way out, his ticket home unto glory if he will but listen. But alas, the sleep has been too deep, and all but the tiniest number shall take the path laid forth by the master deceiver himself, like sheep to the slaughter. It will be a long time before the ones who take the left path find their way home unto God, but they shall, eventually, but it shall be a hard and long journey. Ever is the freedom of choice within the world of man. Yet this day the die is all but cast, and it shall be red, blood red. There will be no washing of this blood from the hands of those who sent the beloved and brave men to the slaughter, and God weeps for man's ignorance. Holy Spirit within, may I walk in peace this day. May the Spirit touch the many who walk in fear and ignorance, that the comfort may come upon them in the knowledge of your presence. Holy Spirit, awaken within man the connection with your source, that he may come into wisdom. Let us be mindful this day of those who shall soon become dust upon your place for the decisions made by you the people. Holy Spirit, let me ever walk the road of red, that the journey home be filled with glory in your presence. Let us close this Thomas, walk in peace. Salut. I am Sananda. January 17, 91 Sananda. I am no longer J. Manuel, I am returned as Sananda. I am come in radiance and in service unto the Father/God/Aten, and I have returned to fulfill the prophecies of long past, for this is the ending of a cycle, and it is the dark period of the cycle indeed. Saddam speaks truth, the mother of all wars is now started. Oh, children of the lie, we weep for your ignorance. Blind aggression? What think you of bombing an entire nation? And you see it not, your nation sees it not. So few will walk with us, and it is so sad, for the glory in these realms is beyond description. To serve the higher good of man is the greatest of all honors, particularly at the ending of an historical cycle, particularly on this planet. Give great thanks this day for thine participation within this play, for it shall unfold magnificently before you, yet so too I tell thee that there shall be much bloodshed, confusion, chaos, and the path will not be an easy one, for the controllers would have you working in their camps, their prearranged stations. Will you go without a struggle? Will you serve on the road cruise quietly? How many among you will go as the sheep? And so too, what merit it to struggle in the face of overwhelming odds only to result in death of the physical body? These questions shall all be answered before all is said and done. It is a time to gather in foodstuffs. To think that such measures may not be required is dreaming. You have entered a dangerous time, and the net will soon fall all around you, and all straggling fragments shall be gathered into perfection. These ones do their work extremely well, no matter the loss of life. Caution, in your efforts to garner supplies that shall indeed be needed at a later time, do not diminish all cash reserves, for you shall need this too for a time. If you are low on cash reserves, once again rebuild them so that this area also is covered for times of inactivity or shutdown. For those even among our own grouping who do not listen to the warning we bring, you ones shall be left wondering. Charity shall be ever present in my house and those who abide with me, yet for any to expect it is most foolish indeed. We give great honor to you ones who are responding appropriately to the instructions as given. The preparations shall serve you well and shall be the cornerstone for the rebuilding, for there shall be rebuilding and there shall be the remnant. Let us hope that those who profess service unto us are among the ones serving at that hour. It is a dark day indeed for your world. The death blows now shall be tit for tat, only the death counts will not be in the single or double or triple digits. Walk ever within the light and command the Holy Spirit presence within to remain ever in alignment with the laws and with his will, that his plan may achieve be fulfilled. Walk in peace, for the road shall grow most uncertain and strange. Salut. I am Sananda. Chapter 19. Rec number 1 Hayton. Friday, January 18, 1991, 6:29 a.m. Year 4 Day 155 Today's Watch. Shadows only prove the presence of a brighter light. Do not be weakened by that which comes about you. Hayton present to serve God, planet, and brother Salut. Do not be misled by that which is presented unto you by the media. The media is organized to give Saddam Hussein false information in order to hopefully dissuade him from further involvement. It is not working, for the only thing it is doing is giving you the people false information. The Iraqi defense system is superb, and there were many of your planes lost into the count of the 60s. The information will be kept from you to prevent further division of the people and more demonstrations for peace. The Israelis responded to the attack instantly and did not call off their attack. They responded with chemical warheads and were told not to use them when it was found that Saddam had not utilized chemicals. The retaliation was then instantly joined by the U.S. forces in an attempt to hide the Israeli response by sheer numbers of aircraft in the air. The hoopla about no retaliation was false, the response was immediate. This is more cover-up and more attempt to emotionally disarm Saddam, which, by the way, is not working. He and his henchmen know exactly that which they do and are masters at the planning. You have hardly just begun this nightmare. I must tell you that announcement coming back about the number of Scuds knocked out in subsequent attacks is false. They have no way to account for the missiles, and this is to put you back to sleep. Camp David. Oh yes, Mr. President must go to Camp David. Remember, he has to be fed instructions and given any necessary attention and realignment. His thought patterns have to have their weekly attitude adjustment. Did you not hear the several spokesmen who said, Bush does not appear to even be the same man, as he returned from Camp David on the 13th of January? He wasn't. By the way, being at the residence instead of the Oval Office means that the elite are in security shelters, just you the public have no shelters nor defense. Funny thing about this scenario, you are sitting ducks and yet Israel, Iraq, etc., have wondrous defense shelters and there are hardly any casualties from direct bombing. Do you think New York, San Francisco, Chicago, or Los Angeles will be so fortunate? How about Austin, Texas or Port Arthur? Bakersfield or Omaha? What about St. Louis? Oh yes, there are hundreds of offshore Canadian and Mexican-based missiles aimed right at your cities. From less than 50 miles across your southern border are elaborate installations along with the enemy tank battalions. The Soviets would prefer to have you do yourself in and/or fatigue your entire population with this war for freedom, human rights, and democracy before taking action. You are not getting accurate information out of Russia either, dear ones. Do not delude yourselves back again into your stupor and false security. Pay attention to the earthquakes of this day in Thailand. The sleeping giants are beginning to stir, while no one watches. The banks and markets are finding patterns if you but watch. However, you will be getting little information and they will appear to fluctuate with no balance or direction. No, they are falling directly into line, especially gold and oil. Good news and the prices of both drop, war news and they both rise. Remember, this is an economic war based on the structuring of the one world government. You who watch in wisdom can protect yourselves to great extent. I am continually asked about how the system of creation and destruction of reserves is accomplished. You see, it all goes back to the Federal Reserve, Feds, who literally loan your money into existence at interest. Commercial banks create money from nothing, based on multiples of their deposits, reserves. This created money is then loaned at interest. The loan debt principal and the money paid thereon go out of existence as the principal is paid down. The point in question is always misunderstanding regarding destroying money as principal as it is repaid, and what happens when a loan is not repaid but is lost through default, your immediate and overwhelming problem. In the former case, the reserve component on which the loan is based is released and becomes available as the reserve on which another fractional reserve loan can be made, read spiral to economic disaster. In the latter case, the lending bank loses the reserve covering the loan, but an amount of money equal to the defaulted loan principal remains in existence and circulating in the economy. Assuming, let's say, a 12% reserve requirement, a deposit of $1 million in a commercial bank does not limit that bank to making $1 million in new loans. It can retain $120,000 as a reserve against lending this $1 million deposit, and use the remaining $880,000 as excess reserves which it can invest, or use as reserves to lend additional money into existence. The remaining $880,000 can be reloaned against the retention of $105,600, 12% of $880,000, in reserves, and the remainder $774,400 can be reloaned against 12% thereof being retained as a reserve, and on and on and on. Some have called for the creation of debt-free money in the U.S. directly by the Treasury. A limited amount of such money is actually already in circulation, as U.S. notes and Q-Chronicle coinage, 1, 5, 10, 25, and 50 cents, and the Susan B. Anthony $1 coin. Now let us consider some ways the private sector can introduce debt-free money into the economy. A bank loan is defaulted upon and is written off by the lending bank. A successful bank robbery of uncirculated currency which is spent into circulation within the U.S. The successful introduction of a perfect counterfeit currency which is spent into the U.S. economy. You actually have more of all three, above, than you might guess. It would appear, however, that an economy based on loan defaults, bank robberies and counterfeiting could not exactly be expected continually to prosper, never mind that bank robbery and counterfeiting are illegal. Dharma, write this immediately and pause long enough for us to consider what is going on with the power supply, for the input is under tampering. Hold up please, until I check the circumstances. Thank you. There has just been a major incident at 719, you will want to check it out when you leave the writing. Back to the above subject in point, please. The fact that debt-free money can only come into existence through such dubious means just underlines the stranglehold the bankers have on the financial system. Money could be created by the Treasury as it now creates U.S. notes and coins. The money so created could be lent to states and communities, interest-free, for the construction of voter-approved infrastructure projects, and to retire existing interest-bearing debt. It could also be lent at a reasonable rate of interest to banks which would then relend it to borrowers at a higher rate of interest. Banks could operate under such a regime, indeed, credit unions already do so. Credit unions are member-owned financial cooperatives which accept deposits from members and relend these deposits to member borrowers. A credit union charges a higher rate of interest on loans it makes than it pays on deposits. The credit union's operating expenses and earnings are covered by the spread between the interest it pays depositors and the interest it charges borrowers. And credit unions are in better financial shape, as a group, than commercial banks or savings and loan associations. Banks, however, earn interest on the money they lend into existence and use these earnings to pay operating expenses, salaries, rent, taxes, utilities, and such set-aside reserves for bad debts, and then pay dividends to their shareholders. If enough real estate, credit card, and third-world loans go belly up, the bank first charges the loss to profits. If profits are wiped out, they look to their loan loss reserves. If these reserves are wiped out, the bank is technically insolvent. You operate under a system that requires more and more money be created just to pay interest. When the ultimate impossibility of borrowing $10 and promising to repay $11, if the $11 must also be borrowed into existence, is finally recognized, You will either have a drastic monetary reform or experience a financial collapse, and I believe you know which to expect. Let us look at some comparative figures which will be good examples. Beginning in December 1978, the Federal Reserve credit was $124 billion. For August 1990, the average Federal Reserve credit was $280 billion. These are rounded numbers. This represents a steady overall increase in the reserve credit, which is the basis of your money supply. This steady increase indicates that more and more money must be created to pay increasing taxes and service the increasing national debt in addition to maintaining the gross national product. Federal Reserve credit is the Fed's loans to commercial banks, which use these borrowings as reserves against which much larger sums of money are loaned into existence. The Fed, like commercial banks, creates money by making loans. But it does not make loans to individuals or corporations the way commercial banks do. It lends only to the U.S. Treasury and to its member banks. It does so by buying bonds, notes and bills issued by the Treasury. The Fed can either buy these securities directly from the Treasury, or from a bank. As you can probably quite plainly see, you the citizen taxpayer pay the bill in the ending. I still tell you that as you effort to figure all this financial wizardry out for investments, it is going to collapse on you either through its own weight or through National Emergency Executive Order regulations. From this nice new war, creating a national emergency and bringing into play all the executive orders we have discussed, the government can now close and regulate the banks even unto confiscation of your funds. They can, likewise, confiscate all gold in any form. I still suggest the safest option for protection is to invest in a foundation, etc., which then borrows against gold and leaves it in the bank as collateral. The bank must be one in which the cartel deals for the last confiscation will be of their own collateral deposits. Can they confiscate it? Yes. But I can also assure you that they have plenty of backup plans to get all your assets otherwise. I hope this did not simply cloud the water and make the subject even more confusing. I make every effort to respond as the questions flow in great quantity. However, in this most crucial time which claims so much of my attention, I must beg patience as I find little time for properly responding to other than immediate emergency situations. There are not going to be perfect methods for you to preserve assets, and that which will work this day may very well not work on the morrow. However, if you handle your assets through this investment method and get things out of your name and into corporations, you will be provided with much protection which is simply absent otherwise. Keep assets which might be accrued moving and into other corporations and in use to the maximum, for that which is parked in what you consider safety is pinpointed and will be either confiscated, heavily taxed, and or made worthless by total exchange of the money product itself. As a cashless system comes into play and exchange notes are provided, all available assets will be open to the government's documentation and use as the regulations are thrust upon you. I simply again lay this information before you for consideration and use, if you so desire. Again, I have no interest in this matter, and if you are interested in information about resources you may inquire of the publisher of this material. I have neither the time nor intent to personally advise anyone. If, however, you would like to participate in security in God's work and information dispersing, I would offer you resource. What you do is up to you. I realize that it is difficult for you once to attend all the myriad of details in such a time of chaos and confusion, but all I can do is present it unto you, and you must decide how and which method is suitable to your particular situation. Gold will ultimately go up in price to even more ridiculous prices before it drops out in depression, and then it will fall relative to prices, i.e., an ounce of gold now would buy a suit of clothes in depression, an ounce of gold will still buy a suit. You will not be able to talk dollar for dollar, for that has no longer any meaning. I would suggest that if you desire to utilize such a method of preservation of funds, that you not tarry too long, for already the intent is to shut down the open purchasing of that pretty yellow stuff. It will not be long in your counting before it is no longer legal to trade in gold after the elite get their arrangements in order and the metal into their possession for real manipulation. You the people have a somewhat brief window of opportunity herein, but plans are to close these windows very soon. Bush has now been given the power to control these things by force and will do so. After all, it is the intent of the entire scenario unfolding around you. Antarctica. I have also been petitioned to further discuss, in depth, the technological aspects of the Germans, etc., in Antarctica. I must ask indulgence on this subject. I haven't the time to discuss it herein, but you can find backup information if you do a bit of research. I cannot spare my scribe the time to do it for you, but quite a bit is in publication. Thank you for your inquiry and attention. Desert Storm. I am barraged with inquiries regarding information that I have written and rewritten. Please, dear ones, read that which has already been given relating to the situation and the past activities bringing you to this point. You will find that America's military venture into the Middle East was planned in New York City months and months ago. I do not create the facts, I simply outlay them to you, and you miss the entire point of the whole venture. Precious ones, you have to know you are going to war in a specific location in order to have the hundreds of thousands of uniforms and desert camouflage equipment available on such short notice. I remind you of the beginning of this build-up. Your president told you that your armed forces were being sent to Saudi Arabia at a terrific expense to an already overburdened budget to protect Americans, American interests, and safeguard American principles, further, to prevent aggression into Saudi Arabia. How does this statement equate with the wipe-off-the-globe bombings of Iraq and Kuwait? You have already done 10 to 100 times the damage to Kuwait in one day than in all her history. Is this the way you protect the American way, democracy, and save a nation? Blanket bombing, I believe, is the terminology regarding the bombing raids on Kuwait within these current hours. What a quaint concept of protection of those poor misplaced Kuwaiti citizens. You proclaim atrocities by the Iraqis. What about your blowing to bits these innocent people with your napalm and cluster bombs? One nation under God, indivisible. I think not too likely, dear hearts. Another warning. It was the Soviets and their undercover partners of international Zionism, not David's Jews, who cooperated fully in the takeover of Kuwait. Any claims that the Soviets are siding with America against Iraq are nothing but criminal propaganda. Note that the Soviets have not sent even one man to the fray beside the UN troops. Further, the Soviet advisors and workers have never left Iraq nor Kuwait. Just to give you a bit of clarity of insight, let me point out a little something regarding the ending of the Cold War. While you cut back on military spending in America by around some 12%, meager, but something, the Russians increased theirs by over 27%, 35%. I would like to quote you a little speech made by a Russian, Dmitry Manuelsky, in 1946 as he projected the future intent of the Soviet Union. We will give unheard of peace concessions, and the capitalist nations, the nations of Christendom, stupid and decadent, will leap at the chance to be our friends. They will be willing to cooperate in their own self-destruction. Then when they have gone to sleep, we will smash them with our clenched fist. Your leaders know that the Soviet and Zionist doctrine of world domination has never changed. Even Mr. Gorbachev has told you this over and over again. This week the Soviets are proving this point to you in a most blatant manner. Well, Bush and his mentor, Herr Kissinger, tell the American people that you must go to war, but they have never given even a remotely intelligent reason for so doing. Worst case. Precious citizens of the world, take a good clear look at something you may have missed. Because President Bush has done nothing to get the Soviets to remove their military advisors from Iraq, you must assume that he is the front man in the Soviet trilateral Zionist conspiracy to aid Iraq, while claiming they are backing our program in Saudi Arabia. Get a bit of truthful information to consider. The Soviets and East German scientists have provided Iraq with electronic gear which can be used to jam your AWAC spy planes and disrupt the electronic systems of your attack helicopters and fighter planes. It is one of the reasons Hussein seems to remain so cool when confronted by overwhelming military odds. He knows the difference in truth and propaganda. It is a known fact in your State Department that Soviet planes have been flying military equipment from Libya into Iraq since the war crisis began in August. Your State Department even allowed, with knowledge, the shipping of a supercomputer through an Iraqi front organization in Brazil to Iraq in August, after the troops were deployed and in place. Why are these things not told to you through the national media? While the media glibly tells you that Gorbachev is your undying friend and to be trusted, the London Financial Times tells you that the Soviets have advanced a $150 million credit line to Iraq for the purchase of military supplies. All this, while you are contemplating sending the Soviets another couple of billions of dollars worth of food products. Oh yes, you are. The CIA has come right out and told you that the Kuwait invasion had been in the planning stages for months, whether or not you wish to accept the truth of it. The scenario was carried out most carefully by your government, after they tricked Hussein into his military actions. As early as 10 days before the Kuwaiti invasion, representatives of your State Department assured Hussein that you had no military treaty with Kuwait and that you really didn't care what he did there. Further, it is openly admitted that it was fully expected that Iraq would take a portion of Kuwait in the northern sector, but it was not expected that they would take it all. You had best be inquiring as to who are the communists and Zionists cooperating with the US, which would cause your media to deliberately lie to the American people. To understand this, it is necessary for you to understand who controls the media in America. It is international Judaism. I make no prejudicial input regarding the fact, but the fact is the fact. Truth remains truth, even when it is unpleasant and unpalatable. Am I therefore become your enemy, because I tell you truth? So be it. Henry Kissinger again. It is known that Henry Kissinger, the German Jew who was a KGB agent during World War II, employs a staff of over 50 persons including several dozen geopolitical advisors who have served during different administrations and who can be trusted with carrying out Henry's plans for the New World Order, that President Bush is constantly pushing. As a matter of record, Henry Kissinger gave the order for UC, Bush is an order taker - not giver. Neither is he a decision maker and must go forth to Camp David and elsewhere to receive orders. The facts are that the Kissinger orders come from much higher than Henry Kissinger. It appears that these nice advisors, Brand Scowcroft is Bush's national security advisor and Lawrence Eagleburger officially the Assistant Secretary of State under James Baker, are in reality supervisors of the president and follow him around wherever he goes, making sure that he adheres to the New Age order. You will notice these ones are in constant attendance at every new encounter. This assures that the order givers know at all times, instantly, what the president is doing and saying. If problems arise, they can immediately take corrective action to see that the president does exactly that which he is told. Punchline. Not pleasant to confront, dear ones, but nonetheless it shall be laid forth herein again. The Middle East crisis was planned with the Soviet Union primarily in charge, and the Zionists, to subject the American people to a parasitic relationship where the Soviet Union and the non-Jew Israelis can suck the blood from the US and economically bleed her to death. While you go to war and spend life and resources, the traitors in your own government are giving away tens of billions of dollars worth of American oil in your own hemisphere to the very enemy which through the years has promised to bury you. Right now, while you fight and slaughter your citizens, over 15 major American corporations have signed contracts with the State Department for the development of Soviet resources, using American taxpayer, yours, money. Secretary of State, James Baker, in the closing words of his highly censored speech before the U.S. House of Representatives on September 4, spelled out the real reason American troops are in Saudi Arabia, and you can get proof of this statement of fact. 1. To achieve a settlement of the Palestine-Israeli conflict. 2. To create a new regional security structure, and now, hold your breath. 3. To impose the new rules of the post-Cold War international order. Saddam Hussein may be a most despicable man, but I dare say he is not alone in his despotism. You had best listen up when you hear the new Christians and leaders speak of ZOG. Pay attention, Chelis, this is the Zionist occupation government, which already controls your country and which is leading you at a terrific pace straight into the new world order which they plan to totally control. Allow us closure, please, as I must attend other matters. Thank you for your service. God bless and keep you ones in security within his lighted safety. Good day. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 20. Rec number 1 Hayton. Saturday, January 19, 1991, 10:39 a.m. Year 4 Day 156 Today's Watch. Hayton present in oneness with our sacred source that our work may be unblemished by self-perceptions. Amen. George reports that some of his callers of late denounce him for possibly spreading fear and anxiousness among readers and listeners. If you are not fearful and anxious, then you do not understand the circumstances in which you have become the pawns. God said to fear not, for I am with you. Further, if you are not at right with God and moving back within his commandments, you had best be getting scared out of your wits. So be it. This is a most serious time, and no ones who are in deliberate and intentional breaking of the laws of God shall enter into the holy places. War, for instance, will not be brought into the cosmos. Selah. At this point I wish to please enter a request for more patience from you readers. The publisher's phone lines are continually flooded with calls from you readers who want more and more information. The publisher and personnel in the office are giving you exactly what they are getting in order, from the expresses, etc. Whatever information you will obtain from them is purely conjecture and opinion theirs. I ask that you be patient and, in addition, restudy carefully each document which comes into your attention. Next, I beg indulgence and patience, for we are flooded with letters filled to pages of questions piled one upon another regarding things such as when and I find no information regarding that subject, etc. Please understand that there is no human way possible to supply the time in researching for you these topics. When I tell you that Kuwait was a part of Iraq, for instance, prior to British takeover, it is documented. If, further, I give credit to an author or presenter, you will find the information mostly valid as can be gleaned from Earth information. Please do not ask my scribe to give you these points, for you have no imagining as to how busy are these ones. By the way, since I often refer to letters of dissent, please know there is significant reason for choosing those particular letters. They are dangerous in content, and public outlay is the only deterrent to terrorists. For you who feel doubts are yours alone, it would be the exception, and only blind ones would feed upon untested food in the midst of the enemy camp. Hold on, and truth will prove of itself. In addition, you feel that the majority of the responses are negative in nature. No, millions recognize the truth and are kind enough to share that knowledge and request place to assist possibilities in a constant flow. We even received a letter of total denouncement from a gentleman who said our material was from Satan, and he knew as much because our logo tells it all. The pyramid around the evil phoenix is a satanic sign, he said. Firstly, Satan has no signs which were not stolen from God's truth by which to deny you truth. Secondly, the pyramid is not, it is a triangle representing a triune of higher cause. The phoenix bird is the symbol by which the tribe can recognize timing and acknowledge communication, for it has always been known that the master would return under that symbol of rebirth and renewal. It is one of the most sacred of sacred symbols, represented in some cultures as the thunderbird, and others as the quetzal, etc. I believe that the ones who pronounce the journals and expresses as negative represent less than 0.1%. Therefore, prior to announcing your own ignorance of what is happening in your world this day, I suggest you reread the material with a bit more open eyes. Reconsider, please, why ones would pronounce the information as lies. Could it be there is purpose in keeping you uninformed and blind? Surely anyone who can read can associate possibilities that our projections are not nearly as far-fetched as that which is applied to your consciousness in ridiculous manner. Is it not more reasonable that God would provide for a human being in a place wherein a human can survive a trip to anywhere? Is it not a bit mystifying and stupefying that he would simply allow you to be pulled up to some fluffy white cloud possibly saturated with nuclear radiation? I guarantee against anything that you would offer a physical body would fall right back down, and the landing would be most hard indeed. Have you not walked about in the fog? Well, fog is a cloud on the ground. You think about it before sending any more of the heinous cursing letters to these ones who simply bring the words to print in your format. They are not psychic nor fortune tellers, professors, nor researchers. They are workers assuming their mission in God's service for the coming events, no more and no less. By your foolish condemning outcries you do not diminish their credibility, you totally destroy your own. So be it. Lies. Might they tell you lies? In one breath and announcement they feed you information which outright tells you that the media output will be monitored, censored, and structured. They tell you this. Then they go forth and do so, and you pronounce the announcements as gospel truth. Where is your reason? You did not lose some 2 to 7 planes. The coalition has lost hundreds to Iraqi weapons. Even the Scud missile they showed being shot down by a Patriot missile was staged to ensure acquisition of more, which are proving to be pretty inaccurate. 3 to 5 were totally wasted this very day, January 19, 91, and blown up on pads and what is claimed technical error. Saudi Arabia has sustained numerous direct hits right on target. Don't forget a very important point: Russia and Israel are part of the overall plan, and, therefore, when you are told the plan is working exactly as laid forth, that is exactly that which is intended. Spoils of a little war can later be divided appropriately with fewer ones which expect equal distribution of those spoils. How is it that there will now be a pre-summit meeting in preparation for a Bush/Gorbachev summit later? With the impact of Russian military murder and complete forceful control of Lithuania, your president cancelled the summit. Now, it is back on schedule. The moment-by-moment confusion is to keep you from clear thinking, citizens. The World Global Control Plan 2000 is underway and great measures will be taken to not allow interference with its continued success. You know practically nothing of that which is happening in the Middle East. You are shown pre-arranged and pre-censored pictures according to that which is desired for you the masses to believe. Could there be a doubled-up double cross? Let us consider what is and has occurred here thus far in this altercation over rights and property. You have, purely and simply, as a people of the world, been set up. Powerful forces of which you are only just now being made aware, have motivated the Council on Foreign Relations, trilateralist, and skull and bones traitor George Bush to intervene and dispatch the military might of the U.S. in the over 3,000-year-old Arab wars. Does he realize what he has done? Yes, but as always with those who work within the realms of greed and control, he, like his colleagues, believes all means justify the planned end. He has become a servant to the ones who would own and control the world. How do we know this? Because he swore to uphold your Constitution of the United States and he has openly and blatantly disregarded it. Who are the hidden hands and minds operating above the law of the land? Will you be forced into a merger with the slave masters of the Soviet Empire? Can you save your freedom? Can you avoid this new world order which sounds so good and yet will enslave the world? Firstly, you must realize that your enemies are not fools. Note that they push as far as you will allow. When the public cried aloud, during the overeager premature rip-off at the gas pumps, they had sense enough to make immediate restitution. Could it be the American people are beginning to wake up? With that in mind, what do you perceive might happen when your deceived fighting men begin arriving home in body bags? I think some of those yellow ribbons may yet be blood-smeared. Remember, there is a new order in effect which no longer allows individual funerals for military personnel. Only those utilized for propaganda purposes will be made public. Why do you think only 6 pilots have been labeled as dead? What of the other 90-some-odd? After a while a dead body can represent 1 or 100, for the labels will quit being announced so that they are simply lost in the confusion. See, right now, if you can recite correctly the names and places from which those first expressed announcements were outlaid for you. There were only 6, come now, can't you remember them? Only the immediate loved ones will take note in all of the confusion, and they will only take note of their own. All other bodies are to be warehoused and mass services will take place. Why? So you won't ever know the numbers killed, and it is expected that in this modern war there will be few remains to bury. At any rate, an identification will be impossible. I didn't fabricate this information, it was publicly announced. They also told you this very morning that in view of losses and technical errors, more Patriot missiles will be brought in from Egypt. What interesting information. All bigots down, please. I am going to say Jewish. Would you flinch if I said Canadian? How about Australian? How would you react to black? Hispanic? Well, I am going to use the term Jewish, so I therefore suggest you forget anti-Semitic, bigot, and other nasty name-calling. I was a Jew the master served as and was birthed a Jew, so stop your foolish nonsense, for that is planned to stop you from intelligent functioning and thinking. Your entertainment media and broadcast media is predominantly owned and operated by Jewish personages. Most of them have been sucked into organized CFR and trilateral commissions operated by the cartel elite. It's simply is how it is, so don't get crazy, but do stop being made the fool. If one white man does something, do you lump all white men into the same mold? Well, surprise America, the blacks do. Just as you lump most blacks into one mold of ungracious characteristics. The Orientals think both of you are a bit less than human. Therefore, when I speak of Jewish, Zionists, etc., please refrain from remarks. This happens to historically involve Jews, Israel, the little nation in Palestine not Israel, chosen of God, and Zionists along with Russians, communists, etc. Elite is going to be a regularly used term which denotes the cartel bankers, etc., who would rule your, God's, actually, world. Would I call an apple a banana if I be speaking about an apple? And, if I did so, would you not think me an idiot? The impending pro-Jewish war in the Middle East. It gets very difficult to sort out who is who and what is what, for that is the point, to confuse you and mislead you to the extent that there are no clean-cut lines of definition by which to define roles. Just look at what is and it will begin to make sense to you in its magnificent outlay of clever puzzle making to produce the desired picture in the ending of solution. There is extensively more treachery in the Jewish overlord movement in the Middle East than is allowed to come into your attention. Clues of happenings flood you but are quickly covered and erased in hopes no one notice the slips as they occur. The overwhelming majority of Americans, and the world, have been grossly misled and misinformed through intentional disinformation, false information, and false projections, sprinkled throughout with a few bits of truth so as to lull you into belief of the whole. It is natural that the Jewish people would desire a homeland for their people, just as the black would desire Africa to be the true homeland of the blacks and not the misfits of British descent. That is not where the error comes into play. It is through the misinformation and mistaken translations that have become accepted as truth when indeed there is no truth in the projections. Calling Palestine, Israel does not make the apple a banana. Further, having the Americans, French and British proclaim the apple to be a banana makes it not a banana, nor does it make Palestine, Israel. Neither does it make it a bad deal if the Palestinians were happy about the little maneuver. A banana cares not what it is called. However, in this instance you are mixing, let us say, a beefsteak with an apricot and expecting all to live happily ever after through force of one over the other. And yet all the force applied from any direction will not make the apricot one iota like the beefsteak. So, with this in mind, let us continue with how this thing has come upon you and especially you in the US. So again, the Jewish-dominated media has seen to it, along with some massive input and pressure from your star administration traders in the White House, and advisors, flanked by over 340 of his CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, insurgents, has seen to the imprint of misinformation to you the public. To hear the media tell it, everything was going fine out there in the Arabian desert. They even kept you posted on your own sanctioned actions in smiling brotherhood with Saddam Hussein, with whom you shared technology and warm friendship. In truth, Iraq and Saddam Hussein were the best of your buddies, until suddenly, independently and totally without expectation, Saddam had this strange impulse to invade Kuwait. Then in only a matter of minutes the whole situation turned upside down and the benevolent dictator of Iraq instantaneously became the world's most sinister and dangerous villain. Suddenly your vital interests were at stake, your way of life was threatened, Saddam was a dangerous threat to all mankind, and not only must be destroyed but also the total Iraqi military machine along with him, not to even mention every man, woman, and Iraqi child and building. Surprise. Surprise. The deception is of incredible proportion and so preposterous that it is amazing that any can accept it. Actually, few do accept it until their neighbor explains how bad Saddam is. Usually that same neighbor had not the slightest idea where Kuwait is located on the map. It is the grapevine gossip mentality and mass hysteria. The individual ceases to think but instead, recites that which he is given to recite until he believes it for self as if it were his own opinion. It is much as with the journals. We have yet to have even one antagonist who has so much as read all of even one journal. You had better watch the grapes coming from that grapevine, friends, lest they be laced with cyanide. Of all the nations of your world you Americans are the most deceived. The rest of the world laughs at your foolishness, friends. The nations go along with you because their leaders belong to the same elite cartel, but the citizens know the truth and despise you. Americans. Yes, it is the American public who is the most deceived, snookered and misled, of all the parties involved. Like a Hollywood movie script, through conspiracy, deceit, and deliberately planned machinations, the Jewish influence in collaboration with the Jews in Israel, has set in motion a military operation to fight Israel's wars with American soldiers. Do these Jews know? Of course not. They are more misled by the Zionists, who are actually not Jewish at all but come from the Mongol, Nordic, Russian Hazars who proclaimed themselves Jews in order to take the world, by their own words. The Jewish people are the ones who always pay the most bitter price for the deception. They are the first to suffer, die, and be expended. Why do you think the bombing of Israel landed not on the elite grounds in Tel Aviv? Because the Jews are expendable and the Zionists will have protection. Those missiles of the Scud variety are accurate. They go exactly where they are intended to land. But you might ask, well, if Iraq is a part of the plan, then who will rebuild the nation after this is over? Guess who? I believe I begin to see a flicker of recognition. Planned destruction of Iraq. Consider some possible puzzle pieces for some good exercise in beginning thought patterns within reason. Let us put some of the individual pieces together and see if they might fit. In the first place, Rambo to non-wimp Bush, manipulated by Zionist mentors, was not surprised at all, but was treacherously laying plans for the event to happen for at least a minimum of a year and a half prior to August 1990, and the invasion of Kuwait. As a fact, there was an article dated October 25, 1990, in the Atlanta Constitution which detailed the strategy that was hatched with the objective of destroying Iraq. Let's quote it. Starting in March 1989, Army Lieutenant General John Yasak and his 500 war games, fuel estimators and other planners sat at a Georgia military base and thought about how they could move over 200,000 troops to Saudi Arabia. The story goes on. The top secret work in Building 363 of Atlanta's Fort McPherson spelled out the Army's part of the enterprise. By July 1990, the cigar-smoking General Yasak and his 3-star and 4-star counterparts in the Navy, Marines, and Air Force were ready for the test run. No, dear ones, this is not after the fact. This is before the fact. Moreover, the sanctions against Iraq were in place, signed and in the proper hands for institution before August 2, 1990. Come in, Dr. Gerald V. Bull. These names and places will all make sense to journal readers but may be a bit cloudy to you who are just coming into this information. We have some explicit James Bond type reading material when you get rid of the urge to throw the rock mountain at these people. For around 25 years, Dr. Bull, a Canadian-born space and ballistics genius who has been compared to Dr. Werner von Braun, has been designing super artillery, cannon/rockets. His Canadian-American High-Altitude Research Program, HARP, has broken all records for long-range artillery. For some 15 years the Pentagon has turned down Dr. Bull's offers and strenuous efforts to equip U.S. armed forces with the advanced 155mm and other long-range projectiles. The reason for the turning down is a different book, but there was much personal animosity among the top elite of the military in America. That was some 10 years ago, so let us continue in the meantime. Dr. Bull's Space Research Corp, rebuffed by the U.S., turned its attention and its production of long-range artillery to Iraq, who snapped up the opportunity with the great gusto of Saddam Hussein. Iraq now has the capability of delivering poison gas and biological warfare missiles into the very camps of your boys and girls, who are sitting ducks in the Arabian desert. What with using rocket boosters equipped with homing devices, Saddam Hussein can also deliver such projectiles directly into Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, hence the mass distribution of gas masks among the populace. That practice is not usual, dear ones, for there is a real reason for such actions. Oh, by the way, how many of you kept current on affairs and remember that in the beginning there were not enough masks for the Palestinians, so they were given none? Then, with world opinion against that, there was distribution for a fee. Only last week did the government of Israel begin to make free distribution to any Palestinians. Why did the US turn down Dr. Bull and allow him to turn his efforts and genius to the benefit of Iraq? You can't hide your curiosity, can you? Well, since it didn't happen overnight but over a period of a decade, it comes up that it must have been a planned and deliberate action on the part of the hidden hand in your military establishment. A strange puzzle, but this piece, too, fits into the overall picture. The Zionist overlord influence in your government wanted Iraq and Saddam Hussein to have enough destructive military power to make him seem a credible threat to world peace, and also to be able to kill a significant number of prime young American children. The situation is not unlike Pearl Harbor in 1941, when Roosevelt and the Zionists acted stupid, silent, and blind and knowingly allowed the Japanese to bomb Pearl Harbor, destroying your Pacific Fleet, and killing more than 3,000 of your men in one day. All the while the traitors in the White House and the Pentagon knew months in advance that the attack was coming. In fact, they were shadowing the Japanese fleet and knew the day and hour when the Japs would strike. It is time you children of the lie wake up and see that which is going on around you before all of you are killed off. The Dr. Bull episode is a similar case. However, there is one major difference. When the imminent danger to Israel became all too real, on March 22 of 1990, Dr. Gerald V. Bull was assassinated by the Mossad. The Mossad, for you who are just opening your eyes, is the Israeli Secret Service. Dr. Bull was killed right at his Space Research Center in Brussels, Belgium. Pretext in action. In July 1990, the planners in Atlanta were attending the recent chain of events. They also took action against my scribe with laser weaponry as we began to unfold the facts. She made top list to be silenced in November of 1989, and 4 major attempts on her life resulted. This list, by the way, is of one, Henry Kissinger. It no longer is of much importance, for we have shielding against the pulse beams and community brotherhood has taken up the sword and prepared the burning stake. Please note that the best workers for the satanic evil beings are the proclaimed goodly of God in their narrow projections of right and wrong. The attempt is always to deny truth by killing the truth bearer. Well, it isn't so easy anymore, dear ones. When you sit in God's hands, it is harder to do your bloody work. The time is at hand, for God promised that truth would be brought prior to the ending time, that man can choose, with knowledge, his own divine path. The planners needed a dramatic pretext to send all your troops and heavy machinery over there into that hot, forsaken Arabian desert where only scorpions and cobras live comfortably. So, how convenient then that on August 2, 1990, Saddam invaded postage stamp size Kuwait. Go look at your map. It is as if the western US invaded Sacramento. This most propitious timing was not accidental, nor did it just happen. Just days prior to the invasion, Stooge Toole and CFR Rambo Bush gently took Saddam by the hand, led him by the nose, and told him to now go ahead and realize his long-standing ambition of grabbing that most cherished prize, oil. Kuwait. The British had been stealing oil through Kuwait by slant drilling into Iraq oil pools, and Saddam was ticked off considerably already. He also wanted to get the price of oil to a higher level because he was desirous of more money for his adventures. Mr. Hussein is not exactly head of the class for promotion to head angel of the realm. On July 25, 1 week prior to the day of invasion, the U.S. ambassador to Iraq, April Glaspie, met with Saddam. A transcript of that meeting is available and proves that Ambassador Glaspie told Saddam that we have no opinion on the Arab conflicts like your border dispute with Kuwait. This was directly from your president and the State Department and has never been denied. In fact, it is open knowledge that it was expected that Saddam would take the northern bit and islands. We didn't think he would take the whole of Kuwait. That, dear friends, was directly spoken from one, James Baker, your Secretary of State, publicly. Rambo even followed this up further with a personal message underlining Ambassador Glaspie's message, with only a gentle smiling hint that it was not really nice to use force against a neighbor. This position was further waffled by White House spokeswoman Margaret Tutwiler, a few days later, stating during a press conference that the U.S. had no commitment to defend Kuwait from invasion. This in turn is why the troops had to be sent into Saudi Arabia under the subterfuge facade of preventing invasion of Saudi Arabia. Does anyone remember that was the reason given to you the people for the troops to go abroad? Premeditated care and caution. The instant Saddam took the bait, all hell broke loose upon those lands. Kinder, gentler Rambo Bush immediately became a roaring lion, stating, "We draw the line in the sand, and this cannot not stand." And these became the cry for the instant screaming for war and moving of troops. Now there was no waffling to be found. The Zionists had written the script for Mr. Bush's speeches, as is always the procedure, a long while before the fact and action. The movement of the troops had been meticulously planned for the prior 18 months, on diagrams and memoranda. The whole maneuver went exactly as planned according to the written, prepared script. It was a monumental decision to launch a major war in the midst of the Arab nations, the consequences and ramifications of which were extraordinarily far-reaching and totally unpredictable. The American economy was already teetering on the very brink of collapse and other disasters, but George seemed completely indifferent about the tremendous cost of such a war inflicted upon the American people in terms of money and American lives, and continues to be so. Doesn't that make any of you nervous? Where was your Congress during this time? Quiet as a little mouse dickering over budgets and elections, and who had participated to the eyes in S&Ls. Then recess. That, too, was obviously in the pre-arranged scripting. Only Bush seemed now the grand commander-in-chief, making the decisions and calling the shots, while Congress, which alone by the Constitution is empowered to declare war, stood spinelessly by, presumably supporting a bellicose president. The prepared speeches and actions were read and put into action exactly as directed. The prepared and pre-arranged polls just continued to show all-out support for the insanity. How many of you got polled? No, and neither did any others of you the public. Additional sickening aspect. There is another element that has been tacitly ignored by the media. A gigantic new and untapped oil field was discovered, some time ago, in a remote area of the Saudi desert. It is one of the largest accumulations of oil anywhere on the face of the earth. We gave you all of this information prior to this, so please bear with us while we make the point about it. This information has now also been brought into public projection by ones who confirmed same. This one pool gives the Saudis enough oil to keep the pumping going well into the 22nd century. Although ones have known about its discovery for some time, the location and existence has been carefully guarded outside the immediate area so as to not bring undue suspicions on the actions of bringing war to the Middle East and the invading and occupation of Saudi Arabia for cartel, American/British, interests. Funny thing, George Jr. just happens to be a prime principal in an oil company very close to this location in Bahrain Gali. Didn't you know that? You find the Bush family into just about everything, don't you? So, you might consider it interesting to calculate who will control the future of this wondrously huge, strategic asset. The Zionists or the Arabs. With the massive military might of the US, Israel, and the puppet government of the Soviet Union Empire firmly in the hands of overlords, only the unraveling of history will make sense of it. Winners and losers. Despite the tremendous stakes of who will control the oil in the Middle East, the real and paramount issue of the war in the Arabian desert is the protection of Israel and maintaining the control of the world. There are no bones made over this intent from any source at all. In the American Civil War, as in World I and II, and the undeclared wars since, the numbers of people killed, wounded, and maimed are always much larger, and the wars last much longer than the trigger instigators initially lead you to believe. Hundreds of thousands of your young will be killed in this battle for control, which is exactly the planned intent, dear ones, further, leaving you defenseless and open for takeover in your own country. This one event has allowed your administration to take one-man control of your government, military and political arenas through executive orders brought into availability through national emergency regulations. You have effectively gotten rid of your constitution and substituted the new states and the new constitution under which assumed actions have already taken place. The Jews of Israel have a real problem, and one which is constantly growing. There is not placement for the myriad Jews flowing into Israel. They must have land for placement of the brothers who think they are coming home. It is no secret that the Jews of the Zionist Israeli component parts would like to see the neighboring Arab countries such as Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, etc., destroyed and pounded into the sands, as has already happened to neighboring Lebanon, a once prosperous and peaceful country. The ridiculous alliance with Assad is just another hopeful buy-off which may or may not even hold long enough to count the dead. Of course you have trouble believing this information, for you have been carefully guarded so that you have no way of obtaining this information of truth. But, go see for yourself, there is information of proof available if you stop your focus on ball games and trivia long enough to see it. The ones pushing this war are obviously ones who are interviewed and are not over there in the bloody line of fire. There are no elite over in the military. Only 2 members of all of Congress even have close relatives in the sector. The elite have just found a way to annihilate the prime future possibility of leaders of merit in the minority groups, especially the blacks of your nation. If the group is not rendered helplessly lost in Saudi Arabia, the remainder of the prime youth will be taken out when the government police forces take over the youth in what they will call clampdown of drugs and gun control. You see, dead is dead is dead. No plans for the future. Where are the government plans for the future after this short little sortie? Think again. How can you afford this war? How can you occupy a nation over half a world away and alien to everything you recognize as typical living style? Do you realize that your soldiers are sleeping in the sand in that blazing hot and frigid cold place? They have been doing so since August. How long can they bear this treatment? Note the obvious distancing of the Israelis from this entire scenario. It is noted constantly in your media. They offer no help and yet get billions of dollars in increased funding for all sorts of wondrous things. Do you the people not question anything? How are the American forces going to permanently protect them from 150 million hostile Arabs? Saudi Arabia will lose control of its oil and its sovereignty as well. In fact, that has already been arranged through the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, both branches of the money/banking cartel. This will happen, as well, with Kuwait, Iraq, the Emirates and the rest of the Arabs. Guess where it will go? Right into the Zionist control through Soviet/cartel puppet masters. Where are your leaders? They have left you open for invasion on your own soil, and it will happen. When? As soon as it is convenient and there can be no resistance. Do you not see that even the races are being pitted one against the other by the dredging up of old cases, causing hatred to rise in the midst of other chaos, dividing you even further apart as a nation? Summed up at its best, it looks pretty seriously negative to any observer's perspective. The press has given all the information to your enemy as to how, where, when, who and why to strike against you as a nation. You have no protection available from your government. Your military troops are halfway around the world on a mission for oil barons and the promoters of one world government, the New World Order. Your National Guard and reserves are now also dispersed to the same area and the military bases vacated and totally ineffectual if any domestic emergency arises, all exactly as laid forth in the planning. A reminder of something to ponder this day. There are over 5,000 known Soviet advisors in Mexico with 60 to 70,000 trained terrorists in the Yucatan Peninsula alone, and there were over 45,000 North Koreans in Baja, California 5 years ago. Guess how many now? Most of these infiltrators have already crossed over the border into the United States and have been stationed in strategic locations, awaiting instructions for the impending revolution. Do not denounce me or the writers of this information. Look around you. Do you not have the right to know? Doom and gloom, Haton? Bringer of fear? I suggest you consider what is about to befall you if you do not soon confront that which is. Allow us to close this writing, for it grows too long for adequate digestion. Jai Orgo Series Haton, CMDR. Of IGFC. Chapter 21. Rec number 1, Haton. Sunday, January 20th, 1991, 8:05 a.m. Year 4, Day 157. Today's watch. In the beauty of this wondrous day, I come to share. We shall walk the path laid forth by God unto our proper growth through His grace. Haton. Ah, the heart rebels against the isolation caused by the attacks upon your person. Dharma, 'tis the way of it, child. Do not become faint of heart, for there are others who also bear this task of bringing forth that which is, and they, too, feel abandoned by brothers and neighbors, and it is not theirs to carry this burden alone any more than it is yours. We shall be strong enough and big enough to meet the task, for it is the promise of Creator that we be given no more than we can bear. Do not tarry and worry about GG, for there is nothing that you can do about it save stop the writing. We will tend of GG and DG and the others if they keep within our shield. Yours is to write that which is given for the awakening and historical data to be preserved by the written word. The confusion comes only from the conscious mind, not the receiving pulses. How do you fool a nation? Very, very easily. First you program the masses and then give them a storyline conjured to bring a desired effect. Let us consider recent days and contradictions which are noticed by only a tiny few, and later, they cannot even be sure that they heard what they thought they heard. You see, slip ups do occur frequently, and then again, your own reason and logic tell you that what you are receiving cannot be factual. Pay attention and wait, and within a few hours to a few days the story will change. Truth never changes. Let us consider day before yesterday and what was pronounced just prior to a break for advertising, on CNN. You must understand that all reporters of news and all interviews on CNN are structured from scripts to impact Saddam Hussein and mislead you the people. They tell you that fact over and over again. Just prior to break it was announced that in the upcoming segment, after break, there would be pictures of Iraqis parading captured U.S. prisoners through the streets. Never again was it even mentioned, much less, shown. The people at the studio greatly erred. However, to fit the story and make you furious, today came the message that Iranian TV had taken pictures of the Iraqis parading blindfolded U.S. captives in the streets. Well, after much interrogation, so they said, it was such that nothing could be actually identified, etc. But parading, etc., is against the Geneva Treaty for treatment of prisoners, and we will treat all captives solely by Geneva rules, you proclaim. First you denied there could be any captives, and then you pronounce a whole different scenario to cover the first lies. Then next, in every interview it is stated that the material is for emotional impact on Iraq. Finally, it came through yesterday that pamphlets were dropped along with bombs on the Iraqis to turn the populace against Hussein. Oh yes, this came from your military leader in the sector. I tell you, again, that all anchor persons and network owners and managers have instructions to release nothing uncensored nor show any pictures not made available by the government and military as approved. The media is totally, 100%, controlled. But, you can know what is going on by that which they lie to you about if you pay attention. Patriot missiles in Israel. In view of all the bombing by Scuds in Israel, it has become necessary to offer the Israelis more cover and protections to keep them from retaliation. So, they tell you that they are going to ship in some Patriot missiles for anti-Scud protection. Then, within 1 hour they are setting up these incredibly technical launchers which it will take the Israelis weeks to learn to operate with your military personnel, and within another hour these incredibly technical launchers are in place and ready for use. When that story simply did not fly, they came back and said, well, the system was already in Israel in case something like this happened. By the way, I assume you noticed that Eagleberger and the Undersecretary of Defense, advisors to the President, are in Israel. Did you not also marvel that of 6 Scud missiles which were haphazardly launched and poorly targeted, etc., that death and slash or destruction was missing in Israel? In Tel Aviv alone, one landed in an empty apartment, and must have carried a weak payload because it did very little damage. Another landed in the street directly in the middle and blew off the fronts of buildings, but no one was injured. The deaths which did occur were caused by the Israelis themselves, 2 of which were children who had suffocated in the gas masks incorrectly fitted. Dear ones, Scud missiles are sophisticated and can be directed through an open doorway, from any type of Scud launcher, over 1,500 miles away from target. Does not something smell of rotten fish in this scenario? Now, this morning comes intelligence information that Iraq has, at least 140 more Scuds neatly parked deep underground on movable launch pads mostly aimed at Israel. Where are the 6 perhaps missed in the massive bombing raids of over 2,000 sorties a day? Oh, by the way, the same intelligence source said that Saddam has known nuclear facilities with bombs also deep underground. P.S. There have been no missiles sent to any Saudi Arabian city. The Iraqis did knock out a desalinization installation near the Kuwaiti border. Now, you will also note that the only participants on programs such as interview programs and Larry King are pro-war personalities who rave at the brilliant job President Bush is doing. Executive order already active. This morning came the word that an additional 350,000 reserves would be called up. The same announcement said that this can be done because of the signing of the National Emergency Order allowing for same. Dear ones, with the signing of that one order, you lost your rights, all of them, and I shall prove of it to you. In this neighborhood of a typical town in Southern California in the heart of California Oil, go to the Chevron distributor and ask to have, say, a 4,000-gallon tank filled with diesel fuel. You will be told that they, along with the major oil-producing companies, are on daily allocations and cannot even service their own old customers with full loads and are having to make up shortfall with more expensive weekend deliveries in smaller increments. When asked why, you will be told that the companies are on a product control program at the orders of the President of the United States. So be it. I tell you right now, that the communications media has been taken over by the administration. Let us go right down the list now, that have become orders through the executive order now in effect, number 11,490. Read them and weep, America. I further tell you that the governor of California said this morning, the demonstrators will be removed by force, if necessary, from the campus of your state university, UCLA. The edict has come down, moreover, to stop the demonstrations against the war. Remember a few writings back I told you that already into effect were orders making transportation, food, and medical care priority for military? Read on. 1. Executive Order 10,995 takes over all communications media. 2. Executive Order 10,997 takes over all electric power, petroleum, gas, fuel, and minerals. 3. Executive Order 10,998 takes over all food resources and farms. 4. Executive Order 10,999 takes over all means of transportation, controls highways and seaports. 5. Executive Order 11,000 drafts all citizens into workforces under governmental supervision. 6. Executive Order 11,001 takes over all health, welfare, and educational functions. 7. Executive Order 11,002 empowers the Postmaster General to register all citizens nationwide. 8. Executive Order 11,003 takes over all airports and aircraft. 9. Executive Order 11,004 takes over and finance authorities. Housing designated as unsafe, establishes new locations for populations, relocates communities, build new housing with public funds. 10. Executive Order 11,005 takes over all railroads, inland waterways, and public storage facilities. 11. Executive Order 11,051 designates responsibilities of the Office of Emergency Planning, giving authorization to put the above orders into effect in times of increased international tension or economic or financial crisis. On July 20, 1979, all these orders were combined into the single Executive Order 11,490. By the declaration by the President of economic or political emergency or crisis, all the above executive orders automatically come into effect. Don't believe me? Let me quote from John F. Kennedy, speaking at Columbia University in 1963, "The high office of the President has been used to foment a plot to destroy America's freedom, and before I leave office, I must inform the citizens of their plight." 10 days later, John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Will no one hear or see? Not only are you facing disaster in Saudi Arabia, where your president has gone against everything America stands for to further his new world order, but the Congress of the U.S. doesn't take action of prevention, either. There are a lot of you angry tax-paying voters out there on the lines, but, dear ones, the clamps are coming down hard and swiftly to silence you. Note that the clamps are coming first upon the young, who simply do not wish to go and perish for a political war, even though they do not understand the full ramifications of the actions underway. Strange things have happened, citizens, which might merit some thoughtful pondering. For half a century, your government has told you that they were the only force standing against world communism, and they have milked hundreds of billions, 3 trillion alone, for your current military arsenal, for defense against the USSR. Yet, on at least 15 major occasions made public and dozens never having been made public, the administration has stepped up and saved that evil empire. I believe the Soviet Union was called by your presidents, when on the edge of total bankruptcy. It has been your government which has stepped in and bailed them out while giving billions of dollars into the hands of the corporate elite. Next, and this has been going on for the past several years, you give the Soviets $2 billion worth of food credits. You had already bargained to give them all the grain in storage in your country finalized at Gorbachev's visit. Now you speak of giving them another $2 billion food credit. There is no food shortage in the Soviet Union, only an inadequate method of distributing it, just as you are headed for, my friends. All the while, there is no cutback in military buildup nor armed forces increase. The armed forces of the Soviet Union are building faster than at any time in the history of the nation. You the people are told that it is the humanitarian thing to do. But you notice there is no humanitarian effort to, say, deduct 50% from the congressional pay increases to set aside for the humanitarian gifting. Aren't you taxpayers a bit weary of feeding your enemy, housing your enemy and watching your own over 3 million citizens go homeless and countless millions actually in hunger? Why do you not demand from the administration and Congress just what mechanics allow the spending of funds, or making gifts of your property, to feed or house your enemies? The same group of international gangsters who now have you involved in Saudi Arabia set up the previous wars involving the United States of America. And now, your Congress is 3/4 in control of the Zionists. The buildup of troops in Saudi Arabia has left your own homeland totally devoid of any defense system whatsoever. You have no combat-ready troops remaining in your national boundaries and very few ready reserves. They, too, are moving out as quickly as the political facade can arrange. How was the United States of America set forth and founded? Let me remind you, for you, as a nation, have forgotten and abdicated your responsibilities. You, as God's blessed and chosen, were given responsibilities, the exercise of which would bring the promised blessing to the other nations and families of the earth. Let us look at just 4 of them. 1. You were to provide healing for the sick, the blind, the deaf, and the lame. 2. You were to be God's instrument through which oppression would cease, and prisoners be released. 3. You were to transmit to other nations and peoples the benefits of the righteous law of God. 4. You were to spread throughout the rest of the world the knowledge of the grace and love of God. You were sent forth and gifted with a nation set above all other nations that you might fulfill your task as laid forth further. You were set up and sent forth as caretakers for the creation as represented in your wondrous planet. Yet, from the beginning you allowed the evil to come within and eat away your very substance. Now you have given away the wondrous gift of freedom and God blessings into the hands of the manipulators and deceivers. Wrathful God. Well, God speaks for self, but if I were in the shoes of the ones who allowed this and abetted the evil in bringing this upon your blessed nation, I would be most nervous indeed. You hide your head from truth and treat facts of truth as if they are poison. Let us consider just one issue, that of race. What about race? Double standards on the question of race are now so common they no longer evoke surprise. Discrimination has become a mortal sin in this age, but can be perpetrated by anyone, anywhere, and with absolute impunity as long as it is against Caucasians. Whether or not a thing is deserved rests solely upon the decision of those making the judgment. Before coming again into the sanctuary of holy God in his kingdom, you will cease this butchering of brother, for God recognizes no race or color. Look at that which has happened regarding racism. When a white man or woman practices his right to be with other white persons or desires his own kind, he is immediately labeled as a racist monster. When practiced by anyone else, anywhere in the world against the white race, not a single organization, be it black, Jew, and most churches, will condemn it. Is this not somehow a bit unbalanced? I condemn any inequality practices by any race against that of another, but you of earth human draw sides and act in deplorable manners. You have, even as a white race, which is no effort on your own part that you are pale and another dark, have literally become brainwashed into feeling guilt and allow being stamped by smear terms, which are part and parcel of the psychological, psychopolitical, warfare whereby millions of white persons are now being intimidated. You have been made prisoners of your own self-induced fears. All of you, in all races, allow that which is evil to prevail so as to, not appear prejudiced against anything, right or wrong, moral or immoral, and so forth. Racist, anti-Semitic, racial discrimination, are 3 of the worst smears used. They are actually never defined, so that the victim has no way of defending himself against the accusations hurled against him. Instead, most brainwashed people simply assume automatic condemnation without trial and refrain from again using whatever term brought the blast. Correctly defined, a racist is a person who approves of their own race, who maintains respect for his own kin, and prefers to live among his own kind. It does not imply hostility of any kind towards others who differ from them. According to this correct definition, most all of humanity are racist. Yet what do you find today? The true racist, who loves what he considers his own people and cultural uniqueness, is immediately smeared and persecuted for no other reason than that he has the desire to defend his own native kin, and who is determined to follow God's natural law according to his own definition of kind and practice his cultural traditions. Are the traditional Jews, for instance, not white? Are the fair-colored blacks not white? And thus and so? So, what are we actually speaking to in this discussion? The men-conjured unacceptability of being that which you are in freedom and equality. I speak of this thing grown like a cancer upon your societies, which pull you apart in every direction because you have fallen prey to the intent of exactly that cause. If I speak the word Zionism, you instantly thrust back anti-Semite at me when I speak not of Jews at all. Is it not interesting that the Mormons also are often called Zionists? Do you begin to understand my point? You believe anything that is fed to you through careful psychopolitical means. You are told that the term Zionist is racist and wrong, and, therefore, you are required to stop the usage of the term. And yet, the very ones who instigate the requirement set up their own organizations called World Zionist Organization, WZO, and Zionist Occupation Government, ZOG, etc., and publicly announce they are Israeli organizations, and yet, when another citizen speaks the term, they are cast down as bigots and racists. This is for the sole purpose of causing you to allow the taking over of your own government and placing it in the hands of the ones who began the trend in the first place. Your leaders and advisors base policies of reform and revolutionary change on the assumption that racial differences are skin deep, that races are potentially equal in mental ability, and that belief in racial differences exhibits a superiority complex which is shameful and evil. In other words, it requires self-hatred no matter what color or creed you bear. All races may be fundamentally the same intellectually if given the identical set of circumstances, but all have differing concepts, needs of societal traditions and cultural uniqueness. Somehow this is unacceptable and causes one who feels superior to murder all that he considers inferior. The facts are that you have no facts. You do not know of that which you cast forth, for you are not given to know differences in genetic structure which gives discernment regarding race. Perhaps it is not as you suspect, only Creator is in discernment in that matter. You are further inundated by the mass media, as they saturate the gullible public with scientific fraud whose aim is not that of compassion for others, or a search for truth, but for the mongrelization and collectiveness of mankind. This reduces the individual to a nothing state of being which allows for total enslavement of the multitudes. The question of racism boils down to the fundamental right of all peoples, brown, yellow, black, or white, to preserve themselves, and fit themselves into their natural forms of tradition, family lifestyles, even nations, and specific civilizations. It does not preclude equal respect and justice. Race differences are factual. A man cannot change that which he is, nor should he desire to do so for any reason. The very uniqueness is a wondrous gift of Creator. That which he is, he is. To deny race is to deny self. Race is not merely a kind of popular superstition, it is one of the most crucial, yet least understood subject in your world. It means not equality of soul, it does represent differences in physical presentation. To deny such differences is neither sound nor sane, and those who emphasize and press this denial, for the most part, have ulterior motives for so doing and usually intend to somehow gain control over the group in point. Intellectual dishonesty on the part of your politicians, educators, and most surely the clergy, is fundamental immorality. To ignore the forces of race, nation, family, and the immense powers of tradition, history, civilization, and religion, is to make oneself guilty, not only of intellectual dishonesty, of the worst kind, but of suicidal folly. For, in ignoring these facts, one becomes an instrument of destruction, which of course, is the intent of the ones who train you to think in these patterns. It is as with the Iraqis and Arabs in general. 7 months ago it was wondrous to be an Iraqi, today the world spits upon the blessed Iraqi, and Arabs are shunned and investigated in your own free and beloved land. How think ye the people? How easily you are duped and trained into the bigoted teachings of your puppet masters. 7 months ago Saddam Hussein was a beloved friend of your nation. Within one day he somehow became an Arab madman. If you cannot see this process being thrust upon you and taking place before your eyes, it is because you have deliberately shut them to the truth. Your political and religious leaders refuse to recognize publicly that the worldwide campaign against racial discrimination in the halls of tradition and justice comes from deliberate calculation on the part of the Zionists/communists combined, whose aim it is to arouse anger rather than reason, and to inflame the black and all people of color against the whites, or any other grouping, for that matter. The ultimate end of eradicating all races and nations of the world is in specific intent to bring about the global control. It is again the matter of apples and bananas. They are both fruit of a plant, but they differ. A black is, at least in appearance, different from a Caucasian. Does that make one superior to the other? No, only different. Calling a white man Oriental does not change the circumstance or the fact. This is a most dangerous thing you ones of earth have going on herein, for it sets you against your brother, and these are the most heinous wars ever brought forth, race against race. In this matter of race you ask, what changed Jesse Jackson into a party line conformist? Just prior to the announcement of his joining the Trilaterals and being appointed to the CFR, he spent a weekend with Bush at Camp David. Does that answer your question? Pay attention to House Speaker Tom Foley. He and his wife will go to Camp David this very weekend for attitude adjustment. A lot of leaders are being brought into line. I will speak more on the Jackson change at a later time, for he is to be a key person as clamps are tightened around the black youth, but it is a distractor in this writing. I would have you take notice of something important herein. It is the Jewish population who scream anti-Semitism and bigots against those who speak out, yet note, please, it is the Jews who have moved within the Zionist culture, and the Zionists Hazars are not Jews, who are the most racist of all races. They are fanatically race-conscious, more so than all other races on your globe or in all of history. That, in itself, should tell you the truth of the facts. You cannot pronounce yourself a race if you are not. Jews are a race, so to speak Zionist Hazars are not. They are of the lineage of Mongol, Nordic and Russian. It is further interesting to note that in Talmudic Judaism, not Hebrewism of the Old Testament, these ones are taught that they alone are human beings. Isn't it interesting to note that the native Indians of America were also pronounced to be non-human? Please now, surely you do not think God gave forth such a bunch of lies. The spokesman for the Zionists, Samuel Untermeyer, most modestly put it to words in the early 30s, we are the aristocrats of the world. Their very religion teaches them that they were made by God to rule the world and that all non-Jews will be their servants and slaves. Do you actually believe that God projected such a thing? Religion and nation have become so closely fused with Judaism and Zionism that no one today can say where one ends and the other begins. They are fiercely race-conscious for themselves while being just as fiercely against race consciousness in the Goyim. Goyim being anyone who is not Jewish/Zionist. This is a very difficult subject to discuss in any manner whatsoever because of the psychopolitics involved and the repulsive and radical supremacy groups who are heinous in the opposition. These are the very things which man must rise above to move again within the balance and truth of God's laws. These, however, are the fundamental differences projected upon you as world citizens to divide and, through division, you as a civilization are captured and lost to freedom. Anyone who controls a man's thoughts and perceptions, controls the man, and you are there. My friends, you have just proven as a nation that you are there. You, as a nation, now commit those very acts which you claim to disallow. You have become, United States of America, the world's most blatant aggressor. The other nations of the world no longer spend much time laughing at your ignorance. They now hate you for your villainy and pronounce you suckers and stupid idiots who are controlled by that very thing you claim to deny. So be it. If the shoes fit, my friends, you are destined to wear them. Actions pronounce to the world that which you are not, the words you proclaim from behind the gun. May God have mercy upon you blinded lambs who have fallen to the rhetoric and harangue of the puppet masters. You have been sorely deceived as a world civilization, and too late you come to see of it. We offer our hands in support and assistance, but you must take of them, for none shall force another into truth. That is a path to be taken for self. Salut. Haton to move to stand by, please. Good day. Chapter 22. Rec number 1. Haton. Monday, January 21st, 1991, 10:46 a.m. Year 4, Day 158. Today's watch. This world war in which you find yourself is primarily a heinously atrocious farce through which to gain emotional control of the world. People who continue under the delusion that the world has not changed. You have been warned that the stakes would increase, confusion would be the code word of each new day, terror will be the tactic, and lies would be all that is projected on your media presentations. You have been told this, you are still told this right from the media itself. Things are planned to come off on distractor days involving holidays, congressional recesses, and Super Bowls. The non-news is so saturated with lies that are totally obvious, and the intent is to cause you the people to cease even watching that which is given forth. Meanwhile, all manner of executive orders can come into mandate and action, and the entire of the population will likely miss it. Mr. Foley, for instance, is being programmed with and by Mr. Bush this very weekend under the facade of denouncing Iraq for prisoner mistreatment, to bring the House of Representatives under control to back the government clampdown on you the people. The lies in the war are so obvious that I am embarrassed to hear my informed people pronouncing that which is totally blatant, as even generalized substance. For instance, I told you yesterday morning that there had been no Scud missiles aimed and shot at Saudi Arabia. I continue to tell you the same. There has been no major attack against Saudi Arabia from Iraq. The entire scenario is given as a show for the world who watches the screen like a B-grade movie. Do you realize the show would not even be rated as grade A movie plot material? There was a big and obvious show of protecting Israel with missile launchers already in place, and now to prove how efficient they are, you have launched only 3 missiles over the city in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. One of them was so poorly aimed as to fall into the ocean. The other 2 were launched, and they were not Scuds, and then shot down with your 50% failure Patriots. The numbers of pictures representing different missile destruction were simply photographs of the same interception from many camera locations. This is why every newscast laid it on very heavily that, and now Israel should feel more secure. But, on the other hand, there have been at least 3 times as many missiles into Tel Aviv as reported, and the ones they showed you by film were not the actual Scud missile explosions caused by Iraq. Why? Because the global world order and world controllers are gaining total control of the world through the hazy fog and shield of this ridiculous war in which hundreds of thousands will be slain. Even Russia is utilizing the cover to bring all those nice newly freed countries right back under the iron fist and prison shackles. You of Earth are into the beginning of Armageddon, and you see it not. You are even fighting in the very place of Armageddon, and still you refuse to see that which is coming down. How many of you readers have even bothered to take an atlas or map and really look at the places under discussion in these days of happenings? Look to Israel and Jordan and other places around Jerusalem, and then look to Riyadh and yes, Dharma, city in SA, and really see. Do you really think that God would allow his chosen, Israel, truth-bearers to perish in the barren deserts of the Middle East? Ah, yes, that is where the battle known as Armageddon shall take place, for that is where the Antichrist shall be in fullest measure. So be it. Do not limit nor underestimate God, my friends. Allow us closure of this, for it is sufficient to finish the current express under formatting. Perhaps later today we shall have time to discuss a bit of information regarding genetic duplicates and holographic/cellular manifestation of new bodies and the mechanism of programming. The concept is so simple that I am almost embarrassed to discuss it, for, as with all things scientific in nature, you will find total simplicity. May God walk gently and mercifully with you, through these days of trial, confusion, and transition. Salut. Jai Orgo C. Haton, Commander of IGFC. Chapter 23. Rec number 1. Haton. Tuesday, January 22nd, 1991, 7:53 a.m. Year 4, Day 159. Today's watch. Haton present in the service unto Holy God and Brotherhood of Man. Salut. I am queried as to whether or not this article or that article might be included in the expresses. I ask that you keep bringing these things unto my attention, but I will do a little corrective thinking in this matter. I will write or ask things to be entered into the document. My purpose in bringing forth these writings is to bring forth truth, nothing more and nothing less. What you do with it is up to you, the human, physical participants. If there are others who write and publish, I leave it to the publisher of the express what will go with not in the express if it is not of my direct choosing. Treason and accusations thereof. The ones who commit treason against your nation are in the highest seats of government, but you put them there and formed a system which gives them ultimate power over that which your nation becomes. I shall continue to point out these things, for it impacts the journey and the choices taken. I do, however, warn you to have discretion. Do not put these things forth in the name of. I neither tout action in the form of murder of any method whatsoever, nor do I advocate actions which will only result in the closing down of the writings due to controversial actions of the people involved. If documents go forth, it must always be separated in message circulars fully stating that it is something being done by groups about the country, and perhaps you would be interested. We of this place have building to do and truth to write. If the publisher finds information, and more will be coming, do that with it which the publisher feels appropriate. Do not attach such to our writings. I advocate you rise and take action from fully functional thought and sight. We do not move off on some cause which can only stop of our intended work, for the writing is only a small portion of that which is our task. The message from veterans to the troops at Fort Saudi Arabia, as a for instance, might well be shared, but not through my documents. Perhaps if you desire the public have this information, simply take a whole mailing and send nothing other than copies of material sent to the publisher giving support, actions, contradictions, poison pen letters, etc. We represent the voice of God, and there shall be nothing which can stop our work going out from within. We come in truth, in love, and not to overthrow. Ours is to build stability and means for a transition, not to blast one another with beams and nuclear substance. Ours is not to ask defiance except as one chooses within moral self. Each must choose of the journey for self, based upon valid information. We must not turn the blessed journals and expresses into fomenting, revolutionary material. Simply bringing truth is dangerous in its whole, as you all have been given to witness and experience. We do not manipulate truth, albeit appearances suggest otherwise. It is simply that truth is so outrageous in these closing days of chaos that it appears such. We will continue to tell that truth as it is, and ones must glean from it that which they will. So be it. Nuclear strike. Be alert and aware in these coming days of heightened military confrontation. Heed that which your Secretary of State and your President have said. Watch the outlaying of actions, especially the Soviet Union, and then allow integration with that which I have brought for your consideration. I warn you, again, that there is most likely to be a horrendous nuclear war, for your administration and Pentagon are considering use of the big one in the very near future. It has been known from onset that Iraq has full nuclear capability, and only this week it has been made public that they not only have the capability but have the weapons in deep underground protection. We won't even discuss strike needs and capabilities against Russia at this point of reference. I repeat, your administration and Pentagon fully intend to use nuclear hydrogen weapons in the near future. Thus far the war has been based on that which they call psyop, full barrage of false information, emotional hype, and incredibly terroristic maneuvers on both sides. Brothers, you are at war, and the rules of the game are not the same as playing on your computer. As if Hussein has a lot of your military men as prisoners, and he will place them in strategic sites to prevent bombing, but it will not do so. Your president, yesterday, said it will make no difference in coalition actions. The US and Mossad are doing some atrocious things to have it appear Iraq is bombing and destroying holy sites, etc. Come now, the press also says that all incoming missiles are being destroyed by your Patriots, along with lots of Patriot missiles being technically blown up through error. At the least, you should realize that every little false demonstration and misfire of either the Patriot or Tomahawk missile is over $1 million each. So if you launch a missile for show and tell and shoot it down with a Patriot for more show and tell $2 million in propaganda. I believe you can see how valuable they feel the propaganda episodes are in expectation. You can also count on any suggested attempts to bomb and destroy, i.e. the Aswan Dam. Is not believed that Iraq will do so, but you can be sure it will be damaged at the hands of the Allies. First the seeds of threats are planted, and then when the actions occur it is immediately announced that Iraq has done it. This is the very point of terrorism, and you have the head leader terrorists on your side. Remember? Shamir and Eagleburger. Do you realize that you have a non-elected person in Israel making commitments for you, in Israel? Eagleburger is simply an advisor to your president. I suggest you watch your own newscasts at the Smiling Brotherhood, obviously already established long prior to now. Who will protect the Palestinians and Lebanese? Who is protecting the Lithuanians and Latvians? Well, nothing has changed in my projections unto you. The Soviet Union does not yet want a nuclear war, but I promise you they will give you a lesson beyond all lessons if you drop one of those bombs anywhere. Why Camp David every weekend for the president? I told you why, and further, it requires constant attention to keep the participants in control. And, for my local inquiring minds, yes, we can work nicely with some of their programmed persons. In many ways it is far easier. You ones must keep restraint and avoid argument or outlay of information, for they will expound on their own programming plots and not really notice what your intention might be. It is beyond their capability to believe that you would be working with them if you were in opposition to them. Just allow them to talk and talk and talk, and you will learn information undreamed of, for they are programmed to overdo the point in discussion. Back to nuclear weapons. They are already setting you up for the kill. They are telling you that you will have smoke winter from burning oil fields, etc. At some point you will be surprised and the bombing will happen, and then you will be told it was the only thing left to do to prevent the total destruction of the globe. You are already being readied further. You are now being told that there is strong opposition and the war can be very long in duration. Every day the story changes, just like, no new taxes, read my lips. But I tell you right now that the confirmation is leaking forth from insiders as to the intent of utilization of the nuclear attack, so watch out when the leaks begin to flow to these proper parties, such as ones connected here to it. Is important to take note. They want the word to go out. Therefore, I suggest you take this under careful consideration, for the information of confirmation has come from a most remarkable source very close to the president himself. Handwriting on walls. On December 23, 1990, Richard Cheney told the international press that he would not rule out an absolutely devastating chemical or even nuclear attack against Iraq if war should break out. Cheney furthermore declared that President Bush has a full spectrum of weapons available for hostilities, a fact confirmed by the deployment of nuclear weapons carrying aircraft carrier groups in the Persian Gulf region. That's right, they are already on board and at ready. Further, the Israeli government is at Bush's disposal for detonating a conflict in the region which could also be nuclear, or provide an excuse for same. Actually, it would be set up so that claims could be made to the remaining world that somehow the Iraqis had accidentally detonated their own weapon. This would sell because you have already been told they do not have the expertise capable of successfully using a nuclear bomb. A high school student can and has, years ago in America, built a nuclear bomb as a project. It requires practically no expertise at all. Handling same after creation is a bit different but not unduly difficult. The triggering incident is fully expected to be Israeli precipitated and the European community is getting prepared. Do you not witness the French stripping the shelves of the markets for preparation while the government says no danger, and arrests ones for hoarding? You get no news, but even in England a nuclear threat by the Bush administration garnered banner headlines and continues to do so day after day. The German press is in constant referral to the threat. Now, what do you Americans who are nervous about your sons being killed for oil, think about American first use of nuclear weapons, with all the attendant complications with the Soviet Union? Superpower confrontation? The Soviet technical advisors are still right in Iraq and full service attention. The potential role that these advisors play with Iraqi Soviet-supplied weaponry, as well as the political complications, have been completely downplayed and the subject barred from open media discussion. These Soviet advisors volunteered to remain in Iraq, after negotiations between Moscow and Baghdad were successful in paving the way for their return home. Flimsy excuse fed to you the people, they choose to stay in Baghdad because, at worst, there is more food on the Iraqi shelves than in Soviet cities. How could that be? Didn't you just give $2 billion in food to Russia, Moscow? Again Henry Kissinger. Here we go again. Of course, the use of nuclear weapons, including such items in the U.S. arsenal as the neutron bomb, would have broader implications than its effect on Soviet citizens in Iraq. In fact, even the threat of using nuclear weapons shifts the international equation into a situation similar to that of 1973. Does anyone remember, when Kissinger was also directing the actions of another American president? Kissinger, of course, tried to make a strategic asset out of the insane threat of nuclear assault, claiming that if a head of state threatened to do something so insane, he could back his opponent down. George Bush fully intends to follow such strategy and follow through if necessary. The Israeli card. Eagleburger is in Israel setting it up right now. While the Bush administration continues to insist on unconditional retreat by Iraq, the Kissinger-linked forces who control the present Israeli government are carrying out a series of provocations which could easily lead to the detonation of such horrific outcome of nuclear intervention. Remember, dear ones, Eagleburger is directly from the Kissinger Corporation literally. Does anyone recall the China incident and follow-up visits before the bodies cooled? There is nothing too heinous for these ones who intend to control the world. Nothing. You think this cannot be? Listen up. Throughout the entirety of the 1980s, black operations run jointly by U.S. and Israeli agents with clandestine funding from oil-rich Persian Gulf nations have killed millions of people worldwide and subverted American foreign policy. The detailed account of how the Mossad, Israel's secret service, working with an inner circle of dual loyalist Washington bureaucrats and with subservient CIA officials, used laundered Arab billions to spread its covert action network from Panama to Ethiopia is the most anxiously guarded secret inherited by the Bush team from the Reagan administration. There are identified trouble spots where the Mossad and the CIA launched joint operations with clandestine Arab financial backing. In Nicaragua and Afghanistan, where Israeli agents were called in by the late William Casey, then serving as CIA director, to supply weapons, training, and other support services to anti-communist resistance forces, U.S. strategy was derailed and frustrated. In Nicaragua, more than a century of U.S. regional hegemony ended when UN troops were brought in to disarm the resistance forces and install a coalition government largely dominated by communists. In Afghanistan, the campaign of the Mujahideen freedom fighters was sabotaged and aborted by Israeli agents who feared that an anti-communist victory would lead to the installation of a fundamentalist Islamic regime in this strife-torn nation. In Africa, where most governments broke diplomatic relations with Israel in the 1960s, the Mossad re-established a broad spectrum of influence by running covert operations, selling arms, and training local enforcers from Angola to Zaire. Please refer to the Mossad.connection, a Phoenix journal. Israeli agents have unleashed horrifying violence and destruction on the Dark Continent. Just last year, one of the bloodiest civil wars in African history was taking place. The turmoil was triggered by the brutal repressive tactics taught to the Liberian army by Israeli instructors brought in at the suggestion of the influential U.S. embassy. The same scenario is discovered in place after place in such far-flung and formerly peaceable nations as Sri Lanka, Rwanda, Sudan, and Guatemala. This secret information regarding worldwide covert Israeli intervention, sponsored by dual loyalist U.S. national security officials and often financed with money contributed by wealthy Gulf rulers, is one of the most important stories of the 1990s, dear ones, and you have yet to note it. Will Congress investigate this? You be the judge. Congress is 3/4 completely controlled by the Israeli Zionists, whose police are the Mossad. What about these wars? Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and other oil-rich Gulf states have contributed billions and billions of dollars in deep-cover secret funds to worldwide covert operations run jointly by the CIA and the Mossad, mostly since 1981. Behind a curtain of blackout secrecy, this clandestine alliance has financed black, meaning evil not color, operations and paramilitary expeditions that triggered regional wars and civil strife around the world with millions of victims. This is known within the higher circles of the United Nations. There is hard documentation right in the UN secret files. It has also been confirmed, the existence of deeply hidden Arab-Israeli Secret Service links. They have been traced to the late William Casey, a most shadowy wheeler dealer who served as President Reagan's director of CIA until his murder in 1987. William Casey had intimate contact with Saudi financiers, and of course at the CIA he inherited close ties with the Mossad. Remember that Casey came to the CIA from Wall Street. He was a born deal maker and he simply merged the two. One of the first things Casey did was to replace the dean of the Arab diplomatic corps with a stooge which could be manipulated, Prince Bandar bin Sultan, an influential member of the Saudi royal clan. Bandar proved a perfect stooge for Casey, for, back home, he referred to King Fahd as uncle and he immediately attached himself to Casey in the same manner. Arab diplomats have effort at total security regarding this involvement, however, as with all such evil charades, leaks do happen. In recent weeks there has been tremendous outbursts over the reports of collaboration with US and Israeli agents, and which ultimately triggered the present confrontation. Please, however, do not lose sight of the undenied fact that it is a part and parcel of the Global 2000 plan of world domination, which your president refers to sweetly as peace-building New World Order. There have never been and continue to be no plans for Iraq to invade Saudi Arabia. Will they invade Saudi Arabia? No. They may, however, very well set the Saudi oil fields afire, although I see that the Israelis still intend to do that little trick, instead. Remember the scenario which was planned and I laid forth for you. There is planned an Israeli maneuver utilizing Iraqi-marked aircraft to drop chemicals on the UN troops in flyover and ignite some of the major oil centers in Saudi Arabia in the same mission. The point, of course, to blame Hussein and unite the world. This new thing that has been announced yesterday of the people of several of the Islam nations declaring a jihad against Iraq is propaganda and total fabrication. Further, you can know that terrorism in the US will in large measure be attributable to the Mossad in fact, but blamed on Arab terrorists. There is a world domination at stake here, not oil nor democracy. I cannot explain each of these points in detail, friends, for I have written at great lengths in prior journals and I have no intent nor time to repeat and repeat. I can only suggest that you get your hands on the prior material and do a bit of homework. I give you nothing which you cannot now go forth and prove. Let us leave this, Dharma, as there is pressing work otherwise to be tended. Keep within our shields, Chalice, for the way is indeed tamp full of obstacles and fraud to pull you from your task. Remember that in the ending God wins and it isn't over until he does so. Salut. Jai Orgo C. Hayton, CMDR. Of IGFC. Chapter 24. Rec number 1 Hayton. Wednesday, January 23, 1991, 8:39 a.m. Year 4 Day 160 Today's Watch. Thank you for clearance, Hayton present. Comments on the happenings this day become so foolishly ridiculous that I hesitate to allow you to think that I think you readers to be so trite. However, the hidden may not be so trite. The people in our publisher's office continue to get calls from objectors to this truth we bring. Now I am told that a local letter in the paper rebuts our documents. If that is so, friends, then I would correct a few items and I further suggest GG write a note to this paper thusly doing so. Firstly, there is direct note to anonymous material. We are hardly anonymous since the material bears my own logo and signature of identification along with phone numbers recently, full quarter-page notice and phone number. The material we have received in return, however, bears no labels whatsoever. I thank, graciously, the person sending in the opinion letter, for I most certainly agree with this entity. It is a time of unlimited and constant support for your loved ones who are pawns and helpless participants in this fiasco called war. Pray constantly to God for their protection and then you ones get busy and bring this thing to a halt. I josh you not, your administration is planning on the use of the hydrogen and / or neutron bomb in the near future. Further, Iraqi forces are sitting on hundreds of air/fuel tip missiles. This particular bomb explodes above ground at detonation point, completely accurate, forces waves of butane gas for some mile and a half and then detonates the gas. First, all oxygen is absorbed, then everything in the path for that diameter is killed by the blast and heat. In many ways it is far worse than nuclear detonation but leaves no radiation. This particular bomb came directly from and through the United States and West Germany. This is only one of their arsenal of hideous toys. For ones about this vicinity or anywhere, who strive to believe that we do not support the innocent troops in Saudi Arabia, I ask that you avail yourselves of all the information we have produced, take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning with suggestions as to how to shut this insanity down now. Your government has fallen into the hands of your enemies. Yes, please, we have urged and urged time upon time, right, call demand that your elected representatives do something to stop this madness come upon your nation. Blessings be unto all of you who turn unto God of holy lighted source and petition for truth and sanity in this time of chaos. You most certainly owe this debt of service unto your prime youth who are lined up as cannon fodder to test all the toys of destruction man has conjured. Let me speak of one such weapon, bear with me, regular readers, for I have spoken of it prior to this, but this is a must for information. You recently were enthused and greatly pleased in the local area to be getting a partial contract to produce portions of what is called a cluster bomb. Have you any idea what that might be? It is being used as the prime tip for the air-to-ground missiles carried by your air forces and used on Iraq. The pilots with crews come back in overwhelming joy at striking targets. These are pre-computerized missiles which explode just above ground and scatter other explosive-tipped clusters of deadly side bursts in every direction for a distance of a quarter to half-mile radius. One such bomb landing near a school would kill every person within that radius. I repeat that the news is geared to the new emotional aspect of this war as labeled by your media. You are getting no accurate news in any manner whatsoever, for the media of your country is completely and totally controlled by the government, and they tell you so, constantly, on the monitors. The way to support your troops and loved ones in this deadly charade is for you at home to wake up and take measures through your elected officials to stop this thing. A young soldier from the desert wrote me and said he was there to ensure the right of these individuals to have freedom of speech. No, that is not why he is there. He is there to make sure you end up with no freedoms at all, for through executive orders and national emergency you have no rights remaining, and certainly the young person in the field of duty has less. This war is staged and orchestrated to bring about the global control by a few elite would-be dictators who strive for the New World Order. I suggest you all study up on just what that means. It most certainly does not mean an orderly world. We continue to fight, and die if necessary, for the right of those young people to grow old in their chosen careers and watch their families grow in some semblance of freedom and truth. That is my pledge unto them. What might yours be? These would-be kings know exactly that which they do. 'Tis only you the people who are deluded. I further suggest that all ones take a much better look at that which is being circulated through public channels, and then, after careful study of the documentation, get your confirmation and then consider how many stones might be worthy of your throwing. One last point on this particular matter: for what do you pray to this wondrous Christ God? Do you ask for protection of your own forces in deference to the innocent civilians and children who will be slain by these weapons of destruction? God is a just God, and I recognize not this Christian God to whom you ask favors of evil success. I travel with the Christ being whom you await, and he is sickened by that which is done in his holy name. So be it. The time is at hand for coming into truth, and I am sent forth as a precursor and preparer of the way for this very Christ being that you claim to adore and await. Whether or not you like to think there are, or are not, whatever silly thing you might consider a UFO, I am among the fleet members who come in service unto that Christ being on his return unto his kingdom. I come forth as commander of United Federation Fleet of the Intergalactic Federation Command. If you continue to think I jest, I suggest you do some inquiring as to just what are some of the things stashed in the hangars at Edwards Air Force Base. Salut. You of Earth have all but reached the point of no return, and you shall not bring your wars and heinous behavior into the cosmos nor into the spaces of God of truth and justice. If you still feel like laughing at this possibility, I suggest you consider who shall have of the last laugh, for you approach the days of Armageddon, little sleepy heads. How did you think he would come? Ponder it. No Arab notice in Saudi Arabia. The media is intent upon making fools of you and themselves. Let us consider the non-attacks on Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Dear ones, the Arabs don't react and continue with what they are doing when the sirens sound, because they are not kept ignorant as are you. They know that Iraq is not attacking Saudi Arabia, much less Riyadh. They would, however, be wise to take some caution, for your own forces, under the tutelage of the Mossad, Israel's secret service, are very apt to blow away half the city in order to blame Saddam. You fire up one of your own missiles and, hopefully, shoot it down with one of your own missiles and call that an attack. 2 missiles are filmed in pre-recorded format and shown to you from every photographic location on the map. The citizens of the city know what is happening, dear ones. It is just you the people paying for this charade with life and money who are lied to in this war of emotional psyop. As your Pentagon tells you. There is no holy war, jihad, being formed with the coalition. Friends, you are dealing with the most ruthless and wealthy rulers that the world has ever known. The Emir of Kuwait, which you plan to replace into the rightful government of Kuwait, has 80 wives in his harem and untold numbers of black chattel slaves in his household. Is that the freedom and democracy that you ask your children to fight and die for? I thought not, and it is past time you the people of the lie wake up and look at facts, for it is planned that you be the next batch of slaves to your own elite slave masters. Already you produce the money to give unto the world. You pay over $1 million for every missile, whether it works correctly or is shot in error. You are in serious trouble, precious children, and still you see it not. It is upon you, this beast of 1,000 claws, and you had better read on, for I am going to explain about the Russian money exchange. Lesson in currency exchange. You nice Americans have just given Russia nicely multicolored minted currency for Russian exchange right off your lovely presses. The beginning of the money exchange is underway. It was only that you thought it would be done in America. No, it is part and parcel of the whole agreement for global world plan. Do you see, America, what they have done this day? They locked the banks in Russia and set low limits on the sums which might be withdrawn, and then set up exchange limits and centers wherein the currency is being exchanged for nice multicolored paper, which you will find, when it comes down in the US, will match that good old one world currency you have been anticipating. When can you expect it? Pretty soon, when things are so hot that no one will dare take notice, and, if they do, there is naught they can do about it. I suggest no one be lax about the handling of your dollars, for they are destined to be written out of existence just as soon as the chaos level is sufficient to render you helpless. What is going to happen in America is mirrored in Lithuania, Moscow, and Latvia. You have allowed your constitution to be written off and the full government turned into the hands of a dictator whom you call president by executive order and national emergency. Watch the Patriots. I speak of missiles. It appears that your Patriot missile system failed good old Israel. No, there simply must be enough incidents to cause the enforcement of war and retaliation. You must have some reason to present to the world, fact or fiction, to blow away half the globe and 2/3 of her population as given forth in the prophecies. It is being carefully set up and orchestrated right this moment with Eagleburger and Shamir as to what the next step shall be in the terrorist retaliation. How better to arouse a world than to commit atrocities of unspeakable nature and leave documents which blatantly define the culprit as Iraq. The Mossad, dear ones, are the terrorists' master teachers of your world from one corner to the others. When the Antichrist meets the Antichrist, the fur doth fly, dear world citizens, and the Soviets haven't even shown you their toys, as of yet, and it is full intent on their part to ultimately win the entire game while you wonder what happened to Glasnost. They told you we will bury you and they, meaning the US, will sell us the rope to hang them. They have changed not and have had means of gaining control of your government and your military without firing a shot. Is this not dangerous for us, the exposers of this information? Not too much so, except from your own government, for it is well known in most circles who participate and has been for decades. They have simply and efficiently deceived you the people. Henry Kissinger and his entourage call the plays in overall, while Gorbachev is the Eastern director and George Bush is the Western director. Both are not that which they appear. The rungs on up the ladder are Henry Kissinger for Zionism and David Rockefeller for the banks and oil interests. Ah, and who might be heading the show and tell? I thought you might begin to see the possibilities, and it is very big indeed. How did you think the ending cycle would come about? Would God be sent to attend lesser than the big boy himself? You are in it, beloved children, and the sorting is underway along with the choosing of directions. We are no threat to the top level of players, we are only at risk from those of you deluded people who are the only ones who do not know the facts and continue to function in the programmed manner of robotic behaviors. Our immediate purpose is to bring the word of truth as commissioned by higher authority and prepare passage facilities and that which can be laid forth as foundation for the radiance to come, and bring a remnant of God's human species through in order to restructure and continue the play. It is the time of the closing of the cycle for the planet, and as of the midway point between the 14th and 15th day of February you will move into day 182.5 of year 4 of the new calendar of the ancients. This means that as of that date you will have concluded the first 3.5 years of the important segment of timing. It might serve very well to take special attention unto that which is unfolding about you as related to those prophecies of Revelation, Ezekiel, Daniel, and others you honor as truth bringers. Perhaps you can listen with new ears and see with new insight the truth upon you. Perhaps you can see and hear that the place you call Israel is Palestine by any name you choose. Israel means Israel, God's chosen, and has naught whatsoever to do with geographic location. You will find that the ones who occupied the land of Palestine call themselves Jews but are not. They come from the Nordic, Mongol, Russian tribe of the Hazars who proclaim themselves Jews but are not. They come from what is known as the 13th or lost tribe of Israel. They are the Antichrist. Further, they have infiltrated every fiber of every nation on your globe and have taken control of your very own government in the United States of America, which was a blessed and gifted nation for God's children to flourish and give guidance to a world already in trouble. What have you done with my gifts, O Israel? Interesting question, dear ones, what have you done with his gifts? None shall escape the cleansing and evolution of this time of transition, but consider how you will measure up when confronted by self and God. In the closing era, how will you measure up to the commandments and laws of God, or will you say you thought it was all right to break them all? Man has strayed far afield, but in the ending shall meet face to face the truth, and I just ask again, how do you measure against truth and action? Gas masks. I wanted to make a point regarding the facade of the gas masks handed out in places about your world. What are you doing? The gas chemicals and bacteriologic substances are invented right in good old America, so what are you doing? All it requires is to have a little accident nearby and you are dead ducks. So, on the yesterday some of our people went into a place supplying military stuff. The counter person said, funny thing about these supplies they send us, as with the gas masks, fine, they come with a canister but there are no additional replacement canisters and a canister only works for about 11 hours. The same with the masks in Israel, etc. What about the hour 12? Nobody bothered to tell people they were dead after 11 hours, so be it. Is anyone beginning to get a flicker of the show going on for your benefit of total confusion? Those of you who wish to confirm this in this location, just go into Uncle Sam's outlet in Bakersfield and ask for extra canisters for the gas masks. Patriotic. Oh, beloved brothers, we are so patriotic for America that our very energy flames with it, for you are the chosen, you are the precious crown jewel of God, and you have forgotten. May the light shine round about you that you come into the seeing of it, the remembering of it, for his is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever, amen. Look and listen. As you tend to put away the news media outlays from sheer boredom and rehashment of lies, look beyond and really see and hear that which they do give you, from which to glean facts. They now tell you that accuracy of airstrikes has not been that which they have given you prior to now, and give you endless stupid statements to cover the stories up to now. For lo, they try too hard to deceive and cause their own lies to pour out in foolish contradiction and deceit. You think there are only a pittance of prisoners in Iraq control? No, and Saddam has supplied pictures and interviews with dozens of them. Your government chooses which pictures would be outlaid for your consumption to bring down the emotional craze of Geneva violations. You are at war, people, and war is ugly unto putrid and vile. You are not playing a game of chess for matchsticks. You are about to blow away your planet and civilization. May I, lastly, in this writing, ask you to pray with me, for you have learned only to ask for self, and the words from the lips are not attended. The emotional thrust from thine heart is that which is honored by God in truth and response. My spirit and most holy source, you are ever present, ever powerful in all things. May your realm be incarnate within me, that I may serve my relations who falter and suffer this day, for in my service shall I be served. May your infinite power reveal itself with me, on earth, that I reach out beyond self for that which will serve my brother as it is in the heavenly places of your wondrous promise. Give me, please, this day that which I need in order to have strength, discernment, judgment, and clarity to serve in the way of your truth and light according to your laws and within thine commandments, that I may always act for another and not for self, knowing that as I do and share with other I receive 100-fold. Let me, please, recognize my transgressions and errors, for only then can I serve in truth and forgive all others their transgressions and perceived wrongs against me, in that which I have sent forth and now comes back into my own being. Lead me, Father, into truth and from the temptations of self, flesh, and personal desires, and allow me clarity to recognize truth from confusion, and always witness beyond that which is presented unto me by man. Deliver me from those errors of choice and personal ego of humanness, that I may grow beyond that which binds me to the earthly plane and sickens and weakens my very soul. These things I ask, Father, for yours is the realm within me, the temple blessed, and the power and the knowledge forever. May I be given to look into the mirror and see a reflection of you in myself, for that is the Christ Son of thine self, gifted unto me as a fragment of your infinite self. May I be open and giving in services according to that which you command in every moment and in every way. Amen. May I be given to walk with thee in the power and the glory and that knowledge forever, that I might be worthy of thine radiance upon me. Salom. I salute you of my brothers upon that blessed, yet painful, land. We come forth only to serve God in truth and within his holy laws. We are the hosts come to prepare the way, for he went forth and prepared these places for you, according to his promise unto you. Jai Orgo Series Hayton, Commander of IGFC. Chapter 25. Rec number 1 Hayton. Friday, January 25, 1991, 8:11 a.m. Year 4 Day 162. Today's watch. May we walk in light, truth, and understanding within his holy presence. I am Hayton. Blessings upon the massive flood of truthful information which is now springing forth upon your senses. It is not and never was intended that truth be brought from a single source, and there are now myriads of ones writing from factual documentation of these things from your plane of function. Even we are not first in most instances of information outlay, but man was not ready to see and hear, much less take action in his own behalf. I cannot list all the wondrous publications which would confirm truth, nor would you read them if I so did. However, I do urge you to read the journals, for we have covered dozens of facets of information which allow background and unfoldment in such a manner as to allow for understanding of how you got to here. Caesar's world. Firstly, Caesar has no world. God has a world, which means that you have a world. Anything that Caesar or your puppet governments and rulers have is stolen from you. Another thrust at the validity of these writings is that God would not speak or participate in such things of man's world. Oh, how foolish a concept. God dwells in his temple within each and every one, remember? God shall dwell wherein he chooses and within wherever his temple abides. Are you proud of the places in which you take God? Are you in every moment pleased with that which you cause holy God to participate? Are you pleased with the thoughts and actions of self which are never hidden from God? So be it. Bankers and politicians. One of the most telling statements was recently made by a public spokesman. People are now lumping bankers in the same corrupt barrel with politicians. And yet you allow the same politicians that have caused you years upon years of comic cartoons and helplessness to control their antics, to again send your loved ones off to die in a foreign land for the purpose of further enslaving a world. Is there true logic in that which you do and allow? You not only carry these politicians as monarchs, but you lay your sons and daughters upon the altar that they might walk upon their bodies instead of in the pools of blood. Does that make your hands less bloodied? Mrs. Bush is concerned that the children must watch all this war horror on the TV. Why do you object? This is that which you teach your children from birth. But you see, evil likes to hide behind cover-up and hidden curtains so that the truth cannot be discerned. If you have not read my dissertation on psychopolitics, I request that you do so immediately. You imprison ones who demonstrate and speak out against war. You label them non-patriotic. Where in the world are your minds? Ones who speak out to bring your loved ones home from this terrible aggression in behalf of a dictator/monarch are labeled non-patriotic. Who, actually, are the non-patriotic ones? Are not you who allow this horrendous treason to be visited upon your nation the non-patriots? Perhaps you will take note when the banks close. You may feel God has no place in the marketplace, and yet the petitions from the masses are, help me know what to do with my assets, and, I hear all these terrible things and I see it coming, what shall I do? Dear ones, if you have asked in sincere intent of response, you will receive response whether or not you heed the instructions is of your own choosing. If you have read the past recent information, you will find that you are all but had for that is the full intent to glean and capture all of everyone's assets. There is full intent to close the banks and reorganize same under the World Banking Cartel guidelines, Confiscate what personal asset you have garnered under executive order and national emergency regulations and change the currency into the one world currency, etc. The plan is further to confiscate precious metals i.e. specifically gold, from private holdings. They can seize, under these regulations, all deposit boxes and contents thereof. They can seize all assets stored within your homes and so on and so forth. Get your confirmation, for I give you truth and you can find it in the regulations and stated intent of the controllers. Well, you say that I have told you that you can invest in, let us say, the institute and use gold as collateral for notes against money which can. Indeed I have, for it is one of the last maneuvers I see to help you. That action along with Nevada corporations where there is not yet integration with the federal IRS police force. Will it come? Probably, but each day bought is a day toward survival and protection, for the evil mongers will continue to write in their own protection network of loopholes. On both of these measures you can gain information from America West publishers. They can tell you who to contact to get more information. I repeat, Russia is a mirror for that which is headed your way even if there were no war to consider. The money being exchanged right this day is from U.S. printing presses right out of Fort Worth, Texas. Except for language, it represents universal world currency as will come forth as soon as you are in total chaos and the government can handle the load of exchange and seizure. Why would they not just seize the gold held against the notes? They can, but to seize same would mean that they must seize assets of collateral from their own banking cartel. And further, in a note of human/God relationship there would be investment in information disbursement. It is past time to get your preparations made and hidden. 1. Rouse's Rushduni said it very well and you might take note. Politics for the most part now means promising more and more to the people, while taking more power and wealth from them to concentrate power in the state. Wars are fought in the name of the people. Modern tyrannies rule in the name of the people. And see and hear this quote from H. L. Mencken: no government is ever in favor of freedom of the individual. It invariably seeks to limit that freedom, if not by overt denial, then by seeking constantly to widen its own functions. All governments, of course, are against liberty. Elections are sort of advance auctions of stolen goods. Recession. No, depression. By whatever label you wish to call it, America is in a dismal, disastrous, deflationary, depressionary decline which is irreversible. You are not in an inflationary recession as the economists will tell you. The White House and Wall Street have finally acknowledged that you are in a slight recession. The White House, however, maintains that the recession will simply be a typical post-World War II downturn, except shorter and milder, with a recovery well underway by the second half of '91. These are the same people who, 6 months ago, said there would be no recession. This is the same administration lips who said you were sending troops to protect American lives, interests, and prevent invasion of Saudi Arabia. Naked aggression would not be tolerated. We will ensure return of this little nation to its rightful rulers. Funny thing for these rulers, you are obliterating Iraq and Kuwait. You are murdering mass numbers of innocent citizens and destroying every asset of both nations. This is the American way, you are told. Here again I can quote Machiavelli, but the great majority of mankind is satisfied with appearances, as though they were realities, and they're often more influenced by things unseen than by those that are. You are experiencing the accelerating implosion of America's $14 trillion, and growing at billions per day, debt pyramid. This is totally decimating the banks, S&Ls, insurance companies, real estate and bond markets just as planned. You are absurd, Hayton. It is ridiculous that anyone in their right mind would do such a thing. So right? This is set up for one purpose: to bring global control onto the elite cartel and one world dictatorship by the most heinous beings ever to walk your plane. You are further entrapped by the cartel banks getting free of all debts through bankruptcy and non-requirement of restitution at any measure. You must take that which they dish out to you, for you have lost all your constitutional rights. The executive order calls in emergency regulations and it becomes mandatory and lawful to do whatever they will with your precious assets, including your very lives. How did the banking mess come to be? Perhaps it is worthy of brief repetition for the new readers, but I ask that follow-up details be gathered from prior writings, say, Spiral to Economic Disaster, a Phoenix Journal. The modern banking system manufactures money out of nothing. The process is perhaps the most astounding piece of sleight of hand ever invented. Banking was conceived in iniquity and born in sin. Bankers own the earth. Take it away from them, but leave them the power to create money, and with a flick of the pen, they will create enough money to buy it back again. Take this great power away from them and all great fortunes like yours will disappear. And they ought to disappear, for then this would be a better and happier world to live in. But if you want to continue to be the slaves of the bankers and pay the cost of your own slavery, then let bankers continue to create money and control credit. Hayton Brilliance. No, directly from quoted material from Sir Josiah Stamp, former president of the Bank of England. Your nation, and the world, faces an unprecedented situation in having even your largest banks operating on, or conceivably, over the edge of insolvency. Tens of billions of dollars in leveraged buyout loans floated by America's largest banks, and backed by you the taxpayer, are now coming apart as dozens of huge corporations go bankrupt. Worse news, your own guide, Moody's Investors Services, expects a minimum of 25% of all leveraged buyout loans, LBO, to default. Before it is over it will be 100%. Your own House Banking Subcommittee says that most of the nation's largest banks are now teetering on the brink of insolvency. Following a $1 billion bank run, the Bank of New England, Boston, one of America's largest banks with over $13 billion in assets, was declared insolvent and closed on January 6. That was only the beginning, and moreover, ask yourselves why there was a billion-dollar run? Strange thing, though, is that the Bank of Harlem folded and the government simply allowed the businessmen and depositors to lose their assets. Not so with New England. You will bail it out for those wealthy depositors. This was only the tip of the beginning as the dominoes fall according to the plans of the elite global planners. What was the reasoning for such biased behavior? Well, W. Seidman said that the decision was made to protect all depositors because of the fragility of the New England economy, and worries about neighboring Rhode Island, where 45 banks and credit unions were forced to close down on January 1. At the Bank of New England alone, there are over $2 billion in deposits over the $100 limit covered by FDIC, which is also bankrupt. Hold up for the punchline. This bailout of all deposits, large and small, is because the Bush administration had deposited over $1 billion in U.S. government fund in the Bank of New England to help prop up the failing bank, and those funds would have been lost without a 100% bailout. Now, consider another point herein. As this was being structured, dozens of individuals deposited massive amounts of money in the same bank, representatives of the Bush family assets, for one major point in fact: bank runs. Let me now tell you why you have very, very little time to tend your banking, and why the emergency banking regulations will come to pass soon. One of the most sobering images of the 20th century is that of a run on the bank. Seared into the national consciousness is the sight, the sound, even the smell of fear as panicked customers crowd the teller windows demanding their money. There is even a nice regularly shown holiday movie, It's a Wonderful Life, depicting this. Hollywood has made dozens of pictures on these subjects. Almost unheard of since the days of the Great Depression, the specter of a run on the bank is now confronting you in imminent sequence. The New England situation is only a mirror reflection of that which would happen, and the government does not intend allowing it to go that far. The better-informed American quietly began moving to cash in 1990, as evidenced by ever-increasing numbers of forms to be filed for withdrawals, with an increase in cash held in all 12 months. The growth of currency in circulation grew to an astounding 17% in late 90, up from a modest 3 to 4% money growth in prior years. The cash component of the money supply is outside the direct control of the Fed. The Fed simply prints notes to meet the demand for those notes. The increase in currency in circulation is a mirror image of the decrease in bank and S&L deposits. This is being quietly done to hopefully draw no attention, but the impact is notable, and the global cartel will not much longer tolerate the outflow. Well, where is this money going? Some into money market funds, some into U.S. Treasury paper, some into foreign government paper, but very little, if any, is going into the U.S. or foreign stock markets or the real estate market. Your Fed figures indicate that there were net withdrawals from the banks in 1990 of over $35 billion and an increase in cash in circulation of $21 billion. So, 60% of bank withdrawals appear to have gone into cash. So, people are wising up and expecting a bank run, bank holiday, and / or total financial crisis. Wouldn't it be nice if you were one of these thoughtful cash holders? Well, but now looms another blockage in the maze. If you have many assets in cash, what can you do with it? The elite cartel knows what they plan to do with it. Take away all large bills and make you turn them in for other denominations, and they will set upper limits on the exchange, just as they are doing this very day in Russia. Then, when things are totally chaotic and you are distracted by a little extended war in Saudi Arabia, etc., you will get a new one sprung on you. All currency will be exchanged for these worthless colored notes, just as in Russia today your notes are all printed too. Just waiting the proper moment, and your president continues to tell you that things are right on schedule. This is the same president that told you this would be a short war and nothing like Vietnam at onset. Yesterday, he denounced you, the people, who somehow think this will not be a long war. What is with these lips? It is now your fault that you were foolish enough to believe what you were told. They are brainwashing you with the TV and media blitz and preparing you for anything which may come down, and you will stand forth and proclaim it necessary. How do you know the new currency, etc., will come to be? Listen up. It must be remembered that the government, the Treasury, and the IRS hate cash. They consider all large quantities of cash to be untaxed and hence fair game for taxation or confiscation, and they consider anyone with large amounts of cash a criminal, a money launderer, a drug dealer, or all of the above. They are prosecuting and jailing U.S. citizens, stockbrokers, coin dealers, or anyone violating their myriad of cash handling / reporting requirements or privacy laws. Ask your banker, accountant, or attorney. The ultimate goal is to push America into a cashless society where all transactions are run through the computerized / trackable banking or credit card system. People wishing to raise cash as a hedge against a coming financial crisis should not violate any of the IRS cash reporting requirements, for if you are caught, they will prosecute and jail you like any common criminal. It is happening to hundreds of Americans at this writing. Your bank or S&L will report you for any violations or suspicious behavior lest they be jailed themselves. Dear ones, there is no perfect way to avoid that which is coming. There are only the few ways I give you to perhaps be able to keep something a bit longer. There are blatant evidences of this coming new currency if you but watch and listen to that which is before you. 1. There are denials from high officials and administration sources. 2. There is a tremendous quantity of old, worn-out, faded Federal Reserve notes now in circulation without replacement. These are usually removed from circulation as they pass through the banks and replaced with new ones. That doesn't seem to have been happening over the past year. If you are concerned about this banking system and wish to diversify your assets, consider gold or U.S. Treasury paper instead of cash. Or, you can investigate the method we have pointed out as a possibility, but I assure you, there will be no laws broken by anyone in the group handling my suggestions, for it is only a service to you and we will not jeopardize our mission with any even remotely shady activities. The things we offer are totally lawful and usable, but probably will become rapidly a less viable shelter as time passes. Now, it is most viable and totally lawful and private. Mr. Seidman says the FDIC lost $4 billion in 1990 and will lose $5 billion in 1991. That is blatant insult to your intelligence, for you can see that it lost that much in the Bank of New England. So, you are little and haven't enough to deal with over $100,000, so you are safe? No, the FDIC is bankrupt. Well then, you say, I certainly don't have enough to form a corporation and invest and cover it with gold and notes or. Then what precludes you from joining with others of your friends, forming a Nevada corporation, pooling assets, and putting it into gold with the contracts for amounts worked out within your new corporation? There are as many creative ways to manage these things as there are individuals on your globe legal and workable. I tell you again, the government is going to stop the welfare state and they are not going to fix anything for you, they plan to fix you. Well, I'll buy real estate. Oops. That one has already been destroyed, as the Resolution Trust Corporation, private enterprise, has taken control of what happens to property. You are in a real estate depression and property grab by the big boys. Real estate is the Achilles heel of the U.S. economy. As it collapses across the country, it's taking with it the banks, S&Ls, insurance companies, credit unions and pension funds. First, the real estate depression struck in Texas, the southwestern U.S. and Alaska, associated initially with that good old bugaboo, oil. Next, it ran rampant through the farm states as far back as the mid-80s with the onset of an agricultural depression. Next, in the latter half of the 80s, it moved to the northeastern U.S., in the wake of the stock market crash of '87, where it is now decimating banks, S&Ls, and credit unions. Next, it began to spread down the eastern seaboard, into the southeast and into Florida. Now it has jumped, like a wild forest fire out of control, to the western U.S., California, Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii. Over 90% of the U.S. is now in a generalized real estate depression, which should last at least until who knows when, before it worsens. Real estate is caught in the giant downward spiral with the economy, the banks, the S&Ls, insurance companies, and accelerating private and corporate bankruptcies. Each of these areas is feeding on the other. Meanwhile, lending for commercial properties is drying up, and the scarcity of financing for real estate purchases can create a vicious cycle. Illiquidity in the market drives down values, that causes bankers to set up bigger loss reserves, and that further crimps their lending. Ones who can qualify for a loan, even in this ridiculous time segment, must anticipate the value inputted against the loss at foreclosure or bank closure. Do not purchase a home, for instance, as investment. If you can increase your living standard in the interim, then do so if you know that you are very apt to lose the invested funds. You must study the situation on a one-by-one basis. For instance, in one instance familiar to the local writers, there is a young family needing to vacate present rental facilities. The young man is an engineer working toward his master's degree and has a fine job with the utility system of Los Angeles. Water and power facilities will be forever necessary, and thus he can be considered to have a fairly stable position if such a thing now exists at all. He can qualify for a mortgage at about the same expense monthly as the increase in rental required for a move due to income tax regulations. His down payment can be balanced out in savings over a period of time against that income tax deduction, and if and when the job is lost, the forfeiture of the property will be no more than the expense which would have accrued at any rate for increased rental necessities. You must simply look carefully at individual cases and make intelligent decisions. The point of the government is to gain control and ownership of all property in the ultimate scenario. All you can do is handle your affairs to extend your assets as far and well as possible against that day. In summation of the above points, I can only again urge you to get liquid, get out of debt if you can, for whatever you owe on can be captured, reduce all exposure to banks, S&Ls, and insurance companies. While you are reducing that involvement, make sure you are in a quality institution, avoid the stock and corporate bond markets, avoid all money market funds except those in U.S. Treasury bills, bonds, or notes, dramatically reduce your real estate holding, to a maximum of 25% of your net. Worth remembering also, that what you owe and own can also allow for tracking of you the owner, and pay down the debt on same as possible. Establish a second source of income for your family via some sort of cottage business corporation. Develop food self-sufficiency via gardening, farming, or a reserve storage program kept privately located. Avoid purchases of any illiquid investments such as partnerships, real estate, or insurance annuities. Acquire at least one pistol, rifle, and shotgun. For hunting and / or home protection, develop 3 or 4 alternate, non-establishment sources of information, and get yourselves into balance with God so that you can receive wisdom, guidance, and perspective on these incredible times of transition. For he who asks in intent of service shall receive guidance, for the call compels the answer. I am herein responding to the myriad calls for this information, so if you have not asked, please understand that we write for a planet with over 6 billion people, and you will learn to abide your brother's needs, and you too may learn from the information asked by another. Dharma, allow us closure of this segment, for I have other work for you to attend in preparation. I ask that this simply be given into the tending of others, that you may get at your other task at hand. I ask that ones of the publisher's staff give me a status report as to what and where we are in pages for the present. Express thank you. I move to stand by and offer you my hand in friendship. Jai Orgo Series Hayton, CMDR. United Federation Fleet, Intergalactic Federation Command. Chapter 26. Rec Number 1 Haton. Saturday, January 26, 1991, 9:17 a.m. Year 4 Day 163. Please listen to me. In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea. With a glory in his bosom which transfigures you and me. No. Christ was birthed in the realms of God, and that is the glory which abides within his bosom. His manifested body was brought forth in a land of dust, hate and barren plains. There were no beauteous lilies to decorate of its landscape. He came forth not to die for you, he came forth as a teacher to tell you the way it is and give you directions. You slew him. He later gave the breakdown of how it would come to end, this cycle of infinite destruction and pulling down of human it is now upon you. Haton present in that glory, in the presence of that radiance in service unto that glorious presence, to remind you of your outline journey. You wish times and places, who dash with faces listen up for it is unfolding before you and most are missing all. Wars fought in the dark, between governments both hoping for victory, are gambles, and they enlist the same passions as gambling for money. There is not only avarice, or more probably debt and destitution, but even more prominently there is love of excitement, faith in one's luck, and eagerness to try a system said to work miracles. Such war is barbarous, not only for being cruel and wrathful, but for being hysterical. The herd instinct at work produces frenzy in individuals otherwise sane. There is a rush of 1,000 hearts in a vague cause, simply because it has become the common cause. George Santayana, think upon the words. A short war? No. Whatever happens with Iraq, etc., it will not be a short war. Listen to your clues and realize that there must be a focus to cause you once to fail to the slayer without recourse. There must be a several years war. Further, it must be heinous, and so it shall be. Why and when? You were told there would be clues such as when the Euphrates would be dry, 3.5 years and 3.5 years, one would come forth and be proclaimed God. Israel, not Palestine where this new Israel is located, would be in great persecution and its youth scattered afar. Oh yes, dear ones, you are in it. Pay attention to the non-news for the clues. On the 13-14th of February next ends the first 3.5 years. Yesterday in the streets of Palestine they proclaimed Arafat a holy leader and Hussein God. Could it be? I suggest you pay attention most carefully. Now what does it mean from that statement in the timing of war? Some have given you 29 years as a probability worthy of note. It most certainly has not been a 6-day war thus far. Yesterday was the first attempt of Saddam to actually even send a Scud into Riyadh and Tel Aviv, and you see, they hit marks in spite of your ridiculous Patriot missiles. You are only in the very tiny opening of the Pandora's box of evil. Strike back, for all up to now is set forth to get the world behind your own evil slave masters. This is psychopolitics in fine flour, children, and see how well you bite of the poison lies. They actually tell you openly that they are lying to you, and still you believe the garbage fed you is worthy of goodness. Environmental disaster? Oh, Saddam will clean up that nice big oil slick he has created. Where are your memories? He is going to burn it, jealous. He said he would, and he will do so. This day, even if you are not told of same, it has been ignited. You see, dear ones, crude oil must be heated to burn and therefore, must have igniters. Now, once burning it heats nicely but a bit slowly, but with steady flow of new fuel source it will burn on forever intensely with inability of anything to pass through the flames from the surface. This is why the moat around Kuwait which will hold burning crude oil is laced with drums of napalm to instantly ignite the oil trough. Your war has only begun, dear ones. Hell is only a breath away, and you turn your eyes and ears unto your leaders who were liars from the beginning. You are massively mesmerized by the psychopolitical brainwashing of years of stuporous input from your vidiot boxes. It is intended to accomplish this end so that you focus on distractions while your real world comes tumbling down before you and without objection. Soon there will be no objection allowed. Very soon. The one man who could upset the scenario was double-crossed, and now the play can go forth as planned by the global elite. I ask that the writing of November 17, 90, now look at weapons, be repeated herein. Then I suggest you go back and read other portions of writings wherein I have described the missile system, etc., in more extensive detail. I suggest all of you readers stop throwing rocks at my scribe and co-workers and start listening, for you are a setup ready for destruction right in the United States of America, starting with your 1,000,000 troops in Saudi Arabia. Now look at weapons. Look at that which the US is doing and sending into the Saudi sector. You had better be getting very, very nervous, jealous, for what is planned is heinous and a lot of people are going to get maimed and killed. I want you to especially pay attention to the defense capabilities of Iraq. I asked Dharma to copy the article published this week in Spotlight as given to Oberle. I will further remind you that Iraq has atomic weapons, and all manner of doubts of same as presented by your media is null and void. Your CIA has confirmed the weapons in stockpile. You all know that Israel has a stockpile of atomic weapons and is poised and ready for use thereof. Quote. Iraqi military strategists have built a complex system of trench defenses along the Kuwaiti border with Saudi Arabia, reminiscent of those built by France at bloody Verdun during World War I. Declaring they shall not pass, French General Henry Philippe Pétain built a series of trench and other earthwork defenses along the infamous salient of Verdun. Numerically superior German forces hoped to bleed the French army dry at the Verdun defenses, but the battle continued for months with the eventual loss of 1 million killed and wounded from both sides. Now, 75 years later, military analysts are predicting that something like the mass slaughter at Verdun could be repeated in the sandy desert waste along the Saudi-Kuwaiti border. After the tragedy of Vietnam, with 55,000 American dead and the trauma of that war still causing the nation pain, the American people are not ready for the repeat of Verdun, with all its horrors: massive artillery barrages, bloody charges over barbed wire defenses, poison gas attacks by the enemy, etc. But this is just what they will witness should war break out. Formidable defenses. From a variety of sources, Spotlight has pieced together what American troops will be facing if the administration of President George Bush, currently seeking an excuse for war, orders the U.S. military to invade Iraqi-occupied Kuwait. First, there is a line of razor wire, backed up by 3 parallel rows of minefields, each of which is several hundred yards deep and covered with buried anti-personnel and anti-tank mines, which the Iraqi government has obtained from Red China, the Soviet Union and France. Between the minefields are anti-tank ditches, each about 12 feet deep and up to 10 feet wide. They were dug with earth movers and bulldozers obtained by Iraq from Japan. In these ditches, the Iraqis have placed 55-gallon drums of deadly napalm and have piped in crude from Kuwait's oil fields. Oil-laden tankers, ready to be set ablaze, creating a sea of fire, await invading U.S. Marines off Kuwait's shores. This tactic alone would result in the worst man-made environmental catastrophe in history. According to British intelligence sources, behind the obstacle belt of oil and napalm-filled ditches, designed to slow down or stop American armor, are Iraqi infantry, dug into deep trenches reinforced with concrete-coated wire mesh. This first echelon of Iraqi forces is intended to further slow attacking troops. A second echelon, according to the British sources, is strung out in a line that starts south of Kuwait City and extends west-northwest to the Kuwaiti border with Iraq and extends for some distance into Iraq itself. This second echelon consists of highly mobile mechanized armored units and is designed to penetrate and disrupt the attacking forces. A third echelon consists of a cluster of heavily armored units north of Kuwait City. It is intended to be used in a counterattack. Finally, further north and on both sides of the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border is a large reserve force, according to the British sources. It is intended as Iraq's primary force to defend the Iraqi homeland in the event that all of the other defensive lines fail. Face wall of fire in the obstacle belt ditches, which are filled with the drums of napalm and will be flowing with crude oil. The Iraqis will touch off a wall of fire by remote control. This will destroy the effectiveness of American Abrams M1 tanks' target acquisition radar, which cannot penetrate flames and smoke. It also provides a killing zone for Iraqi artillery, which is in place behind Iraq's first echelon of troops. Iraqi forces have also deployed hundreds of fortified artillery pieces, ranging from 81mm mortars to an awesome array of at least 300 155mm howitzers. The howitzers, which were largely responsible for decimating Iranian infantry and armor during the 8-year Iran-Iraq War, are the best in the world. New type weapon. Iraq has also developed, with German and U.S. technology, a new type of high-explosive weapon, which, according to Pentagon officials, is capable of delivering a blast similar to a small nuclear explosion over an area several miles wide. Known as a fuel-air explosive, or FAE, it would be particularly effective against air bases, oil fields, or troops in open terrain. The bomb or missile warhead contains either propane gas or ethylene oxide. An initial explosion disperses the gas in the air, and a second, time-delayed detonation ignites the mixture of fuel and air, creating a huge fireball and shock wave. Iraq reportedly can deliver the FAEs by aircraft-carried bombs or guided missiles. U.S. forces will also face Iraq's probable use of poison gas weapons. The Iraqis are known to have blistering agent-type gases, as well as the more deadly nerve gases. It is questionable if U.S. troops have adequate protective wear to counter such weapons, which the Iraqis can deliver either by guided missile or aircraft bombs. Few military experts would disagree that American forces, primarily due to vastly superior air and naval power, will win a confrontation with Iraq. They will also not disagree that such a victory will not be without high cost. As Iraq's brutal leader, President Saddam Hussein, has said, "We are not Panama." End of quote. I have already discussed, at length, the types of cannon capability and missile power Iraq has ready and aimed. I have also told you that state-of-the-art Soviet surveillance and intercept equipment is available and aimed. You cannot have air supremacy. Further, all of these above-named weapons can be launched to anywhere in the area at pinpoint accuracy, including chemical and atomic, to over 5,000 miles from origin. Your world is in serious trouble. Grab for power. This, too, is a reminder of something upon which I wrote extensively in prior segments, so I shall only briefly remind you and ask that you follow up for self. You cannot, as Americans, understand that which is happening, and you stand strong for that which you have been told, afraid to speak out and appear bigoted or against anything regardless of how heinous the actions. Why? Because you are at the point of open warfare in the form of psychopolitical actions called brainwashing, and the citizens of a government run by robotoid humanoids programmed to do exactly that which they are doing. You have never gotten a real answer as to why you are in Saudi Arabia. You get much and idealistic doublespeak, but no reasons for the reasons are totally unacceptable to you, in concept, but, as time goes on and the brainwashing lies continue, you take sides and come forth in favor of patriotism as conceived by the elite and push into war. Why? Because the Global Plan 2000 is closing the loop around the world's neck. You are just now looking at the possibilities that some of the ones you considered your best friends are your deadly enemies. The two major malefactors in an American war with Iraq, Israel and the Soviet Union, are already reaping incredible rewards right from you the people. Israel will pick up at least another $15 billion and you are giving to the Soviet Union as rapidly as it can be handed out. They, further, have explicit plans in place for seizing the oil-rich Middle East for themselves, and they actually love Saddam Hussein and will fully share with him after he locks in the winner number. Israel, Palestine, is no friend. Israel, in cooperation with the Soviet Union, is positioning itself to seize the great Saudi Arabian oil fields in the aftermath of this bloody confrontation, which the Israelis were totally prepared to ignite themselves if it had become necessary. They always have at least 4 alternative plans for any accomplished goal. You see, a few well-placed fires and detonations has brought the world to defend Israel and offer money and magic weapons and ad nauseam you bite on it like the starving dogs to a bone. Let there be no mistake about it, the Israelis of Palestine are not friends of the United States and have no qualms about killing young American servicemen. They have displayed their treachery on 2 glaring occasions in recent history at which you can look and see for self. During the Six-Day War of 1967, Israeli air and naval forces knowingly attacked the American reconnaissance ship, the USS Liberty, in international waters. 34 American sailors were sent to their graves and more than 100 others were injured and maimed after being bombed, machine-gunned, torpedoed and napalmed. Perhaps the segment I wrote on this subject should be included herein. Israeli gunners even shot up their life rafts. You must refresh your memories or find out facts, for most of you were not looking or hearing other than the ball games and mist of the event. The treachery of these ones continued and proof came forth that the Mossad bosses all knew of and participated in the barracks bombing of the U.S. Marines in Beirut. That was in October of 1983. Surely you can remember that little news item. But nothing was done in either event even after facts were proven to pinpoint these ones and even after full disclosure admission of both. Dear ones, the USA nation and families, friends, and lovers lost 241 young American Marines who were simply blown away. Why? To harm U.S. Arab relations and thus move one step closer to this very day. I also told you that the Mossad has an active spy operation, known as L, in place in America to steal U.S. secrets and create clandestine activities which appear to be acts of others, depending upon who is the target for voiding. Easy to start war. Remember the scenario which I asked you to envision? This is only one of several already planned and prepared for action. Let us say a group of Palestinian or Iraqi terrorists, or a group posing as Palestinian terrorists, crosses into Israel from Jordan and perpetrates some terrorist act in Israel. The Israelis react by invading Jordan to attack the terrorist camps. Iraqi President Saddam Hussein moves to aid Jordan, and the U.S. reacts by moving against Iraq from Saudi Arabia. While U.S. forces are pinned down by Iraqi defenses along the Saudi-Kuwaiti border, Israeli armored forces plunge through Jordan and deep into Saudi Arabia from the west, pushing ultimately to the sea. Meanwhile, U.S. forces are held back and severely mauled by Iraqi defenses, including their use of chemical and biological warfare weapons. America's current Arab allies on the front lines would quickly pull out of the fight, considering Israel's attack into Saudi Arabia a far worse danger than Iraq. Meanwhile, U.S. forces are being horribly cut up and burned up by Iraqi forces, who are still being supplied and trained by the Soviets. More than 3,000 advisors training Iraqis in the use of sophisticated Soviet-supplied weapons. Making matters even worse, America's supposed Arab allies, such as Egypt and Syria, defect from the multinational force, which they will as soon as they see the scenario unfolding, due to the Israeli intrusion. The Soviets now have several options or windows of opportunity. As weak as the Soviet Union is internally, or so you think, its army is still numerically superior to the remaining Western forces in all of Europe. They have never ceased arms buildup or military troops increasing. The Soviets no longer need to consider any danger from the NATO forces, for you dismantled NATO by taking all your people to Saudi Arabia along with armor and weapons. The Soviets have non-aggression pacts and various peace pacts signed with European NATO countries, particularly Germany and France. Shudder now, for it gets worse and worse. The Soviets now have freedom to move against Iran and its rich oil fields, which they have long coveted. Or, they could treacherously attack Iraq from the rear, seizing Iraqi and possibly the Kuwaiti disputed oil fields, but they don't need to do that because they are already in control from within. Just as within the US they have governmental control and a defenseless nation which is only left the need to occupy in some manner through your own police departments now trained by the Soviets in methods and allegiance. This scenario might end with Israel and the Soviet Union sharing the great Middle East oil fields. The American army is effectively destroyed, and the Soviets win their ultimate victory in their decades-long struggle with the United States, without firing a shot in anger at US forces. In fact, all the while they will have been collecting mammoth sums of money and assistance. Israel realizes the Zionist dream of Eretz Yisrael, with a hammer lock on the Western world's major producing oil reserves. The Soviets, already the world's largest oil producer, realize even greater fortunes and monopolistic power from Middle East oil and achieve their long-sought desire to be linked by land to the Persian Gulf. And the US, its military wrecked in the Middle East, its economy in a shambles, and its major source of badly needed foreign oil cut off, is no longer a major world power. Congress, completely dominated by the Israeli lobby, is already in place and online and will not raise so much as a whimper in protest, just as they are continually doing before your eyes. The president, already on their side and controlled by Henry Kissinger and his henchmen, won't so much as challenge the resulting status quo. He will simply go on the airwaves with his lips and you will bow and scrape at his feet on some pretext or another. Then the ultimate, the media will actually discount all costs and deaths and will congratulate Israel on its stunning victory. The scenario is to be coordinated with a terrorist campaign within your country. It will have a mortal effect on the US dollar, spelling the end of America's leading role in the world's financial community, and economic and civil chaos will reign supreme. But, as it comes down around you, the president will invoke all executive orders in line with national emergencies of all sorts, and you will come into total enslavement, without recourse. If you still miss the point, wait up. It is intended that you, the American taxpayer, will also be forced to pay foreign aid to rebuild the devastated nations in the Middle East. You had better look at the scenario, for these are the shoes which will go upon your feet in America for the times to come, planned, orchestrated and underway. Fear bringer hate on? Accept it any way you choose and deny it if you will, but, in so doing, you only close the final door upon self and nation. It is in your choice. I but bring the truth as laid forth on the planning tables already drawn and the action underway. My only service is unto Holy Father God of source, truth bringer, and way shower to prepare a place for the highest of the heavenly realms to come. I, further, am assigned to bring a remnant through the time of chaos and into survival and rebuilding in transition. No more and no less. No one has to listen nor believe. Ours is to put the truth to historical record. Yours, each, is to do that which you will. Amen. Dharma, close this, for with the material added as requested, we shall overflow our length limitations. One last thought: if you ones would cease and desist scattering yellow ribbons about the trees in memory of your dead children and begin to attend unto God in petition with intent of proper cause, you would find miracles happening, dearly beloved. Will you do it? Probably not, for you are too busy denying God. Support your troops. If you had not allowed their being sent to that foreign death field, you would support them in your arms and hearts, alive and living their lives with loved ones. Yellow is not the color of God's army. Yellow is the color of chosen cowardice and surrender unto that cowardice. So be it, and Selah. I ask that you ponder these things, for the time is indeed short. Bless every gifted day, for there are few remaining in a world as you knew it to be. The cycle is all but full and the hourglass run out. I salute you, who will hear and see and give God a chance to be heard. I am in your service. Jai Orgo Series Haton, Commander United Federation Fleet. Intergalactic Federation Command. Who might you be? Chapter 27. Rec number 2 Haton. Thursday, January 24, 1991, 10:28 a.m. Year 4 Day 164. Today's watch. As the flood of material confirmation pours back upon you, it becomes difficult to cover it all in sequence, for one thing means much to one and something else unto another. We shall simply deal with attention-getting variety. Please note that the media presenters of current events are now in rebellion at the fixed and fabricated news and the controls placed upon freedom of speech and press. Heed their call to you, the people, for help in this fiasco of conjured and deceitful misinformation flowing through the airwaves. Dharma. There are some other things which have flowed through which should now be put forth to the public, who will take time and effort to read the material. Go through and print the material for internal use regarding what the Fourth Estate is saying about air and space. Quote. Spy satellite could be best Iraqi war tool. A radar spy satellite capable of seeing through cloud cover and penetrating the top few feet of the Iraqi desert may be the best bet for locating hidden Scud missile launchers that threaten Israel and Saudi Arabia, a space expert said. The UPI reports that William Burroughs, author of Deep Black, Space Espionage, and National Security, said Friday only one such lacrosse satellite is known to be in orbit, and it only passes over the Middle East every few days. The story quotes Burroughs as saying radar is their only bet if there's a cloud cover. The problem is, they've got one satellite and it comes over every couple of days. The story further quotes Burroughs, everybody's always known trying to find cruise missiles and mobile missiles was going to be very difficult. And it's turning out to be very difficult. That's the nature of the game. This guy has come up with a camouflage system to try and thwart our satellites, and that is something we have lived with since the dawn of the space age. The story says that among the arsenal of observation equipment the US has brought to bear on the Iraqi war are photo reconnaissance satellites equipped with large mirrors and infrared sensors, extremely advanced optical telescopes believed capable of photographing objects as small as 3 inches across, radar satellites capable of piercing up to 10 feet into the desert sands, electrical signal interception satellites capable of eavesdropping, and missile plume detector satellites capable of observing the launch of rockets. End of quoting from this document. That which is relative to the arsenal of observation equipment is confirmation in its most blatant, but unsuspecting, form. I have told you repeatedly about the seriousness of launching and maintaining the appropriate satellite equipment. This whole scenario happening in the Middle East proves to all that the satellites having been launched are not functional, therefore you now have confirmation that the Russians took them out. You don't know where Saddam has his missiles. The top players in this game may all be in some semblance of cahoots, but allow me to remind you that, through blackmail and double-crossing, the players are dead set on making the other side quite literally dead. And now I am going to require that you pay attention to that which Israel demands of you, the people, this day. Again, I shall first ask that you type the information from the document, Dharma, and then we can analyze it a bit more in depth. This transmission was interrupted at this point. The document referred to indicated that Israel has requested an additional grant of $15 billion from the US plus $8 billion from other members of the coalition. Rec number 1 Haton. Sunday, January 27, 1991, 9:30 a.m. Year 4 Day 164. Today's watch. Haton present in light, Dharma, thank you. Firstly, my direct and urgent request is that you do nothing which prevents monitoring that which you call Super Bowl. There is a large incident planned to bring attention to just how vulnerable US citizens actually are in this game of pawns. It will not be an Iraqi incident. There are in-house factions efforting to prevent an incident, and at this moment the point of incident is not within the bowl itself. There is a large alien community in Miami, and yet, the terrorists are of your own citizenry. Paid mercenary terrorists, I believe you call them. At any rate, your task is to monitor this afternoon, please. The point of the incident is, at this time, not to damage too many people but rather to unify the non-thinking masses into fury and outrage. There are carefully placed rabble-rousers in appropriate locations to incite riot and mass hysteria. It is a Mossad-led and structured incident and will be well structured with massive cover-up facade already well in place. It does require large numbers of security agents and personnel to cooperate, and hence the problems for these ones are coming from the American goodly people. Oberly, allow this document to follow on immediately adjacent to the writing begun on the 24th. I do want it correctly dated, however, for I am giving information which I want noted as to dateline, Sunday, January 27, 91. War on oil spill. How do you have a military action against an oil spill? That is what Cheney tells you this day. We have taken military action against the oil spill deliberately perpetrated by Saddam Hussein. Further, why would there be an Allied action regarding same? Because the Allies caused the oil spill and it has backfired. The heinous act was done to bring more backing from the Saudis, in both backing by means of morale and financing. It is a direct action of the Israeli Mossad, and you ones had better start listening to truth as it seeps through. There are clues to learning truth, and then, await leaks of information through underground routing. Now, you can simply take my word that we monitor every incident through a magnifying glass even prior to action. Ours is to monitor planning. Clues. Oh yes, the mouths are telling you exactly that which has been done. Always look for the denials, for no reason, and the cover-up actions and pronouncements. Firstly, we must do all to keep the oil from the water reclamation facilities, and booms are already in place, and somehow anticipation of need was present for many months now. Next, the CBS crew is missing for several days as they headed for the Kuwaiti border. They knew the actions were planned and that they would be restricted from bringing you the truth. The media reporters are completely boggled by the restrictions on the news and confused by the happenings at your own hands. Next, listen to the pronouncements being made regarding the oil. The Allies had nothing to do with this oil spill. I repeat, the Allies had nothing to do with this oil spill. This, from your General Schwarzkopf. Next, they tell you that it has been decided that in spite of all other expectations, it will now require a ground assault to rout the Iraqis from Kuwait. Schwarzkopf further states that the oil will make no difference in assault from the sea. Yes, it will, because the Iraqis will have that crude oil detonated and aflame with a nice air/fuel missile. What happened was that the bombing raids of the past weeks hit several filled tankers locked in offshore in the Gulf. Then by bombing them along with the loading docks, you have released these mammoth quantities of devastating tar into the water supply, destroying untold quantities of fish and wildlife of all types. It is good politics to blame Iraq, but the important fact overlooked is that you cannot fool God and Mother Nature. Remember the old saw, it is not nice to try and fool Mother Nature? When the Israeli Zionists tell the world that we have our methods and ways of retaliation, they mean it. But they take any and all dastardly means they choose. Further, is this the way you go about saving a nation? America, what are you doing? Another clue, the Americans are sending a crew of environmentalists to see what can be done about the oil spill. Why? Because too many of your allies know that you caused it? Listen again to what Schwarzkopf tells you, for he gives you the exact date and hour of the incident. By the way, the Iraqis also gave you the exact date and hour that you did it, and said at the time and all the while since that they had nothing to do with the oil spill, that you had bombed the ships and the dock. Your world is at self-destruct, citizens of Earth who will see and hear? You had best watch Russia with the magnifying glass, for your government is now telling you of the danger recurring from them and the loss of power of that good old ally Gorbachev. The Soviet Union is under total control as in the bad old days, and they are out to get you, and they are openly telling you so, if you could but get the news through your own censors. But news leaks through if you listen and watch carefully through the eye/ear deep sludge of you know what. Remember the death ray I described prior to this? Let us speak again about that death ray. There are two sides to such weapons, not the least of which is that if misdirected it will blind your own troops, and yes, your military nitwits fully plan to use this murderous weapon, which is 1,000-fold worse than chemicals, very soon. Poor Arab infantrymen on both sides, their first look at advancing American troops will prove the last one. Behind a smoke screen of denials, the U.S. Army has begun deploying against Iraq the first working, hopefully, ones of the dreaded secret weapon, a portable laser beam that will destroy the eyesight of ground troops, enemy or ally. The Pentagon has repeatedly denied that it was even experimenting with a battlefield laser system that blinds people. But it is now openly touted that there has been a crash program to perfect such a weapon, and now it is available and deployed, and thusly the ground war can begin. Are any of you feeling a bit sick at this point? God weeps, dear friends, for you are in deep trouble. Your beloved ones have no notion about these weapons and are totally untrained in the use thereof, giving you further proof of the intent to rid the earth of your troops' presence upon the planet. The laser gun sweeps advancing enemy troops and all in the adjacent path with a beam intense enough to puncture and destroy their eyeballs even when they are not looking directly at the light source. Defense Advanced Research Projects, DARPA, the Pentagon's leading science unit, has announced that the first trial testing is deployed. This toy, codenamed Project AOK, Army Optical Countermeasures has a nice portable laser unit that would easily fit into your ordinary station wagon and not be noticed, report senior Army scientists. The research is classified several grades above top secret with threat of death warnings against disclosure. Therefore, disclosure of public nature has been a while in leaking out. This toy is called the Death Ray Laser and it has now gone to war. Since 1987 this has been your most funded, crash project in hopes of beating the enemy to the goodies. Oops. Didn't work. Russia has already perfected this little Death Ray Laser and your enemy already has it. You see, beloved ones, you continually miss the point of this war. It is not to conserve life, it is to annihilate all personnel who might get in the way of the elite plan for world domination, and you start with massive annihilation of the troops who could defend against attack. Let us look at the mechanism of this weapon. It is made to incinerate a human eye. A high-frequency laser gun pulsing 10 joules of beam power 100 times per second will incinerate a human eye, I can assure you. A joule is a term used to quantify energy. 1 joule equals 10 million ergs. 10 joules equals the work required to accelerate a quarter-pound weight to 100 feet per second. This is for information for you who may not know or understand a joule. This new solid-state compact power generator for the battlefield laser can now be taken into combat on an ordinary little army jeep and, of course, in helicopters. Let us look at what your beloved congressional, oh yes, Congress knows, at least the ones in Congress who are controlled by Zionists, staffers say about this machinery. They want this inhuman and terrifying weapon to hit the enemy with the force of a shattering surprise. There are psychological and psychopolitical studies indicating that the sudden terror of losing one's eyesight will panic troops more quickly than the deadliest gunfire or chemical weapon. The fact that battlefield use of a blinding laser beam is in violation of international treaties on the conduct of military operations is beside the point. Of course, for violations of such treaties are only valid as objections against your enemy, it would appear. Oh, but we would have heard about it if it were true. No, you would not have heard about it, for who would tell you? A fact or two right here might be appropriate. A 30-second anti-war commercial paid for by the Military Family Support Network has been refused for airing by all the major networks and by all cable news networks. The ones involved in the filming have been refused interviews or further discussion regarding the matter. How free do you really feel? How about troops and rights and Panama? Managed war? Try this one on for short point. President Bush has still not issued an executive order designating Panama as a combat zone during Operation Just Cause, nor to officially oust Noriega. By refusing to recognize Panama as a combat zone, Bush is denying the troops who fought there the rights and benefits bestowed on combat veterans, including U.S. citizenship for foreign nationals who fought for the U.S., exempting troops pay from income tax for the time served in which they served in a combat zone, and numerous others I will leave you to research. And, yes, there are prisoners of war from your U.S. ranks in Vietnam and Korean POWs in Korea and in Russia. But not to worry, for the good old representative who runs your government's drug business in that sector was just sent as a special ambassador to represent the U.S. to Jordan. That would be Richard Armitage. I suggest you get Bogrid's book, which will tell you all about this criminal in your system. Do you suppose he is looking out after the drug rights of the U.S. in the Middle East? Some of the best hashish and now, cocaine, not to mention opium, comes right from the Middle East. Oh, you want home news, and what about terrorists? Before we cover that subject, we are going to talk about casualties in attack on Baghdad. Your Western news sources tell you that there is only bombing of military targets, etc. Strange things, now proven, that before 2 p.m. local time on January 17th, there had been a minimum of 15,000 to 20,000 casualties in the attack by the United States of civilians. Now hold your breath, the western region of Iraq was attacked by Israeli jets flying through the Syrian airspace. In the occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip, the Israeli forces had, in addition, shot and killed at least 100 Palestinians in the early hours of January 17th. Israeli military commanders clamped a total curfew on those areas. All Arab residents are confined to their houses, and violators are shot and killed without hesitation. You who want to prove this can find out by watching the Oprah Winfrey show of some 3 days ago, when a relative of a West Bank person said these ones aren't even allowed out for food or water. This, dear ones, qualifies as one of the biggest massacres of Palestinians in the blood-soaked history of the Israeli occupation, and you are going to give the murderers another $15 billion in money and already pay for all the military and patriots in the area. Saddam Hussein was surprised. He was definitely surprised by the attack because the Mossad working within Baghdad misled him. He had been told that Israel would not be involved in the early attack and that the initial strike would not take place until the 19th. Oh, are you getting nervous that this war is rigged and set up and all sides, except you, are in the know? Yes, that is exactly that which is happening right before your blinded eyes and deafened ears. So be it, I have tried to alert you and you simply shoot at my scribes and publishers. So be it, indeed. The background on this incredible coup for the Trilateral Commission and the Zionists goes back all the way into the late 1950s, and you would know all this if you had read the journals when Iraqi General Karim Qasem seized power from King Faisal. Qasem expelled 16,000 Jewish citizens of Iraq. When Saddam launched his war against Iran in 1980, at the urging of the United States, he was told by U.S. officials that he would win U.S. support only if he readmitted those expelled 22 years earlier, which he did. It was from this group that Saddam formed an intelligence network, which purposely misled him about the date of the planned attack and the Israeli participation. You see, it ends up, dear friends, that Saddam is the one showing restraint in not totally destroying Israel in retaliation, not dear, Sweet Shamir. Truth hurts a bit, perhaps. Now back to the terrorists. Yes, you will be seeing a lot of terrorism again, mostly set up and orchestrated right through your own system with instructions by Mossad trainers for most beauteous impact on your senses. Why? To allow for the next step in counter-terrorist strategy set up by your administration, the so-called decapitation strikes that is, the assassination of foreign leaders who support or encourage anti-US violence. This will be spearheaded by the Bush administration's counter-terrorists. You see, this is why all the denials that you are out to kill Saddam. There is an international law against assassination of the enemy leader. There is no law against assassination of terrorist leaders. Under a secret, always secret, White House contingency plan, small U.S. commando teams will follow the tactics of Israel's notorious hit squads to immobilize officials for murder, key figures linked to Middle Eastern violence and war in general. But you must remember, Saddam is not a target for you. Must have the man alive lest the war fold. So your great protectors are protecting none other than Saddam Hussein to keep him nicely alive and well. If you are under the delusion that a major government could not order its soldiers to stage terrorist raids in an attempt to preempt similar attacks from abroad, let me assure you that that is exactly what Israel has done for decades. The result, it ended up as a pariah among nations, a despised criminal state, torn by compulsive violence. Sauce for the goose and the gander. Your government is secretly aiding and abetting the same terrorist tactics that is condemned in public. State-of-the-art security technology offers you the best weapons against alien saboteurs and raiders, not murder missions, and the Pentagon is up to its neck in the show and tell. You have every type of surveillance technology available to keep tabs on, and command through, the terrorists. As an example, today's hidden microphones are multifunctional powered by micro-mini lithium cells. They transmit in encrypted bursts, making interception or interference just about impossible. We have this technology attached to this very location in several places, to the computer, the answering machine, even the light switches. I don't mean that we place the devices, I mean that everything in this location is monitored by several sources. We simply are not in any way involved in subversive nor anti-anything activities. We just bring the truth and lay it out for you and suggest you go get the proof, for it will be found available in proper resource material. We do try to slow up the flow back to source so as to assure as much safety as possible. The Big Ear. At Fort Meade, Maryland, and elsewhere, but this installation is most visible, the giant satellite dishes and supercomputers of the National Security Agency routinely listen in on the phone calls and message traffic of every foreign diplomatic and commercial outpost in America. Another advancing technology, known as access control encryption, ACE, has revolutionized building security procedures. To control admission to a protected facility, employees are issued cards that contain a sub-miniature, wafer-thin lithium battery. Looking like the usual credit cards, these plastic devices function like tiny security computers. It is just about impossible to use them in any manner that is not specifically authorized. But, you must know something disquieting. Even though these security devices are available and working in key areas, bureaucratic infighting, political interference and the ubiquitous influence of Israeli counter-terrorist advisors has halted the progress of such devices. You are no safer today. You are no better protected today than a decade ago. All the increased intelligence and security is simply hoopla to aid the psychopolitical propaganda. There is a new instrument for screening baggage and passengers. It combines so-called molecular interrogation with an artificial intelligence computer, but it is not being made available until at least 1993. It is a part of the planned control of the masses after the population comes under government and police control. So, will you have terrorism? Indeed you will. Odds and ends. For you who might be concerned about the welfare of the Bush boys, please relax. Bill Walters, Neil Bush's partner in the failed Silverado SNL, deposited over $20 million in a British offshore bank before filing for bankruptcy. He defaulted on $100 million in loans from that failed Denver thrift. Oh well, it is only costing you the people a bit over $1 billion for that one little slip up, but rest well, for Neil will split that little nest egg at least 50-50. It is your own fault. They will tell you it must be your fault that all these institutions have failed, for you are the ones paying the debt. No wonder they are wealthy and you are not. Far West Savings ranks among the largest thrifts in Southern California. It is owned by the fabulously wealthy Canadian Bellsberg brothers. We have written extensively about these brothers. Good old USA taxpayers over $500 million this failure will cost you, but the Bellsbergs won't pay a dime. And what of Columbia Savings? Now the great pretenders are suggesting open-ended funding for these failures because there is no way to begin to estimate costs involved. Is gun control a serious matter? Of course it is. Your gun which is controlled. A Los Angeles man was convicted of selling over 1,000 guns illegally to gang members, guns that showed up at numerous crime scenes, no way to count the unfound ones, and he was given a year's sentence with time off for incarceration prior to conviction and a portion of the sentence allocated to probation. The gangs and young drug dealers have been intentionally armed for political purposes, and, when the arm of force comes down, there will be the bloodiest battle in your streets with the children's blood running in the gutters. Several minority groups, but most especially the blacks, will lose a whole generation to the drug/gang wars and the military operations underway. And why did Congress claim to vote for war? They claim it was a vote for peace. The only way to prevent war is to force Saddam to realize we are prepared for war, the resolution reads. Oops, guess they overlooked something, again. They also claim that, we don't want to undermine the foundation of the New World Order. Peace. New World Order? Now, You shall never again have either. Israel/China get ready. Ideology, especially false ideology for public consumption, is easily conquered by money deals. When it comes to making money, the government of Israel never lets a little ideology interfere. So it is that Red China has taken Iran's place as the Mideast Ministate's most important clandestine arms customer. Sweat, remember what I have told you about the ending and China? This comes even as Israel protests the sale of Chinese ballistic missiles to Saudi Arabia, coupled with threats to destroy the missiles unless they are removed. That threat is currently being held in abeyance pending the outcome of President Bush's military adventures in the region, aided and abetted by Israel's direct, but secret, involvement. The absence of diplomatic relations between Red China and Israel has been no bar to an export business that has been worth billions of dollars to the Zionist state over the past few years. It has even assisted in keeping the operation undercover. There are over 100 joint ventures with the giant Asian dictatorship now under negotiation and/or underway and functional, from agriculture to textiles and chemicals. The Reds are most anxious to benefit from Israel's scientific expertise, and just where does Israel get its money for these expenditures and all this technical expertise? I thought you might incite better understanding if we point out from your pocketbook. Third parties. Business has been previously conducted almost exclusively through third parties based in Hong Kong, Singapore, and Western Europe. Dummy companies and cutouts would be set up to handle the paperwork, and Jews with foreign passports would be used to travel to Red China for meetings with government officials. Hundreds of Israeli technicians are working in Red China at all times. Even telephone links, set up 2 years ago without any press notice from either Peking or Tel Aviv, are available to ease contacts and reduce the need for Hong Kong offices of Israeli trading companies. Check on it, Americus Saul Eisenberg, a multimillionaire whose specialty is arms, and David Buxbaum, a Canton-based American commercial lawyer, are two of the very biggest names in Israeli Red-Chinese trade. However, the most well-known regular travelers and business personalities are, of course, Henry Kissinger, Eagleburger and Scowcroft. Israel's expertise lay in upgrading outdated weapons, just what the People's Liberation Army needed. Subsequently, the Israelis agreed to upgrade Red China Soviet-made T-69 tanks with a 105mm gun originally manufactured by the state-owned Israel Military Industries, IMI, under license from the British Royal Ordnance Factory. More help. Other updates done for the Red Chinese include night fighting devices, laser sights, fire control systems, and new add-on armor protection. The provision by Israel of tungsten-headed shells capable of penetrating the frontal armor of Soviet T-72 tanks also comes into the picture. By the way, America, these are now on all the tanks which are hidden across your southern border in Mexico, poised and waiting orders to move into the U.S. The Israelis have also sold the Red Chinese Armed Forces 60mm hypervelocity gun suitable for mounting on armored vehicles or for towing. These, too, are tucked away in the Mexican border installations. Strange thing here, there was a cancelled Israeli contract in which IAI, Israel Aircraft Industries, a state-owned conglomerate, received multi-millions of dollars from you. U.S. taxpayers, wherein you poured the funds in like water to the Lavi project before cancellation. And now, following cancellation, this same IAI is in joint venture, with that technology and equipment, with Red China to finish developing a new and incredibly advanced combat aircraft. Lavi is the project label. More by the way, Yitzhak Rabin, former Israeli defense minister, cooperated in the field of ground-to-ground missiles, an advanced version of the CSS-2 intermediate-range missile Red China recently delivered to Saudi Arabia. Proof. You want proof? Well, read on and you will certainly get some confirmation of possibilities. Red China actually got in trouble with its clandestine trading partner just months ago when it copied the famous Israeli Uzi machine gun without license or permission from Israel. Then the colors showed through in transforming brilliance. They sued the Red Chinese dealer, Norinco, the giant arms maker charged with the Uzi no-no. The funny part? Norinco is Israel's principal partner in the defense and weapons sector. Both parties seem to be thriving on this new love affair, and, in the meanwhile, the Southern Army in Mexico is being well outfitted at your own expense, cycled, of course, through all this direct aid to Israel. Dharma, go please, as we move on towards time for the pre-game broadcasts, and I want you there from beginning to end, for the intent is now changing every 10 minutes as last-minute plans are being thwarted and alternatives inserted. I shall be very busy for a while, so we'll keep frequency silence unless summoned. Thank you, Keela. You may as well go enjoy the ball game. Hayton to standby status. Salom. Chapter 28. Rec number 1. Hayton. Monday, January 28, 1991, 9:19 a.m. Year 4, Day 165. Today's watch. Hayton present and very happy, indeed, to be finding all of you still present and accounted for. Let me tell you what to look for in yesterday's planning, which will give you confirmation of truth of planned events which did not come off for various and sundry reasons. The original plans for Super Sunday events began to fold when the key boat which would launch a missile into the area of the Tampa Bowl was discovered quite accidentally. First I will have to give you the plans, and then it will make more sense as to that which didn't happen. From onset of planning for events there was disagreement among the powers that be. As a portion of confirmation you can know there were plans because at least 2 decoy helicopters identical to the one in which the Bushes arrived back in Washington from their refuel trip to Camp David, were utilized, fooling everyone awaiting their arrival. Firstly, there is so incredibly much money exchanged and riding on the outcome of the Super Bowl from betting that it was decided that the game would not be interrupted in the bowl itself or until after the score would be decided. This was in deference to your criminal community. But, there was to be an incident of near miss during the halftime with all the children present on the field. A most unwilling Iraqi person would be given a dud bomb and dropped by rental plane with parachute, which would not open, onto the field. This person would come equipped with proof of nationality. This plot was uncovered, and since the purpose was for international attention, the halftime activities were thwarted by being recorded and not shown as live broadcast. So, no point in running the risk of being caught in the subterfuge. Please note, you home viewers, that you did not see the halftime as it happened but only after the news filled the airwaves. The live presentation did not return to the bowl until the participants were almost gone from the field. An alternative plan was to lob a missile into Tampa Bay from offshore. The boat in point, with missile, would originate mysteriously somewhere around Cuba, in order to involve the Cubans by circumstantial evidence. Then the missile would be launched from a Coast Guard boat which would be accepted as patrolling for terrorists. However, the boat was noted as not being one of the local surveillance fleet and stopped for interrogation. All that was found aboard were some nice CIA agents, running a secret mission of seek, search and lie. Now, the thing that saved the day was that this incident was reported and, since there were also Israeli nationals aboard, the fear of discovery became a real point in question. If, indeed, an horrific incident was perpetrated and the Mossad/CIA were caught dead to rights, it would destroy all future terrorist actions. So, in the delay awaiting the game ending, the terrorist plans were discovered and the plan had to be dismantled. The boat was delayed in the interrogation and checking to the point the time of planned incident passed. It was all nicely tied in with the foreign elements in Miami so as to ensure connection with the Iraqi terrorists. The whole thing is preposterous, for the Iranians are correct, the whole bunch of hoodlums are involved in the plot to ensure one world control. You ones might well watch 60 Minutes again, wherein the former Iraqi prisoners released to Iran in the recent agreement, spoke. Even the physician in charge and the recovering prisoners can't wait to heal to get to war against the U.S. There were several, including the physician/surgeon, who knew there was collusion between Saddam and the U.S. but blamed the U.S. for the entire aggression. It is not love of Hussein - it is deadly hate of the U.S. In addition, you had best watch the Russians moment by moment. They are getting ready to do you in. Your leaders are going to get some smiles for the press and some very explicit instructions for or else management of the circumstance in which you find selves. Humanoid robotoid/RNA, DNA doubles, genetic. George asks me to comment a bit more on this subject for his group meeting in Florida. I have already written sufficiently most recently, regarding how the doubles are created from holographic projection and DNA cellular reproduction. Please do not ask Dharma to spend time in repetition. With some 14 of you reading this material daily, surely at least one of you can locate the writing bearing this information. If not, sick. I will, however, tell you when the Bolshevik use of these doubles became mandatory and proliferation blossomed. Now, in addition, you always desire speaking of the little gray aliens. Okay, get ready, for this is where from came the technology for reproduction of the robotoids. It is not like the projections the UFO crowd pronounce, nor are the secret Majestic 12 uncoverings truthful. The documents are total fabrication. When I tell you that the problem of little gray aliens on your place is not coming this day from the cosmos, believe it. It is the evil on your own placement now locked into your Earth density, which is your problem. Your immediate perpetrators and expressionists are the Zionists in disbursement throughout the governments and financial communities, along with, of course, the scientific community. Any more recently transported little gray aliens which are seen regularly and reported by ones who see them and cannot be denied, are mostly reproductions. You are watching the very duplicates made functional by Satan himself come to, what appears, life. It is not the same kind of life given through Creator in soul gifting. Satan cannot create, he can only utilize material, manifested, physical matter. Therefore, know that he can reproduce replicas ad nauseum from genetic blueprints and programming, but he still only has robotoids, and robotoids continually give him a great deal of trouble, for they are easily identified once people realize there is such a thing. It is the ignorance of the fact of it that keeps the secret secure. You witness, say, Mr. Bush acting in a such and such manner and looking particularly young, then over the weekend he is changed and appears either more youthful or older, but definitely different. You simply mark it up to a bad night's sleep or too much to think about or responsibility or any number of excuses for the change. Even your magazines and newspapers note the changes and simply comment on the incredible duplicity of the man. No, you are now encountering your 29th replica of George Bush. And with him must come a new Barbara Bush, lest the show be spoiled. These duplicates become weak in strain and, under stress, are incapacitated quite rapidly, as would be a growing organism placed in a stressed environment. Henry Kissinger is another one to watch closely. He is changed out frequently, also, for he bears the responsibility of orchestrating the plan for New World Order. So, if Kissinger is a biggie and is also robotoid, who is the puppet master? You guessed it. The Prince of Deceivers, himself. You were told that in the ending Satan would be given total rule over the planet, and you now have a very real entity deceiving you as a mass populace of the planet. Well, why don't you do something about it, you who claim to be of the light? We are bringing you truth just as fast as you will accept of it, for when you know and accept truth you will also be given to know how to counter that which is imitation of life. You who are creations of God's source are not imitations of life but experiencing fragments of the Creator's self. Satan's army is now landlocked. Unfortunately, it is on the same land upon which God's creations are also experiencing. So be it, for it is the schoolroom of soul progression. You are simply living out the prophecies as you perceive them to be. You see, Even the prophecies of one Nostradamus are coming into focus. The Mongol in the blue turban, let us say this represents the Hazar element of the Antichrist, with the flag colors of blue represented by the turban, which was the color, or flag, of identification in the ages past. The Soviet Union appeared to have been killed and is now to rise again more deadly than ever. Even the Pope of Rome is a duplicate playing the role of deceiver. But when did it become necessary to begin to bring doubles into public perfection? With the death of David Rockefeller. A little background. Well over a century ago, the United States of America began falling under the spell of Rockefeller power. Please see prior journals. Slowly at first, but then faster and faster, John D. Rockefeller, Sr. moved to the head of the line of America's robber barons. As the 19th century was well on its way, the Rockefellers were forming alliances with other powerful groups, not only in America but overseas. Through their influence on America's leaders, they began turning the United States away from the virtues extolled by George Washington and toward the vicious ways of Machiavelli. More than 90 years ago, the Spanish-American War broke out as the shadow of things to come. The war was brought about by the United States, not Spain. You ones are going to have to face the truth about the US and the power leaders, yet most Americans were lured into supporting America's acts of shame, just as today America began to trade national honor for prestige as a world power. In this way, the stage was being set for the 20th century. It was to be the century of oil politics, of war after war, each worse than the one before, and ever-expanding Rockefeller power. In all of this, the United States of America was to be no more than a springboard in the Rockefeller plan to finally control the whole world. And so, as Rockefeller power became ever more complete in America, your country's behavior became increasingly foreign to your own traditions and values. As a nation, you began to court your enemies while punishing your friends. The land of opportunity gradually was twisted into the land of regulations, and the original American concept of all men are equal in the sight of the law was gradually warped into the idea that all human beings have to be the same in all respects. Your value as individuals began fading from your own mind so that you might be molded more perfectly into a society of perfect slaves. Down through the years, millions of Americans have been alert enough to feel at least vaguely that something was wrong, but the real source and reason for all these disturbing trends was always kept hidden, and so there was no one to challenge or hinder the master program of Rockefeller conquest. In more recent years, America's drift toward nuclear war has also been more and more apparent, but here, too, Americans sat paralyzed as the Rockefeller planners dragged you closer and closer to the fire. For decades, most Americans fell into one of two groups. By far the larger group consisted of that great silent majority, so-called. They have been silent about Rockefeller power and intrigue because they did not know about it. The other main group, much smaller, has consisted of those who did know about the Rockefeller power and felt it was too great to be challenged. Down through the years, only scattered individuals have both known the truth and dared to actively oppose what was happening to America, and they were easy to isolate and neutralize in various ways. But then, for the first time in a century, the situation was changed. Almost overnight, the centralized control of the worldwide power of the four Rockefeller brothers of the third generation were no more. Please understand that I know that which I just wrote, please just accept that for now, and there was no one who could really fill their shoes. But the new gang of four, Brzezinski, Brown, Blumenthal, and Schlesinger, were eager to set themselves up as your undisputed rulers. Left to themselves, they would lead America into thermonuclear national suicide in their quest for total power. But their dreams of replacing the four Rockefeller brothers were insane, or so it would appear. What would they do, dear ones, when it would become known in the corridors of power worldwide that David Rockefeller was no more? Who would hold the intimate, private dinner gatherings with the powerful in the US and abroad by which David kept everyone on the same track? Who would take his place, giving word from on high on big policy shifts? Who would keep the Trilateral Commission, the Council of Foreign Relations, CFR, the Council of the Americas humming along in unison as he did? It had become as disastrous for your elite as if Saddam Hussein were removed from Iraq. The entire well-planned takeover was threatened unto death. Who would coordinate the actions of the top 200 industrial corporations and banks of the world as he did? Who would guide the policies of the Business Council or of the Business Roundtable as did David Rockefeller? Who would take his place in assigning tasks to his former private detective agency, the CIA? Who would decide the global issues that he did? And force unified action to implement those decisions? Brzezinski, Blumenthal, Brown, Schlesinger. It is in the nature of human people to form their own opinions about things if they are not forced to accept and implement certain policies. And so think of the free-for-all that would soon start developing behind the scenes on all sides. Within the industrial community, for example, honest differences of opinion would start cropping up as to how to handle new situations as they would arise. Without David Rockefeller to act as arbitrator, these differences would not just go away. Industrial leaders would begin to break up into factions built around different policies, but no faction would be able to impose its will on all the others as did David Rockefeller. And so, inevitably, that phenomenon which John D. Rockefeller, Sr. denounced as a sin would begin to rear its battered head. It is called competition. If you could avoid a suicidal disaster in nuclear war, the same thing would also begin happening in all other areas of life, in banking, in business, in politics, even in religion. A new freedom of independent thought could yet be reborn if war could be prevented, at that time in sequence, between Russia and the United States. Soon the inevitable internal conflict in the US would be getting underway. On one side there were the corporate socialists of the now headless Rockefeller cartel, on the other side there were the Bolshevik state socialists who were in control of the US government at the time. Right then the Rockefeller corporate socialist empire was still more powerful than the US government. If they woke up in time, they could put a stop to the Bolshevik plan which was then directed at them, and if the people also awakened, then the inevitable rebirth of competitive enterprise could lead gradually to a new era of freedom and prosperity in the West. By breaking their silence about recent events, the fourth generation of Rockefellers could help bring about the turn of events. As the conflict built up between the corporate socialists and the Bolsheviks, Jimmy Carter would be caught in the middle. Already he was racked by leukemia and by cancer in his head, in his intestines, and then in his lungs and bladder. If he did not die first, he would flee from the presidency under these pressures. When that would happen, you would be faced with a choice which you could not avoid. Carter's hasty departure from the presidency would be the first public sign that the rout of the Bolsheviks was beginning in America. At that point you would have to decide to do one of two things: to act, or not to act. If you decided to act to help save America from the Bolshevik nightmare, you would be choosing freedom, life, and the survival of Christianity. But if you decided to step back and do nothing, you would be casting your vote for Bolshevik control over America, and if you did that, you would be choosing slavery, death, and the satanic hell Bolshevism. Not perfected. At this time, understand, it was not possible to have genetic doubles as in holographic perfect duplicates, so the beginning of the deceit came in the form of doubles trained and simply playing a part as in a Hollywood drama. But it also meant that others had to be removed from the play lest they spill the truth, so you entered a time of murder beyond your imaginings, perpetrated at the hands of the highest leaders in your land. If you replaced Carter, you had to replace the family members who might tell and slash or render them totally useless as to function, and then remove them from natural appearing causes as in the case of brother, Billy. Security had to be increased to the point of no privacy for the players, for the truth would be found out instantly by friends, so almost total isolation was required. A lot of very famous Earth people made some most untimely transitions and dimensional changes in the wake of this one world plan. Science fiction? Call it what you will, but remember, truth is always far stranger than is fiction. Further, the mind can only conjure that to which it can relate, and that is truth. So be it. Change of subject to spacecraft. Dharma, we have to change topics at this point, for I need to respond to Wally regarding craft underbelly, for he is moving right along with the scripting for Sipapu. Just leave the information in the writing, for one's need to realize that our writings are only a portion of our work and they might well find the other tasks quite interesting. Dear Wally, your perceptions are accurate and your work superb, believable and acceptable to the viewers. Carry on. In response to the spokes facing inward or outward, I can clarify that easily. Further, just for your own information, and please do not try to justify it for this motion picture lest we confound the audiences by the sheer magnitude of the circumstance and slash or size of a mother craft. However, in a mothership itself, there will be many portals of entry and exit, so we must deal with that which can be visualized by the audience. In the smaller motherships, where we specifically consider details of physical apparatus, you will find a functioning mechanism which would work almost as a sea anemone. In the closed, or inward, station of the spokes, the light can be so concentrated as to laser project and remains folded into self as a hand which is closed. Then, as more surface, volume, of light projection is necessary for grasping, if you will, the digits open as does a lotus. The spokes extend and the extensions actually slide, so that which was representative of the end with the light force in the folded position, slides to the horizontal direction, and the opposing end becomes a more powerful frequency machine, or light projector, much as a pedal tip. In this manner the wider diameter will offer great diameter of light field, tunnel or path, and the inner focus pulls as with a magnet into the inner diaphragm. The spokes themselves are utilized in many, many ways, but I feel it would be totally above the heads of most viewers to get caught up in the distraction of too much too soon. Ponder this concept a bit and you will recognize the pattern of which I speak. Rainbow dancers. You ask if the rainbow dance could have Indian dance implications. Oh, indeed, indeed. The Indians refer to the rainbow dancers, and I would prefer that Little Crow outline this for you in the beautiful tradition of his people. It is time that we call Little Crow into reminding of his path, for he is a bit caught in life and responsibility of the moment, and it is time to allow him to really realize that the work is progressing. His commitment to us was that he would oversee all Indian native customs and keep the track in perfection of the traditions, and the rainbow dancers and dancing fall into that category. I shall have to speak with him. As to your last query regarding the shape of ancient ships and the relationship to the Big Bang, I can say that yes, there has always been a smoothed, polished perfection of the original shape of the Nautilus, as well as the spiraling elongation of the triangled/rectangular shape of the elongated seashell design. However, the latter did not function well except in the horizontal traversing pattern, as does the clamshell or saucer aerodynamic efficiency of no front/no rear design. These were practical, or impractical as the case may be, for traversing great distances necessary prior to thought projection and materialization of the craft through timelessness and spacelessness. Cosmic travel has also come a long way, baby, as your advertising demonstrates evolvement. We of the cosmos are caught in the trap of two dimensions, one in which our mission is to handle human physical forms in and about a placement which operates in the near invisible dimension of non-matter. It is quite a challenge of which I shall delight in sharing with you, brother. Do not get too hung up on the Big Bang, either. It is a description given to allow for some semblance of understanding of the mechanism, but there was not necessary anything such as a Big Bang explosion, for God Creator simply assembles the molecules of matter into the desired manifestation according to his thought, much as you would go and garner parts for your photographic equipment. Dharma put it quite nicely a few days past when she proclaimed that she finally understands manifestation. She said, you simply decide what you need to come up with a thing and you get off your duff and go gather the stuff to put it together. No secret mystery about it. It is not entirely accurate, but for your dimensional reality it is exactly the way it is, nor will we do it for you. God provides, you devise. I miss our long visits, Wally. 4 years is such a wondrous searching mind for detail of truth, and I so greatly honor you. But we have such myriad tasks in this time of change, and we are so limited by the confounding things of the physical experience. So be it, for so shall come the day of reality and the joys of that which really is. We tend you in our being, always, for we treasure the gift which you are, given unto our work, that there be measure of perfection to allow man to realize possibility of total perfection. Blessing be upon you, brother, for that which you do for mankind in this closing time of perceived terror and transition. And blessings be to the entities who put up with us while we fill our measure of duty unto Source. Salut. Dharma, we may close this writing now, please. Thank you for your hands. Jai Orgo Si Haton, CMDR. Of IGFC.